Chuan acquired the divine dragon bloodline beginning his journey as a snake. Though a small snake lacks lethal power, it can evolve through constant devouring. Thus even a tiny snake could become a 9-headed celestial dragon. Chuan, a martial prodigy of Huaxia and heir of the imperial capital Su family, became the number 1 on the martial arrogance list at 18. Yet today news suddenly broke that Chuan had suffered a chi deviation and could no longer practice martial arts, shocking countless eyes. His name vanished from the top of the arrogance list, confirming the rumor. Further revelations emerged. Unable to bear the blow, Chuan took his own life by leaping into the Qianjue River of the imperial capital. Thus fell a legendary prodigy. Countless were shaken. Countless lamented. 1 month later, on a high mountain in Huaxia, 1,000 li from the imperial capital, a stream flowed through the mountains. At that moment a golden snake was coiled by the water's edge. Didn't I jump into the Qianjue River? I actually survived. And I've turned into a snake. The golden snake was utterly astonished. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Ding! The Divine Dragon Evolution System has been successfully activated. Detected that the host's body has collapsed, meridians shattered, the system has reshaped the host's body. The reshaped body possesses the divine dragon bloodline and can continuously evolve. Evolution stages: small snake, giant serpent, flood dragon, true dragon. Current stage: small snake. A status panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Name: Chuan. Life essence 0 points. Stage 0, shed snake 0 100. Realm none. Talent: devour. Divine Dragon Evolution System. It saved me. Chuan examined his golden scales. According to the system, after being reborn as a golden snake, he could keep evolving even into a divine dragon. According to Huaxia legend, snakes can evolve into dragons. It's real. At this thought, excitement surged within Chuan, but soon worry crept in. System, can I still turn into a human? He was accustomed to human form. Staying a snake would mean losing access to human society. Ding! Host need not worry, you can switch between human and snake at any time. The system's voice sounded in his mind at the right moment. Ha ha ha, now I can rest assured. Chuan's heart was filled with joy, but then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Su family, I've survived this disaster that must disappoint you. The Su family, a century-old aristocratic clan in the imperial capital. Its status far exceeded ordinary wealthy families because the Su family not only engaged in commerce but also practiced martial arts. Martial artist was a word seldom known in Huaxia. Only families that reached a certain level could be privy to it. And in the Su family, everyone was a martial artist. Chuan had trained in martial arts since childhood in the Su family, and his talent overwhelmed everyone. At 18, he became the number 1 on the Huaxia martial arrogance list. Would the Su family be proud of him? He had believed so. But then, had the Su family never regarded me as one of their own? Ever since my childhood, the Su family gave me nothing but cold stares. Chuan's eyes were icy. His mother and father had been in a free love relationship, but because his mother came from a small family, the family with a humble background, the lofty Su family opposed the union. As a result, the Su family loathed him, the child born from the union of his parents. When he was very young, both his parents died in a car accident, so Chuan grew up without their protection, facing the Su family's scornful gazes all along. But when I grew up, the Su family's attitude changed. A trace of mockery flickered in Chuan's eyes. They began to fear me. My martial talent was too terrifying. I even became the number 1 on the arrogance list. But the Su family panicked. They had treated me so poorly in my childhood, afraid I would take revenge later. And that Su Yangming, son of the Su family head, was even more laughable, jealous of my martial talent. Su Yangming's talent was not bad, ranking in the top 10 of the arrogance list, but he was still inferior. Recollection surfaced in Chuan's eyes. With Su Yangming's instigation, the Su family finally made a decision. While I was in closed-door cultivation, they struck insidiously. They made me suffer chi deviation and lose all martial power. Meridians shattered, Dantian destroyed, henceforth unable to practice martial arts. Having become a cripple, falling into the Su family's hands meant being at their mercy, so in the end he chose to leap into the Qianjue River of the imperial capital, preferring death to submission. Unexpectedly, he gained a new life and activated the Divine Dragon Evolution System. Since I have a new life, I will no longer have anything to do with the Su family. From now on, I, Chuan, no longer bear the surname Su. I take my mother's surname, Mo. My name is Chuan. Chuan made his decision. Then his eyes, sharp as lightning, looked north toward the imperial capital 1,000 li away. Su family and Su Yangming, now that I have the divine dragon bloodline and have been reborn, our enmity will not end like this. Just then a rustling sound came from the mountain shrubbery. A white rabbit emerged. It crawled to the stream and began to drink water. Ding! The system emitted a sound and a piece of information appeared in Chuan's mind. Name: ordinary rabbit. Life essence 0. 2 points. The white rabbit soon finished drinking, then finally noticed the golden snake by the stream. Sensing danger, it kicked its legs and fled. Where do you think you're going? The golden snake opened its mouth, revealing a black vortex. The vortex was unfathomably deep, like an abyss of darkness that devoured all light. Devour. The golden snake controlled the black vortex and swallowed the white rabbit in one gulp. At that moment, the rabbit's life essence was absorbed by Chuan, and a warm current nourished his whole body. Ding! Devoured white rabbit gained 0.2 life essence. The status panel also changed. Name Chuan. Life essence 0.2 points.
In the blink of an eye, the two had their vitality utterly extinguished by the countless sword auras. Indeed a troublesome matter. So let me send you on your way.
Chuan asked. Ding. Life essence allows any living being to evolve. If the host wishes to evolve from a small snake to a true dragon, life essence must be used. The host can obtain life essence by devouring living beings. The system replied. I see. Chuan suddenly understood. It seems I need to keep hunting. The golden snake left the stream and began to advance deep into the mountain forest. It slithered through the woods. Before long, he spotted a sparrow perching on a tree. Ding! Prey detected. The system's voice rang in his mind. Information appeared simultaneously. Name common sparrow. Life essence 0.1 points. Only 0.1. Even less than the white rabbit. Chuan was a bit disappointed. Still, the golden snake quietly climbed the tree, then opened its mouth wide and with lightning speed swallowed the sparrow. Ding! Host devoured sparrow gained 0.1 life essence. The system prompted. The status panel also changed. Name Chuan. Life essence 0.3 points. Stage 0 shed snake 0-100. Realm none. Talent devour. Continue. The golden serpent transformed from Chuan slithered through the mountain forest. Soon he spotted a sparrow perched on a tree. The golden serpent silently climbed the tree, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the sparrow with lightning speed. A warm current flowed through its body as the sparrow's bloodline energy was quickly absorbed. This is not enough. Chuan, as the golden serpent slid down the tree and continued hunting. Along the way, he kept devouring every prey he encountered. Pheasants, field mice, rabbits, sparrows. The bloodline energy of all these animals was used to strengthen the divine dragon bloodline. Soon it reached a critical point. Rip. The golden serpent shed a layer of skin. First shedding successful. Chuan was overjoyed. According to inherited memories, after 9 sheddings the serpent would evolve into a giant python. At the same time, a faint mist gathered around the golden serpent. This was poisonous mist. The snake venom awakened from the first shedding. A snake's innate ability is poison. With each of the 9 sheddings, a new type of snake venom awakens. And when a serpent evolves into a python, it awakens a python's innate abilities. This was the terror of the divine dragon bloodline, possessing multiple powerful innate abilities. Let me see the effect of this poison mist. Chuan quickly found the answer in his inherited memories. First, snake venom, hallucinogenic venom. Effect causes creatures to lose consciousness and fall into a coma. Seems not bad. Chuan pondered. With a flash of white light, he transformed back into human form. Not far away in the grass there was a bamboo rat. Chuan walked directly towards it, not muffling his footsteps. The noise was loud. The bamboo rat soon noticed Chuan and turned to flee. Seeing this, Chuan smiled faintly and waved his hand forward. A wisp of faint hallucinogenic mist drifted toward the bamboo rat. The rat's eyes went wide, its running body halted, then its limbs went limp and it fell unconscious on the spot. As expected, of snake venom awakened from the divine dragon bloodline. Chuan looked at the faint mist curling around his hand, showing satisfaction. Then he withdrew the poison mist, crossed his legs and began to meditate. Having just devoured so much bloodline energy, he could take a break now, not rush to continue devouring. Maybe I should try cultivation. A cold smile appeared on Chuan's face. The Su family and Su Yangming. You went to great lengths to shatter my meridians and cripple my martial arts. And now, after being baptized by the divine dragon bloodline, my body has been repaired and I can practice martial arts again. But I will no longer practice martial arts. In Chuan's mind, a cultivation method surfaced, the divine dragon art, Shenlongju. This was a method from the divine dragon's inherited memories. The divine dragon never practiced martial arts, it cultivated immortality. In fact, the divine dragon was once a world-shaking immortal. Therefore, the divine dragon art is a cultivation method for immortality. By cultivating it, he could become a cultivator far stronger than a martial artist.
Now that the 7 days had finally passed, everyone's eyes sharpened with anticipation. Even if he stood above all others, what difference would it make?
His aura expanded rapidly. Half an hour later. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted from Chuan, his presence immensely imposing. In the next moment, a wisp of true chi appeared at his fingertip. Cultivating true chi, I've initially stepped into immortality. Chuan smiled. Cultivating true chi was the hallmark of the first realm of immortality, the chi refining stage. The chi refining stage had 9 layers. Chuan was currently at the most basic first layer. Let me test the true chi of a cultivator. Chuan squinted, flicked his finger. Swish! The true chi from his fingertip shot out, striking the trunk of a tree. The tree shook violently, shedding many leaves, having taken a considerable impact. And then a fist-sized hole appeared in the center of the trunk. The hole penetrated the entire trunk. Was this pierced by my true chi? Chuan was astonished. Just as he was marveling at the power of true chi, a desperate cry for help came from a distance. Help! Help! The voice was pleasant, seemingly that of a girl, but obviously she was in great trouble. The panic in her voice was hard to conceal. This is the outskirts of Yunjian City, a mountain forest rarely visited. Why would a cry for help suddenly appear? Chuan hesitated momentarily, then walked toward the source of the sound. Halfway there, another sound rang out from afar. A woo! A thick wolf howl. Chuan's expression changed. He finally understood what the girl who cried for help had encountered. She had encountered a wolf. Thinking this, Chuan quickened his steps. A woo! In the mountain forest, a huge wild wolf let out a howl. Opposite the wolf was a beautiful woman with a soft, delicate face, fair and supple skin, autumn water eyes, and sexy lips adorned with tempting lip gloss. But now, facing the wolf's gaze, a flash of panic crossed the beautiful woman's face. Lin Yajun, why did you have to come to this desolate mountain to paint and sketch? Lin Yajun bit her lip, complaining to herself. She was an art student, and today she had taken a fancy to sketching in the outskirts of Yunjiang City. But she never expected to encounter a wolf in these woods. A woo! The wolf howled again, then stared intently at Lin Yajun, its fierce eyes filled with savage animality. Hey, don't come any closer. Lin Yajun's face turned pale with fright as she stepped back. A woo! The wolf paid her no heed, dug its front claws into the ground, lowered its body, and then leaped. It pounced at Lin Yajun. Ah, you! Lin Yajun's beauty faded, tears in her eyes. She threw her sketchboard without thinking. Bang! The sketchboard hit the wolf, causing it to miss its pounce this time. Before Lin Yajun could feel relieved, the wolf lowered itself again, preparing for another pounce. Now its eyes glowed with a bloody crimson, unprecedented rage. Lin Yajun suddenly felt that hitting it with the board had been a mistake. A woo! The wolf roared and pounced again. Lin Yajun hurriedly stepped back, but in her panic she twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. It's over, Lin Yajun, you're so useless, you panic and make mistakes. Lin Yajun held her aching ankle on the verge of tears. Now she couldn't even run. A gust of wind swept past. The wolf was close. Watching the wolf pounce, Lin Yajun closed her beautiful eyes, her delicate body trembling. This is really the end. However, after a few seconds, the imagined wolf's fangs did not bite her. This confused Lin Yajun. She cautiously opened her beautiful eyes and found that instead of a fierce wolf, a handsome, clear-faced young man stood before her. The wolf had been startled by the sudden appearance of the youth, stopping its attack, and was now watching them from a distance with a glare. If I devour this wolf's bloodline energy, the divine dragon bloodline will grow even stronger, right? The handsome young man was naturally Chuan, who had just arrived. He looked at the wolf, a flicker of desire in his eyes, and said silently to himself. Are you all right? Chuan turned back toward Lin Yajun and asked. I'm fine, Lin Yajun murmured softly, her heart racing. She had never expected to encounter another person deep within these mountains. Yet her hope quickly faded. Chuan looked astonishingly young, perhaps still a student, and how could he possibly contend with a ferocious wild wolf? Let's go now. We mustn't tangle with this beast, she urged, wincing as she forced herself upright despite the sharp pain in her ankle, desperate to flee before the wolf regained its bearings. Chuan glanced at Lin Yajun and said calmly, there's no need. What? Her expression froze instantly, astonishment flooding her features. Without further explanation, Chuan strode deliberately toward the wolf. Hey, what are you doing? Are you mad? That beast will tear you apart. Lin Yajun's delicate face paled, she cried out in alarm. Yet Chuan did not falter, his steps remained steady, his expression utterly impassive as he advanced. Oh, whoa. The wolf, perceiving no retreat, only defiance, let loose a furious guttural howl. Then jaws agape, fangs bared, it launched itself forward in a lethal lunge. No! Lin Yajun gasped from behind, instinctively covering her eyes. She could not bear to witness such carnage. A quiet pang of sorrow stirred within her. She had already taken a quiet liking to this unexpected savior, a youth who now seemed doomed to vanish between those savage jaws. Yet a wry self-mocking thought followed. Perhaps she too was fated to share that grim end. As the wolf hurtled toward him, Chuan offered only a faint, enigmatic smile. A silken veil of mist coiled around his figure, hallucinogenic venom mist. The moment the wolf closed in and its razor-sharp claws neared Chuan's chest, the mist enveloped it completely. The claws froze midair. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. With a thunderous crash, the massive body collapsed, plunged into unconsciousness. Effectiveness satisfactory, Chuan murmured, retracting the mist with quiet approval. He approached the fallen beast, knelt and placed his hand upon its flank. With Lin Yajun watching, he could not shift into his serpentine form to consume it, so he fed as a human. A faint swirling vortex of obsidian black shimmered across his palm where it touched the wolf's fur. Within moments the wolf's body withered, its vitality drained. Chuan withdrew his hand, but a subtle crease appeared between his brows. The bloodline energy absorbed from the wolf proved negligible for his divine dragon bloodline's growth, far too little to sustain his next molting. As expected, the greater the molt, the vaster the bloodline energy required, Chuan mused inwardly. His second molting demanded exponentially more than the first. Yet the very difficulty kindled anticipation. The second molting would awaken his second serpent venom. Behind him, Lin Yajun heard the heavy thud of the wolf's collapse and frowned in bewilderment. She bit her lower lip, then slowly lowered her hands and opened her luminous eyes. Ah! You're unharmed. She blurted, utterly stunned by the sight before her. The wolf lay motionless on the ground while the youth, so strikingly young, stood untouched, calm and unruffled. Do you hope I'm harmed? Chuan turned and asked, his gaze steady. And no, that's not what I meant. Lin Yajun flushed, flustered and embarrassed. Her gaze drifted back to the fallen beast, curiosity glinting in her eyes. What happened to it? Who knows? It simply seized up and dropped. Chuan replied indifferently, never revealing his hand in the matter. Lin Yajun scoffed skeptically. I don't believe you, it has to be your doing. If you say so, then it is. With that, Chuan turned to leave. Wait, please wait for me. Lin Yajun winced, clutching her injured ankle. Chuan halted, puzzled. What else is it? The wolf is already down. I twisted my ankle earlier. Could you help me down the mountain? Lin Yajun's voice trembled, lips trembling as she spoke, tears welling yet unshed. Chuan frowned. How troublesome you are. She blinked, stunned. Was she truly being dismissed? This delicate, radiant beauty rebuffed. She had no idea for 18 years Chuan had immersed himself solely in martial cultivation, utterly oblivious to the art of cherishing feminine grace. He nearly walked away, then paused. Are you from Yunjiang City? Yes, Lin Yajun answered, pouting, slightly half teasing, half irritated. Do you know the family of Yunjiang City? Of course I do, she replied without hesitation. Then it's settled. A faint smile touched Chuan's lips. He had come to Yunjiang City not only to pay respects at his mother's grave, but also to visit her maternal kin, the Mo family. Yet having trained exclusively with the Su family, he'd rarely visited the Mo's, and knew neither their residence nor the way there. Now, however, a local guide would prove invaluable. I'll carry you down the mountain, in exchange you'll guide me to the Mo residence. Lin Yajun stared, momentarily speechless. Chuan wasted no time, he swiftly slipped an arm beneath her slender frame and hoisted her onto his back. What are you doing? She yelped, startled. Didn't I promise to take you down? Chuan began descending the slope, Lin Yajun secured firmly upon his back. Why you? Lin Yajun clenched her teeth, flustered beyond words. I asked you to support me, not carry me like this. It's much the same, Chuan remarked coolly. This woman truly was complicated, her demands endless. Pressed against his broad back, Lin Yajun inhaled the rich, unmistakable aura of masculine strength and felt heat rise to her cheeks. Never before had she been this intimately close to a man. By the way, I haven't even asked your name. I'm Lin Yajun. And you? Chuan, he replied, tone serene and uninflected. Her eyes lit up. Surnamed Mo. So, you're of the Mo family. But then doubt flickered. If he were truly one of them, why wouldn't he know their address? Why would he need her to lead the way? Puzzled, she held her questions. Hours passed, twilight deepened, until at last Chuan carried her to the mountain's base. We're finally down, Lin Yajun whispered, a sweet relieved smile blooming across her lips. The memory of the wolf still cast a shadow over those woods, every thought of them sent a shiver through her. Chuan gently set her down and surveyed the surroundings, pondering how best to reach downtown Yunjiang. Just then headlights pierced the dusk. A luxurious motorhome glided smoothly along the highway toward them. It halted before them. The door slid open and a woman in her 30s stepped out, elegant, austere, clad in minimalist attire and framed by sharp black-rimmed glasses. "Miss, your phone has been unreachable. If you hadn't descended soon I would have sent security up the mountain to retrieve you," she stated, voice crisp and devoid of warmth. "I'm sorry, Aunt Xiao, I lost my phone on the mountain," Lin Yajun admitted sheepishly. In her panicked flight from the wolf she'd dropped it somewhere along the trail. Aunt Xiao gave a terse nod, then her gaze fell upon Mo Chuan standing beside Lin Yajun. Her brows drew together sharply. "Miss, just who is this stranger?" "Aunt Xiao, this is Mo Chuan. He just saved my life on the mountain," Lin Yajun hurriedly said. Lin Yajun bit her lip and recounted the incident of encountering the wild wolf. "Aunt, it's my fault for not sending bodyguards with you to the mountain." Aunt Xiao spoke with a heavy voice. Lin Yajun replied, "Aunt Xiao, this has nothing to do with you. I didn't expect there would be wild wolves on the mountain." Lin Yajun turned to Mo Chuan and said with a soft smile, "Let's go, aren't you heading to the Mo family?" "I'll take you there." Lin Yajun entered the luxury RV first. Mo Chuan followed her into the vehicle and marveled at the luxury inside, silently acknowledging that this woman was indeed a rich young lady. Aunt Xiao glanced at Mo Chuan in the vehicle, her expression somewhat grim. She still felt that Mo Chuan was suspicious. It was already strange for wild wolves to appear in the suburbs, and it was even more coincidental that Mo Chuan happened to show up to save Lin Yajun at that moment. Thus Aunt Xiao believed that Mo Chuan had ulterior motives in getting close to Lin Yajun. In Yunjiang City the hustle and bustle was extraordinary. Even at night the high-rise buildings were still brightly lit. The RV stopped in front of a villa area in the city. Inside the vehicle Lin Yajun softly said, "We've arrived. The Mo family's villa is in the villa area ahead." Mo Chuan nodded at her, then opened the car door and got out. "Hey, wait a moment." Lin Yajun bit her pink lip and called out to Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan asked in confusion, "What is it now?" This woman really was troublesome. "Don't you say goodbye before you leave." Lin Yajun shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes and said. Mo Chuan suddenly realized, "That's true, then farewell." He then walked towards the villa area. Lin Yajun widened her beautiful eyes, staring blankly at Mo Chuan's departing figure, taking a long time to regain her composure. "That scoundrel. Miss, I'll get out and escort Mr. Mo. He doesn't know the exact location of the Mo family villa." Aunt Xiao suddenly spoke. "All right, you go ahead." Lin Yajun hesitated for a moment and said. She had initially wanted to escort Mo Chuan herself, but after his earlier behavior she didn't feel like going now. Who told you to make me unhappy?" Outside the car Mo Chuan had just walked a short distance when a cold voice came from behind. "Stop." Mo Chuan turned around to see Aunt Xiao. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Aunt Xiao approached with a cold face and said, "What is your purpose in getting close to the young lady?" "Do I have an ulterior motive in getting close to her?" Mo Chuan glanced at the RV in the distance, finding the question amusing. Aunt Xiao wore a mocking expression. The Lin family is a prominent commercial family in Yunjiang City with numerous enterprises and connections everywhere. And the head of the Lin family has no sons, only one daughter. Miss Yajun is precisely the daughter of the head of the family, the sole heir of the Lin family. Mo Chuan asked, "So what?" "So?" Aunt Xiao spoke with an undeniable tone, "Whoever marries the young lady would indirectly inherit the vast wealth of the Lin family." Aunt Xiao looked at Mo Chuan coldly and said, "I believe your purpose is to get close to the young lady, attempting to win her heart and thereby seek the Lin family's fortune." Boring, Mo Chuan said lightly and continued walking forward. "Stop!" Aunt Xiao shouted again. She rushed in front of Mo Chuan, blocking his path. Aunt Xiao's expression was extremely cold. "All right. I don't care whether you truly want to get close to the young lady, but I just want to warn you that the young lady is the heir of the Lin family, is not someone like you can approach. You'd better not harbor any unrealistic thoughts about the young lady. I've said all I needed to say. The Mo family villa is at number 9. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. But remember, next time don't let me see you by the young lady's side again. Do you understand?" After saying that, Aunt Xiao glared at Mo Chuan with a displeased expression, waiting for his response. In response, Mo Chuan smiled faintly and said, "I have something to say to you as well." "What?" Aunt Xiao was taken aback. "Considering that you drove me today, I won't hold your rudeness against you. But if you dare to be so noisy in front of me again next time, don't blame me for being rude." Mo Chuan's aura suddenly erupted, his gaze sharp as he coldly spoke. Aunt Xiao took a few steps back, startled by this sudden intensity. Mo Chuan no longer said much and turned to leave directly. Watching his back, Aunt Xiao's expression turned extremely unpleasant. After a long while, Aunt Xiao finally snorted coldly. "Oof. Mo Chuan, it seems you still haven't taken my warning seriously." In the villa area at number 9. Mo Chuan quickly found the place. The number 9 villa was resplendent and luxurious. A sturdy security guard was stationed at the iron gate. Seeing Mo Chuan's unfamiliar face, the guard asked in a deep voice, "Hello, sir. This is the Mo family residence. Please do not loiter around here." "I'm here to find someone," Mo Chuan replied with a smile. The guard asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "Well, no." Mo Chuan shook his head. The guard frowned, "Then I can't let you in." Just then a beam of headlight shone over. A luxury car arrived at the iron gate. Upon seeing the luxury car, the guard's expression changed and he hurriedly stepped forward to open the car door. "Second young master, please." A refined middle-aged man got out of the car and smiled at the guard, saying, "Remember to park my car in the garage." "Yes," the guard promptly replied. At this moment the refined man noticed Mo Chuan and curiously asked, "Who is this young man?" The guard immediately recounted what had just happened. Finally he added, "Second young master, should I chase him away?" "No need." The refined man waved his hand, his gaze suddenly fixating on Mo Chuan. Due to the poor lighting at night, he hadn't noticed anything unusual before. Now that he looked closely at Mo Chuan, the refined man realized that this young man bore a striking resemblance to his younger sister Mo Yuhua. Too similar. The refined man hurriedly approached and asked, "Young man, what's your name?" Mo Chuan looked at the refined man with curiosity. For some reason he felt an inexplicable fondness for this refined man. Mo Chuan, right? The refined man nodded, then grasped Mo Chuan's hands tightly, nervously asking, "Is your mother named Mo Yuhua?" Mo Chuan was taken aback and replied, "Yes." The refined man's expression changed. "So it's indeed the son of my little sister. No wonder you look so much like her. Little Chuan, I am your mother's second cousin, also your second uncle Mo Yuhai." Second uncle. Mo Chuan was greatly surprised, not expecting to encounter his second uncle right in front of the Mo family villa. The guard nearby broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. This unfamiliar young man turned out to be the son of the long-lost little sister of the Mo family. Fortunately, he hadn't deliberately made things difficult for him earlier. With that thought, the guard felt a hint of regret. Come, little Chuan, I'll take you inside to meet your grandfather and the others." Mo Yuhai was still excited and unceremoniously pulled Mo Chuan into the Mo family villa. As the two entered, the entire Mo family was stirred. In the hall of the Mo family, the sofas are filled with people. On the left sofa sits Mo Chuan's second uncle and his family, namely second uncle Mo Yuhai and second aunt Zhao Fonglin. On the right sofa, Mo Chuan's eldest uncle and his family are seated, including eldest uncle Mo Yushan, eldest aunt Wang Hongtang, and their daughter Mo Chuan's cousin Mo Dai. Mo Chuan sits alone on a chair. At this moment, the members of the Mo family are scrutinizing him with various expressions. "Second brother, are you saying this young man is the son of the third sister?" Eldest uncle Mo Yushan, a composed man, pointed at Mo Chuan and asked sternly, "Indeed." Mo Yuhai nodded quickly and said, "Eldest brother, look at how much Xiao Chuan resembles our younger sister, it must be true." Eldest uncle Mo Yushan's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. At this moment, eldest aunt Wang Hongtang spoke up, staring at Mo Chuan and asking, "Your mother is really named Mo Yuhua, are you sure?" Mo Chuan glanced at her and replied indifferently, "Yes." "Eldest sister-in-law, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning Xiao Chuan's identity?" Mo Yuhai's expression changed as he spoke, somewhat displeased. Wang Hongtang replied nonchalantly, "It's always better to be cautious." "Eldest sister-in-law, you." Mo Yuhai furrowed his brow deeply. Mo Yushan said in a deep voice, "All right, Yuhai, your eldest sister-in-law is thinking of the Mo family as well." "Exactly, Aunt Yuhua has been missing for so many years and suddenly she has a son appearing now, isn't that very strange?" The one speaking is Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang's daughter Mo Dai. She appears to be in her 20s, youthful and beautiful, but at this moment she is looking at Mo Chuan with a hostile expression. "I'm afraid this young man is a spy sent by a business rival to infiltrate our Mo family," Mo Dai maliciously speculated as she stared at Mo Chuan. "Xiao Dai, you." Mo Yuhai was quite angered by his niece's words. "Yuhai." Mo Yuhai's wife Zhao Fonglin tugged at his sleeve and gave him a look. Mo Yuhai immediately calmed down. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan sat in his chair watching this scene with great interest. Having spent so many years in the Su family, he understood the nature of these powerful families too well. Thus he knew that upon returning to the Mo family not everyone would welcome him. Mo Chuan had prepared for the worst, expecting that no one in the Mo family would accept him. But so far at least the second uncle's family seems to treat him well, which warmed Mo Chuan's heart a little. "So even if Xiao Chuan resembles our younger sister so much, you still don't believe he is her son?" Mo Yuhai spoke again, staring intently at Mo Yushan's family. Mo Yushan said in a low voice, "Second brother, with cosmetic surgery so advanced nowadays, it could be that someone with ulterior motives deliberately altered their face to resemble our younger sisters. Then we can take Xiao Chuan to the hospital for a paternity test. That should be acceptable, right?" Mo Yuhai gritted his teeth as he said. Mo Dai rolled her eyes and said, "Uncle, what if this Mo Chuan is indeed a spy sent by someone? His backers could easily bribe the hospital to forge a fake paternity test. Enough. This won't do, that won't do. I see you all just don't want to acknowledge Xiao Chuan, right? Mo Yuhai suddenly stood up, his voice laced with anger. Mo Yuhai finally felt something was amiss regarding the unusual reactions of Mo Yushan's family. He had an unsettling suspicion. The old master of the Mo family passed the position of head of the family to Mo Yuhai, the second son, and not the eldest son Mo Yushan. This had long left a grudge in Mo Yushan's heart. Not being the head of the family meant he originally received little inheritance from the Mo family. And now with Mo Chuan joining midway, occupying an additional share, it meant even less inheritance for Mo Yushan's family. Thus Mo Yushan's family would go to great lengths to find reasons not to acknowledge Mo Chuan's identity. Unconsciously Mo Yuhai felt a tinge of sadness. If that's the case, for the sake of profit, eldest brother wouldn't even acknowledge his younger sister's own flesh and blood. Isn't that too heartless? Beside him Mo Yushan looked at the angry Mo Yuhai, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as Mo Yuhai suspected, Mo Yushan truly did not want to acknowledge Mo Chuan's identity. Regardless of whether Mo Chuan is truly the child of the younger sister or not, he simply could not acknowledge it. Even if it's true, he still cannot acknowledge it. However, he still stood up and said with a smile, Yuhai, rest assured we are definitely not trying to make things difficult for this young man. Mo Yushan then turned to Mo Chuan and smiled, young man, if you truly are my younger sister's son, why don't you bring her along? My younger sister grew up with us, and as her elder brother I certainly wouldn't mistake her. She cannot come. My mother has been deceased for many years. Mo Chuan's expression instantly turned cold. Thinking of his parents who had both passed away due to an unexpected car accident, Mo Chuan's mood soured. In that instant the temperature in the entire hall dropped significantly. This is the power of a cultivator. The fluctuations of their inner emotions can even influence the surrounding environment. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. However, they believed it was simply the natural temperature drop that occurs at night. What, my younger sister has actually passed away? Mo Yuhai's face changed upon hearing this, and he felt an immense sorrow inside. Zhao Fanglin patted his back to comfort him. On the other side Mo Yushan frowned slightly. Wang Hongtang sneered, young man, this wouldn't be your excuse, would it? Mo Dai even let out a sarcastic laugh. I said long ago that this Mo Chuan is a spy sent by a business rival, and it seems to be true. Creak. At that moment a door opening sound came from the second floor of the villa. Then a stooped figure descended slowly with a cane. Enough, stop the noise. I have heard everything from upstairs. The newcomer was an elderly man. Despite his weathered appearance, his demeanor was incredibly imposing. It was the old master of the Mo family. Mo Chuan felt a little more energized. He examined the old master and realized that this should be his grandfather. Grandpa. You finally came down. Mo Dai rushed forward to hold the old master's wrist, acting coy. She pointed at Mo Chuan and said, Grandpa, since you heard everything, hurry and tell the bodyguards to take this person down. He is impersonating my aunt's son, clearly showing no respect for our Mo family. According to her knowledge, the long-missing Aunt Mo Yuhua was personally driven out of the house by Grandpa. If Mo Chuan is truly Aunt Yuhua's son, given Grandpa's disdain for her, he certainly would not want to acknowledge her son as his grandson. Not to mention the authenticity of this grandson cannot be confirmed 100. Upon hearing Mo Dai's words, Mo Yuhai's expression changed. Indeed. This stubborn old man might very well do something absurd, denying Mo Chuan as his grandson. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang naturally showed expressions of triumph. As long as the old master is alive, the Mo family is under his control. If the old master insists on driving Mo Chuan away, even Mo Yuhai, the head of the family, cannot stop him. Tap tap tap. The old master approached Mo Chuan with his cane, scrutinizing him closely. Just as Mo Dai thought the old master was going to have someone take Mo Chuan away, she heard him calmly say, Mo Chuan is my grandson. Ah. What, Grandpa, you must be mistaken. Mo Dai exclaimed in shock. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. I said Mo Chuan is my grandson. The old master repeated emphatically. The hall of the villa was silent. With the affirmation of Mo Lao Yes' identity as Mo Chuan, the expressions of Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai were utterly grim. Mo Yuhai and his wife Zhao Fanlin exchanged glances, revealing delighted smiles. Grandfather, please double-check this person could indeed be a spy sent by a business rival. Mo Dai gritted her teeth, reluctantly speaking. Mo Lao Yes' expression was stern. Enough. I have already said no more arguments. I have made my decision. Mo Chuan is indeed my grandson. Seeing Mo Lao Yes' unprecedented seriousness, Mo Dai's face froze. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang also wore solemn expressions. In the end, they dared not challenge it further. Mo Lao Yi showed a satisfied expression, then looked at Mo Chuan's side deeply and said, Xiao Chuan, I owe your mother an apology. Mo Chuan's expression shifted as he looked at Mo Lao Yi. Mo Lao Ye's face was filled with regret. Back then society was conservative and I was conservative too.
Your mother became pregnant before marriage and in a fit of anger I drove her out of the house. But all these years your mother never returned to see me.
Only just now did I learn from you that your mother has long since passed away.
I felt an immense sense of loss realizing what I did wrong all those years ago.
Mo Lao Ye's cloudy old eyes welled with tears as he sighed deeply.
Mo Chuan remained silent for a while before saying, Grandpa, there's no need to be troubled. My mother spoke of you when I was young and she did not blame you.
Really? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy finally appeared in Mo Lao Ye's tear-filled eyes.
Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and the rest of the family felt a sense of foreboding at this moment. They hadn't expected that the old man who had heartlessly driven Mo Yuhua away would now feel such guilt. With this guilt, it was highly likely the old man would bestow a substantial inheritance upon Mo Chuan.
Thinking of this, the family felt an immense discomfort, secretly casting displeased glances at Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan sensed their feelings and caught sight of their expressions.
He smiled faintly. Indeed. In a big family, interests come first.
It was rare to consider feelings, but prioritizing profit was the norm.
Xiao Chuan, I am your maternal uncle.
There was indeed a misunderstanding earlier, so please don't take it to heart.
Mo Yushan quickly retracted the displeasure in his eyes and forced a smile.
Mo Chuan replied with a half-smile, I won't take it to heart. This is your aunt Wang Hongtang and your cousin Mo Dai. Mo Yushan introduced Mo Chuan awkwardly.
Oh, aunt cousin. Mo Chuan looked at Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai.
Wang Hongtang forced a smile at him.
Mo Dai's face also displayed an unappealing grin.
Filled with resentment towards Mo Chuan, they could only suppress their feelings as Mo Lao Yi had already acknowledged him and they dared not show their discontent. At the very least, this family would not dare to cause trouble for the time being. Xiao Chuan, why have you only come back to see Grandpa after all these years? Mo Lao Yi expressed a hint of blame as he pulled Mo Chuan to sit on the sofa, cheerfully saying, Come tell Grandpa about your experiences over the years. There isn't much to say, I've just been wandering around outside all these years, Mo Chuan replied lightly. Since Grandpa was unaware that his mother had married into the Su family, he naturally would not mention the Su family to him. The Su family was a significant force in the capital. It was better not to let the Mo family get entangled with the Su family, as it would lead to endless trouble, which was not favorable for the Mo family.
Meanwhile, Mo Dai's disdainful gaze towards Mo Chuan intensified upon hearing that he had been nearly wandering outside for years.
It was clear that he had not been doing well outside, which was why he had returned to the Mo family to seek inheritance.
Mo Lao Ye's wrinkled hand tightly grasped Mo Chuan's and they chatted for a long time.
Until it was quite late. Mo Lao Yi, being of advanced age, could not stay up late, so we finally called it a day.
Mo Lao Yi returned to his room to rest.
Mo Yuhai and his wife Zhao Fang Lin approached with Mo Yuhai smiling. Xiao Chuan, come your second aunt and I will take you to the guest room.
All right, Mo Chuan nodded with a smile. The three left. Mo Yushan watched Mo Chuan's departing figure, his expression shifting, ultimately forming a cold smile. The next day, just past 5 o'clock.
The sky was not yet bright and Mo Chuan stepped out of the Mo family. He ran swiftly and soon spotted a large bridge spanning the river. At this early hour there were hardly any vehicles on the bridge. Below the bridge flowed a mighty river. This river was called Yunshui River and it passed through Yunshui City, which was the source of the city's name.
Mo Chuan leaped into the river with a splash.
Under the water, Mo Chuan vanished, replaced by a small golden snake.
There are many fish in the river.
I wonder how much my divine dragon bloodline can grow after devouring them.
Mo Chuan pondered as he aimed to undergo his second shedding and awaken the second snake venom.
At that moment, a grass carp swam right in front of him.
Mo Chuan's eyes lit up. Devour.
The golden snake opened its mouth and a black vortex appeared.
The grass carp was instantly sucked into the vortex.
Refreshing.
The bloodline energy of the carp transformed into a warm current, nourishing the golden snake, bringing Mo Chuan joy.
The divine dragon bloodline had grown slightly stronger.
Another one. The golden snake, transformed from Mo Chuan, swam through the water in search of prey.
Soon a carp appeared before him. The golden snake lunged at the carp. The carp, frightened, hurriedly attempted to escape.
Swallow.
The golden snake opened its mouth once more and the black vortex appeared.
The carp was immediately sucked into the golden snake's mouth. The bloodline energy of the carp also transformed into a warm current, nourishing the golden snake. The divine dragon bloodline grew again.
However, the golden snake did not pause, continuing to wander through the water. Along the way it encountered many fish. Silver carp, crucian carp, catfish and greenfish. The golden snake devoured each fish it encountered without hesitation.
Devour. 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 Countless fish bloodline energies were absorbed and refined.
The divine dragon bloodline rapidly strengthened. Half an hour later, all the fish within a radius of dozens of meters had been swept clean. The fish further away were also frightened off by the commotion, not daring to swim into this area for a while. The surrounding water for the time being became a true vacuum zone devoid of fish.
At that moment the divine dragon bloodline finally absorbed enough bloodline energy beginning to lead the golden snake towards transformation. Second shedding. Chuan felt a surge of anticipation.
The golden snake's body twitched slightly and soon it shed its old skin. After shedding, the golden snake's body was slightly larger than before.
The second shedding was complete. At the same time the second snake venom awakened. Corresponding information about the toxin appeared in his mind. After understanding it, Chuan's eyes were filled with deep shock. This awakened second snake venom is to say the least too monstrous, isn't it? Chuan could not remain calm.
Second, the sovereign venom, the supreme toxin.
Function counter-toxin therapy purifying all poisons.
This sovereign venom possesses unparalleled toxicity, so supreme among toxins that it bears the title sovereign. Yet its extreme toxicity is not directed at living beings but rather at other poisons themselves. Any poisoned person who ingests the sovereign venom will have their venom neutralized by it. Thus the sovereign venom serves as the universal antidote to 10,000 toxins. As this thought crossed his mind, the golden serpent shimmered with white light and reverted to Chuan's human form.
Chuan extended a finger, a single drop of violet venom welled upon its tip.
This was the sovereign venom. With this sovereign venom in hand, no toxin in the world shall daunt me.
Chuan smiled faintly, then retracted the sovereign venom.
He stretched his limbs and began swimming toward the water's surface.
Yunshui Riverbank.
It was already past 6 o'clock, the dawn had just broken. An elderly man sat quietly on the riverbank holding a fishing rod in his hands. His expression serene, he fished with tranquil patience.
"Grandpa, why come fish so early at the riverside?"
A slender young woman spoke, her features delicate yet her face twisted with reluctant complaint as she stood beside the old man. The young woman clenched her fist and gestured emphatically, "We martial cultivators must seize every moment, training should begin at dawn." The old fisherman offered a gentle knowing smile.
"Yueying, sharpening the blade does not delay chopping firewood. Martial cultivators must never train blindly." "Ha! What does that mean?" Sun Yueying frowned, utterly perplexed. Grandfather's son smiled enigmatically, saying nothing. Glug, glug.
At that very moment the placid surface of the Yunshui River suddenly bubbled.
Could a great fish be biting?
Yet something was amiss, the fishing rod remained motionless, only the water itself churned with bubbles. Sun Yueying also turned her gaze toward the rippling surface.
In the next instant,
with a loud splash, a head burst forth from beneath the water.
It was Chuan. "Ah!"
Sun Yueying shrieked, startled out of her wits.
Chuan surfaced, fully emerging from the water and striding steadily toward the shore. "Hey you! How dare you hide underwater just to frighten people?"
Sun Yueying regained her composure, her expression sour as she glared coldly at Chuan.
"A martial cultivator's aura."
Chuan stepped ashore and glanced up at her, eyes wide with mild surprise.
"Did I frighten you? Then I sincerely apologize." Chuan murmured contritely and turned to leave. "Wait." Sun Yueying snapped icily.
She found his apology hollow and bristled with indignation. "Is this how you offer an apology?" Chuan paused briefly, then pointed toward grandfather's son and said calmly, "Let me offer one more observation. There are no fish left in this river."
"You're wasting your time here. Try elsewhere for fishing." With that Chuan departed without looking back. No fish in the river.
Sun Yueying dismissed his words outright as nonsense.
That man.
She ceded, thoroughly riled by Chuan's aloofness. The Sun family ranked among the few authentic martial clans in Yunjiang City, holding higher status even than fabulously wealthy merchant dynasties. As the Sun family's cherished princess, Sun Yueying had never before endured such blatant disregard.
That man is utterly impolite.
Sun Yueying, accustomed to indulgence, huffed sharply. At that moment grandfather's son spoke. "Yueying, never underestimate others."
"Grandpa."
Sun Yueying bristled, gazing at him defiantly, about to protest.
But grandfather's son interjected with a quiet smile. "Didn't you notice? That young man wasn't even fazed by your martial aura." Her breath caught. Martial cultivators possessed extraordinary power. When they unleashed their aura, ordinary mortals dared not move a muscle.
Yet Chuan had faced her with utter nonchalance, calm as drifting clouds. "Grandpa, are you saying that young man is a martial cultivator?"
Sun Yueying asked. Grandfather's son replied, "Unlikely.
I sense no martial aura emanating from him, but I am certain he is no ordinary man." Her expression shifted instantly to condescension. If he weren't a martial cultivator, how could he possibly rival her, a prodigy trained in the Sun family's ultimate martial arts?
"You?" Grandfather's son smiled gently, offering instruction. "Never assume being born a son entitles you to look down upon all else.
I brought you here to fish, not for the catch but to temper your heart through this seemingly dull practice." A true martial cultivator must maintain composure and serenity under all circumstances. You must emulate me, facing the tedium of fishing without the slightest impatience. Sun Yueying's expression changed abruptly. She bowed her head hastily. Grandpa's admonition is just. Grandfather's son nodded faintly, a serene smile lingering on his lips as he resumed fishing. Yet, half an hour later, that smile vanished, replaced by growing impatience. Not a single fish had bitten. As if the river held no life at all. Frustration darkened grandfather's son's countenance. He flung the fishing rod aside with a sharp clatter. The noise jolted Sun Yueying awake. She drifted into drowsy slumber beside him, and she blinked to open her eyes. Grandpa, did you catch a fish? His scowling frustration melted away, replaced instantly by practiced calm. Cough, Yueying, what did I tell? The purpose of fishing lies not in the catch, but in cultivating inner stillness. Your training in composure has concluded. Let us return home. Finally, home at last. Sun Yueying beamed with delight. Grandfather's son nodded, paused, and then spoke with sudden gravity. Once home, discreetly investigate that young man. Why, Grandpa? Sun Yueying's voice tightened, recalling Mo Chuan with fresh irritation. Grandfather's son's tone deepened, because he may truly be no ordinary man. He recalled Mo Chuan's earlier warning. There are no fish in this river. Mo family villa. No sooner had Mo Chuan passed through the iron gates than his second uncle Mo Yuhai strode forward to greet him. Where've you been, boy? Vanished before sunrise. Mo Yuhai clapped Mo Chuan's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Morning, jogging along the riverbank, Mo Chuan replied. He naturally omitted the truth that he'd plunged into the Yunshui River to consume fish. Mo Yuhai nodded, then grinned. Come, let your second uncle show you the world. Fine, Mo Chuan agreed, though a flicker of curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Mo Yuhai led him into the villa's grand hall. The moment Mo Chuan entered, he beheld a bustling scene. Grandfather Mo Yushan, Wan Hongtang, Mo Dai, and Zhao Fanlin, all present. Also present was a middle-aged man not of the Mo family, sitting oddly on the sofa, cradling a birdcage in his hands, inside which perched a small bird. At that moment, Grandfather Mo Yushan and the others gathered around the man, conversing warmly. Yet the man himself remained aloof, distractedly teasing the caged bird while offering only perfunctory replies. Grandfather Mo showed no trace of offense. Even Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang, and Mo Dai, their entire household, displayed no resentment, instead wearing expressions of eager deference. Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xiao Chuan, this is Master Su Boy, Mo Yuhai noted, sensing Mo Chuan's curiosity, and introduced the man with a smile. Don't let Master Su's aloof demeanor fool you, he is the disciple of a divine physician. The disciple of the divine physician? Mo Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Mo Yuhai smiled and explained, in our Yunjiang city there is a divine physician known as Old Man of Herbs who can cure all ailments. He has cured many prominent figures and is treated as an esteemed guest by company executives and clan heads. Master Su Boy is the disciple of the Old Man of Herbs and has truly inherited the divine physician's teachings. Our Mo family has expended considerable effort and connections to engage Master Su so that he can provide treatment for the old master. Is grandfather unwell? Mo Chuan inquired. Not particularly, it's just that as people age their immune systems inevitably decline, increasing the likelihood of various cancers. Master Su has a health regimen that can enhance the old master's immunity, divided into 9 treatment sessions, and today is the final one, Mo Yuhai answered earnestly. At that moment the crowd in the hall noticed Mo Chuan's arrival and paused their conversations. Who is this? Su Boy shifted his gaze from the birdcage to Mo Chuan and said indifferently. Old Master Mo chuckled and said, Master Su, this is my grandson Mo Chuan. Xiao Chuan, this is Su Boy, Master Su. I know, Grandfather Mo Chuan replied with a smile, lightly nodding at Su Boy. However, Su Boy frowned slightly, feeling displeased with Mo Chuan's attitude. As a disciple of the divine physician Old Man of Herbs, he was used to being treated like a star wherever he went. But from the indifferent gaze of this Mo Chuan, Su Boy did not see the respect he felt he deserved. Xiao Chuan, Master Su is here, why don't you greet him properly? Mo Yushan's expression darkened as he admonished. Mo Chuan replied calmly, I have already greeted him. Upon hearing this, Su Boy's expression grew even more unsightly. Mo Chuan remained composed, feeling nothing was amiss. He had always believed in mutual respect. If others treated him with indifference, he would reciprocate. Nonsense. You merely nodded, is that how you greet someone? Mo Yushan fumed. Wan Hongtang sarcastically remarked, if people didn't know any better they might think our Mo family lacks manners. Clearly someone who has been out and about for too long has forgotten their manners, Mo Dai muttered softly. Zhao Fanglin's expression changed as he said, Xiao Chuan surely did not mean it, let's not say anything more. Yes, Mo Yuhai quickly added. Wan Hongtang scoffed, enough, a mistake is a mistake, you two should stop siding with Mo Chuan. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense. Su Boy's face showed no visible emotion as he entertained himself with the birds in the cage. Finally old Master Mo stepped in to ease the tension, saying, Master Su, I apologize on behalf of Chuan. He has not experienced your skills and is unaware of your greatness, please forgive him. Su Boy seemed to think of something, stopped playing with the caged birds and smiled, no problem, let's begin the final treatment session. Su Boy stood up, set the birdcage down and approached old Master Mo. I appreciate your efforts, Master Su, old Master Mo said with a smile. Su Boy nodded, took out a few silver needles and expertly inserted them into various acupuncture points on old Master Mo. His technique was highly skillful and awe-inspiring. Before one's very eyes old Master Mo's facial muscles relaxed and his overall vitality noticeably improved. Truly a disciple of the old man of herbs. Master Zu's medical skills are truly miraculous. Mo Yushan exclaimed. Wang Hongtang looked at him with admiration, wholeheartedly agreeing. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin also expressed their amazement. Mo Chuan paid little mind to such petty tricks. His attention was fully on the birdcage. Mo Chuan paid little mind to such petty tricks. His attention was fully on the birdcage. He had a strong intuition that Su Boy's pet bird was no ordinary creature. Its bloodline must be extraordinary. Realizing this, Mo Chuan couldn't help but worry about the evolution of his dragon bloodline. That morning he had devoured all the fish within a radius of several dozen meters to strengthen his dragon bloodline for the second shedding of his golden snake. Although it is said that with each of the 9 shed skins the bloodline energy required increases more and more. But is it really this exaggerated after only the second shedding? Mo Chuan thought to himself. Of course he also understood that this was related to the creatures he had consumed. The fish in the Yunshui River were all ordinary fish with ordinary bloodlines and the energy they provided was indeed limited. However, if he continued to consume ordinary bloodline animals it would become increasingly difficult to evolve. By the time he reached the 7th, 8th and 9th shed skins he would probably need to devour all the fish on the planet, and that still might not be enough. Moreover, he could not possibly consume large quantities of animals as it would be detrimental to the Earth's ecosystem, affecting everyone globally. Mo Chuan was not that selfish. In short, consuming a large number of ordinary bloodline animals was of little benefit to him. For others it was utterly harmful. It seems that in the future I must seek out animals with special bloodlines to nourish the dragon bloodline. Just like the exotic bird in this cage. Mo Chuan contemplated as he gazed at the birdcage. All right. Su Boy retracted the silver needles and said, next drink the medicine and the final treatment session will conclude. Old Master Mo smiled, saying, thank you for your hard work, Master Su. Su Boy waved his hand, then took out a bag of herbs and walked towards the villa's kitchen. After a few minutes he returned with a bowl of prepared herbal decoction. Old Master Mo took the bowl, sipped a small mouthful and said with a smile, Master Su, just a little sip and I already feel my fatigue has eased considerably. Of course. My health regimen is no exaggeration. After 9 treatment sessions I guarantee you'll live a long life. Su Boy said, hands clasped behind his back with an air of pride. Quickly drink this last dose. Old Master Mo's eyes brightened and he immediately picked up the bowl, preparing to continue drinking the medicine. Wait. Just then Mo Chuan snapped back to reality from his contemplation and called out to old Master Mo. Xiao Chuan, what's the matter? Old Master Mo paused with the medicine bowl in hand, smiling as he asked. Grandfather, this medicine cannot be consumed. Mo Chuan scrutinized the decoction in old Master Mo's hands, frowning as he stated. Being burdened with the hallucinogenic poison and supreme poison, he was very sensitive to toxins. The herbal decoction brewed by Su Boy smelled normal to others, but to Mo Chuan it exuded a toxic scent. A deadly toxin. Old Master Mo pondered for a moment and asked Xiao Chuan, can you tell grandfather why? Mo Chuan replied flatly, this medicine is poisonous. Upon hearing this the entire room erupted in uproar. The medicine is poisoned. Xiao Chuan, is this true? Mo Laoye's complexion shifted. Mo Yuhai hurriedly soothed, yes Xiao Chuan, this was personally brewed by Master, so you must not be mistaken. Zhao Fanlin looked at Mo Chuan with concern. Mo Chuan nodded with certainty, I am sure this is a bowl of poison. This is sheer nonsense. Mo Yushan snapped angrily, scolding, Master Su, esteemed as a disciple of the divine physician, is not someone a mere stripling like you can sully. What a disgrace to the Mo family. Wang Hongtang spat. Mo Chuan, can you even speak? It would be one thing if you did not flatter Master Su, but to try to frame him. Mo Dai was furious. She had planned to ask Su Boy for a beautifying potion later, and now Mo Chuan had offended him, ruining those plans. Su Boy stood motionless, expressionless. Young brother, you claim my medicine is poisonous, do you have any evidence? If not, you are spreading slander. Then do not blame Su if I am not courteous. His manner chilled, a glint of frost in his eyes. Evidence. Of course. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. He stepped close to Mo Laoy and said, Grandfather, hand me the medicine. Mo Laoy sighed and passed the bowl over. Mo Chuan took the bowl, cast his gaze across the villa parlor and fixed it on a fish tank in the corner, a decorative fixture housing ornamental fish.
Without a word, Mo Chuan approached the tank and poured the remaining broth into it. Mo Chuan, what are you doing? That's Master Z's medicinal decoction, it's expensive, you know. Mo Dai complained. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang wore hostile looks.
Yet when Su Boy saw this, his expression abruptly changed.
Quiet. Just watch. Mo Chuan cast Mo Dai a cool glance. You.
She began angrily about to retort. But in the next moment the disturbance in the tank stunned Mo Dai.
Not only her, the entire Mo household was shocked, every face froze in astonishment. After the broth was poured, the ornamental fish in the tank began to convulse. Before long all the fish were. Mo Chuan stared at Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai and said calmly, this is the master Su you fawn over.
Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai looked ghastly.
Mo Chuan turned to Su Boy. Is this the evidence you wanted?
Su Boy's face grew as dark as still water.
Mo Leoi, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin were too stunned to.
Could Su Boy, a disciple of the divine physician, truly have sought to harm someone? For a moment the silence was almost palpable. After a pause Su Boy laughed aloud, his expression triumphant. So what if this secret is revealed? Your family patriarch has already taken a small sip of the medicine. Even a single sip marks the completion of the 9th treatment.
With the 9 treatments complete, your elder's life is already in my hands.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mo Leoi Winston Payne collapsed weakly onto the sofa, his breathing growing perilously labored.
Father! Mo Yuhai cried, hastily supporting Mo Leoi.
The other's expressions shifted.
I see. Mo Chuan's face showed sudden comprehension as he regarded Su Boy and spoke calmly.
The concoction you brewed poses little immediate harm to humans, merely a trace of toxicity. But creatures like fish with weaker immunity and resistance can be killed by even that tiny bit of toxin.
Yet human resistance has its limits. So you painstakingly arranged 9 treatments for my grandfather. A dose with each treatment, 9 accumulations, turns an otherwise innocuous decoction into a potent poison.
Su Boy chuckled, indeed everything you say is correct. Mo Chuan shrugged and continued. Perhaps the reason those tycoons and clan heads revere your master Baichao Laoren as an honored guest is the same. You used the same method on those magnates, administered a slow poison so that without their knowledge deadly levels accumulated while the antidote remained in your hands, forcing their submission and placing them under your control.
As Mo Chuan voiced the conjecture, an uproar swept the parlor. If true, how many of Yunjiang City's great families were under Baichao Laoren's sway?
A chill went through everyone, they dared not imagine further. Su Boy's expression finally shifted, he snorted coldly.
You brat, I underestimated you, you're even able to deduce that.
But what puzzles me is why you show no concern for your grandfather whose life hangs by a thread and instead stand here and prate with me. A mocking smile tugged at Su Boy's lips.
Why should I worry? Mo Chuan asked calmly in return. You Mo Chuan returning to the Mo household with ill intent. You want the old man dead so you can inherit.
Wang Hongtang, sharp and accusatory, pointed and shouted.
Mo Chuan glanced at Wang Hongtang with derision. You know better than I who covets the inheritance. Do not fling such vile accusations. Wang Hongtang's face flushed crimson.
Mo Chuan ignored her and walked to the refrigerator by the kitchen, opening it and peering inside. Inside were various ingredients and some beverages.
Mo Chuan took a bottle of cola, opened it, and at his fingertip condensed a drop of purple venom.
It was the second serpent toxin, the supreme venom.
With his back to the assembled, Mo Chuan dropped the single bead of supreme toxin into the cola, shook the bottle and turned to approach Mo Leoi. Grandfather, drink this cola and your poison will be neutralized, Mo Chuan said with a smile.
Mo Leoi, racked with agony, shakily reached out and took the bottle.
Mo Chuan. Don't you dare. Mo Yushan's face fell. Wang Hongtang likewise bore a hard expression. Mo Dai glared fiercely at Mo Chuan. Now is the time to call an ambulance. Why are you giving grandfather cola? Do you mean to harm him? Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin looked puzzled, even they were alarmed by Mo Chuan's action. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. I told you this cola can counteract the poison.
Hearing that, Su Boy could hardly contain his laughter. That toxin had been the labor of his master Baichao Laoren, researched over countless days and nights.
The poison's formulation was maddeningly complex, how could a mere stripling have unraveled it? And with a bottle of cola. Preposterous to the extreme.
Mo Chuan paid no heed to Su Boy's sneers. He turned to old Master Mo and said, Grandfather, if you trust me, drink this bottle of cola.
With a face full of pain and weakness, old Master Mo nodded, trembling as he held the cola bottle, pouring it into his mouth. The cola went down. Ha ha, how naive.
You think a bottle of cola can neutralize the poison that my master concocted? Su Boy mocked, but as soon as he finished speaking, the pain on old Master Mo's face vanished. His breathing became smooth and no longer labored.
How is this possible? Su Boy could not remain calm, his gaze fixed on old Master Mo.
The deadly poison concocted by the master was so easily neutralized. And it only took a bottle of cola. Mo Yuhai Zhao Fanlin and other members of the Mo family were equally astonished. However, Mo Yuhai quickly reacted joyfully, exclaiming, "Dad, are you alright?" Thanks to this child, Xiao Chuan old master Mo looked at Mo Chuan, his eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Mo Yushan, Mo Dai and Wang Hongtan, feeling ashamed, were left speechless. They had doubted Mo Chuan earlier, but now it seemed utterly foolish. Mo Chuan glanced at Su Boy and said indifferently, "The poison has been neutralized, do you have any tricks left?" Su Boy's heart sank and he hurriedly took a few steps back. "Someone take this man down for me," Mo Yuhai quickly commanded. Upon hearing this, commotion erupted outside the villa. Soon several bodyguards from the Mo family burst through the door surrounding Su Boy. Su Boy regained his composure and sneered, "Just you guys. A mere ordinary business family without any warriors thinks you can take me down." "Hush," he whistled. The birdcage he brought began to stir. The captured strange bird actually broke free from its cage. Then the strange bird suddenly flapped its wings, sending out a powerful gust of wind. Ah! The bodyguards surrounding Su Boy were instantly blown away with screams. Everyone from the Mo family was stunned. "Haha, a mere Mo family is no match for a pet bird I raised," Su Boy said arrogantly. This strange bird was usually fed with precious herbs, having mutated long ago. It even showed no fear of legendary warriors. No wonder I sensed this strange bird's bloodline was unusual. It turns out to be a demon beast, albeit the lowest level of demon beast, Mo Chuan thought silently as he looked at the strange bird. Humans absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate into warriors or immortals. All beings are equal. Not only humans can cultivate, other life forms can also absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. This strange bird had absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, undergoing a metamorphosis to become a demon beast. Ordinary people are far from being able to contend with demon beasts. To deal with them, one must rely on warriors or cultivators like Mo Chuan. The energy from the bloodline of a demon beast is certainly much better than the fish from Yunshui River, right? Mo Chuan stared at the strange bird, feeling a surge of eagerness. At this moment, more bodyguards, hearing the commotion in the hall, rushed in. Mo Yuhai quickly said, "Catch that bird." Yes. The bodyguards looked at the strange bird and immediately closed in. "Overestimating yourselves," Su Boy sneered. Whoosh! The strange bird flapped its wings again, unleashing another strong gust of wind. Ah! The bodyguards were blown away like paper. Su Boy turned to the Mo family members, sneering, "It's your turn now." The expressions of the crowd changed as the strange bird flapped its wings. But just then the strange bird suddenly stopped its movements. Its wings drooped weakly, unable to maintain its flight. Its eyes also half-closed, looking listless. "What's going on?" Su Boy quickly caught the strange bird, his heart shaken. He failed to notice the faint mist that had appeared in the hall. The first snake venom hallucination poison. Mo Chuan quietly withdrew his hand, watching the scene with indifference. Su Boy took a long time to realize what was wrong with the strange bird. He gritted his teeth and looked at the Mo family members with a cold snort. Consider yourselves lucky today." Su Boy took the strange bird and left in defeat. The Mo family members instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Chuan's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the hall. "Xiao Chuan, what are you doing?" Mo Yuhai hurriedly called from behind. "Second uncle, and going out to see if that Su has really left," Mo Chuan replied. A small alley by the street. Su Boy had already left the Mo family for some time, carrying the unconscious strange bird, walking down the road with a grim expression. "The plan to subdue the Mo family has failed. My master will definitely punish me when I return." "Oh really?" A voice suddenly laughed behind Su Boy. Su Boy turned around abruptly and saw a young man, exclaiming, "It's you. You were following me." "What? Is that a problem?" Mo Chuan's true energy surged as he kicked towards Su Boy. Su Boy was caught off guard, screamed as he fell to the ground, being trampled by Mo Chuan. "You're a warrior." Su Boy was shocked by Mo Chuan's strength. He gritted his teeth and said, "I see now, it was you who secretly tampered with my pet earlier." "Indeed." Mo Chuan took the unconscious strange bird from Su Boy's hand, examining it with a smile. This was the purpose of his trip. To absorb the bloodline energy of this demon beast bird. Just then Su Boy's eyes flickered. Taking advantage of Mo Chuan's focus on the strange bird, he quickly got up from the ground and fled in a panic. "Oh, you want to run?" Mo Chuan looked up, watching Su Boy's retreating figure. "Then go ahead and run." Mo Chuan smiled indifferently. "I hope you bring more demon beasts with you when you seek revenge in the future." Mo Chuan turned his attention back to the strange bird. He raised a hand and a black vortex appeared. "Devour." The strange bird was engulfed by the black vortex. Soon the bloodline energy of the demon beast strange bird transformed into a warm current, nourishing Mo Chuan's entire body. The dragon bloodline received a significant boost. If I could obtain a few more similar demon beasts, a third metamorphosis wouldn't be out of the question.
Mo Chuan couldn't help but marvel.
The energy from a demon beast strange bird is worth more than hundreds of fish from Yinshui River. Indeed, in the future I need to find demon beasts with stronger bloodlines to devour ordinary animals, or really not enough to fill the gaps.
Mo family.
When Mo Chuan returned, the villa that had been disturbed by Su Boy had already returned to calm.
Xiao Chuan, you're finally back, Mo Yuhai said, obviously relieved. Second uncle Mo Chuan smiled and nodded.
Old Master Mo approached with a cane, looking somewhat appreciative yet fearful, sighing, this time we owe it all to you, Xiao Chuan, otherwise we would have been deceived by Su Boy.
Grandfather, no need to say more, this is what I should do. Mo Chuan waved his hand and smiled. Old Master Mo nodded and then said, there's a business gathering at noon inviting all the business families from Yunjiang City. Many of the younger generation from various families will attend. How about you represent our Mo family?
As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai's family all changed their expressions.
Very well, Mo Chuan agreed without hesitation.
Having attended numerous such business gatherings during his time with the Su family in the capital, he was curious to see how Yunjiang City's elite convened.
Grandfather, Mo Dai interjected, her voice edged with grievance, isn't it usually me who represents the Mo family at events like...
Grandfather Mo spoke earnestly, now that Xiao Chuan has returned to the Mo family he must appear more often in public so that every major clan knows he is one of ours.
Mo Dai's expression darkened instantly. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang exchanged a glance, both deeply unsettled. At such business exchanges, prominent families typically dispatched their most promising young heirs, or even their designated successors, as representatives. The Mo family's situation was unusual. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin had no children, not for lack of desire but due to infertility.
Medical examinations confirmed neither suffered any physical ailment, yet inexplicably conception remained impossible.
Thus Mo Dai had always represented the Mo family at such gatherings. Now Grandfather Mo's decision to appoint Mo Chuan as representative signaled unmistakable favor, and for Mo Yushan's branch it was anything but welcome news. Grandfather.
Mo Dai still bristled with quiet resistance. Grandfather Mo waved a hand to cut her off, then fixed Mo Dai with a solemn fatherly gaze. I know you harbor reservations about Mo Chuan, but he is after all your cousin.
We are family. Let there be no further discord.
As he spoke, his eyes flickered pointedly toward Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang, whose faces flushed with awkward discomfort as if seated upon thorns.
Understood, Grandfather Mo Dai murmured, bowing her head in swift acquiescence. Mo Yuhai by contrast beamed with delight, clapping Mo Chuan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. I'll have the driver take you this noon. Agreed, Mo Chuan replied.
Watching this exchange, Mo Yushan lowered his gaze, his expression shifting, unreadable, turbulent, inscrutable.
A modest cafe on a Yunjiang city street.
Two men sat opposite each other, cups of coffee steaming between them. You shouldn't have left the Mo residence just now, it risks alerting your younger brother. The speaker was a young man dressed in opulent attire, his face softened by a faint practiced smile. Across from him sat a middle-aged man wearing dark sunglasses. The sunglassed man replied coolly, young master, he jests, I hold no position of importance in the Mo family.
Who would waste breath tracking my comings and goings? He Chang's smile never wavered as he lifted his cup and took a delicate sip. Then why meet me today? What do you require?
I ask for your aid, and that of the He family, to eliminate a man. He stands too highly in grandfather's eyes, already threatening my designs. His voice turned glacial, teeth clenched with venom.
Oh. Who is he? He Chang asked. My younger sister's son, Mo Chuan.
The sunglassed man's tone dripped with icy malice. He Chang chuckled softly, to strike down kin, your heart truly knows no mercy.
The sunglassed man fell silent, then broke into a mirthless, jagged grin.
Once you've crossed that line, the second step costs nothing in conscience.
He Chung paused, then laughed outright. Ah, I'd forgotten. You once used our family's connections to procure a poison from Elder Bai Chao. Indeed.
That poison proved most effective, my second brother remains childless to this day.
He spoke without remorse.
He Chang whistled in admiration, truly a man of iron resolve. Then he added, the Yi family may act on your nephew's life, but what will you offer in return?
Have I not already pledged it?
The Yi family removes all obstacles in my path. Once I ascend as patriarch of the Mo family, 30% of the clan's annual revenue shall be remitted to your house, without fail.
See that you honor that vow.
He Chang rose, locking eyes with the sunglassed man. The He family is Yunjiang City's foremost dynasty, I'd scarcely dare deceive you, came the calm reply.
Excellent. He Chang nodded. Mo Chuan departs the Mo residence this noon for a business gathering.
A crucial detail casually disclosed.
Rest assured, I'll arrange for his demise on the return journey.
With that, He Chang strode away.
Mo Chuan, may you survive the gathering today. The sunglassed man removed his shades, revealing Mo Yushan's cold, impassive visage.
His long simmering scheme had been simple poison Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin, rendering them barren. Even if grandfather Mo bestowed the patriarchship upon Mo Yuhai, succession would inevitably revert to Mo Yushan, the elder brother, once Mo Yuhai stepped aside, having no heir to inherit. But an unforeseen variable had shattered that plan. Mo Chuan.
Grandfather Mo held him in profound esteem. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin too doted upon their nephew. Thus, though Mo Yuhai bore no blood heir, the patriarchship could pass instead to Mo Chuan, not to Mo Yushan, his elder brother.
If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you, grandfather.
Why deny the title to your eldest son?
If you refuse to grant it, I shall seize it by blood if need be.
Mo Yushan donned his sunglasses once more and departed the cafe. Noon arrived.
The Houting Grand Hotel. Yunjiang City's premier five-star establishment, renowned among local business circles, hosting countless high-profile events. Before its entrance, luxury vehicles lined the curb, luminaries gathered in glittering procession. Elegantly dressed men and women presented engraved invitations to the security guards at the gate.
Master Zhang, please enter. President He, welcome. Miss Du, honored. Mr. Lu, please proceed. Beautiful hostesses accepted each invitation with reverent grace. These social elites were ushered inside by attendants to attend the midday gathering. Mo Chuan arrived at the entrance, pausing briefly to survey the grand facade of the Houting Grand Hotel, then nodded approvingly. Impressive indeed. Soon the queue thinned.
Mo Chuan stepped forward and produced his invitation, the very one grandfather Mo had handed him before departure. The hostess accepted it with deference, yet the moment her eyes scanned its contents, her courtesy vanished. She straightened, voice firm. I'm sorry, sir, you may not enter.
Why? Mo Chuan blinked, startled.
This invitation bore grandfather Mo's seal, surely it could not be invalid. The hostess countered, Sir, are you from the Mo family?
Mo Chuan nodded. Yes.
I represent them, doesn't the invitation state so?
Precisely.
She immediately called out, Security, seize this man. A group of hotel security quickly surrounded Mo Chuan.
What do you mean by this? Mo Chuan's expression darkened as he spoke to the receptionist. The receptionist sneered. As far as I know, there is only one person in the younger generation of the Mo family, and that person is Mo Dai.
You are not Mo Dai, so I suspect you have stolen the invitation from the Mo family. I am the grandson of old Master Mo, and I have been away from home for a long time, only just returning recently, Mo Chuan explained calmly.
Whether or not I am a thief will be determined after you take me away.
The receptionist shook her head, completely ignoring him. The security guards pressed closer to Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan furrowed his brow deeply, feeling that things were not as simple as they appeared. In the luxury hotel on the second floor, in a certain private room.
This room had a unique view, allowing a clear sight of the hotel's entrance. At this moment, two people were sitting in the private room observing the situation at the hotel entrance through the window. One of them was Li Wenbai, the owner of the hotel. The other was Li Xiaohai, Li Wenbei's son. Li Xiaohai stood by the window pointing at Mo Chuan, who was being blocked at the entrance, and said, Dad, I have already instructed the receptionist to take him down.
Well done, Li Wenbai praised.
Li Xiaohai hesitated for a moment and asked, Dad, is this young man the one that old man Baichao wants to deal with?
Exactly.
His name is Mo Chuan, the grandson of old Master Mo, Li Wenbai replied. Is he the one who ruined old man Baichao's plan? Li Xiaohai was quite surprised. The father and son had received news that morning that Suboy, old man Baichao's disciple, had fled from the Mo family in a hurry, and the plan to take over the Mo family had failed. The reason for the failure was related to a young man named Mo Chuan. Thinking of this, Li Xiaohai's eyes suddenly brightened. Old man Baichao must be trying to use poison to control the Mo family, but was thwarted by Mo Chuan.
Could it be that he has a way to neutralize old man Baichao's poison? Li Wenbai frowned and said, Don't think too much.
Old man Baichao's poison cannot be easily resolved. However, Li Xiaohai felt particularly unwilling when he thought about being controlled at such a young age.
Li Wenbai sighed and said, What else can we do?
Our whole family is under old man Baichao's poison, only he has the antidote, so we have no choice but to obey him. You're right, Dad. Li Xiaohai felt a wave of helplessness. I wonder how many people in Yunjiang City are under old man Baichao's poison, obeying him. I can tell you clearly that at least 4 of the top 10 wealthy families in Yunjiang City are under the control of old man Baichao.
Li Wenbai said indifferently. Li Xiaohai's body trembled, looking at Li Wenbai in shock.
So don't even think about betraying old man Baichao.
This setback is only temporary.
The Mo family is ranked 9th among the top 10 wealthy families. Not worth mentioning. Old man Baichao will soon send someone to take down the Mo family again.
Li Wenbai warned.
Yes. Li Xiaohai felt cold sweat on his forehead, terrified of his previously unrealistic thoughts. At that moment, Li Wenbei's brow suddenly furrowed as he looked towards the hotel entrance and said, Something is happening. At the hotel entrance, Mo Chuan was confronting a group of hotel security.
A conflict was about to break out.
But just then a voice rang out.
Mo Chuan. A crisp and pleasant voice sounded, mixed with some surprise and delight. Mo Chuan turned to see Lin Yajun dressed casually.
Lin Yajun's stunning face was full of joy as she smiled slightly. Are you here to attend today's business gathering too?
Yes, Mo Chuan nodded.
The receptionist clearly recognized Lin Yajun and hurriedly said, Miss Lin, this person is not here for the gathering, he is a thief who stole the Mo family's invitation. Lin Yajun's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Mo Chuan and said, you are indeed a member of the Mo family. The receptionist became anxious and said, Miss Lin, he is not a member of the Mo family, he is a thief. Lin Yajun's expression darkened as she looked at the receptionist and coldly snorted, are you implying that my friend Lin Yajun is a No, that's not what I meant. The receptionist felt a chill in her heart and hurriedly said. Then if he is not a thief, why won't you let him in? Lin Yajun was clearly unhappy and questioned. This. The receptionist hesitated.
I never expected that Mo Chuan would know the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Li Xiaohai watched this scene at the hotel entrance and said with emotion. The Lin family. Li Wenbei's eyes narrowed. The Lin family's assets rank second among all the wealthy families in Yunjiang City, second only to the He family. Moreover, there were rumors that the Lin family was spending a lot of money to train their own warriors.
In due time, the Lin family would no longer be just an ordinary wealthy family but a powerful martial arts family.
A family in its prime.
We cannot afford to offend the Lin family.
Instruct everyone not to make things difficult for Mo Chuan anymore. Li Wenbei sighed as he spoke.
Li Xiaohai's expression changed, but what about old man Baichao?
Li Wenbei looked out the window and shook his head. It doesn't matter. I just had someone block Mo Chuan because he appeared on our territory. If we pretend we don't know, we might not be able to explain ourselves. As for Mo Chuan, old man Baichao will send someone to deal with him.
Li Xiaohai nodded, I understand. At the entrance of the hotel, the manager who received the order hurried over.
Miss Lin and Mr.
Mo, this matter is our hotel's fault, please forgive us. I'm sorry, the receptionist said, her face pale, trembling and no longer having the previous arrogance.
Mo Chuan watched the two of them soften with great interest, his eyes slightly squinted. Hey, what's with that attitude? I helped you out.
Lin Yajun bit her pink lips and immediately chased after him.
Hey, what's with that attitude? I helped you out.
Lin Yajun bit her pink lips and immediately chased after him. Then I thank you. Mo Chuan smiled helplessly. You have no sincerity at all. Lin Yajun shot him a glare. By the way, Lin Yajun suddenly thought of something and quickly took out her phone, huffing, hurry up, you haven't given me your contact information yet.
Is that really necessary? Mo Chuan said as he walked. Of course it is necessary. We faced wild wolves together as comrades. Lin Yajun frowned and said. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the hotel lobby.
In the lobby, when those rich young masters saw Lin Yajun arrive, they intended to approach her, but when they saw Mo Chuan beside her, their expressions suddenly changed.
The little princess of the Lin family is actually chatting happily with a stranger. Who is that guy so close to the princess of the Lin family? Indeed, it's quite enviable, he's really fortunate. Could he be the boyfriend of the Lin family princess? Impossible, I've never heard of Lin Yajun having a boyfriend. In the hall, everyone was murmuring softly, their gazes fixed on Mo Chuan and Lin Yajun.
At this moment, someone who had just entered clarified their doubts.
You all didn't see what happened at the hotel entrance earlier, right? As far as I know, that guy is called Mo Chuan from the Mo family. The person from the Mo family. When did the Mo family gain a new young generation? Yes, isn't the only young member of the Mo family Mo die? But even if that guy is from the Mo family, he doesn't measure up. Indeed, the Mo family's assets barely rank among the top 10 wealthy families in Yunjiang, and they are quite low, only in 9th place. Right. The Lin family is second. If that Mo Chuan is really Lin Yajun's boyfriend, he's definitely climbing too high. The crowd looked at Mo Chuan with eyes full of envy, jealousy and hatred. Mo Chuan and Lin Yajun were conversing in a corner of the hall. Although everyone was whispering, Lin Yajun still overheard them. She couldn't help but blush slightly. What's wrong with you? Mo Chuan, unfazed by the gossip around, was instead curious about Lin Yajun's change in demeanor. Nothing, it's nothing.
Lin Yajun bit her pink lip and replied softly. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the hall.
Xiong Xian actually came too.
Isn't that the young master of the Xiong martial arts school? That's right, he's a genuine martial artist, so be mindful of your words.
Ha, it's rumored that Xiong Xian is quite interested in Lin Yajun. This will be entertaining. Everyone's gaze turned towards Mo Chuan, filled with amusement and mockery.
Suddenly a tall young man entered through the hall's entrance. He had a composed demeanor and sharp eyes. A hint of confident smile adorned his face. It was Xiong Xian.
Xiong Xian scanned the hall and immediately spotted Lin Yajun in the corner. His eyes lit up and he walked over. Yajun, I didn't expect you to attend this gathering. Who is this person?
As Xiongxian approached before he could finish speaking, his expression changed.
He saw Mo Chuan beside Lin Yajun. Lin Yajun pouted. Xiongxian, this is none of your business, right? How can it not be my business?
We've known each other for so long as friends.
Xiongxian forced a smile, his expression quite unpleasant.
Lin Yajun frowned slightly and said coldly, Xiongxian, I never considered you a friend.
It's you who has been pestering me.
Xiongxian's expression stiffened, but he immediately turned his gaze to Mo Chuan, looking proud as he coldly said, this young brother seems unfamiliar, why don't you introduce yourself? In his view, coming from the Xiong martial arts school and being a martial artist, it should be an honor for the person to get acquainted with him. But Mo Chuan merely glanced at Xiongxian, indifferently shook his head and said, we have no need to know each other.
You. Anger ignited in Xiongxian's eyes. He well done, just don't give such people a good face.
Lin Yajun chuckled softly. As she spoke, she tugged at Mo Chuan's sleeve, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Shall we change places?
There's an annoying person here. Sure. Mo Chuan nodded. The two then left the corner. Who on earth is that guy? Why is he so close to Yajun? Xiongxian watched Mo Chuan's departing figure, his forehead veins bulging, forcibly suppressing the anger within him. My goodness, this Mo family kid is really too arrogant. Indeed, he completely ignores Xiongxian.
Xiongxian is a genuine martial artist, isn't he afraid of Xiongxian's revenge?
The crowd was shocked, taken aback by Mo Chuan's bold actions.
Xiongxian heard all this and the anger on his face vanished, replaced by a disdainful smile.
So he's from the Mo family, he. In the entire Yinjiang city, besides a few martial arts families, he doesn't take other wealthy families seriously.
Because he stands behind the Xiong martial arts school. Young Master Xiong, how have you been lately? It's been a long time, young Master Xiong, you still have the same charm. At this moment, a group of people surrounded him, speaking enthusiastically. Xiongxian wore a proud expression, casually greeting these people. This was the status he deserved. Wherever he went, people flocked to him. On the other side, Mo Chuan and Lin Yajun stopped at a dining table. There were some desserts and drinks on the table, which were the snacks for this gathering. Mo Chuan casually picked up a dessert and popped it into his mouth while looking at the distant Xiongxian, asking, tell me about Xiongxian's background. Lin Yajun was taken aback, then her red lips parted slightly. Xiongxian is not a local. He and the Xiong martial arts school behind him moved to Yinjiang city about 3 to 4 years ago. However, the local wealthy families in Yinjiang have great respect for the Xiong martial arts school. Even those high and mighty martial arts families do not exhibit a dismissive attitude towards this external force. Lin Yajun added. An external force suddenly moving to Yinjiang city. Mo Chuan pondered slightly. What's wrong? Lin Yajun asked in confusion. It's nothing. Mo Chuan shook his head. When he approached Xiongxian earlier, he sensed a familiar aura. But he was previously ranked first on the martial arts heavenly ranking and had sparred with countless martial arts talents from Huaxia, coming into contact with too many people, so he couldn't immediately recall whose familiar aura it was. This is why he inquired Lin Yajun about Xiongxian's background. The business exchange meeting quickly commenced. Rich young masters and young ladies, each holding a glass, clinked glasses and chatted away. Mo Chuan observed for a while and soon became disappointed. These people touted this gathering as a business exchange meeting. However, in reality, it was all mutual flattery without any real exchange. It was either this wealthy young master bragging about how much money he made from a project, or that wealthy young lady showing off how much startup funding she received from home. This is far from the business gatherings in the capital. Mo Chuan sighed. What? Young Master Xiong, are you going to showcase your martial arts? At this moment, a wave of excitement surged at the center of the hall. There stood Xiongxian surrounded by admirers wearing a faint smile. At this moment, Mo Chuan and Lin Yajun, like everyone else, were staring at the center of the hall where Xiongxian stood. Xiongxian smiled at the crowd, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed Lin Yajun was also looking at him, which made him feel even prouder and more excited. A thought crossed Xiongxian's mind. Perhaps by demonstrating his strength, Lin Yajun might develop feelings for him. After all, people tend to admire the strong. Everyone watch closely as I demonstrate the airstrike technique. Xiongxian walked towards a dining table that had a bottle of red wine on it. Xiongxian stopped, realizing he was several meters away from the wine bottle. Shatter. He waved his palm lightly and a gust of air surged forth, causing the wine bottle located a few meters away to explode into countless shards. Is this what a warrior is capable of? It's terrifying. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Xiongxian retracted his palm and said with a faint smile, everyone, what I just used was true qi to shatter the wine bottle at a distance. True qi is something every warrior possesses, so it's nothing special. Even as he said this, a hint of pride lingered on his face. Xiongxiao was being modest, but not everyone has the privilege of becoming a warrior. The crowd expressed their envy and admiration. Xiongxian shook his head with a smile, saying, my strength is still too weak. After all, there are 9 realms of martial arts and I am currently only at the first realm. However, the crowd was still amazed. They were all wealthy young masters and ladies who lived lives filled with luxury and indulgence, having never encountered the martial world. The first realm of martial arts is already so impressive.
What about the 9th realm?
Xiongxiao is so young and already at the first realm, it surely won't be long before he becomes a 9th realm master. Exactly, Xiongxiao, please take care of me in the future. Seeing this, Xiongxian's expression of pride deepened and he laughed heartily, saying, oh no, you flatter me.
Mo Chuan, watching from a distance, sighed inwardly.
Warriors are still not as good as cultivators. There are 9 realms in martial arts and the refining chi stage is also divided into 9 levels. This means that the martial arts from the 1st to the 9th realm correspond to the refining chi from the 1st to the 9th level. Xiongxian, a warrior at the 1st realm, was at the same level as Mo Chuan, who was at the 1st level of refining chi. However, Xiongxian could only use his true chi to strike the wine bottle on the table a few meters away. If the distance were greater, his true chi would dissipate into the air.
In contrast, Mo Chuan could project a strand of true chi hundreds of meters away without it dissipating.
It could be said that the quality of a warrior's true chi and that of a cultivator's true chi is fundamentally different. Thus, even though Xiongxian at the 1st realm of martial arts and Mo Chuan at the 1st level of refining chi were of the same cultivation level, Xiongxian could still not defeat Mo Chuan.
In the same realm, warriors are not as good as cultivators. Mo Chuan, this Xiongxian is so full of himself.
At this moment, Lin Yijun pouted, complaining.
What's wrong? Mo Chuan asked.
He's just a warrior, look at how smug Xiongxian is. Lin Yijun crossed her arms, fuming.
Hearing this, Mo Chuan chuckled softly.
In the center of the hall, Xiongxian, basking in the admiration of the crowd, felt quite elated.
He glanced at Lin Yijun, expecting her to show admiration as well.
But to his surprise, Lin Yijun was not looking at him at all. Instead, she was chatting and laughing with Mo Chuan. That pair of shameless dogs.
Xiongxian's anger flared and he gritted his teeth.
Yet he thought of something else, suppressing his anger as he smiled wide.
Everyone.
I believe you haven't had enough of the martial arts display just now. Next, how about I demonstrate the mountain strike on the cow technique?
Great.
The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm palpable.
First, I need a volunteer, Xiongxian said with a smile. Xiongxiao, pick me. I can do it. The atmosphere in the room instantly ignited. But Xiongxian didn't look at anyone else, his gaze was fixed on Mo Chuan in the distance. Mo Chuan, how about you be the volunteer? Xiongxian asked with a smile. Me? Mo Chuan was taken aback. How did he suddenly get involved? Yes, are you afraid?
Xiongxian said, using a clear provocation.
Don't go.
Lin Yijun frowned slightly and warned that Xiongxian is narrow-minded, he must be plotting something bad.
It's fine, Mo Chuan shook his head. Let's just see what he really wants to do.
Mo Chuan, since you've agreed, please stand in front of the dining table on my side. Seeing his scheme succeed, Xiongxian's smile grew even brighter.
Alright, Mo Chuan complied, moving to the dining table next to Xiongxian.
The crowd, though disappointed not to be chosen as volunteers, felt hopeful about the upcoming mountain strike on the cow performance.
All eyes were fixed on Xiongxian and Mo Chuan.
Xiongxian pointed at a bottle of red wine on the dining table behind Mo Chuan, saying, did everyone see that bottle of red wine? This time I will also shatter it from a distance, but with an added challenge, there will be a person in between.
So this is the mountain strike on the cow. The crowd's eyes lit up and they grew even more excited.
Are you ready? Xiongxian asked with a sinister smile, looking at Mo Chuan.
You can start now, Mo Chuan replied calmly with a nod.
Seeing this, Xiongxian's smile widened even further, filled with mockery in his heart.
Mo Chuan, you are truly too naive. Indeed, I am prepared to perform the mountain strike on the cow,
he declared. But my true chi will not bypass you. You should brace yourself to endure my true chi assault as an ordinary person. As he thought this, Xiongxian's palm surged with true chi. Then his expression turned cold as he faced Mo Chuan and struck out with his palm. Whoosh! A stream of true chi shot out at high speed. So this is the plan, Mo Chuan realized upon seeing this fierce true chi, instantly understanding Xiongxian's intentions. He immediately circulated his own true chi surrounding his body as a defense.
The next moment, that stream of true chi struck Mo Chuan fiercely. The crowd widened their eyes watching this scene. However, after a few seconds, the anticipated mountain strike on the cow did not occur. The wine bottle on the dining table behind Mo Chuan remained intact. Why didn't the wine bottle break? Could it be a mistake?
Shut up, how could Xiongxiao make a mistake?
Then what is happening?
The crowd began to discuss among themselves.
Hearing these whispers, Xiongxian's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Mo Chuan, who was completely unharmed, and his expression was filled with intense gloom.
Why is this guy completely unscathed? Could it be that this guy is also a warrior so he resisted my true chi? A thought flashed through Xiong Xian's mind but he quickly dismissed it.
He sensed not a trace of a warrior's aura from Mo Chuan.
In the end Xiong Xian decided to give it another try.
That just now doesn't count.
With a cold snort Xiong Xian raised his right palm and once again gathered his true energy. This time he concentrated all his spirit, thus the released true energy was unprecedentedly powerful and fierce. Whoosh! The true energy shot out aimed directly at Mo Chuan. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless?
Mo Chuan looked at the formidable true energy and shook his head slightly.
This true energy was not comparable to the previous one. If it really hit an ordinary person, that person would probably be in grave danger.
However, Mo Chuan was not an ordinary person.
He was a cultivator.
Bang! A dull sound echoed. Finally the true energy struck Mo Chuan.
A sinister smile appeared on Xiong Xian's face as he fantasized about the miserable situation Mo Chuan would face next.
However, what are you laughing about? Mo Chuan looked at Xiong Xian indifferently.
The smile on Xiong Xian's face vanished.
He stared fiercely at Mo Chuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. You. How? Mo Chuan spoke with an expressionless face.
Since your strength is too weak to perform the feat of hitting a cow across the mountain, let me embarrass myself and perform the aerial acrobatics for everyone. With that Mo Chuan extended a finger and gently pointed at Xiong Xian.
Ah!
A few meters away Xiong Xian let out a scream and was sent flying.
The entire venue erupted in uproar.
What is happening? Wasn't young Master Xiong performing the feat of hitting a cow across the mountain?
Yeah, how did he fly out by himself? This is too bizarre. Even Lin Yaju looked at this scene in confusion. True energy. It's true energy.
Xiong Xian, who had been sent flying to a distance, immediately got up from the ground, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. Just now it was indeed a sudden burst of true energy that had sent him flying.
So you are a martial artist?
Xiong Xian said coldly to Mo Chuan.
Martial artist. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. Perhaps I once was. Hearing the dialogue between the two, the crowd was in an uproar. This kid from the Mo family is also a martial artist. So that's it.
Young Master Xiong flying out suddenly must be this Mo Chuan's doing.
No wonder Mo Chuan dares to ignore young Master Xiong. Mo Chuan.
He is actually a martial artist. Lin Yajun covered her rosy lips, feeling incredulous. Xiong Xian listened to the discussions around him, feeling utterly humiliated.
He clenched his fist and coldly glared at Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan. I will make you realize who is stronger between us. He did not believe he was weaker than Mo Chuan. He thought that it was only because Mo Chuan had been concealing his identity as a martial artist and then suddenly unleashed his true energy that caught him off guard. Is young Master Xiong declaring war on Mo Chuan? Who is more powerful between the two? Just watch to find out. Right, let's not think too much, just watching the duel between two martial artists is exciting enough. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement. A martial artist. What a rare identity. Even if they came from wealthy families, it was hard to see a martial artist in person. Because the martial families in Yunjiang City looked down on these worldly aristocrats and disdainfully refused to interact with them. Today just seeing Xiong Xian as a martial artist was already considered good luck. But next they might witness a duel between martial artists. How could this not excite and make them look forward to it? Mo Chuan, look, everyone is so eager for us to compare after the last round. Why are you still not showing any reaction? You aren't scared, are you? Xiong Xian looked at Mo Chuan, who appeared indifferent, and said with amusement. Competing with you? There's no need. Mo Chuan shook his head lightly. He once was the top of the martial arts heavenly ranking. Now coming to compete with a martial artist at the first level of martial arts. What is the first level of martial arts? Haha, the most pathetic existence among martial artists. If his old friends found out that he, Mo Chuan, was going to compete with the most pathetic among martial artists, wouldn't they laugh at him to death? Oof. I think you're just scared. What a coward. Xiong Xian's face was filled with disdain. Say whatever you like. Mo Chuan remained expressionless, turning around to leave. Mo Chuan. Seeing that his provocation had no effect, Xiong Xian's eyes were filled with rage. Since you are so cowardly and refuse to make a move, don't blame me for taking the initiative. With a loud roar, Xiong Xian clenched his fist and struck towards Mo Chuan's back. Instantly the temperature in the hall plummeted. A fierce wind began to swirl. Clearly it was all due to the force of Xiong Xian's punch. This punch is a secret technique of our family. Since you turned your back to me and didn't set up any defenses, just wait to be beaten until you spit blood. Xiong Xian's face was filled with a cold smile. In the next second the fist approached. However, Mo Chuan merely twisted his body slightly to evade the punch. Bang! The force of the punch smashed into the floor tiles beside him. The entire tile cracked completely.
The crowd was left speechless.
You're using the Iron Fist of Dominance.
At that moment the previously calm Mo Chuan suddenly turned his head and coldly stared at Xiong Xian. Xiong Xian was initially surprised that Mo Chuan had dodged his punch, but upon hearing this question he was even more shocked. You know the Iron Fist of Dominance?
Indeed, it is the Iron Fist of Dominance. Mo Chuan's expression darkened as he finally understood why he felt a familiar aura from Xiong Xian.
It originated from this set of fist techniques practiced by Xiong Xian, Iron Fist of Dominance.
Mo Chuan had seen this fist technique in another person.
That person was named Xiong Shaoqing.
He was Mo Chuan's mortal enemy.
A month ago Mo Chuan had fallen into demonic deviation, indeed falling victim to the schemes of Su Yangming and the Su family. But the participants weren't just from the Su family. There was also Xiong Shaoqing. Xiong Shaoqing and Su Yangming were friends, both being among the top 10 of the martial arts heavenly ranking. There was no other way. Mo Chuan being the first in the martial arts heavenly ranking was simply too powerful. Even if Su Yangming plotted against Mo Chuan in secret, he couldn't be 100% sure. Thus he sought Xiong Shaoqing's help.
At that time, taking advantage of Mo Chuan's demonic deviation, Xiong Shaoqing relentlessly struck Mo Chuan with the Iron Fist of Dominance. It could be said that Mo Chuan's meridians were severed and he lost his cultivation.
Part of the reason was his demonic deviation, and another part was due to the serious internal injuries caused by Xiong Shaoqing's Iron Fist of Dominance.
Xiong Shaoqing. Xiong Xian.
Both have the surname Xiong and can use the Iron Fist of Dominance. Could they be from the same family?
A speculation flashed through Mo Chuan's mind. Forget it, asking will clarify it.
What relationship do you have with Xiong Shaoqing? Mo Chuan stared coldly at Xiong Xian, his aura significantly rising.
Xiong Shaoqing. He is my cousin.
How would a small martial artist from Yunjiang City know him? My cousin is a peerless genius on the martial arts heavenly ranking of Huaxia. As he said this, Xiong Xian wore a proud expression. Upon hearing Xiong Xian's words, Mo Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold glint.
It truly involves Xiong Shaoqing. All right. I accept your challenge. Mo Chuan looked at Xiong Xian and said, "Oh, what made you change your mind? Not so timid anymore."
Xiong Xian was taken aback at first, then revealed a teasing smile.
Although he didn't understand why Mo Chuan lacked the aura of a warrior yet could unleash true chi, he was certain that Mo Chuan was indeed a warrior. Because in Xiong Xian's understanding, only warriors possess true chi.
Judging from Mo Chuan's true chi, its intensity should only be at the first level of martial arts.
In other words, he and Mo Chuan were at the same level.
However, Xiong Xian believed he had mastered the family secret technique Iron Fist of Domination, and he was not afraid of any warrior at the same level.
He wanted to use absolute strength to trample Mo Chuan beneath his feet.
Then he would let Lin Yajun see who the true powerhouse was. With this thought, Xiong Xian glanced at the stunning Lin Yajun in the crowd, filled with anticipation.
Mo Chuan actually agreed again. Wasn't he just acting disinterested? Who cares as long as we can see two warriors compete? Ha ha ha, well said. Everyone, focus your attention and don't get distracted. The crowd became interested, eagerly watching Mo Chuan and Xiong Xian. Mo Chuan.
Lin Yajun stood in the crowd, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mo Chuan. She bit her pink lips, worried about Mo Chuan's upcoming match.
Are you ready?
Xiong Xian laughed heartily, looking at Mo Chuan with pride.
Mo Chuan glanced at Xiong Xian and calmly said, "You can make your move now. You want me to go first?" Xiong Xian's expression darkened. This Mo Chuan was too arrogant.
He clenched his fist and sneered, "Very well. Since you know the reputation of the Iron Fist of Domination and still dare to let me go first, then I shall grant you that." With that, a tremendous true chi gathered around Xiong Xian's fist. An incomparably fierce aura erupted. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts and stepped back. Why do I feel so terrified just watching Xiong Xian clench his fist?
I feel the same, my heart is racing. Xiong Xian is too terrifying.
Hearing the crowd's words, Xiong Xian's face flashed with a hint of pride.
In the next moment, his expression turned cold. Mo Chuan, take this.
Xiong Xian stomped his feet and suddenly leaped off the ground, his right fist charging towards Mo Chuan with unmatched force.
Mo Chuan watched the scene indifferently.
The crowd was startled.
Why isn't Mo Chuan defending himself?
Earlier, Xiong Xian's punch missed but shattered the floor.
If that punch lands on a person's flesh, what will happen?
Lin Yajun's stunning face was filled with worry. Mo Chuan, hurry and move.
Is he scared silly by my fist's might?
Xiong Xian laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased, yet his punch did not slow down. In the next second, the fist drew near. It was merely a hair's breadth away from Mo Chuan's chest. At that moment, Mo Chuan finally reacted. He effortlessly raised his hand and grasped Xiong Xian's wrist.
Xiong Xian's punch suddenly halted. How could you? Xiong Xian's eyes widened in astonishment.
The iron fist of domination which he had unleashed with all his might was actually interrupted just like that.
A mere trick. Chuan's lips moved, his expression calm.
Having witnessed the stronger iron fist of domination in Xiang's hands, he found Xian's technique truly unimpressive.
Boom!
Chuan kicked out, sending Xian flying.
Ah!
Xian screamed repeatedly until he crashed into the wall of the hall, finally coming to a stop.
The crowd was instantly in an uproar.
How could Xiao's fist not even touch Chuan?
Indeed.
Xiao was instead kicked out.
This Chuan is too terrifying.
Lin Yajun's beautiful eyes also flashed with a strange light as she looked at Chuan with sparkling admiration.
Impossible! Xian roared, standing up from the ground. With my mastery of the secret technique Iron Fist of Domination, how could I possibly lose?
Xian's eyes turned red as he clenched his fist again and charged at Chuan.
Boom! The punch was astonishing, locking onto Chuan. Chuan's gaze remained unchanged, seizing the opportunity to kick out once more. Ah! Xian was kicked away again. This is impossible.
Xian yelled, still unable to accept it, struggling to rise from the ground.
But he failed.
After being hit twice by Chuan's kicks, he was gravely injured and had no strength left to stand.
This disparity in strength is too obvious, isn't it? It's a complete crushing. The crowd turned pale, shocked by Chuan's power. Chuan looked at Xian, who was lying on the ground, a hint of disdain flashing across his lips. Is that it? You think you are worthy of competing with me?
Xian was so furious he wanted to spit blood, yet he had no strength to retort.
What? Not convinced? Then go ahead and call everyone from your Xiong family's martial arts hall. Bring them on, I will knock them down one by one. Chuan said coldly.
He and Xiong Shaoqing were sworn enemies. Since the Xiong family's martial arts hall was related to Xiong Shaoqing, he didn't mind tearing it down.
You want me to call people? Xian was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. A warrior at the first level of martial arts wants to challenge the Xiong family's martial arts hall. It's simply courting death. All right. I will call right away, don't regret it. Xian hurriedly took out his phone.
In his heart he had already sentenced Chuan to death. In Yunjiang City, at the Xiong family's martial arts hall. In the backyard of the martial arts hall there was a fruit tree bearing 3 extraordinary blue fruits. Xiong Taichung stood in front of the fruit tree, his face filled with tension.
He glanced at the time on his phone. It was noon, 12 o'clock. It's almost 1 o'clock. The Lingyuan fruit is about to mature.
A look of excitement flashed in Xiong Taichung's eyes. He traveled thousands of miles, leaving the Xiong family, to establish the Xiong family's martial arts hall in Yunjiang City just to fulfill the task assigned by the Xiong family to guard the Lingyuan fruit tree before him. Years ago, a warrior from the Xiong family passed through Yunjiang City and accidentally discovered this still unripe Lingyuan fruit tree.
What is Lingyuan fruit? It's a legendary treasure of heaven and earth.
It contains a vast amount of spiritual energy from the world.
As long as a warrior swallows a Lingyuan fruit, their martial arts cultivation can immediately break through. But the vitality of the Lingyuan fruit tree is particularly fragile and cannot be easily transplanted. Lingyuan fruit can easily wither during the transplantation process.
Therefore, someone must be stationed near the Lingyuan fruit tree waiting for the fruits to mature. Thus, years ago, Xiong Taichung volunteered to guard the Lingyuan fruit tree. He built the Xiong family's martial arts hall around the Lingyuan fruit tree to shield it from prying eyes, protecting the Lingyuan fruit tree.
And now the Lingyuan fruit is about to mature.
If he can bring the Lingyuan fruit back to the Xiong family, it would surely be a great achievement. Ding! Just as Xiong Taichung was waiting for the Lingyuan fruit tree to mature, his phone rang.
Another useless thing. Xiong Taichung glanced at the caller ID and frowned.
In Xiong Taichung's eyes, his son Xian was just a good-for-nothing, living off his family's wealth. He spent all day partying with some rich second-generation kids and made no progress in martial arts, still stuck at the most rubbish first level of martial arts. But there was no choice, after all. Xian was his son, so Xiong Taichung still answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Xian's wailing voice came through.
Dad, I've been beaten. Hurry and call someone over. You were hit. Xiong Taichung, upon hearing this, showed not an expression of anger but one of shock. Although Xian was a failure, he was still a martial artist. How could an ordinary person possibly defeat a martial artist? Could it be that the 3 major martial families of Yunjiang took action? Impossible. The 3 families knew that behind the Xiong martial arts hall was the Xiong family and would not dare to provoke it. Speak, who is it? Who dares to lay hands on my son Xiong Taichung? Xiong Taichung's voice turned noticeably cold. Dad, it's a martial artist named Chuan. Xian said in a voice filled with hatred. What level of strength does he possess? Xiong Taichung asked. Martial path.
first level of the martial path, Xiong Xian stammered.
Waste. Xiong Taicheng scolded angrily, you possess the Overlord Iron Fist yet still cannot defeat a martial artist of the same level, this is truly embarrassing.
On the other end of the phone, Xiong Xian dared not speak, waiting for Xiong Taicheng's decision. Xiong Taicheng glanced at the spirit fruit tree and said coldly, I cannot leave the martial arts hall right now, so we'll have Uncle Ping take people there.
Alright, thank you, Dad. Xiong Xian's eyes brightened with immense joy.
Uncle Ping was an old servant of the Xiong family, and although his strength was not as great as Xiong Taicheng's, he possessed the power of the third level of the martial path.
At the Houting Grand Hotel. Mo Chuan. You're finished. Xiong Xian hung up the phone looking at Mo Chuan with a mocking expression.
Although he was still lying on the ground too injured to stand, the excitement within him was undeniable. Uncle Ping, with the strength of the third level of the martial path, could likely crush Mo Chuan, a mere first level martial artist, in an instant. Right?
He. Quite confident, aren't you?
Mo Chuan glanced at Xiong Xian and muttered to himself. Just then a voice suddenly rang out in the hotel lobby. Mr.
Mo, may I speak with you?
Everyone turned to look. It was a young man in a suit, his face showing excitement and eagerness.
This person looks a bit familiar. How could he not be familiar?
This is the son of Li Wenbai, the owner of Houting Grand Hotel, Li Xiaohai.
Oh, why is he looking for Mo Chuan? Everyone was discussing among themselves. What do you want to talk to me about? Mo Chuan looked at Li Xiaohai with curiosity. I.
Li Xiaohai was too excited, his tongue getting tied, and he couldn't speak for a long time.
Li Xiaohai, what are you doing? Get back here.
A middle-aged man appeared, his face stern. It was Li Xiaohai's father, Li Wenbai. Li Xiaohai's expression changed and he hurriedly looked at Li Wenbai, saying, Dad, don't stop me.
You unfilial son.
Li Wenbai's face turned pale as he sensed what Li Xiaohai was about to say. Dad, I'm doing this for the good of our family. I don't want our family to be under that person's control forever.
Li Xiaohai gritted his teeth and said.
Then he approached Mo Chuan looking nervous and whispered, Mr.
Mo, I want to report something about the Baichao old man.
Is your family also controlled by the Baichao old man?
Mo Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then said lightly, how can I trust you?
The Baichao old man poisoned you. I don't believe you would betray him and report to me. Li Xiaohai said excitedly, Mr.
Mo is a martial artist. I saw the scene where you fought with Xiong Xian just now. I believe you have the ability to deal with the Baichao old man. So I want to report.
Upon hearing this, Mo Chuan frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I can give you a little time to report before the people from the Xiong Martial Arts Hall arrive.
Alright. Mr. Mo, this way please.
Li Xiaohai was filled with excitement, quickly leading Mo Chuan to a private room.
Why did they go to the private room?
Due to the low volume of their conversation, the others couldn't hear anything, leaving them bewildered at the scene. Li Wenbai stood in place, his expression fluctuating, but in the end he gritted his teeth and followed them. Inside the private room, Li Xiaohai prepared tea for Mo Chuan before sitting down. Li Wenbai sat in the corner coldly observing the scene. Speak, what about the Baichao old man?
Mo Chuan took a sip of tea and said lightly. Mr. Mo, before that I want to apologize to you.
Li Xiaohai said apologetically, you were blocked by the receptionist at the hotel entrance. That was actually my arrangement. Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow and replied, fine, I accept your apology.
Please continue. Good. About the Baichao old man.
Li Xiaohai's tone became shaky and he cautiously said, his influence in Yunjiang City is terrifying. For small forces like our Houting Grand Hotel, the Baichao old man has control over quite a few. As for larger forces, they are even more astonishing.
Mr. Mo, you know that in Yunjiang City the families are ranked by their assets, right? There are the top 10 wealthy families.
Among those 10 families, 4 are controlled by the Baichao old man. Upon reaching this point, Li Xiaohai was already immensely terrified. A glint of sharp light flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes. It seems the Baichao old man's influence is indeed substantial.
He further inquired, what about the martial families in Yunjiang City?
I'm not clear about the martial families. Li Xiaohai shook his head and said the martial families respect martial prowess and look down on ordinary wealthy folk.
However, I think it's unlikely that they are controlled by the Baichao old man, right? Do you know the lair of the Baichao old man? Mo Chuan asked again.
He was very interested in the Baichao old man.
Suboi is merely a disciple of the Baichao old man, could possess a demonic beast. Might the Baichao old man have even more powerful demonic beasts in his possession? Mo Chuan truly needed the bloodline energy of demonic beasts to nourish his dragon bloodline for the third shedding. The lair of the Baichao old man. Li Xiaohai was taken aback, hesitating to speak.
Beside him, Li Wenbai could no longer sit still, coldly saying, you still want to provoke the Baichao old man?
Why not? Mo Chuan smiled. Poof.
Young people don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The Baichao old man holds control over 4 major wealthy families. He is no simple character.
Li Wenbei's expression darkened. Dad. I believe Mr.
Mo, he is a martial artist and surely fears not the Baichao old man.
Li Xiaohai hurriedly said.
Oof. You are still too young. There are differences in strength among martial artists.
Li Wenbai said in a deep voice.
Just then an earth-shattering roar echoed from the hotel lobby outside the private room.
Where is Mo Chuan? Dare to injure my young master, come out and apologize immediately. Mo Chuan's eyes flickered as he stood up. I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me the location of the Baichao old man's lair. In exchange I will remove the poison from you.
Upon hearing this, both Li Wenbai and Li Xiaohai were stunned.
What?
Mo Chuan has a way to remove the poison that the Baichao old man planted on them.
Li Wenbai deeply doubted it. If the poison of the old man of herbs was so easily resolved, how could the 4 great families still be under his control? But Li Xiaohai could not wait any longer and urgently said, Mr. Mo, the old man of herbs' lair is in an abandoned factory in Yunjiang City. He then informed Mo Chuan of the exact location of the factory. Mo Chuan kept it in mind and nodded. Xiaohai.
Li Wenbai glared fiercely at Li Xiaohai. Li Xiaohai shrank his neck but still firmly said, Dad, I think it's better to take a chance than to be controlled by the old man of herbs for a lifetime. At this moment a loud roar echoed in the hotel lobby.
Mo Chuan.
If you don't come out of the private room, don't blame me for coming in to capture you.
Boo.
This roar mixed with true energy shook the entire private room. Mo Chuan remained expressionless as he picked up the teapot in the room, opened the lid and then dropped a drop of purple poison into it. It was indeed the second snake poison, a supreme poison.
All right.
Drink this pot of tea and the poison in your bodies will be resolved.
Mo Chuan placed the teapot back on the table and walked out of the private room without looking back.
Li Wenbei's face darkened like water and the anger in his heart was suppressed to the extreme. Just by dropping a drop of an unknown liquid into the teapot, he arrogantly claimed it could detoxify.
It was simply a mockery. Dad, I think we should give it a try.
Although Li Xiaohai was somewhat skeptical, he still poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot and drank it.
How does it feel? Li Wenbai asked nervously.
Let me see. Li Xiaohai replied, a mix of expectation and fear in his voice. He took off his shoes and socks, revealing his feet. The poison from the old man of herbs would turn the skin on the soles of the feet pitch black. If he couldn't get the antidote each month to relieve the toxin, it would spread from his feet upward. Continuously rising, it would erode the calves, thighs, abdomen, heart,
all the way to the brain.
At this moment, after seeing the soles of his feet, Li Xiaohai's eyes nearly popped out.
Dad, the blackness on my soles is gone.
The poison is resolved. Li Xiaohai said, trembling.
What? Li Wenbai was startled and looked at Li Xiaohai's feet, finding it indeed so. Li Wenbai was immediately overcome with tears. Heaven has eyes.
Our family has finally escaped the clutches of the old man of herbs.
Unfortunately, I lacked foresight.
Suddenly Li Wenbai slapped himself, filled with regret. I was truly blind, almost believing Mr.
Mo was a fraud. Mr. Mo was truly a deity of this age.
In the hotel lobby, a fierce-looking middle-aged man was crouched beside Xiong Xian, checking his injuries.
It was indeed Uncle Ping. Uncle Ping, you must help me take revenge. Xiong Xian lay on the ground, gritting his teeth.
Uncle Ping coldly replied, young master, please rest assured.
Meanwhile, the surroundings were bustling with activity. Why hasn't Mo Chuan come out yet?
Could it be that he's scared? He probably escaped through the window of the private room.
That makes sense. The gap in strength between a first-level martial artist and a third-level martial artist is indeed too great. If it were me, I would definitely run. Everyone, upon learning of Uncle Ping's strength, couldn't help but belittle Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan, you must run.
In the crowd, Lin Yajun bit her pink lip, very worried. Just then the sound of footsteps approached.
Mo Chuan had arrived. It's quite lively. Mo Chuan glanced around the hotel lobby and smiled. The crowd was in an uproar.
Every pair of eyes widened, staring intently at Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan actually did not run. It's over. Lin Yajun's delicate face turned pale. Mo Chuan.
Since you have appeared, you should quickly kneel down and apologize to my young master. Uncle Ping stood up from beside Xiong Xian, his icy gaze locked onto Mo Chuan.
Boo!
At that moment, terrifying true energy erupted from Uncle Ping, spreading outwards and chasing after Mo Chuan. The crowd retreated repeatedly, their faces filled with fear.
How terrifying. Is this the power of a third-level martial artist?
Even the residual waves of true energy made these ordinary people feel alarmed. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Mo Chuan had to face when confronting the impact of true energy.
The crowd looked at Mo Chuan with sympathetic eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Chuan showed no signs of pressure at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Is the Xiong family martial arts hall only sending you alone?" Mo Chuan inquired. Uncle Ping's face darkened. This first-level martial artist was questioning his strength. Mo Chuan inquired. Uncle Ping's face darkened. This first-level martial artist was questioning his strength. "All right." Uncle Ping nodded, then coldly fixed his gaze on Mo Chuan. Initially, he considered his status and did not want to make a move against this junior. But since this junior was so arrogant, he was willing to dirty his hands to deal with him. Overbearing iron fist. Uncle Ping shouted loudly, his right fist glowing with an astonishing light. "Junior, kneel down for me." Uncle Ping sneered, his right fist unleashing unmatched force, striking towards Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow. Although in the same realm martial artists are inferior to cultivators, Uncle Ping was after all a third-level martial artist equivalent to the third layer of refining qi, which was higher than Mo Chuan's first layer of refining qi. Thus he could not confront him hidden. With this thought, Mo Chuan raised his right hand, the true energy surging. Within this true energy there was also a faint mist. This mist was the first snake poison, a hallucinogenic poison. Mo Chuan waved his right hand forward, sending out a wave of true energy mixed with hallucinogenic poison mist. Not retreating but advancing. "Instead you dare to strike first. How naive." Uncle Ping sneered. Upon seeing this wave of true energy, he disregarded it and continued to strike at Mo Chuan. What if true energy of the first-level martial artist hit him? It was merely a tickle. Bang. Finally, Mo Chuan's true energy struck Uncle Ping. Uncle Ping revealed a disdainful smile. Indeed, he felt no pain. At the same time, his fist was also nearing Mo Chuan. "Kneel down." Uncle Ping's eyes were icy. His fist surged with might, heading straight for Mo Chuan's chest. Mo Chuan remained unhurried, still wearing a faint smile. Just then Uncle Ping's eyes widened and his unstoppable fist suddenly halted. "What's happening?" Uncle Ping felt incredibly sleepy, his eyelids nearly closing. Seizing this opportunity, Mo Chuan swiftly kicked out. "Ah!" Uncle Ping groaned in pain, directly flying out. Bang! In the end, he crashed heavily to the ground, landing beside Xiong Xian. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone was in a daze. Clearly it was Uncle Ping who had the upper hand, yet in the blink of an eye how did Uncle Ping get kicked out? Mo Chuan ignored the crowd's astonishment and focused on Xiong Xian and Uncle Ping lying on the ground. One is a third-level martial artist and the other is a first-level martial artist. After devouring their true energy, my cultivation should soar right. Mo Chuan murmured. The devouring ability granted by the dragon bloodline can not only devour bloodline energy but also the true energy of others. Mo Chuan approached Xiong Xian and Uncle Ping. He prepared to devour their true qi. "Uncle Ping, what's wrong? Hurry up and get up." Xiong Xian urged anxiously, looking at Uncle Ping who lay beside him. He struggled to stand up but ultimately failed. He was so sleepy. His head was heavy and his eyes were half closed. This is the effect of the hallucinogenic poison, causing one to fall into a coma. Quite resilient, Mo Chuan remarked, seeing that Uncle Ping was not completely unconscious and still retained some clarity. However, this was expected. The potency of the hallucinogenic poison was influenced by Mo Chuan's strength, and there was a significant gap in realms between him and Uncle Ping, preventing it from rendering Uncle Ping completely unconscious. But that was sufficient. At least Uncle Ping was unable to fight back. "What are you going to do?" Xiong Xian slumped on the ground, looked at the approaching Mo Chuan in terror, wanting to run but unable to stand up. "I will incapacitate you," Mo Chuan said calmly. He crouched down and placed his hand on Xiong Xian's abdomen. A black vortex appeared in his palm, beginning to devour Xiong Xian's true qi. At the same time, Mo Chuan silently chanted, "Purify." After all, Xiong Xian's true qi was cultivated by him and carried Xiong Xian's imprint. Thus Xiong Xian's true qi appeared muddled and impure to Mo Chuan. During the devouring process, he had to purify Xiong Xian's true qi first before he could absorb it. The purified true qi would only amount to 1/10 of the original. Although the quantity of true qi was reduced, it was incredibly pure and Mo Chuan absorbed it without any future troubles. "Stop. If you dare to ruin my cultivation, my father won't let you off." Xiong Xian, feeling the loss of his cultivation, was completely enraged, shouting frantically. Yet his aura gradually diminished. Soon Xiong Xian's martial aura completely vanished, turning him into an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan's dantian filled with more true qi. This isn't enough, it's insufficient to break through to the second layer of qi refinement, Mo Chuan thought to himself. He placed his hand on Uncle Ping's abdomen, beginning to devour Uncle Ping's true qi. Uncle Ping was a master of the third layer of martial arts and his true qi was far more powerful than Xiong Xian's. Although the amount Mo Chuan absorbed after purification was still less than 1/10, it was nonetheless a significant boost.
Youngster, you dare. Uncle Ping was equally furious, having been incapacitated by a younger generation. But he was nearly unconscious and unable to resist.
Uncle Ping's aura continuously diminished while Mo Chuan's aura consistently increased.
Eventually Uncle Ping became an ordinary person while Mo Chuan's true qi surged within his dantian, breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement.
Finally, I've reached the second layer of qi refinement.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes. His strength had significantly increased.
Mo Chuan. You ruined my cultivation. My father won't let you go.
At this moment Xiong Xian, unable to accept being incapacitated, was still shouting angrily with red eyes.
Then tell me what's the address of your Xiong family martial school? Mo Chuan said with a half smile. Ha ha, do you really think you can seek out my father? How foolish.
Xiong Xian laughed, his tone laced with endless sarcasm.
Mo Chuan ignored Xiong Xian and walked towards Lin Yajun in the crowd.
I need to know the address of the Xiong family martial school, Mo Chuan said, looking at Lin Yajun. Lin Yajun had been immersed in shock over Mo Chuan's power. At that moment when Mo Chuan suddenly approached her, she was startled and snapped back to reality, her pretty face involuntarily flushing.
The Xiong family martial school is located at. Lin Yajun told Mo Chuan the specific location. Mo Chuan nodded and turned to walk out of the hotel. Mo Chuan. Are you really going to the Xiong family martial school to find my father? Ha ha, I've never seen anyone seek death like this. Xiong Xian lay on the ground feeling extreme excitement, nearly choking on his laughter.
The crowd was also stunned.
What does it mean to be ruthless? This is it.
Your Xiong family martial school dares to provoke me. I dare to show up at your door.
Mo Chuan.
Lin Yajun gazed at Mo Chuan's back, biting her lip, and chased after him, walking out of the Grand Hotel alongside Mo Chuan.
Outside the hotel. What's wrong? Mo Chuan turned to look at Lin Yajun, who followed him. So it turns out you are a martial artist.
Lin Yajun said, her red lips slightly parted. I said the wild wolf couldn't have fallen for no reason yesterday on the mountain. It must have been you.
You still won't admit it. Lin Yajun said angrily. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. I neither admitted nor denied it. You. Lin Yajun's chest heaved, clearly agitated. Mo Chuan smiled and did not respond.
He was contemplating whether to go to the Xiong family martial school first or to the lair of the old herbalist Bai Chao.
In the end, Mo Chuan decided to go to the Xiong family martial school first.
Revenge was the most important. His life and death enemy Xiong Shaoqing was clearly closely related to the Xiong family martial school. Xiong Shaoqing, you assisted Su Yangming in ruining my martial arts. Today I will collect a bit of interest first, Mo Chuan said with a smile. Seeing Mo Chuan lost in thought, Lin Yajun couldn't help but ask curiously, why aren't you speaking?
What are you thinking about?
Mo Chuan was about to answer when a luxurious RV stopped in front of them. The door opened and a middle-aged woman with a neat demeanor stepped out. It was Aunt Xiao.
Miss, has the gathering ended? I'm here to take you home. Aunt Xiao said respectfully, lowering her head.
Then she raised her head and saw Mo Chuan beside Lin Yajun.
Aunt Xiao's expression immediately changed. What are you doing here? Get away from my young lady. Aunt Xiao, do you have some misunderstanding about Mo Chuan?
Lin Yajun frowned slightly and said.
Misunderstanding. Miss. I assure you this Mo Chuan approaching you definitely has ulterior motives.
Perhaps he is after the Lin family's wealth. Aunt Xiao said seriously. Her eyes were cold, fixed on Mo Chuan.
I already warned you last night, didn't I?
Don't get close to my young lady. It seems you didn't take my words to heart at all. Mo Chuan smiled, but beneath that smile lay indifference as he looked at Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao showed no fear, coldly staring back at Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan spoke up. I also warned you last night, didn't I? Next time don't be so noisy in front of me. You haven't forgotten, have you?
As he finished speaking, Mo Chuan's true qi erupted violently, instantly freezing the atmosphere around them. Mo Chuan stepped closer to Aunt Xiao, who was sweating profusely, unable to move under the pressure of true qi, being an ordinary person.
You. Aunt Xiao's face turned pale, her body trembling, involuntarily wanting to speak but unable to do so. Mo Chuan approached, grabbing Aunt Xiao by the neck and lifting her, his gaze icy. Time and again pointing fingers in front of me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You. Put me down now.
Aunt Xiao was out of breath, her feet flailing in the air. Mo Chuan remained expressionless as he tossed Aunt Xiao away.
Bang.
Aunt Xiao crashed into the RV, feeling dizzy as if the world was spinning, her bones nearly falling apart. Shortly after, Mo Chuan raised his hand and unleashed a wave of true energy towards a stone by the street. This stone was about the size of a basketball. If you dare to be noisy again next time, you'll end up like this stone.
With that, Mo Chuan left without looking back. Boom.
At that moment, the stone was struck by the true energy, instantly exploding into countless tiny fragments.
Was this Mo Chuan actually a martial artist?
Aunt Xiao swallowed hard, her face pale with fear. If that wave of true energy had hit her head, wouldn't it have been fatal?
Damn it. Aunt Xiao glared at Mo Chuan's departing figure supporting herself against the RV.
She still felt sore all over from being thrown by Mo Chuan. After a while, when Mo Chuan had walked far away, Aunt Xiao spat out a mouthful of saliva, her expression disdainful.
Oof. Only daring to attack a weak woman like me, what kind of man is he?
Aunt Xiao Mo Chuan does not only attack women. Lin Yajun, who had been silent all along, spoke up softly at this moment.
Aunt Xiao was taken aback looking at Lin Yajun. Just now in the Haoting Hotel, Mo Chuan even fought the young master of the Xiong family martial arts school, Xiong Xian.
Lin Yajun spoke with her red lips slightly parted.
Miss, are you serious?
Aunt Xiao's expression changed dramatically, realizing that the miss had no reason to lie to her. So Mo Chuan really provoked the Xiong family martial arts school. That was a force that even the three major martial arts families had to show respect to. Aunt Xiao, what happened today was indeed your fault. You unjustly accused Mo Chuan of coveting my Lin family's wealth. Anyone would be angered by that. Lin Yajun frowned slightly, continuing, Miss, I.
Aunt Xiao wanted to argue. Don't let it happen again next time.
Lin Yajun interrupted, a hint of seriousness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yes, miss, I understand my mistake. Aunt Xiao lowered her head, hastily replied respectfully. Lin Yajun nodded, then her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction Mo Chuan had left, her pretty face showing a worried expression, not shifting her gaze for a long time.
Mo Chuan, you are going to the Xiong family martial arts school alone. Please do not get into any trouble.
At this moment, Lin Yajun could not see Aunt Xiao's facial expression as she lowered her head.
That expression was filled with resentment and malice. Lin Yajun, you would rather help an outsider than assist me.
Aunt Xiao screamed in her heart. On the other side, Mo Chuan was heading towards the Xiong family martial arts school according to the address given by Lin Yajun. However, just as he passed through a small alley, he was blocked by a group of people.
Stop. This was a group of burly men with bulging muscles, fierce and intimidating. The average person would think of avoiding them at first sight. But Mo Chuan was not afraid of these people. Get out of the way. You are blocking my path. Mo Chuan said calmly.
Hearing this, the group of burly men burst into laughter. You want us to move aside?
I said you are blocking my path. Mo Chuan said impatiently. That won't do. This road is ours. If you want to pass, you must leave your life behind.
The group of burly men laughed heartily.
This is interesting. A smile curled at the corners of Mo Chuan's mouth. Ha ha, brothers, look at this kid, he's actually laughing when death is near.
I suspect this kid has no idea what he is about to face. Keep an eye on this kid, don't let him escape. The group of burly men sneered, looking at Mo Chuan with pity. Since you all say I'm going to die, can you tell me who sent you?
Mo Chuan appeared calm. Anyway, you won't be alive for much longer. What does it matter to tell you? We
are from the He family. Upon mentioning the He family, the group of burly men had proud expressions.
The He family. Mo Chuan nodded, his reaction rather subdued.
The burly men were dissatisfied with Mo Chuan's attitude and coldly said no one would really not have heard of the He family, right?
No way, no way.
Our He family is the top of the 10 major families in Yunjiang City. The group of burly men spoke with overwhelming pride.
Mo Chuan nodded again. Thank you for informing me, you are no longer useful.
With that, Mo Chuan walked toward the group of burly men.
What? The men widened their eyes in anger. This young man who seemed weak didn't even show fear and actually dared to provoke this group of strong men. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. Ah! The burly men screamed in agony, all flying backward. Mo Chuan retracted his true energy, leaving without even glancing at them, his expression unchanged. In Yunjiang City, the first noble family, the He family. What? You mean that Mo Chuan is a martial artist?
He Chang was somewhat surprised upon receiving the report from his subordinate.
Yes, young master.
The subordinate knelt before He Chang, respectfully saying this information was just obtained. Mo Chuan displayed martial artist strength during a business gathering at the Haoting Hotel at noon. He Chang stroked his chin, pacing back and forth, frowning in deep in thought.
The Mo family ranked 9th among the 10 noble families, considered the last.
To think that such a mundane family produced a martial artist.
This is quite interesting. Oh no.
He Chang suddenly thought of something, his expression changing.
He had promised Mo Yushin's request and sent people to deal with Mo Chuan.
However, at that time he did not know that Mo Chuan was a martial artist. To send ordinary people to deal with a martial artist.
Haha, what a pipe dream. Ding, just then He Chang's phone rang.
He Chang narrowed his eyes and pressed the answer button. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Not good, young master.
The people you sent out have all been wiped out. I understand.
He Cheng's expression darkened as he hung up the phone.
Mo Chuan. You wait for me.
He Cheng said coldly.
Then he called Mo Yushan.
On the phone Mo Yushan's delighted voice rang out. Hello, he shouted, you call it this time because the matter has been resolved. I'm still waiting for good news from your side. The mission has failed, He Cheng said indifferently.
He recounted the events that transpired to Mo Yushan. How is that possible? Mo Chuan is actually a martial artist. Mo Yushan was stunned beyond belief, even his voice began to tremble.
You need not panic, He Cheng said with a frown.
He shall.
On the other end of the phone Mo Yushan's face turned pale, his speech trembling.
How could he not panic? A martial artist.
That is an existence above mere mortals. Don't look at how grand they appear as the so-called top 10 noble families in the eyes of ordinary people. To the 3 major martial arts families in Yunjiang City, they are nothing at all. I told you there's no need to panic, He Cheng repeated coldly.
Yes. Mo Yushan hurriedly replied. They're just martial artists. Why be afraid?
The He family is not as simple as you think, He Cheng remarked before hanging up the phone.
On the other end of the line Mo Yushan put down the phone, his expression grim.
The He family was indeed quite mysterious. Mo Yushan had leveraged connections with the He family to obtain the sterilization poison concocted by the old man of herbs to prevent Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin from having children. This shows that the He family has ties with the old man of herbs and that their relationship is one of equality. But does the He family truly not fear martial artists?
Mo Yushan sighed, feeling uncertain.
Meanwhile, at the Xiong family martial arts school, the backyard was home to a towering Lingyuan fruit tree.
There are 15 minutes left and the Lingyuan fruit is about to ripen.
Xiong Taiching's eyes widened in excitement and anticipation as he stared at the Lingyuan fruit tree.
Just then his phone vibrated.
Xiong Taichung frowned. It was a critical moment for harvesting the Lingyuan fruit and someone dared to disturb him. Xiong Taichung instinctively wanted to press the hang-up button, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of the caller ID.
It's actually the young master.
His expression changed, relieved that he hadn't hung up immediately. In the southern martial Xiong family, only one person is qualified to be called young master, and that is the pride of the Xiong family, Xiong Shaoqing. Just over 20 years old, he was already ranked among the top 10 on the martial arts heavenly ranking.
Young master, what instructions do you have? Xiong Taichang became extremely respectful upon answering the call.
I'm calling to ask about the situation with the Lingyuan fruit.
Xiong Shaoqing's voice came through. Rest assured, young master.
The Lingyuan fruit is about to ripen, and once it does, I will bring it back to the Xiong family at the first opportunity.
Xiong Taichang quickly replied.
Good, if you handle this well, I will remember your great contribution, Xiong Shaoqing said indifferently.
Yes, young master.
Xiong Taichung said excitedly. The call ended and he burst into laughter.
I can't wait.
The Lingyuan fruit is ripening soon, and I can finally leave the small place of Yunjiang City and return to the Xiong family in Nandu City. At that moment, at the entrance of the Xiong family martial arts school, Mo Chuan had already arrived quietly. He entered through the door, immediately drawing attention from the staff of the martial arts school. They were some of the martial arts school staff. We're closed today and not accepting anyone, the staff said. Mo Chuan said lightly, I don't need to be received. I'm here today to dismantle your Xiong family martial arts school. You dare? Do you know what kind of background our Xiong family martial arts school has? Even the 3 major martial arts families of Yunjiang City have to give us face. You dare to speak such arrogance here? Just wait to bear our wrath. The demeanor of the staff suddenly changed, becoming fiercely aggressive. They wore sinister smiles and moved closer to Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan carefully examined the staff, feeling slightly surprised. 1 was at the 2nd level of martial arts while 3 were at the 1st level. They were all martial artists. At that moment, a staff member at the 1st level of martial arts approached Mo Chuan, sneering, Kid, daring to provoke our Xiong family martial arts school will lead to this kind of consequence. He threw a punch crashing towards Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan maintained a neutral expression, of faint mist emanating from his body. It was indeed the hallucinogenic poison.
After inhaling the hallucinogenic mist, the staff member's face stiffened and his punch towards Mo Chuan also halted. Ultimately, with a thud, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground.
What's going on?
The other staff members who rushed towards Mo Chuan immediately stopped. They looked perplexed, glancing at the unconscious staff member. Stop looking, you are too weak, Mo Chuan said indifferently. At that moment, the hallucinogenic mist had already filled the entire martial arts school. The strongest among these staff were at the 2nd level of martial arts, and they were completely unable to resist the hallucinogenic mist. Soon, one by one, they fell down.
Mo Chuan raised his hand, a black vortex appearing. Devour.
The true chi of a 2nd level martial artist and 3 1st level martial artists was completely devoured by Mo Chuan.
Not bad.
Mo Chuan withdrew his hand, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Although he had to purify most of their true chi before absorbing it, this still allowed his cultivation to increase significantly, getting closer to the third layer of chi refinement. However, Mo Chuan glanced at the empty martial arts school, frowning slightly.
Is there no one else besides the few staff members?
He was sure that among the unconscious staff there was no sign of Xiong Xian's father.
Because they were too weak. Just as Mo Chuan was in doubt, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. It's ripe. The Ling Yuan fruit has finally ripened.
Mo Chuan's eyes flashed as he looked towards the back door of the martial arts school.
The laughter was coming from inside the back door. Without any hesitation, Mo Chuan walked straight in.
In the backyard in front of the Ling Yuan fruit tree, Xiong Taichung was all smiles as he picked the 3 Ling Yuan fruits from the tree. Then he took out a wooden box and placed the 3 Ling Yuan fruits inside. After years of waiting, this moment of harvest is finally here.
Xiong Taichung laughed while holding the wooden box.
Just as he was unable to contain his excitement, a surprised voice sounded from behind him.
Oh, is that the legendary Ling Yuan fruit? Xiong Taichung's expression changed drastically and he quickly turned around, coldly reprimanding, "Who is it?" A handsome young man appeared before Xiong Taichung. It was Mo Chuan.
Seeing that it was a young man, Xiong Taichung immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
However, he still stared coldly at Mo Chuan and asked, "Who exactly are you and why did you break into my private domain?"
As he spoke, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Xiong Taichung's eyes. The Ling Yuan fruit was of great importance and must not be leaked. Otherwise the Xiong family would become a target for everyone.
"Who I am you actually don't know."
Mo Chuan looked at Xiong Taichung oddly and smiled lightly. "Your son Xiong Xian called you for help earlier."
"So you are the one who called my son?"
Xiong Taichung narrowed his eyes, then a hint of confusion appeared in his gaze. He had dispatched Uncle Ping, who was the second strongest at the Xiong family martial arts school, after him.
Logically, Uncle Ping should have been able to resolve Mo Chuan long ago and communicated the good news. But in reality that was not the case. Could it be that Uncle Ping encountered an accident?
More importantly, Xiong Taichung left guards at the martial arts school. If someone tried to break into the backyard, those guards would undoubtedly stop them. But now those guards had not appeared at all.
Could it be that they also encountered trouble like Uncle Ping? Where is Uncle Ping? Xiong Taichung stared intently at Mo Chuan, asking in a deep voice.
He and your son have both been stripped of their cultivation.
Mo Chuan smiled faintly. What?
Rage surged within Xiong Taichung, his eyes turning fiery red, almost spewing flames. With Uncle Ping incapacitated and Xiong Xian also defeated, it was unthinkable that those left behind in the martial arts hall would fare any better. The Xiong martial arts hall he built in Yunjiang City was essentially destroyed in an instant.
You truly court death, kid.
Xiong Taichung's eyes narrowed as he closed the wooden box containing the spirit fruit, placing it beneath the spirit fruit tree. Then his true energy circulated as he coldly stared at Mo Chuan, a killing intent apparent. He is also at the 3rd level of martial arts, but he is somewhat weak.
Mo Chuan sensed Xiong Taichung's aura and shook his head slightly.
Although Xiong Taichung seemed stronger than Uncle Ping at first glance. However, both were at the 3rd level of martial arts and Xiong Taichung's superiority over Uncle Ping was limited.
Luckily, having just broken through to the 2nd level of alchemy, Mo Chuan needed a strong opponent to test his current strength. Mo Chuan decided not to use the illusion toxin just yet. He wanted to engage Xiong Taichung in a proper fight. Dominating Iron Fist. Finally, Xiong Taichung, seething with rage, could no longer hold back, lifting his right hand and gently clenching his fist. Boom!
A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the hearts of all nearby.
The surrounding trees swayed slightly, clearly affected. Kid, die for me! Xiong Taichung roared, unleashing an unmatched fist strike toward Mo Chuan. Xiong Xian's father's dominating Iron Fist is far stronger than Xiong Xian's and Uncle Ping's. Mo Chuan thought to himself. However, he felt no fear, instead he was quite excited. Only by battling a powerful opponent could it be fun. Who dies is yet to be determined. Mo Chuan lifted his right fist, wearing a faint smile, and met Xiong Taichung's dominating Iron Fist. Bang! The two fists collided, creating a deafening sound.
Xiong Taichung's lips curled into a cold smirk. The dominating Iron Fist was the Xiong family's ultimate skill, and Mo Chuan actually dared to meet it, Hedon, truly overestimating himself. Indeed, after the collision of their fists, Mo Chuan staggered back several steps while Xiong Taichung remained completely still. Next, the force of the dominating Iron Fist will penetrate your insides and you will start to spit blood. Xiong Taichung's smile grew even more pronounced. However, this dominating Iron Fist has some merit. It did shake my hand quite a bit.
Mo Chuan shook his right hand, muttering. Aside from the initial retreat, he showed no further abnormality. How is this possible? Xiong Taichung's eyes nearly bulged out, his expression one of disbelief.
From Mo Chuan's true energy strength, he appeared to be merely at the 2nd level of martial arts. Such a pathetic martial artist should have spat blood the moment he faced the dominating Iron Fist.
But why was Mo Chuan completely unharmed?
Xiong Taichung was filled with suspicion. Little did he know that Mo Chuan was not a martial artist but a cultivator. At the second level of alchemy, Mo Chuan far surpassed a martial artist at the second level and could even contend with those at the third level.
Stop dawdling, the battle isn't over yet. Mo Chuan smiled lightly, stepping forward to actively attack Xiong Taichung. Seeking death.
Xiong Taichung's face was filled with humiliation. A master at the third level of martial arts was actually being provoked by someone at the second level.
Dominating Iron Fist.
Xiong Taichung shouted in anger, again throwing another punch at Mo Chuan with increasing force. However, Mo Chuan had already broken through to the second level of alchemy, making him significantly stronger than during his battle with Uncle Ping.
In response to Xiong Taichung's successive punches, Mo Chuan only retreated a few steps each time, easily deflecting the attacks. Bang! Another collision of fists.
The two still had not determined a victor. Xiong Taichung's expression grew increasingly horrified. Clearly my realm is one level higher than this kid's. Why is there no crushing advantage?
Mo Chuan was deep in thought.
After battling Xiong Taichung for dozens of exchanges, he finally grasped his current strength. In a battle without using the illusion toxin, he could match a third-level martial artist with his second-level alchemy.
Of course, if he used the illusion toxin, he would. Alright, let's end it here. I've had enough fun. Mo Chuan looked at Xiong Taichung and suddenly said, "Had enough fun?"
Xiong Taichung felt insulted, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he threw out another dominating iron fist. Kid, you're courting death. Facing this punch, Mo Chuan did not dodge or evade, he merely released a faint mist of poison.
First snake poison illusion toxin.
The once imposing Xiong Taichung suddenly halted, his eyes closing as he collapsed to the ground.
Devour. Mo Chuan raised his palm, a black vortex appearing. Xiong Taichung's true energy was mostly purified, then transformed into pure true energy flowing toward Mo Chuan's dantian. Mo Chuan closed his eyes, feeling the surging true energy within his dantian before opening them again. I'm almost at the third level of alchemy, he muttered to himself. He walked to the spirit fruit tree and picked up the wooden box. Opening it, 3 spirit fruits were prominently displayed inside. A good harvest. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. In the Su family's martial arts library, he had perused countless texts, among which was a record of the spirit fruit. This type of fruit contains a large amount of worldly spiritual energy, and consuming it can help one break through a realm. However, one only benefits from the first fruit consumed. Eating the second or third will no longer yield breakthrough effects, only aiding in the rapid recovery of true energy. He would soon advance to the third level of alchemy, and consuming the spirit fruit now would be a waste. Thus he planned to break through to the third level of alchemy first, then consume the spirit fruit to achieve a leap to the fourth level. Mo Chuan had made such plans.
Just then a sudden exchange of voices sounded from outside the courtyard wall. This is quite interesting. Even in a small place like Yunjiang City, there are fluctuations from martial artists battling. Let's go take a look. Miss, the family has entrusted us with a task. It's best not to stir up trouble.
Shut up. I want to see, do you dare to stop me? Miss, please calm down. I wouldn't dare.
In the next second, 2 figures jumped over the courtyard wall. One of the figures was a stunning beauty, her flirty eyes captivating with a fiery body and a curvaceous figure. The other figure was an elderly man with white hair, though he hunched, his eyes occasionally flashed with sharp light, indicating he was no ordinary person.
Spirit fruit. The beauty exclaimed, and the elderly man was also startled. Both recognized the spirit fruit in the wooden box Mo Chuan held. Not bad, I've taken a liking to these spirit fruits.
The beauty smiled coyly at Mo Chuan. Little brother, quickly hand them over to me.
Why? Mo Chuan cast a faint glance at the beautiful woman and tucked the wooden box away. He said, why? I will say just one thing. We come from Nanwo City. The beautiful woman's exquisite face was filled with pride. What of Nanwo City? Mo Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. The woman's expression turned cold and she snorted. Humph, little brother, you wouldn't even know about Nanwo City, would you?
In Huaxia there are 4 major martial arts centers in the east, southwest and north, each in its own region.
Your Yunjing City is just a small town in the south.
Our Nanwo City is the martial arts center of the south, with numerous martial families and sects. Any random martial force from us could easily crush the so-called 3 major martial families and 10 prominent clans of your Yunjing City. So now do you still have the courage to refuse this young lady?
Mo Chuan remained unmoved.
He certainly knew about the 4 martial arts centers of Huaxia.
The capital city was the martial arts center of the north, also known as Baiwushi.
Moreover, the capital was not only the Northern Martial Arts Center but also the National Martial Arts Center. From birth, Mo Chuan had fought in the capital's martial arts scene, competing against countless martial prodigies and emerging victorious, claiming the top spot on the Tianbang. With such a background, why would he fear a martial artist from Nanwo City?
What if I refuse? Mo Chuan asked the beautiful woman indifferently.
Refuse? The beautiful woman laughed, her smile breathtaking yet laced with a hint of danger.
I Dan Tai Jiao have always been domineering. There is nothing I desire that anyone can refuse me. In the next moment Bai Lao, let's go. Dan Tai Jiao's smile vanished as her true energy surged explosively. Yes, miss.
The white-haired elder's eyes sparkled with intensity as he began to mobilize his true energy. In an instant the backyard was filled with turbulent true energy, the aura of the martial artist soaring. These two were actually both at the 5th level of martial arts.
2 levels higher than Xiong Taichang.
Indeed, formidable opponents. Mo Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he also activated his true energy. Strange guy, white as he seemed to lack the aura of a martial artist yet can unleash true energy.
Dan Tai Jiao's beautiful eyes flashed with doubt.
She could not sense the aura of a martial artist from Mo Chuan, and naturally she could not recognize the aura of a cultivator either.
He must have trained in some technique to conceal his aura, Bai Lao speculated. Just a weakling at the 2nd level of martial arts. No matter how he conceals his aura, it's useless.
Once he enters combat and unleashes his true energy, it will all be revealed.
Upon sensing Mo Chuan's true energy intensity, Dan Tai Jiao's face was filled with pride.
The disparity in strength between the 2nd level and the 5th level of martial arts was simply too great.
Bring me the Lingyuan fruit.
Dan Tai Jiao extended her delicate white hand towards the wooden box containing the Lingyuan fruit. Her nails painted a vivid red, making her look exceptionally alluring. But this was a rose with thorns. For as Dan Tai Jiao raised her hand, she released true energy at the 5th level of martial arts.
If an ordinary person encountered it, they would immediately vomit blood and faint. At the same time, Bai Lao's figure flashed as he appeared behind Mo Chuan.
He looked at the wooden box in Mo Chuan's hand and also reached out. In that instant, Mo Chuan found himself surrounded by 2 5th-level martial artists, one in front and one behind. Even as a cultivator capable of defeating a 3rd-level martial artist with his 2nd level of qi refinement, it was still difficult to withstand their current assault.
However, first snake poison, hallucinogenic poison. Mo Chuan whispered to himself. Wisps of pale-colored poisonous mist appeared out of thin air. Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao were instantly affected by the hallucinogenic poison.
Their movements experienced a momentary delay.
Now is the time.
A glint of sharp light flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes as he pushed off the ground and escaped the encirclement of Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao. At this moment, Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao also resolved the hallucinogenic poison and returned to normal.
This kid is strange, Bai Lao said in a deep voice. Indeed, just now my mind went blank for a moment and I couldn't do anything.
Dan Tai Jiao said, her red lips slightly parted.
Not far away, Mo Chuan was quite satisfied with the performance of the hallucinogenic poison. The potency of the hallucinogenic poison was linked to his cultivation level.
Being able to affect a 5th-level martial artist for even a brief moment was already impressive.
Thinking of this, Mo Chuan looked at Dan Tai Jiao and mocked, is this the level of martial artists from Nanwo City? Is it still not enough to deal with a mere martial artist from Yunjing City? You. Dan Tai Jiao gritted her silver teeth.
She had always been pampered and everyone catered to her. She had never been opposed like this. Shut your mouth and immediately hand over your Lingyuan fruit. Dan Tai Jiao suddenly struck again, her true energy pressing down towards Mo Chuan. Bai Lao did not remain idle either. A glint of intensity flashed in his eyes as he approached Mo Chuan.
First snake poison, hallucinogenic poison. Mo Chuan released the hallucinogenic poisonous mist again. Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao were once again momentarily incapacitated, allowing Mo Chuan to escape their attacks. How outrageous!
Dan Tai Jiao's face showed annoyance as she said coldly, if you have the guts, don't run.
If you have the guts, don't chase me. Mo Chuan replied indifferently.
He knew that with his 2nd level of qi refinement his true energy was too weak. Even if he attacked Dan Tai Jiao in her moment of confusion, it wouldn't have much effect. Thus he could only continue to evade the pursuit of Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao.
Good. If you have the guts, don't let me catch you.
Dan Tai Jiao's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light as she charged towards Mo Chuan again.
Kid, where do you think you're going? Bai Lao shouted coldly, his true energy surging as he attacked Mo Chuan.
He too could no longer tolerate being toyed with by Mo Chuan time and time again, clearly enraged. However, the subsequent situation left both of them greatly disheartened. No matter how grand their assault was to pursue Mo Chuan, there would always be a moment of brief confusion allowing Mo Chuan to escape. After dozens of encounters they had already lost confidence due to Mo Chuan's antics.
Why have you stopped attacking? Are you tired? Mo Chuan smiled faintly and asked. Don't get too complacent.
Dan Tai Jiao glared with her beautiful eyes, her chest heaving violently, clearly upset.
Mo Chuan showed no intention of stopping, smiling as he said, aren't you all from Nanwo City?
That's the martial arts center of the south, a big city. Yet here you are trying to rob my Lingyuan fruit.
Don't you have any of the decorum of a big city person? You. Dan Tai Jiao's tone faltered.
She had always been domineering, accustomed to taking whatever she desired, never caring about anything else. At this moment Bai Lao chuckled, kid, this Lingyuan fruit isn't yours either, is it? You clearly also robbed someone else's Lingyuan fruit, so what right do you have to question us? Right, why do you get to criticize us? Dan Taijiao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Mo Chuan with a triumphant expression. Mo Chuan chuckled, saying, I have a feud with this person's family, so naturally I must take action against him. As for this spiritual fruit, it is my spoils of war and cannot be considered ill-gotten wealth. He. Old Bai laughed, clearly not believing him. Whether it's ill-gotten wealth or not matters little. I adhere to the principle of the strong preying on the weak. In the martial arts world, the fist is the first law. Whoever has the stronger fist owns the spoils. Dan Tai's pretty face revealed a hint of pride. So hand over your spiritual fruit. Dan Tai's expression suddenly turned cold as her jade hand rested on her slender waist. Swish. Unexpectedly, a long whip sliced through the air, striking towards Mo Chuan. Dan Tai's face was filled with triumph. This long whip was her weapon, usually disguised as a belt wrapped around her waist unnoticed by enemies. At the critical moment she could draw it out, catching her opponent off guard. In response, Mo Chuan smiled faintly, remaining calm and unhurried. He had reached the top of the heavenly rankings at a young age, having battled countless martial arts prodigies, accumulating rich combat experience. How could he be frightened by the sudden situation before him? Mo Chuan merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the long whip to glide past him at a subtle distance. Not bad tactics, but it's a pity your whip technique is not refined enough. Mo Chuan commented with a smile. You. Wait for me. Dan Tai retracted, the whipper's silver teeth clenched tightly. She never expected that Mo Chuan would evade the whip's surprise attack. Wait. I have no time to waste with you here. Until next time. Mo Chuan smiled faintly and leaped over the courtyard wall, disappearing gracefully. Damn it. Dan Tai stamped her foot. She wanted to chase after him, but she knew that with Mo Chuan's escape skills she could never catch up. Miss. That person is extremely cunning. The method that knocked me out in an instant is simply unheard of. Old Bai sighed from the side. Dan Tai's pretty face displayed a hint of displeasure. What cunningness? It's just that our strength is insufficient, which is why we couldn't keep him. Speaking of which, Dan Tai's face flushed with a hint of admiration. If my idol Su Chuan were here with his strength as the number 1 on the rankings, he would definitely be able to capture that brat. Dan Tai admired Su Chuan above all else. He was only 18 and had crushed all prodigies with absolute strength, ascending to the top position. What an imposing presence. He completely disregarded all heroes of the world. Thus Dan Tai, inherently domineering and idolizing strength to the utmost, hopelessly admired Su Chuan. Unfortunately, Su Chuan had always been mysterious, only appearing in Bewitching City. Therefore Dan Tai had never seen him and did not know his appearance, which left her quite frustrated. Miss. However, Old Bai's expression suddenly changed. From now on it's best not to mention Su Chuan's name in front of outsiders. Why not? Dan Tai's pretty face showed signs of displeasure. Su Chuan has gone mad, his cultivation wasted, and he has been removed from the rankings. It is said that all of this was done by the Su family. They obviously harbor great hatred for Su Chuan. If you frequently mention Su Chuan in front of outsiders and it reaches the ears of the Su family, I'm afraid. Old Bai's face flashed with worry. Although the Dan Tai family is very powerful, being a martial arts family in Nanwo City, the Su family is a martial arts family in the capital. What kind of place is the capital? It is the northern center of martial arts and also the center of martial arts for all of Huaxia. The Su family can hold their own in that land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could the Dan Tai family easily provoke them? I understand. Dan Tai's pretty face turned cold. Although she was quite willful, she was not without understanding the reasoning. However, she still huffed, I believe Su Chuan will not remain silent for long. Dan Tai's beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration. Old Bai was about to say something, but upon seeing the clothes of Xiong Taichang lying under the spiritual fruit tree, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him and he quickly said, Not good, miss, we must leave here quickly. Why? Dan Tai cast a puzzled glance. Old Bai pointed at Xiong Taichang and said, This person's clothes are from the Xiong family of Nanwo City. That brat just now must have snatched the spiritual fruit from the Xiong family. To avoid disputes with the Xiong family, we should leave quickly. All right. Dan Tai nodded, her red lips parted lightly. Let's head to the outskirts of Yunjiang City now. After all, the family has assigned us a task. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory in Yunjiang City. The factory was spacious and filled with precious herbs. At this moment, in one of the rooms of the factory, a large bed was present. Suboi sat up from the bed and beside him a heavily made-up woman wrapped her arms around his neck and said, How annoying, are you just going to leave like this? Be good, come back and play with me later. Suboi smiled at the heavily made-up woman. Then he dressed his gaze, turning cold. A petty person does not let vengeance go unresolved overnight. Now I must go to the Mo family and reclaim the humiliation I suffered this morning. Although his master Old Man Baichao had gone to the outskirts of Yunjiang City and was not here at the moment, Suboi was still filled with confidence. Because before going to the outskirts of Yunjiang City, Old Man Baichao had left him a trump card.
Soon he arrived at the Mo family's villa.
Suboi had arrived. As soon as he appeared, the guards and bodyguards of the villa immediately recognized him. It's the person who caused a scene at the Mo family this morning.
Quick, hurry and chase him away. Notify second master immediately.
One bodyguard ran towards the villa to inform Mo Yuhai, while the remaining bodyguards surrounded Suboi, preventing him from entering the villa.
Overestimating yourselves. A cold smile appeared on Suboi's face. He took out a black bag.
This bag is called a monster beast bag, which contains a small space for storing monster beasts. At this moment, this monster beast bag contained a powerful monster beast far stronger than the previous one. This was the trump card that Old Man Baichao had left for Suboi. He opened the monster beast bag, and with a flash of black light, a gigantic black demon ape instantly appeared. The bodyguards turned pale, startled.
What is this? It seems to be a monkey. It looks more like a legendary monster.
The bodyguards retreated, fear rising in their hearts.
Go, let you have a little snack first.
Suboi waved his hand at the demon ape, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips.
Roar. The demon ape let out a roar, then swiftly lunged at the bodyguards. Monster, get lost. The bodyguards, suppressing their inner fear, took out electric batons and struck at the demon ape. However, roar. The demon ape roared angrily, raising its massive ape arm and lightly sweeping forward. Ah! The bodyguards let out cries of pain, being flung away.
At this moment, Old Master Mo Yuhai, Zhao Fanlin, Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang, Mo Dai, and all the members of the Mo family rushed out just in time to witness the scene.
What? What kind of monster is this? Everyone from the Mo family was shocked by the demon ape.
The bodyguards of the villa were all sent flying by a single slap from the gigantic demon ape, which was far more powerful than the demon bird that Suboi brought in the morning.
How could they resist this? Ha ha, you finally came out. Suboi laughed heartily, looking at everyone from the Mo family with a mocking expression.
Where is that kid? Suboi frowned, not seeing Mo Chuan, but he still smiled and said, well, let me deal with you first.
It's you.
The Mo family members saw Suboi behind the demon ape and their expressions changed.
Mo Yuhai quickly said, Mr. Su, our Mo family repays kindness with kindness and did not pursue the matter of you poisoning the old man, but why do you still want to persecute our Mo family? Why? Because your Mo family annoys me. A hint of disdain appeared on Suboi's face.
Mo Yuhai was taken aback, and the other members of the Mo family frowned in confusion. Suboi coldly smiled, taking in everyone's expressions.
Why am I annoyed? Because your Mo family is too ungrateful. Shouldn't you obediently let me poison you?
Shouldn't you obediently accept the control of my master Elder Baichao?
This is an honor for your Mo family. But you actually dared to resist.
As he said this, Suboi's eyes suddenly turned cold and the atmosphere around them became tense.
The faces of the Mo family members turned extremely pale.
Old Master Mo said solemnly, our Mo family is our own master and cannot accept being controlled by anyone.
Old man, you're really stubborn.
Suboi chuckled coldly. Then I'll send you on your way to the Yellow Springs. Suboi's expression was devoid of emotion as he waved his hand.
Roar. The demon ape roared deafeningly upon receiving the command.
Then it moved its massive body towards the members of the Mo family.
Seeing this, Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang, and Mo Dai felt a jolt in their hearts. Dad, you shouldn't have talked recklessly just now. Mo Yushan reproached, his voice trembling in fear of the giant demon ape. Yes, Dad, we shouldn't have angered Mr. Su.
Wang Hongtang said, her face pale.
Mo Dai looked at the increasingly close giant demon ape, feeling colder in her heart.
After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa, why don't you apologize to Mr.
Su. Maybe if he's in a good mood he will let us go.
Mo Yuhai's face changed, trembling with anger. Are you still members of the Mo family?
This Suboi poisoned the old man and you dare to blame him instead. You want him to apologize.
Zhao Fanlin hurriedly patted Mo Yuhai's back, signaling him to calm down, but she also said, what Yuhai said is not wrong, your family is indeed a bit excessive.
Hee, what do you mean by excessive? Life is about to be lost and you still worry about so much. Wang Hongtang spoke sarcastically like a shrew.
She wanted to say more, but seeing the approaching demon ape, she shrank her neck and fell silent.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Every step the giant demon ape took caused a loud boom on the ground. Its momentum was overwhelming.
The giant demon ape was now less than 5 meters away from the Mo family.
At such a close distance, everyone could see the fangs in the demon ape's mouth.
An extremely thick stench of blood surged through the air from the demon ape. Mo Dai's face turned utterly pale, completely devoid of color.
She was still young and had plenty of time to squander. She didn't want to die like this.
Grandpa, why don't you just apologize to Mr. Su? I really don't want to die. Mo Dai cried out.
Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang also looked at old Master Mo with hopeful expressions.
Mo Yuhai was also terrified, but he shouted, enough. Is this about apologizing or not? This Su boy clearly wants to annihilate our Mo family today.
Wang Hongtang immediately screamed, Mo Yuhai, don't just stand there and make sarcastic comments.
Cough cough, alright, stop yelling. At this moment old Master Mo coughed and finally spoke. Everyone immediately stopped and turned their attention to old Master Mo.
I am old and have few years left to live, but you all are still young.
Old Master Mo said this puzzling statement.
Everyone momentarily didn't understand the meaning of these words. However, Mo Yuhai frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding after hearing this. In the next moment old Master Mo moved. He faced the gigantic demon ape without retreating, instead taking the initiative to walk towards it.
Mr. Su, can we make a deal? Old Master Mo asked. Oh. What kind of deal? A hint of curiosity appeared on Su Boy's lips. Old Master Mo pointed at the giant demon ape side and said, I voluntarily let it eat me and all of the Mo family's assets will be yours.
But can you spare the other members of the Mo family?
At this statement everyone from the Mo family was shocked. Dad. Don't do anything reckless. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin's expressions changed. Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai's family were also frightened. However, this family also had their own thoughts.
Just now Mo Dai only wanted the old man to apologize, but unexpectedly the old man took it a step further, voluntarily stepping forward, willing to trade his life for everyone else's.
This might really work. Meanwhile in a park in Yunjing City, Mo Chuan sat cross-legged under a tree.
After battling with the two martial arts masters of the 5th level Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao, Mo Chuan felt his realm becoming unstable. Therefore he left the backyard of the Xiong family martial arts school and came to the park to break through.
Ha! Mo Chuan adjusted his breathing, preparing for a breakthrough. He closed his eyes tightly and activated the Divine Dragon technique. Vast true energy surged vigorously within his dantian. After a dozen minutes Mo Chuan's breath surged wildly. Finally, I've reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Mo Chuan opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile.
With a thought he took out the wooden box and retrieved a spirit fruit. If I consume this spirit fruit I can break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Mo Chuan murmured to himself, then swallowed the spirit fruit in one bite and closed his eyes again to meditate. Within his dantian the spiritual energy contained in the spirit fruit immediately surged, becoming extremely rich. Mo Chuan activated the Divine Dragon technique, refining this rich spiritual energy into his own true energy. His breath surged once more. He was getting closer to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Before long the spiritual energy of the spirit fruit was completely absorbed. 4th level of Qi refinement. Mo Chuan stated calmly, his breath experiencing an unprecedented surge, exuding an overwhelming presence.
Alright, time to head for Elder Bai Chao's lair. Mo Chuan rose to his feet, a faint smile flickering across his face.
Having cultivated to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, his strength had surged dramatically, infiltrating Elder Bai Chao's stronghold no longer stirred even a trace of concern. According to intelligence provided by Li Xiuhai, Elder Bai Chao's lair was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yunjiang City.
Before long Mo Chuan located it.
Yet the moment he stepped inside his brows knotted in suspicion.
The vast interior lay eerily empty, not a soul in sight. Could Li Xiuhai have deceived me? Mo Chuan hesitated, perplexed.
He scoured the entire factory until at last he detected a faint human presence emanating from a room deep within.
Bang!
He kicked the door open without hesitation.
Ah!
Inside, sprawled across a large bed, a heavily made-up woman jolted upright, startled by the sudden intrusion as she scrolled through her phone. Seeing only a young man before her, she exhaled in relief, then instantly erupted in fury. Who are you? How dare you barge into my place?
Silence! Mo Chuan's brow furrowed, spiritual energy surged through his meridians and the unmistakable aura of a cultivator radiated outward.
The woman's face paled, instantly overwhelmed by the crushing weight of his Dao pressure. This youth was far beyond her reckoning. Terror flooded her gaze as she stared at Mo Chuan.
Where is Elder Bai Chao? Mo Chuan demanded coldly.
Elder Bai Chao. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she stammered, I heard from Suboi, he went to the mountainous outskirts of Yunjiang City.
The mountainous outskirts. Mo Chuan frowned.
He hadn't anticipated this outcome, he'd drawn a complete blank.
And who are you? Are you also Elder Bai Chao's disciple? Mo Chuan pressed further.
No, I'm Suboi's lover, she blurted.
Then where is Suboi now? Mo Chuan's expression darkened. She answered truthfully, he just left, said he was going to the Missouri family estate to exact revenge. The Mo family. Revenge.
At those words, Mo Chuan's face hardened like frozen iron. The air around him chilled abruptly. Unbidden spiritual energy burst forth from his body, rippling violently through the space. The heavily made-up woman collapsed unconscious under the sheer suffocating force of his cultivation aura. "Suboy, you court death." Mo Chuan's voice turned glacial as he strode out of the room.
Mo family villa.
How fascinating, truly fascinating. After hearing Old Master Mo's words, Suboy clapped slowly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Old man, do you truly intend to trade your life for theirs? Never imagined you'd embrace self-sacrifice so wholeheartedly."
Suboy sneered, eyes gleaming with mockery.
Old Master Mo stood impassive, life and death had long since ceased to move him.
"Well done, I confess, old man, your spirit of sacrifice has moved me." Suboy actually praised him.
"So?" His eyes narrowed to slits. At that, Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtong and Mo Dai, the three of them exchanged hopeful glances.
Could it be?
Was Suboy about to spare them? Granted, their survival would come at the cost of Old Master Mo's life, a grim bargain that offered little cause for celebration. Yet deep down, the thought of living ignited an irrepressible spark of joy.
"So? I've decided to leave you until last." Suboy completed his sentence. "As for the first blood, I'll draw it from you." A sardonic grin curled his lips as his gaze settled upon Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtong and Mo Dai.
Their faces froze, blood draining from every feature. The fragile hope they'd nurtured shattered utterly, leaving behind not mere despair but a deeper, more chilling desolation. They were now slated to die first. Beside them, Old Master Mo sighed sorrowfully. It was clear now, Suboy would not honor any bargain. His resolve to eradicate the Mo family was absolute.
At that realization, Old Master Mo seemed to age decades in an instant. "Darling, change course. This way." Suboy waved dismissively toward Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtong and Mo Dai.
It was in effect the final death sentence.
Roar.
The colossal demonic ape pounded its chest, then pivoted sharply. Two. Crimson light flared in its eyes as it advanced step by thunderous step, drawing ever closer to Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtong and Mo Dai.
Among the three, Mo Dai stood closest to the beast. "No, I don't want to die." Her body trembled violently, seized by pure unadulterated terror.
But the ape paid no heed. With a guttural snarl, it thrust forth a massive clawed hand, aiming straight for Mo Dai. One grasp and she would be crushed to pulp.
Just then, wait. I have something to say.
Mo Yushan stepped forward, his expression shifting like storm clouds.
"Oh. And what might that be?" Suboy's lips curled in amusement.
With a flick of his wrist, the ape froze, its monstrous hand suspended inches from Mo Dai's throat. Mo Yushan gritted his teeth. "I have ties with the He family."
"Will you spare us?"
He was gambling that the He family's connection with Elder Bai Chao ran deep enough to sway Suboy.
"What proof do you offer?" To Mo Yushan's astonishment, Suboy asked seriously. Mo Yushan exhaled in quiet relief and pulled out his phone, dialing He Chang.
"What is it?" came He Chang's cool, measured voice.
"Young master, he..." Mo Yushan spoke with deferential urgency, recounting the entire ordeal.
After listening, He Chang replied flatly, "Hand the phone to Suboy."
Mo Yushan complied, instantly passing the device to Suboy.
Suboy accepted it and exchanged several hushed words with He Chang on the other end. When the call ended, Suboy fixed Mo Yushan with a cold, mirthless smile.
"Never imagined you had links to the He family." "Ha ha." Mo Yushan chuckled awkwardly. "Fine, I'll spare you. But only the three of you. The Mo family, every last member, will still perish." Suboy's tone brooked no appeal. Yes, absolutely." Mo Yushan dared not object, nodding frantically.
Suboy waved again. The ape withdrew its clawed hand from Mo Dai's throat. Mo Dai, realizing she'd been spared, finally let go of her breath, tears welling up as relief washed over her. Meanwhile, Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin each caught a fleeting, fragile glimmer of hope in their eyes. That would suffice, more than sufficient. Though they themselves would surely fall, at least the Mo lineage would endure through these three.
Yet, just then,
Suboy turned to Mo Yushan, his smile enigmatic and edged with irony. "By the way, didn't the He family once request a sterilization formula from my master?"
"Could it be, they sought it for your sake?" He gestured toward Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin. "My medical expertise remains formidable. Even a glance at their faces reveals infertility.
Not congenital, but induced by external agents."
Those words struck like lightning. Mo Yushan's face went rigid.
Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin turned bone-white, shock freezing their limbs.
"Brother, is this true?" Mo Yuhai ground out, jaw clenched.
Zhao Fanglin gripped her hands so tightly her knuckles whitened, her whole frame trembling. Mo Yushan regained his composure swiftly and retorted coolly, "So what if it is?"
"It is you." Hearing confirmation, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin stared in disbelief, eyes wide with horror. Traitor! You wretched traitor! Old Master Mo, overhearing, convulsed with rage, his body shaking violently as if on the verge of collapse. Unfilial child! You've poisoned your own kin. Do you still have any humanity left? Old Master Mo trembled as he raised his hand, pointing at Mo Yushan and questioning him in anguish. Dad, don't blame me for my righteous actions against my own family. If you had passed the position of head of the Mo family to me, I wouldn't have poisoned Yuhai and Fanglin. That's right. Grandpa, if the head of the family were my father, he would never harm Uncle's family. Mo Yushan coldly argued in his defense. Mo Dai also spoke up clearly. She was in the know. Not only her, but Wang Hongtang also showed no surprise, as she was already aware of everything. This entire family was exceedingly malicious. You all. Old Master Mo's anger nearly caused him to spit blood. Dad. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin hurriedly supported Old Master Mo. Elder brother. It's one thing for your family to harm me and Fanglin, but do you also wish to kill Dad with anger? Mo Yuhai glared at Mo Yushan. Mo Yushan remained silent. However, his lips soon curled into a sinister smile. You're right, Dad must. What? Mo Yuhai was shaken and exclaimed. Mo Yushan smirked. Not just Dad, but all of you must die. Having said that, he respectfully looked at Su Boy. Mr. Su, don't you want your pet to have a meal? You can start now. Haha, interesting. You actually let me personally eliminate your own blood relatives. You truly are a rare ruthless person. Su Boy laughed heartily, looking at Mo Yushan with amusement. Mo Yushan's heart trembled, but he still believed that Su Boy would not act against him due to his backing. Indeed, after a smile, Su Boy turned his gaze toward Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin. Darling, these people are your food, go enjoy. Su Boy snapped his fingers and instructed the demon ape. The demon ape pounded its chest with its fists, then its eyes glinted with ferocity as it advanced. Seeing this, Old Master Mo slowly closed his eyes. Mo Yushan's righteous betrayal had already left him feeling dead inside. Thus he did not wish to resist any longer. Of course he could not resist the demon ape. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin, watching the approaching demon ape, felt a wave of fear, but their hands were tightly clasped together. A gigantic hand reached out, grasping toward the group. Just as the demon ape was about to succeed in its hunt, a cold voice suddenly rang out. A mere demon ape dares to wreak havoc in my Mo family. Mo Chuan flashed into view before everyone. He had actually arrived long ago, but had been secretly observing since Mo Yushan's treachery against his uncle had just been Mo Chuan, you finally come. Excellent, this saves me the trouble of finding you. Su Boy's face lit up with wild joy. If one were to ask who he hated most in the Mo family, it would certainly be Mo Chuan. It was Mo Chuan who had ruined his plans to poison Old Master Mo. It was also Mo Chuan who had taken away the demon beast bird he had raised. Xiao Chuan, hurry and run. Grandpa. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin's expressions changed, filled with urgency. At this moment, Mo Chuan's return was akin to seeking his own death. Ignorant fool. Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai were all cold and even had mocking expressions in their eyes. Did Mo Chuan really think he could save Old Master Mo and the others from the terrifying giant ape's hands? Haha, simply ridiculous. Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, you don't need to worry about me. This demon ape cannot do anything to me. Mo Chuan said with a faint smile, looking seriously at Old Master Mo and the others. But Old Master Mo and the others were stunned by Mo Chuan's confidence. Elder Uncle. Your family's malice has truly opened my eyes. Mo Chuan then looked at Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai, speaking coldly. Mo Yushan's face turned extremely ugly as he spoke. As an elder, it is not your place to educate me, a junior. Elder. Mo Chuan laughed lightly and said, do you have the qualifications to be my elder? You are not even worthy of being human. In his eyes, the actions of Mo Yushan's family in harming their own blood relatives were no different from those of the Su family. You. Mo Yushan pointed at Mo Chuan, feeling humiliated. At this moment, Mo Dai sneered, saying, Mo Chuan, stop trying to use your tongue. You can't even protect yourself, so just become food for this giant ape along with Grandpa. Exactly. Wang Hongtang also said with a mocking expression. Why would I become food for this foolish ape? Mo Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the demon ape and said, it should be this beast that becomes my food. Hi Mo Chuan, it seems you have great confidence in yourself. Hearing this, Su Boy was so angry he laughed. I previously said that this demon ape cannot do anything to me. Mo Chuan said calmly. Hoof. Arrogant. Su Boy's gaze turned cold. Darling, change targets and tear this person apart first. Su Boy commanded the demon ape. Boom. 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 The enormous body of the demon ape immediately turned direction and charged toward Mo Chuan. Soon the demon ape stood before Mo Chuan. Danger, it's getting closer. Mo Chuan's tiny human body compared to the massive demon ape was like an ant trying to block a cart.
The demon beast exuded a terrifying pressure. This was the pressure belonging to a first-level intermediate demon beast. An ordinary person facing this pressure would surely faint on the spot. However, Mo Chuan remained unmoved. A fierce light flashed in the demon ape's eyes.
Unlike ordinary animals, demon beasts were already imbued with intelligence, so the demon ape sensed a hint of disdain from Mo Chuan. This tiny ant dares to mock it. The demon ape furiously extended its huge hand intending to crush Mo Chuan.
Suboi saw this and laughed heartily. Mo Chuan, this demon ape is a first-level intermediate demon beast. Its power far surpasses that of the previous demon bird.
You are about to become its food. Mo Chuan stood still.
Oh. Have you been scared silly by this demon ape standing there without moving, not even daring to resist?
Suboi laughed loudly. Mo Chuan remained unmoved. He Master Su, your pet is about to have a meal. Mo Yushan Mo Dai and Wang Hongtang's family mocked. Mo Chuan still did not move. Xiao Chuan, hurry and run. Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin urged anxiously. Mo Chuan still did not move. Finally, the demon ape's gigantic hand was closing in on Mo Chuan. At this moment, ding! Detected a first-level intermediate demon beast, giant palm ape. Information appeared in his mind. Name: giant palm ape. Strength: first-level intermediate. Life source: 2 points. Now is the time.
A glint of brilliance flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes. Faced with the demon ape's hand, he showed no fear. His cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement erupted fully. The demon ape's giant palm struck like a bolt of lightning, quickly reaching out toward Mo Chuan. But he flicked his fingers and a sharp stream of true chi shot out, directly hitting the demon ape's forehead.
Bang!
The enormous hand of the demon ape halted, then with a loud crash its massive body fell directly face.
What?
Suboi was stunned by this scene. His pet demon beast, nurtured for many years by the Elder of Herbs, was defeated just like that.
And it was defeated in one move. What happened?
The mocking expressions on Mo Yushan, Mo Dai and Wang Hongtang's faces froze at this moment.
Mo Chuan actually defeated that terrifying giant ape.
Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this.
Mo Chuan ignored everyone's reactions and looked at the demon ape lying on the ground.
Devour, he silently commanded, raising his right hand and gently waving it toward the demon ape. In his palm a black vortex appeared.
The demon ape's body instantly transformed into a stream of light, entering the black vortex in his palm. Ding! Devoured giant palm ape gaining 2 points of life source. The system's prompt sounded and the attribute panel updated. Name: Mo Chuan. Life source: 2 points. Stage: a small snake that has molted twice. 03. Realm: 4th level of chi refinement 10.
Talent: devouring. First snake poison, illusory god poison. Second snake poison, supreme poison.
Mo Chuan nodded, feeling quite satisfied.
This. Suboi beside him was even more shocked. A massive demon ape was turned to nothing by Mo Chuan with just a wave of his hand.
This was simply a divine technique. He looked at Mo Chuan with eyes filled with fear, panic and timidity.
Your master, the Elder of Herbs, went to the suburban mountains.
Mo Chuan withdrew his hand and looked at Suboi, coldly questioning. Is that so?
At this moment Suboi's voice trembled, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. What did he go to the suburban mountains for?
Mo Chuan frowned and asked again.
He had previously roamed in the suburban mountains devouring prey but had not discovered anything peculiar there. Suboi hesitated for a moment before saying, Master discovered a fairy relic in the depths of the suburban mountains. It seems to hide the legacy of ancient cultivators.
Depths of the mountains, fairy relic, cultivation legacy. Mo Chuan's brows furrowed even deeper.
If it were in the depths of the suburban mountains, it was indeed possible. After all, the area he had hunted in previously was considered the outskirts of the mountains, not involving the deeper parts. He said to Suboi, take me to that relic later. Whether to deal with the Elder of Herbs or to explore that so-called fairy relic, the depths of the suburban mountains are worth a visit.
Ah, you want me to take you there? Suboi's body trembled, his expression extremely bitter. If his master found out he took an outsider to that fairy relic, he would surely face dire consequences. What, you unwilling? Mo Chuan's tone turned cold. No. I am willing, absolutely willing. Suboi hurriedly replied. Leading Mo Chuan there, he would not escape his master's punishment afterward. Not leading Mo Chuan there, he would be dealt with by Mo Chuan immediately. Suboi could still distinguish between the two. Quite perceptive. Mo Chuan smiled. Ding. Detected a spatial bag, do you wish to devour it?
At that moment the system's prompt sounded.
Spatial bag. Mo Chuan was taken aback, then looked around until his gaze landed on a grey bag clutched in Suboi's hand.
Previously Suboi must have put that demon ape in this so-called spatial bag. Yet now the system prompts to devour this spatial bag. Why is that? Forget it, let's devour it first. Mo Chuan told the system, devour the spatial bag. The system replied ding. Starting to devour the spatial bag. Ah. My bag. Suboi cried out, the spatial bag in his hand suddenly ignited, turning to ashes and scattering in the wind. Suboi was utterly shocked. He guessed this was likely related to Mo Chuan, and his gaze toward Mo Chuan became filled with even more ding. Successfully devoured the spatial bag, creating a space of 10 cubic meters. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in his mind and the attribute panel updated again. Name Mo Chuan. Life source 2 points. Stage a small snake that has molted twice 03. Realm 4th level of Chi refinement 10. Talent devouring, first snake poison, illusory god poison, second snake poison, supreme poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Mo Chuan looked at the newly added space section in the attribute panel and had a guess. Could it be that the space in the spatial bag was devoured into the system just now? Mo Chuan thought to himself. Ding. Yes, the host can store important items in the system's space in the future, the system answered. This adds a useful function. Mo Chuan's eyes lit up. At this moment Mo Chuan shifted his gaze towards Mo Yushan, Mo Dai and Wang Hongtang's family. What do you intend to do? Mo Yushan's heart suddenly trembled. Mo Dai and Wang Hongtang also stepped back in fright. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. I was just pondering, how far can a person descend into inhumanity? To dare harm one's own blood relatives is truly eye-opening for me. Mo Yushan's face turned ashen. Are you lecturing me? No. Mo Chuan shook his head and said, I am here to punish you on behalf of your grandfather. He flicked his fingers, unleashing 3 streams of true energy. Bang. 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 The 3 streams of true energy pierced through the legs of Mo Yushan, Mo Dai and Wang Hongtang. Ah. My leg. Mo Yushan cried out in pain. Mo Chuan, you have such a ruthless heart. Mo Dai's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. I am your aunt, how can you treat me like this? Wang Hongtang also screamed in pain. All 3 of their legs had sustained serious injuries, unable to support their weight any longer. With a thud, the 3 were forced to kneel. Kneel there and properly repent to grandfather, second uncle and second aunt. Mo Chuan looked at them coldly. Then he turned to old Mo and smiled. Grandfather, how should we deal with these 3 sinners of the Mo family? It is entirely up to your arrangements. Old Mo looked at Mo Yushan, Wang Hongtang and Mo Dai, his expression somewhat gloomy. These 3 were his own son, daughter-in-law and even his granddaughter. They shared a bond thicker than blood. However, these 3 had completely disregarded this so-called familial affection. Old Mo was heartbroken. He glanced at the 3's broken legs, a flicker of pity in his eyes, but ultimately sighed and said, bring them away first. In the distance, several bodyguards from the Mo family hurried forward, taking Mo Yushan, Mo Dai and Wang Hongtang away. Mo Chuan, don't get too complacent. Before being taken away, Mo Yushan glared at Mo Chuan, still ranting angrily. Mo Chuan ignored him. By the way, Xiao Chuan, are you a martial artist? At this moment old Mo looked at Mo Chuan, hesitated for a moment and asked. Hearing this, Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fan Lin also turned their attention to him. Just now Mo Chuan had unleashed true energy, defeating the demon ape in one move, and then struck 3 streams of true energy, breaking the legs of Mo Yushan's family. This series of events had already led old Mo and the others to speculate. Mo Chuan is the legendary martial artist. Martial artist? I suppose so. Mo Chuan smiled and replied. Good, good, good. My Mo family finally has its own martial artist. Old Mo's earlier gloomy mood vanished and he finally revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, Xiao Chuan martial artists are extremely noble beings. The 3 great martial families of Yunshan City are high and mighty precisely because they have martial artists who look down upon us mere secular aristocrats. Zhao Fan Lin sighed. Alas, Xiao Chuan, what have you experienced outside these years to have become a martial artist? It's just some trivial experiences. Mo Chuan shook his head, recalling that he had only turned 18 this year and had already reached the top of the talented list, and yet soon after he was rendered powerless by the Su family, leaving him with mixed emotions. Alright grandfather, second uncle, second aunt, I still need to go to the suburban mountains, so I won't linger here any longer. Mo Chuan said with a smile. Xiao Chuan, be careful. Old Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fan Lin nodded, knowing that Mo Chuan was going to seek the herbal elder, so they all earnestly cautioned him. Rest assured. Mo Chuan smiled faintly and then left the Mo family villa with Su Boyi. In the suburban mountains of Yunshan City, Mo Chuan and Su Boyi had just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the dense trees ahead, Mo Chuan instructed Su Boyi lightly, as we walk, tell me about the so-called immortal family's relics. Yes, yes, yes. Su Boyi glanced at Imo Chuan, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and said this so-called immortal family's relic is actually a cave. Or according to the ancient records it should be called the cave dwelling of a cultivator.
Su Boyi explained. Imo Chuan asked, how can you be sure it is the cave dwelling of a cultivator? You have never seen a real cultivator. Su Boyi quickly replied, that is definitely the cave dwelling of a cultivator, I can guarantee it.
A few months ago I went to the depths of the suburban mountains with my master and saw that cave with my own eyes.
That cave has a stone door.
My master is a master of the 5th level of martial arts, but with his strength he couldn't break that stone door at all. Instead, the door emitted a spiritual light that injured my master. My master is well read and has read countless ancient texts, so he recognized at a glance that the spiritual light was the power of an immortal family's formation.
There are formations inscribed by cultivators on that stone door preventing anyone from entering. Imo Chuan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Ancient cultivators laid down formations in that cave. Could it be that the cave is truly the cave dwelling of a cultivator containing countless treasures of the immortal family? Imo Chuan then asked, since the cave is protected by the power of formations preventing everyone from entering, why did your master choose to go to that cave today?
Because according to my master's observation, that formation was laid down by ancient cultivators, and from ancient times until now a long time has passed. With the erosion of time, the power of the formation has nearly faded away. My master deduced that today, a few months later, is precisely the time when the power of the formation will completely dissipate.
Once the formation disappears, entering that immortal cave will be unobstructed. I see. Imo Chuan stroked his chin deep in thought. It's absolutely true, my master's deduction will not be wrong.
Ha! Su Boyi chuckled, then asked, by the way, little brother, what is your specific martial arts realm?
What do you want to compare my strength with your master? You aren't planning to have your master deal with me after meeting him, are you?
Imo Chuan looked at Su Boyi with a smile that was not a smile.
How could that be? Little brother, you are overthinking it. Su Boyi quickly smiled and said.
Imo Chuan snorted coldly, humph, you better keep all your little thoughts to yourself.
Yes, little brother, don't worry, I absolutely have no other thoughts. Su Boyi was sweating profusely and said. Continue to tell me about the news of the immortal cave. All right, little brother.
Su Boyi wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly began to speak again. Thus the two of them engaged in a question and answer session, gradually walking deeper into the forest. At this moment, in the deepest part of the suburban mountains, amidst a mountain peak, dense trees and lush plants surrounded the area.
This place should have been rarely visited by people.
But now many individuals had arrived.
Each of these individuals was spirited and possessed an extraordinary aura. They were all martial artists.
These martial artists all turned their gazes towards a cave nestled in the mountainside. A glint of eager light flashed in their eyes. This cave was the legendary immortal family's cave dwelling left behind by ancient cultivators.
Cultivators are even more powerful than martial artists.
Cultivators who reach the pinnacle can ascend to become immortals and even glimpse the path to eternal life. And martial artists, no matter how skilled, are merely slightly more formidable than ordinary mortals. Thus, in today's world where the legacy of cultivation has been severed, not a single martial artist does not long to find the secrets of cultivation and embark on the legendary path to immortality. And now this opportunity lay right before them. This cave possibly contained the heritage of ancient cultivators. These martial artists were already beginning to feel excited. Among these martial artists there was an old man in coarse clothing who looked at the other martial artists with a glint of cold light in his eye. This man was the herbal elder.
When he arrived here, many martial artists had already gathered before the immortal cave. Moreover, more martial artists were continuously arriving.
The herbal elder then understood that the relics of this immortal cave were not discovered by him alone. And these martial artists were all his rivals on the path of seeking immortality.
No one can snatch my opportunity.
The method of cultivation belongs solely to me, the herbal elder. The herbal elder thought to himself. His expression was cold and fierce, already contemplating how to deal with these competitors. Among these martial artists there was also a charming young girl and an old servant with white hair, both of whom looked displeased. The charming young girl was voluptuous, her narrow waist delicate, and her demeanor was incredibly noble, reminiscent of an ancient aristocrat's daughter. The old servant's eyes occasionally flashed with a glimmer of brilliance, his aura steady and poised for action, clearly a martial arts master.
These two were Dan Tai Jiao and Bai Lao.
They had traveled a long distance from the martial arts center of Nanwu City in the south to this remote southern city of Yunshan City, all to explore the immortal cave and see if they could obtain the long-lost heritage of cultivation. This was the task assigned to the two by the Dan Tai family. However, the situation now seemed somewhat complicated.
Bai Lao, it seems we are not the only ones from the Dan Tai family who received news about the emergence of the immortal cave.
Dan Tai Jiao bit her red lip, feeling somewhat unwilling as she spoke. Among the martial artists present, many had a cultivation level higher than hers and Bai Lao's. Thus the chances of them obtaining the treasures within the cave had significantly diminished.
Alas miss, if we had known earlier we should have sent the family elders to come personally. Bai Lao sighed repeatedly, feeling regretful.
If only we could have snatched the Ling Yuan fruit from that kid earlier. Dan Taijiao recalled the Ling Yuan fruit in Mo Chuan's possession, her tone tinged with a hint of temper and dominance. If she were to consume the Ling Yuan fruit, her strength would surely increase significantly.
Upon hearing this, old Bai could not help but chuckle wryly. Miss, you should really consider changing your personality.
Being so domineering will make it difficult for you to find a husband in the future.
Dan Taijiao, unfazed, replied, what does that matter? A warrior should be competitive. Without competition one cannot grow stronger.
Besides, I don't want to find a husband so early. It's not just anyone who can match up to Dan Taijiao. At this point Dan Taijiao inadvertently thought of Su Chuan, a slight blush appearing on her exquisite face.
Old Bai sighed again.
His young lady's overbearing nature and her brilliance in public would inevitably lead to trouble one day.
However, he did not want to say anything further, as that would only increase the young lady's annoyance. Young master, this is the place. Just then another warrior approached.
The newcomer was a young man accompanied by an elderly man. The young man was dressed extravagantly, exuding an imposing aura with a hint of arrogance on his face. The old man, on the other hand, respectfully followed the young man, resembling a loyal servant. The many warriors present turned to look at the pair, each displaying different expressions. Some were curious, some indifferent, some astonished, and others furrowed their brows in contemplation.
Young master, this is the immortal cave that the family instructed us to explore, the old man said, pointing to a cave not far away. Looks quite ordinary, doesn't it?
The young man chuckled, appearing somewhat disinterested. He shifted his gaze, beginning to appraise the warriors, and soon upon spotting a graceful figure in the crowd his eyes brightened with surprise.
Oh, Miss Dantai, what brings you here?
The young man hurried over to Dan Taijiao, smiling. Miss Dantai, are you also here to explore this so-called immortal cave?
And if I am? Yulian-san, this doesn't seem to concern you, does it?
A hint of displeasure flashed across Dan Taijiao's stunning face. Both were warriors from Nanwo City. Yulian-san had been captivated by Dan Taijiao's beauty in Nanwo City and had persistently pursued her, while Dan Taijiao found him insufferable. She never expected to encounter this bothersome fellow in the remote Nanwo City.
Miss Dantai, that's not quite right.
Fate brought us together, why not explore this immortal cave together? Yulian-san seemed oblivious to Dan Taijiao's annoyance, still wearing a mild smile.
Yulian-san.
Some warriors in the crowd who had been pondering finally exclaimed upon hearing the name. Others with broader experiences also reacted immediately.
Yulian-san.
Isn't he the young master of the Yu family in Nanwo City? This Yulian-san is remarkable. At such a young age he is already a master of the 5th level of martial arts and nearly made it onto the martial arts prodigy list. Indeed, the prodigy list only has 100 slots, while our vast Huaxia has over 1 billion people.
To stand out among such a multitude is extraordinary.
Thus, even if Yulian-san has not officially made the list, being so close qualifies him as an unparalleled genius.
The warriors discussed animatedly, all expressing their admiration for Yu Liankang's talent.
Even the elder of 100 herbs in the crowd cast a surprised glance at him. Thank you all for your kind words. Lian-song knows his own limitations. I still fall short compared to the true prodigies on the list. Yulian-song spoke humbly upon hearing the crowd's praise, but despite his words the pride evident on his face was unmistakable.
After all, he was just a step away from the prodigy list. I wonder, Miss Dantai, have you given any thought to what I just said?
Yulian-san looked at Dan Taijiao again, a fiery enthusiasm flashing in his eyes. Who wants to explore the immortal cave with you? Dan Taijiao's lips curled slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with disdain.
She utterly detested Yu Liankang's smug expression. So arrogant. Is it really that impressive to be nearly on the prodigy list? Should one be so pleased? Su Chuan is the number 1 on the prodigy list, yet he remains incredibly low-key, staying in the imperial capital and never revealing his face. As a result, even now Dan Taijiao was unaware of her idol's appearance.
Since you are unwilling, Miss Dantai, I must have been too forward. Upon hearing Dan Taijiao's unhesitating rejection, a flicker of anger passed across Yu Liankang's face, but soon he suppressed it, reverting to his smiling demeanor as if he were unaffected by the rejection. Yulian-song turned around and returned to the elderly man who had accompanied him.
Hypocrite.
Dan Taijiao watched Yu Liankang's retreating figure, her lips curling up slightly in disdain, labeling him as a hypocrite. However, when she caught sight of the old man beside Yulian-song, a trace of worry flickered in Dan Taijiao's beautiful eyes. This old man was a servant of the Yu family, referred to by others as Old Lei, a master at the 6th level of martial arts. Although Yulian-song was only at the 5th level of martial arts, he was a prodigy, just a step away from the prodigy list, and his strength was certainly greater than that of an average 5th level martial artist. The combination of Yulian-song and Old Lei exerted considerable pressure. After all, both Dan Taijiao and Old Bai were merely at the 5th level. Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared in Dan Taijiao's eyes.
The upcoming exploration of the cave would now have a formidable competitor.
So this is the immortal cave you mentioned.
That's right, young brother, this is the place.
At this moment another conversation began. Two more warriors rushed over.
Dan Taijao turned her gaze at the sound and upon recognizing their faces was somewhat surprised. Is it them? These two were Mo Chuan and Su Boy.
They had traversed through numerous forests and finally reached the deepest part of the suburban mountains. However, upon arriving at their destination, Mo Chuan was somewhat astonished. He had originally imagined that only the Elder of 100 Herbs would be there. Yet unexpectedly there were a whole crowd of people.
So many have come, it seems the so-called immortal cave might actually be real. Mo Chuan thought to himself. Rebellious disciple. What are you doing?
Suddenly the Elder of 100 Herbs stepped forward, glaring at Su Boy and reprimanding him. At this all the warriors' attention was drawn to them.
Master! Su Boy exclaimed in shock, trembling slightly. Did I not instruct you to stay in Yunshan City? Why did you not follow my command and instead brought people here?
The Elder of 100 Herbs' expression darkened. His mood soured as he had thought he was the only one to discover the immortal cave, but now it turned out that many warriors were aware of its emergence. This undoubtedly increased the number of competitors. Now with Su Boy bringing more people, it equated to yet another competitor.
Master, it was him. He forced me to come here.
Su Boy hurriedly pointed at Mo Chuan, trying to shift the blame.
Who is he?
Upon hearing this, the Elder of 100 Herbs narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan met his gaze without fear.
Master, he is that damned Mo Chuan. The brat who disrupted your poisoning plan. Su Boy said with a mournful expression. Emboldened by having a backing, he spoke derisively of Mo Chuan.
So his name is Mo Chuan, Dan Taijao murmured upon hearing this in the crowd.
However, she felt somewhat displeased. Her idol Su Chuan had a name with Chuan in it, and this brat also had Chuan in his name, which was quite annoying.
Oh, so this is Mo Chuan.
The Elder of 100 Herbs was not hearing the name for the first time. He examined Mo Chuan closely, curious about what made him unique enough to break his specially crafted poison. However, it was evident that the Elder of 100 Herbs did not perceive anything special.
Humph, did I not leave a demon ape for you? With that demon ape guarding, how could you have been threatened? Master! Your demon ape!
Su Boy broke out in a cold sweat. Old man, let me tell you, the demon ape you raised has long been ground to dust by me.
Mo Chuan said with a faint smile, staring directly at the Elder of 100 Herbs.
The enmity between them ran deep. How could he show any kindness?
What? The demon ape is dead. Is he telling the truth?
The Elder of 100 Herbs' expression changed and he looked at Su Boy with eyes that turned sharp. Raising the demon ape had cost him a significant amount of herbs and effort.
Master, it was because this Mo Chuan is too strong that the demon ape. Su Boy's face paled as he sensed the Elder's anger. Humph, useless waste. If that's the case, then go join my demon ape in death.
The Elder of 100 Herbs said coldly, his expression frighteningly dark.
Master, no.
Su Boy suddenly recalled something, his expression turning fearful as he pleaded desperately.
But in the next moment black blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth and ears. With a thud, Su Boy collapsed lifeless. Mo Chuan's expression sharpened upon witnessing this.
It was evident that Su Boy had long been poisoned by the Elder of 100 Herbs.
This poison was likely a means for the Elder to control Su Boy. Once he betrayed the Elder, the poison could be triggered at any time, leading to his untimely demise.
Thinking of this, Mo Chuan looked at the Elder of 100 Herbs and smiled. You really are ruthless, able to kill your own disciple at a whim, Elder of 100 Herbs. Upon hearing this, a warrior in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Elder of 100 Herbs.
Isn't he the traitor from the Gu Poison sect? At this, many warriors were taken aback.
The Gu Poison sect was an incredibly terrifying martial arts sect. This terror is not due to the prowess of the martial artists within the Gu Poison sect, but rather the terrifying methods they employ. Why are the methods of the Gu Poison sect so terrifying? Because most of the people from the Gu Poison sect are ruthless and vengeful.
If anyone dares to provoke them, they will immediately poison you.
Poison is the foundation of the Gu Poison sect. Every type of poison they create is a result of extensive effort and is unique to them, making it extremely difficult to find an antidote in the market. In other words, if a martial artist is poisoned by the Gu Poison sect, no amount of divine doctors will help unless the Gu Poison sect is willing to provide the antidote. Otherwise, that martial artist should start preparing for their final affairs. Thus, when ordinary martial artists encounter members of the Gu Poison sect, they tend to avoid them, fearing this martial arts sect to an extreme degree. I never expected to encounter a member of the Gu Poison sect here.
Indeed, what's even more terrifying is that this person is the Elder of 100 Herbs.
A few years ago, the Gu Poison sect issued a bounty for a traitor, and that traitor is none other than this Elder of 100 Herbs, right? I heard that the Elder stole a significant treasure from the Gu Poison sect, which led to his betrayal of the sect.
Tisk, the Elder of 100 Herbs can still roam freely under the bounty issued by the Gu Poison sect. He must be quite a formidable character.
The crowd began to murmur and their gazes towards the elder of 100 herbs instantly changed. There was curiosity, surprise, but more than anything fear. Even Yu Liangkai and Lei Lao's expressions turned somewhat cautious. Lei Lao, this elder of 100 herbs, is a formidable opponent in our quest for the Immortal's Cave. Yu Liangkai frowned and said, "Young master, rest assured I will keep a close eye on the elder of 100 herbs from now on." Lei Lao replied in a deep voice. He. The elder of 100 herbs, having heard the discussions of the martial artists, couldn't help but let a cold smile creep onto his face. However, he quickly turned his gaze towards Mo Chuan and coldly said, "Kid, let's settle the score between us now." Mo Chuan had thwarted his poisoning scheme, killed the beast he raised, and even slain the demon monkey he had painstakingly nurtured, which had already ignited the elder of 100 herbs' killing intent. This kid is probably done for. He has attracted the attention of the elder of 100 herbs. Indeed, the people of the Gu poison sect are extremely vengeful. This kid's fate is bound to be grim. Alas, what a pity this young man is still so young. Attention of the elder of 100 herbs. Indeed, the people of the Gu poison sect are extremely vengeful. This kid's fate is bound to be grim. Filled with pity. Yes, it's time we settle the score between us. Mo Chuan looked at the elder of 100 herbs and replied indifferently. The martial artists present were all astonished. Mo Chuan faced the elder of 100 herbs without a hint of fear. The elder of 100 herbs sneered and looked deeply at Mo Chuan. Interesting, my reputation has just been discussed by them and yet you seem completely unafraid. Old man, why should I be afraid? Without changing his expression, Mo Chuan retorted, am I afraid of beating you and earning a bad reputation for being disrespectful to the elderly and unkind to the young? Humph, merely indulging in momentary verbal sparring. The elder of 100 herbs' expression darkened and he coldly snorted. The next moment, his aura suddenly erupted, true energy surging from his palm. Today I will let you know that the weak should hold a sense of reverence towards the strong. Having said that, the elder of 100 herbs struck out with a palm attacking Mo Chuan. This palm was astonishing, seeming to possess the power to obliterate everything. This is the destruction palm. The ultimate skill of the Gu poison sect. Is it really this ultimate skill? It is said that if one is struck by this palm, their meridians will be instantly shattered by a force of destruction. Hiss, the Gu poison sect is indeed ruthless. Even their sect's ultimate skills are so insidious. Moreover, judging by the intensity of his true energy, this elder of 100 herbs is still a master of martial arts 5th layer. This young man is likely in grave danger. The martial artists present were in an uproar, shocked by the power of the destruction palm and lamenting Mo Chuan's predicament. It was at this moment. Boom! The air vibrated and exploded. The destruction palm was nearing Mo Chuan. That's quite a good martial technique. Mo Chuan faced the ferocious destruction palm with no fear. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. He circulated his true energy, raising his right hand, and also struck out with a palm. Bang! The two palms collided. The true energies of both sides clashed together. Seeing this, the elder of 100 herbs couldn't help but smirk coldly. Naive. You dare to not dodge my destruction palm. The naive one is you. Mo Chuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he shouted explosively. His right palm pushed forward and his true energy erupted. The elder of 100 herbs' destruction palm was met with a violent impact. Then the next moment. Thud, thud, thud. The elder of 100 herbs staggered backward, surprisingly being pushed back by the force of Mo Chuan's palm. The entire venue was in an uproar. The martial artists present were all shocked. This young man actually blocked the elder of 100 herbs' destruction palm. Not only did he block it, but he even pushed the elder of 100 herbs back. This is too terrifying. Judging by the intensity of the true energy he unleashed, he actually possesses the strength of martial arts 4th layer. His to reach martial arts 4th layer at such a young age is truly a genius. In the crowd, Dan Tai Jiao watched this scene with slightly furrowed brows. His strength has improved significantly compared to when he competed for the spirit essence fruit. On the side, Bai Lao speculated he must have swallowed the spirit essence fruit, which is why his strength has soared. Spirit essence fruit. A glimmer of desire flashed in Dan Tai Jiao's beautiful eyes. However, she quickly recalled that there were a total of 3 spirit essence fruits and each martial artist could only benefit from the first one to break through their realm. This means that Mo Chuan still has 2 left in his possession. Upon thinking of this, Dan Tai Jiao's beautiful eyes lit up and an idea surged in her heart. Poof. Kid, I never expected you to actually be at martial arts 4th layer. At this moment, the elder of 100 herbs finally stabilized himself, stopping his retreat, and then coldly stared at Mo Chuan. Enough of the nonsense. If you're going to fight, then do it quickly. Mo Chuan smiled faintly and beckoned to the elder of 100 herbs. Arrogant. The elder of 100 herbs' expression darkened. Just now I didn't realize you were at martial arts 4th layer, so I didn't use my full strength, which caught you off guard. But I never expected that it would only serve to inflate your arrogance. It's truly laughable. The crowd suddenly understood. So that's it, the elder of 100 herbs didn't use his full strength just now. That makes sense. No matter how one looks at it, the Elder of 100 Herbs is still a master of martial arts 5th layer, and it's impossible for him to be repelled by a 4th layer. Alas, this young man is still too impulsive, recklessly thinking he is strong. He actually dared to disrespect the Elder of 100 Herbs just now. Indeed, the Elder of 100 Herbs has been completely enraged. Just as the crowd was discussing, the Elder of 100 Herbs' gaze grew colder and colder. He had just been repelled by a junior, and it was right in front of so many people, which was a significant loss of face. Therefore, at this moment, his killing intent towards Mo Chuan had intensified to the extreme. It was at this moment.
Wait a minute. A charming voice rang out.
The martial artists present turned their eyes towards the sound and saw a delicate girl stepping forward. This charming girl was none other than Dan Tai Jiao.
Miss, what are you doing?
Bai Lao's expression changed, startled by Dan Tai Jiao's actions.
Bai Lao, don't worry, I have my own plan. Dan Tai Jiao said to Bai Lao.
The other martial artists were somewhat surprised. Isn't she the girl that Yu Liangkai was flirting with earlier? Yes, why is she stepping forward now?
What does she want? Could it be? The crowd was filled with confusion. Even Mo Chuan cast a surprised glance. She's actually here too.
He had been focused on his confrontation with the Elder of 100 Herbs and hadn't noticed Dan Tai Jiao in the crowd. So now that he saw Dan Tai Jiao appear, Mo Chuan was quite surprised. What puzzled him even more was what Dan Tai Jiao intended to do by stepping forward. Meanwhile, Yu Liangkai furrowed his brows and also looked towards Dan Tai Jiao. The Elder of 100 Herbs was the angriest. He looked at Dan Tai Jiao with an icy gaze. Little girl, I am currently settling a personal vendetta. What do you mean by interrupting me now?
Dan Tai Jiao's stunning face flashed a hint of hesitation, but it quickly turned firm. Is there any way to resolve the grudge between you two? Dan Tai Jiao looked at the Elder of 100 Herbs and asked, biting her lip. The crowd instantly stirred.
This girl stepped forward to speak for Mo Chuan.
Yu Liangkai's expression instantly changed. Do these two know each other?
Yu Liangkai stared intensely at Dan Tai Jiao and Mo Chuan, his gaze alternating between the two.
Damn it. What is the relationship between these two? Why is Dan Tai Jiao helping this kid?
Yu Liangkai's eyes were filled with jealousy. He had long regarded Dan Tai Jiao as his own woman, so seeing her speak for another man made the jealousy in his heart hard to suppress.
He. Little girl, are you joking? This grudge is not something that can simply be set aside.
The Elder of 100 Herbs' face was extremely cold as he looked at Dan Tai Jiao and said slowly.
Can't it really be set aside? Dan Tai Jiao bit her lip and asked again.
Poof. The Elder of 100 Herbs snorted heavily, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Little girl, don't say any more. If you dare to plead for him here, I will take care of you as well.
All right.
Since you're unwilling to let it go, then you have made an enemy of this young lady.
Dan Tai Jiao's tone shifted, and with a wave of her hand she said with immense authority. The entire crowd was once again in an uproar.
All the martial artists were wide-eyed. This girl was actually willing to go against the Elder of 100 Herbs just to protect Mo Chuan.
Damn it. Yu Liangkai's jealousy was intensifying.
This girl is quite fierce. Mo Chuan found the scene very strange. Dan Tai Jiao had previously tried to snatch the spirit essence fruit from him. Logically, their relationship shouldn't be good. Yet now she was standing up to speak for him and even had a look of determination to protect him.
Clearly they were enemies before. How did they turn into allies? What does this all mean? Women's thoughts are truly hard to fathom. Mo Chuan looked at the Dan Tai Jiao standing in front of him, feeling somewhat troubled.
A mere child dares threaten this elder.
Elder Bai Chao's face darkened with ominous severity. Indeed, I am threatening you, so what? Dan Tai Jiao lifted her chin with unyielding pride.
Her innate arrogance knew no compromise, and she turned sharply toward Elder Bai. Elder Bai, come here at once.
This. Elder Bai hesitated, baffled by Dan Tai Jiao's intent, yet obeyed his young mistress without delay.
Now we stand 3 against 1.
Do you still insist on settling your grudge?
Dan Tai Jiao crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes gleaming with quiet triumph.
Elder Bai remained silent, his expression as still and heavy as deep water.
He held firm confidence in his own strength, yet even the most arrogant warrior could not hope to contend with 3 opponents at once.
Worse still, Dan Tai Jiao and Elder Bai bore unmistakable signs of noble lineage and formidable cultivation.
Moreover, his true mastery lay not in open combat but in concealed poisons administered from the shadows. Child, do you truly intend to oppose me to the bitter end?
Elder Bai asked coldly. And if I do, what then?
If you falter, step aside now.
Dan Tai Jiao snorted dismissively. Elder Bai clenched his fists. Yes, retreat was now his only prudent course.
Yet before he could utter a word, a calm voice cut through the tension.
Thank you for your aid, but I fear I shall not require it. Mo Chuan met Dan Tai Jiao's gaze with quiet sincerity.
Then he turned to Elder Bai, a faint confident smile curling at his lips. I said, Elder Bai, stop dawdling. If you mean to fight, then fight now.
All present froze in stunned silence. Mo Chuan had refused Tan Tai Jiao's protection. You speak true. A flash of icy malice flickered in Elder Bai's eyes. If Mo Chuan stood alone, he posed no threat whatsoever. Mo Chuan sighed impatiently. It is true, come forward then and meet your end. Utter arrogance. Fury ignited in Elder Bai's gaze, and in that instant his entire being surged with chi, his aura shifting like a storm-gathering force. Mo Chuan. What in heaven's name do you think you're doing? Tan Tai Jiao cried out, alarmed by the sudden turn. She had stepped forward solely to prevent Mo Chuan's defeat and to ensure the spirit origin fruits he carried would not fall into Elder Bai's hands. Having saved him, Mo Chuan would owe her gratitude, and surely claiming 2 spirit origin fruits as recompense would be no injustice. Yet Mo Chuan rejected her aid outright. No hidden meaning, only that this is my affair and I shall resolve it myself. Mo Chuan replied, voice serene and unwavering. Do not overestimate yourself. Tan Tai Jiao parted her lips, brows gently furrowed in warning, but Elder Bai had already struck. Boy, die. Elder Bai lunged forward, palm blazing with explosive chi. The very air trembled and hummed beneath the weight of his assault. A chilling aura of slaughter descended upon every martial cultivator present. The annihilation palm again. This time Elder Bai unleashes his full power. The annihilation palm at its peak, unimaginable. That youth is doomed. Spectators instinctively recoiled, stepping back to avoid the devastating aftershocks. Tan Tai Jiao watched, lips pressed tight. She longed to intervene, yet Mo Chuan's earlier aloofness instantly quelled that impulse. Humph, you were the one who refused help. She too retreated a step, joining the crowd. And among them none rejoiced more than Yu Liang Kai. Yu Liang Kai watched Elder Bai's palm descend upon Mo Chuan, a cold, contemptuous smile playing upon his lips. Boy, whatever bond you share with Tan Tai Jiao matters not now. Your death is inevitable. Just as all assumed Elder Bai's blow would crush Mo Chuan effortlessly, Mo Chuan stood unmoved, his expression utterly tranquil. The same technique again, how tedious. He smiled faintly, raised his right palm, gathered chi, and met the annihilation palm Hedon. Foolish. Elder Bai chuckled, a hollow mocking sound. He had held back before allowing Mo Chuan to repel him, now fully unleashed at 5th realm martial Dao, wielding the peerless annihilation palm of the venomous cult sect. How could a mere 4th realm cultivator possibly withstand him? In the next breath. Boom. Their palms collided. Af. To universal shock, Elder Bai shrieked, then soared backward like a severed kite flung violently through the air. He had been repelled again. What? Every onlooker gasped. Had Elder Bai not just declared he'd held nothing back? Then how, after unleashing his full might, had he still been thrown back? You. Elder Bai staggered to a halt, steadied himself and stared at Mo Chuan, eyes wide with disbelief. Mo Chuan smiled faintly. You claimed you held back before, but when precisely did I ever reveal my full strength? As a 4th layer chi condensation cultivator, his peak power rivaled the 5th realm martial Dao. Moreover, he cultivated the peerless divine dragon scripture, while Elder Bai, advanced in years, suffered from waning vitality and faded prime. With strength rising and waning in inverse proportion, how could Elder Bai possibly prevail? Impossible. Elder Bai roared, voice sharp with icy fury. Even at your utmost you remain 4th realm, you cannot surpass me, a 5th realm master. Without pause he thrust off the ground and charged Mo Chuan once more, palms striking forth, air shuddering anew with the annihilation. How tiresome. Mo Chuan shook his head, gathered chi, raised his right hand, and with a single resonant crack sent Elder Bai flying once more. Arg. Elder Bai crashed into the grass 10 meters away, blood trickling from his lips, clear proof Mo Chuan's strike had inflicted grievous internal injury. A collective gasp rippled across the field. All gazed upon the unruffled youth at its center, stunned into awe. To challenge a 5th realm master while standing at 4th realm was already extraordinary. Yet Mo Chuan had done far more. He had wounded Elder Bai, a 5th realm master, with his 4th realm strength. Cough, cough, this cannot be. From afar Elder Bai rose, blood staining his mouth, his face shadowed with grim disbelief. He still could not accept his own defeat. Old man, you have grown ancient. Mo Chuan's expression remained impassive as he took a deliberate step forward and struck first. Boom. His right fist coalesced with dense chi shot toward Elder Bai. Dare you, boy? Elder Bai barked, hastily raising his right palm to intercept with the annihilation palm. Crunch. Fist met palm. Ugh. Elder Bai spat a mouthful of crimson blood, flung backward once more. Mo Chuan gave no quarter, pressing the assault. It is time we settled the debt between you and the Mo family. Elder Bai staggered upright in the distance, disheveled, humiliated. Damn it. He watched Mo Chuan draw nearer, panic flashing in his eyes. Direct confrontation was never his strength. Poison, administered unseen, undetected, was his true art. Face-to-face he could not deploy his deadliest craft. Flee, now. Then I shall find my chance to poison this Mo Chuan and avenge this day. Rage screamed through Elder Bai's mind as he raised his right wrist. There clasped around his wrist rested an ancient unadorned bracelet. Mo Chuan, remember this moment. One day I will erase this shame. Elder Bai threw back his head and laughed, a wild hollow sound, as Mo Chuan closed in. Mo Chuan frowned, instinctively sensing peril. He accelerated chi surging and launched a thunderous punch. At that precise instant, the ancient bracelet on Elder Bai's right wrist blazed with searing white light. Simultaneously, ripples of spatial distortion shimmered outward. Enveloped in that radiant light, Elder Bai vanished, leaving Mo Chuan's fist striking empty air. Mo Chuan's brow furrowed sharply. What happened? Where did he go? How could he simply vanish? Mo Chuan swept his gaze across the clearing, deeply unsettled. Around him, the martial cultivators erupted in commotion. That bracelet, could it be the legendary treasure of the venomous cult sect? It must be. Elder Bai defected from the sect to steal it. Legend says it commands spatial energy, capable of instantaneous teleportation within a 10th centimeter radius. It appears the tales are true. Mo Chuan absorbed their words, mind quickening. So Elder Bai had fled by activating spatial energy through that bracelet. He recalled the spatial pouch he'd acquired from Su Bo Yi, an artifact likely gifted by Elder Bai himself, also rooted in spatial arts. What connection might exist between the two? 10,000 meters, not impossibly distant. And Elder Bai is wounded, his mobility severely compromised. Mo Chuan paused, weighing whether to pursue. But just then, the pitch-black cave nearby erupted in brilliant incandescent light. Spirit formation energy. The Immortal Cave's defensive array has finally collapsed. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, swiftly followed by burning covetous fire in every eye. The fabled Immortal Cave, its gates were opening at last. Immortal inheritance awaited, within arm's reach. Without hesitation, cultivators surged forward, racing into the cavern. Damn it! Yu Liangkai's face twisted in frustration. Elder Bai had failed to eliminate Mo Chuan, his hopes dashed. Master Lei, we go. With a disdainful snort, Yu Liangkai strode into the cave alongside Master Lei. Meanwhile, Tan Tai Jiao stole a fleeting glance at Mo Chuan, her cheeks flushing faintly pink. She had assumed Mo Chuan stood no chance against Elder Bai, hence her intervention. Yet it was all a misjudgment, born entirely of her own presumption. Mo Chuan required no assistance from her. Elder Bai, we go. Tan Tai Jiao muttered, disgruntled, and entered the cave with him in tow. Mo Chuan stood motionless for a heartbeat, then resolved to set aside pursuit and enter the cave first. He needed to verify whether this truly was an immortal cave, and if so, he sought above all else even a single fragment of authentic cultivation knowledge. For now he remained a half-trained cultivator, proficient only in the divine dragon scripture, possessing no other immortal arts or techniques. Mo Chuan followed the crowd into the cave. Within the cave, after walking a few steps, he spotted an ancient stone door standing in front of everyone. All the martial artists stopped and gazed at the stone door. Mo Chuan also squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the stone door before him. This stone door should be the entrance to the immortal's dwelling. At this moment, the dim stone door flickered intermittently, occasionally radiating light. This must be the sign of the array's power about to dissipate. Indeed, once the immortal's array collapses, we will be able to open the stone door. The many martial artists discussed excitedly, their eyes filled with a hint of exhilaration. Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow, feeling quite anticipative as well. Mo Chuan. At this moment, Dan Tai Jiao and Old Bai approached, with Dan Tai Jiao's beautiful eyes fixed on Mo Chuan as she called out. Is something the matter? Mo Chuan glanced at Dan Tai Jiao and Old Bai, asking indifferently. In response, Dan Tai Jiao shot him a glare, huffing, "What kind of attitude is that? After all, this young lady just helped you against old man Bai Chao. And who was it that planned to snatch my spirit origin fruit before?" Mo Chuan flashed a smile at Dan Tai Jiao and retorted. This. Dan Tai Jiao bit her cherry lips tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Chuan with a teasing smile continued, "Moreover, I suspect that your earlier assistance was not entirely selfless. You probably intended to help me and then seek benefits afterward, right? And most likely what you want is the spirit origin fruit. You're talking nonsense." Dan Tai Jiao pointed at Mo Chuan, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of panic as she hurriedly said. "Your expression has already betrayed you." Mo Chuan shrugged. Dan Tai Jiao's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Old Bai, standing beside them, wore a strange expression. It was only at this moment that he realized his young lattice intention in stepping forward to help Mo Chuan. "Speak, why have you come to me now?" Mo Chuan looked at Dan Tai Jiao and asked lightly. Dan Tai Jiao suppressed her previous embarrassment, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mo Chuan as she gently opened her lips, saying, "I want to collaborate with you." "Collaborate? What do you mean?" Mo Chuan chuckled. "Don't you think there are too many martial artists here? Once the stone door opens, if there truly is an immortal legacy, those martial artists will all be our competitors.
So why not we form an alliance in advance and act together? This way the chances of obtaining the immortal legacy will be much greater. Dan Taijiao spoke earnestly. Since she could not obtain the spirit origin fruit to enhance her strength, it was better to invite Mo Chuan to collaborate and strengthen their overall power.
Your proposal sounds good. Mo Chuan rubbed his chin and said.
Hearing this, a glint of joy flashed in Dan Taijiao's beautiful eyes as she eagerly asked, so what is your intention?
But I refuse.
In the next moment Mo Chuan immediately doused her hopes with cold water. Dan Taijiao was taken aback and then bit her cherry lips, asking in a delicate voice why.
Isn't cooperating beneficial for both parties? Mo Chuan glanced at Dan Taijiao and laughed. It's beneficial for me, but I don't want to invite wolves into the house. You. Dan Taijiao shot Mo Chuan an angry glare.
She knew Mo Chuan was still bothered by her previous attempt to snatch the spirit origin fruit. This led Mo Chuan to distrust her proposed cooperation, believing she had ulterior motives.
Is it really necessary to be this cautious? Dan Taijiao felt extremely wronged inside. Not far away among the crowd, Yu Liangkai watched the interaction between Mo Chuan and Dan Taijiao with a gloomy expression. Those two scoundrels are flirting again.
He secretly harbored resentment, but soon a sinister idea emerged in his mind. Having formulated a plan, Yu Liangkai revealed a cold smile. Just then the stone door finally stirred once more.
Boom!
The flashing spiritual light on the stone door suddenly ceased flickering, its brightness increasing to an extreme.
The entire stone door began to shine brilliantly. Then in the next moment, the brightness peaked and started to fade. Until finally the light completely vanished.
The stone door, once bathed in spiritual light and appearing sacred, abruptly became dull and utterly ordinary. The array's power has dissipated.
Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt a surge of excitement.
We can go in now. Mo Chuan looked at the stone door and nodded slightly. At this moment the immortal's dwelling was right before them. All the martial artists could no longer contain their eagerness and prepared to push open the stone door.
Everyone, please wait a moment.
Yu Liangkai suddenly stepped forward wearing a faint smile.
Old Lei followed closely behind, firmly guarding Yu Liangkai's side.
Yu Xiao, why are you stopping us?
Everyone was taken aback, frowning and asking in a deep voice.
At this moment everyone had grown extremely eager for the immortal's dwelling behind the stone door.
If it were anyone else blocking them, they would have already taken action. Yet even so, the crowd had little patience left for Yu Liangkai at this moment.
Everyone, please do not rush, let me explain carefully.
Yu Liangkai still wore a faint smile on his face as he said, let me ask you first, aren't you afraid of the dangers behind the stone door? Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned.
A subtle and cunning smile crept across Yu Liangkai's lips as he continued, this cave was left by ancient cultivators and their methods are often mysterious and unfathomable beyond our comprehension as martial artists. Just like the previous immortal's array, which surpassed our abilities. I suspect there might be other methods left by cultivators behind this stone door. If we recklessly charge in like this, we are likely to encounter danger. Therefore I propose that we send a representative to enter the cave first and explore the way for all of us. Upon hearing this, the previously impatient crowd suddenly calmed down.
Indeed.
The methods of cultivators are unpredictable. They were unable to resolve even a single immortal's array, having to wait for it to decay and dissipate naturally due to the passage of time. If there are other methods left by cultivators behind this stone door, these martial artists would definitely be unable to withstand them.
Yu Xiao, I think you make a valid point.
Indeed, we must proceed with caution. Though the immortal opportunities are tempting, one must have their life to enjoy them. The crowd nodded in agreement with Yu Liangkai's words. However, they were puzzled as to who should be chosen as the representative. Knowing that the first to enter the stone door might face danger, no one wanted to volunteer for such a role.
This is simple.
Yu Liangkai said with a chuckle, for this representative role we certainly cannot choose someone too weak. We need a martial artist with certain strength to take on this responsibility.
For example, I think Mo Xiao brother would be quite suitable.
Yu Liangkai shifted his tone, smiling at Mo Chuan. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Wasn't this young man at the 4th level of martial arts? His cultivation level was the lowest in the entire assembly.
Yu Liangkai actually wanted Mo Chuan to take the lead.
Among the crowd, Dan Taijiao also frowned slightly. She felt that Yu Liangkai was deliberately targeting Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan looked at Yu Liangkai, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He wanted to see what trick this person was trying to pull. Everyone need not be surprised.
Mo Xiao brother previously defeated Old Man Bai Chao and his strength is evident to all. With his strength he surely can take on the lead role. Yu Liangkai explained cheerfully to the crowd.
There was a moment of silence. Everyone present was astute and could see that Yu Liangkai was deliberately targeting Mo Chuan. However, if someone could truly explore the dangers within the immortal's dwelling,
then why should they care who that person was?
As long as it wasn't them. Yu Xiao, I think that's fine. Yes, since even old man Bai Chao was defeated by Mo Xiao brother, the dangers inside the cave surely won't be a problem for him. Furthermore, even if he encounters significant danger, Mo Xiao brother is young and quick-witted. Once inside the cave he will surely be able to retreat in time. The crowd nodded in agreement, echoing Yu Liankai's words. Seeing this scene, a smile of triumph finally appeared on Yu Liankai's face. His jealousy of Mo Chuan had become extremely intense. Therefore, regardless of whether there was danger behind the stone door, he simply wanted to set Mo Chuan up. Mo Xiao brother, since everyone thinks you are capable, I wonder what your intentions are. Yu Liankai wore a facade of a hypocritical smile as he looked at Mo Chuan. None. Mo Chuan replied flatly. Yu Liankai's expression darkened. Is there something you are dissatisfied with regarding my suggestion, young brother? Do you think I'm foolish? There might be danger behind this stone door. Why should I be the first to enter? Mo Chuan scoffed. Yu Liankai chuckled. Young brother, this is everyone's opinion. They all believe you are capable. Mo Chuan glanced at Yu Liankai and said, it was you who first suggested sending someone to take the lead. I think you, the initiator, are much more suitable than I am and should set an example by going in first. Hearing this, Yu Liankai let out a cold laugh in his heart. Hee, can your life compare to mine, Mo Chuan? Want him to go in first? His life was more precious than anyone else's present. For he, Yu Liankai, was a true genius in martial arts, just a step away from the martial arts genius ranking. In the future, even ascending to the martial arts genius ranking would not be impossible. Therefore, how could anyone else's life compare to his? He absolutely could not take any risks. Alright, young brother, since I have kindly advised you and you do not listen, do not blame me for being harsh. Yu Liankai's palm began to surge with energy as he looked at Mo Chuan with an arrogant expression, smilingly saying, do you want to fight? Sure, let's get started. Mo Chuan waved his hand at Yu Liankai, speaking indifferently. At this moment he also activated the Divine Dragon's secret art, mobilizing the energy throughout his body. Before the stone gate, silence hung thick in the air. Mo Chuan and Yu Liankai stood locked in tense confrontation. Not far away, Dantai Jiao watched the scene unfold, a flicker of self-reproach flashing across her beautiful eyes. She felt deeply responsible for this confrontation. Yu Liankai had long pursued her, and he was a man of narrow heart and fierce jealousy. Earlier, when she approached Mo Chuan to discuss cooperation, Yu Liankai witnessed it and likely harbored resentment toward Mo Chuan from that moment. Though Mo Chuan had coldly rejected the proposal, leaving Dantai Jiao slightly wounded. Yet she bit her cherry lips and urgently warned Mo Chuan, do not act rashly. Yu Liankai's strength is formidable. Mo Chuan glanced briefly at Dantai Jiao. Simultaneously, he activated the system's reconnaissance ability to scan Yu Liankai, revealing pertinent data within his mind. Name: Yu Liankai. Cultivation realm 5th tier of martial Dao. Formidable. Like Elder Baizhou, also 5th tier, hardly impressive. Mo Chuan spoke indifferently. A trace of worry flitted across Dantai Jiao's delicate face as she hastily added, it's different. Yu Liankai stands on the cusp of ascending the celestial prodigy list, a peerless extraordinary genius. On the cusp of the celestial prodigy list, and that qualifies as genius. Arrogant. Yu Liankai sneered arrogantly. The celestial prodigy list is the definitive ranking of martial talent among China's youth. Its prestige is unmatched, for it admits only cultivators under 30 and its roster holds precisely 100 names. Thus those 100 warriors truly merit the title peerless prodigies. And I stand but a single step away from joining that august assembly of 100 prodigies. How then can I not be deemed a genius? Having spoken, Yu Liankai gazed down at Mo Chuan with haughty disdain and posed the question in return. You. 5th tier, your realm is too low. You do not qualify. Mo Chuan stated bluntly. Yu Liankai's expression darkened. And what of those 100 prodigies upon the list? Mo Chuan smiled faintly. Those 100 are merely monkeys ruling the mountain in the tiger's absence, equally unworthy. Yu Liankai scoffed, utter arrogance. Then tell us, who in this age truly deserves the title prodigy? I do, Mo Chuan replied calmly. What? Yu Liankai recoiled in disbelief. All martial cultivators present gasped in unison. I am the prodigy. Mo Chuan declared, voice serene and effortless. Boom. The entire courtyard erupted in stunned silence. This youth's audacity knows no bounds. He acts as though no other talent in the world merits his regard. Every cultivator furrowed their brows, convinced Mo Chuan spoke nothing but empty bravado. Dantai Jiao, however, found his words fiercely commanding, utterly aligned with her own bold spirit. Still, only my idol Su Chuan truly ranks as the foremost prodigy of this age. A faint blush rose to Dantai Jiao's cheeks as she mused inwardly. Ha ha ha. Yu Liankai burst into mocking laughter, fixing Mo Chuan with a scornful gaze. Tell me, brother Mo, have you fallen prey to delusions? Is that so? A subtle curve lifted Mo Chuan's lips.
She surged through his legs, he planted his feet and vanished in an instant. In the next breath he reappeared before Yu Liangkai and struck with a thunderous fist. So fast. Yu Liangcai's face paled, he crossed his arms instinctively to block. Bang. The fist landed squarely. Gritting his teeth, Yu Liangkai felt a torrent of potent chi surge violently into his body along the impact. Damn it. He staggered backward several steps, barely dispersing the invasive force. From afar, Dantai Zhao watched, eyes wide with astonishment. She had urged Mo Chuan to remain calm, yet he had seized the initiative instead. More astonishing still, he had gained immediate dominance, pressing Yu Liangkai relentlessly. You ambushed me. Yu Liangcai's face flushed crimson and white as he glared, scrambling for justification after his humiliating stumble. Do you recite excuses before every duel? Mo Chuan said coolly, then blurred forward once more. You seek death. Fury blazed in Yu Liangcai's eyes. With a roar he charged headlong into combat. Bang. 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 Light and shadow clashed. They exchanged blow after blow, yet the longer the battle raged, the deeper Yu Liangcai's shock grew. He realized Mo Chuan's chi was astonishingly dense, though only 4th tier, its potency rivaled his own 5th tier cultivation. Even more unsettling, he sensed Mo Chuan's combat instincts were preternaturally refined, as if honed through countless life-or-death trials. How could one so young possess such seasoned mastery? At that very moment, Yu Liangcai's focus wavered. Mo Chuan seized the opening, another devastating fist crashed into him. Ugh! Blood spurted from Yu Liangcai's mouth. Clutching his chest, he stumbled back, eyes wide with utter disbelief. You have lost. Mo Chuan's gaze remained detached, emotionless. A hush fell over the crowd, absolute, profound. Every onlooker stood frozen, eyes bulging in awe. Mo Chuan's audacity was no hollow boast, it was rooted in undeniable power. At merely 4th tier he had transcended realms to defeat Yu Liangcai 5th tier and mere steps from the celestial prodigy list. Did this mean Mo Chuan himself possessed the strength to claim a place on that legendary list? A collective shiver ran through the crowd, their very scalps prickled with awe. How did he grow so strong so quickly? Dantai Zhao covered her lips in stunned silence. Not long ago, when she pursued the spirit yuan fruit, Mo Chuan had fled from her, desperate to escape. Young master. Lei Lao, watching from afar, paled, then launched himself forward in a desperate sprint toward Yu Liangcai. But Mo Chuan moved first, his right hand shot out and seized Yu Liangcai mid-stumble. Boy! Release our young master at once. A glint of cold fury flashed in Lei Lao's eyes as he bellowed. No rush, I still require something from your young master. Boy! Release our young master at once. A glint of cold fury flashed in Lei Lao's eyes as he bellowed. No rush, I still require something from your young master. Yes, you shall soon be free. Mo Chuan snapped his fingers, launching a thread of chi toward the nearby stone. Deprived of its immortal array's protection, the gate crumbled instantly, shattering into rubble. Beyond lay the immortal cave residence, now fully exposed to all. Simultaneously, Mo Chuan unleashed full force, hurling Yu Liangcai bodily into the immortal residence. Go ahead, clear the path for us. He smiled lightly. Mo Chuan. You. Yu Liangcai cried out midair, his body arcing helplessly toward the entrance. You dare. Lei Lao roared in fury, his form surged forward in pursuit. Too late. Mo Chuan murmured softly and released a wisp of mist curling toward Lei Lao. This was the illusory god poison mist. Lei Lao's 6th tier stood only 2 realms above Mo Chuan, well within the mist's insidious influence. What's happening to my consciousness? Lei Lao's body froze mid-stride, his mind blanking for a fleeting fatal instant. In that instant, Yu Liangcai vanished inside the residence. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed from within. Truly perilous then. Mo Chuan stroked his chin, expression oddly bemused. Young master. Lei Lao's face contorted, he dashed into the residence without hesitation. Mo Chuan paused, then followed suit. After all, Yu Liangcai and Lei Lao would serve as perfect vanguards against whatever dangers lay ahead. Other cultivators hesitated, then rushed in after them. Master Bai, we go. Yes, miss. Dantai Zhao and Master Bai entered the immortal residence side by side with the rest. Inside the immortal cave residence, the cultivators entered and paused in surprise. It was not pitch black but brilliantly illuminated by luminous pearls embedded in the stone walls, gleaming with opulent radiance. These pearls bathed the entire cavern in soft ethereal light. All stood transfixed, gazing ahead in awe. There, seated cross-legged upon the floor, sat a figure clad in ancient austere Taoist robes. Yu Liangcai lay sprawled nearby, staring at the seated figure with raw terror. Young master, are you unharmed? Lei Lao arrived, voice low and urgent. I'm fine, I was startled by him. Yu Liangcai rose shakily, eyes fixed on the motionless figure, fear tightening his throat. Lei Lao turned his gaze upon the seated figure whose face belonged unmistakably to a middle-aged man, eyes tightly closed.
Lei Lao, could this be the immortal who cultivated here?
Yu Liangkai whispered, voice trembling.
Most likely, Lei Lao replied, gravely scrutinizing the man with deep wariness.
But, why do I sense he's still alive? Yu Liangcai's voice cracked, he took an involuntary step backward, dread coiling in his gut. His words sent a jolt through the crowd. All stared intently at the seated man, their expressions shifting from curiosity to mounting horror.
An ancient immortal cultivator, surely over a millennium old.
By all logic, he should have long since turned to dust. Yet his skin glows with vitality, as fresh and lifelike as any living person.
Could he truly still be alive? Could he be meditating, and have we just disturbed his seclusion?
A chilling wave of dread washed over every soul present. To disturb a secluded immortal cultivator, if he proved wrathful, none among them could hope to survive his vengeance.
Among the crowd, Chuan studied the seated man, brows faintly furrowed. Then abruptly a system alert chimed in his mind.
Ding! Detected a golden core realm cultivator. Data flooded his consciousness.
Name Dan Yangzi. Cultivation realm, 9th layer of the golden core. Status deceased. Golden core realm. Chuan blinked faintly.
According to the divine dragon scripture, immortality cultivation comprises 9 great realms.
Chi refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, unity with Tao, great ascension, tribulation, transcendence.
Only upon successfully enduring the final tribulation of the tribulation transcendence realm may one ascend to the immortal realms.
The golden core realm, the 3rd tier, is where cultivators forge an immortal golden core within their dantian.
Legends say this core carries a sliver of eternal divinity, so even after death, as long as the core remains sealed within the body, the corpse resists decay for centuries.
Chuan squinted his eyes, carefully examining the corpse of Dan Yangzi.
His skin was radiant and his hair was glossy black, indistinguishable from that of a living person. If it weren't for the system's prompt, he might have truly believed Dan Yangzi was alive. A golden core remains intact, thus the corpse does not decay, Chuan murmured, reflecting on the situation.
Look at that cultivator.
At that moment a martial artist exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention.
Ahead, Dan Yangzi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and his physical body began to undergo a transformation. First his hands quickly disintegrated into ashes.
Then his legs, torso and head also began to turn into ash.
Is the cultivator about to vanish?
Everyone was utterly astonished.
Ultimately, Dan Yangzi completely turned into a pile of ashes.
Within the ashes a golden light point slowly ascended into the air.
This must be Dan Yangzi's golden core. Chuan's eyes sparkled, he thought.
With a bang, the golden light point shattered into countless fragments. Energy depleted, the golden core shattered.
So that's it, I understand now. Chuan suddenly realized.
The celestial formation of the stone gate must have been powered by Dan Yangzi's golden core. The reason the formation dissipated before was due to the passage of time, leading to the depletion of the golden core's energy. Once the golden core's energy was exhausted, it could no longer protect Dan Yangzi, and his body quickly turned into ashes, disappearing from the world. Wait, there seems to be a wooden box on the ground.
It was left behind by that cultivator.
Could this be the legacy of the cultivator? The crowd was astonished, their eyes filled with shock. In front, where Dan Yangzi had been sitting, there was only a pile of ashes.
Amidst the ashes lay an ancient wooden box.
The crowd rushed forward, and soon they were shocked once again as they made a new discovery. There are words inscribed on this wooden box. The box had weathered 1,000 years, exuding an air of antiquity. On the lid were 2 lines of text. The first line read, "I, Dan Yangzi, will only pass my legacy to those of exceptional talent." The second line is unclear. After enduring the passage of time, the script has become smudged, but a few broken words can be made out upon reaching.
Refining Chi 3. Can obtain. Chuan thought, this truly is the legacy of that cultivator.
The crowd's eyes lit up with fervor.
The cultivator's legacy is mine.
A martial artist couldn't contain himself, stepping forward with excitement, reaching for the wooden box. However, the wooden box emitted a beam of spiritual light, striking the eager martial artist.
Puff!
The martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying.
Fool!
Yu Liangkai witnessed the scene, a cold smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. The box clearly states that the legacy is only for those of exceptional talent.
If you're not a genius, then don't harbor foolish dreams.
The other martial artists were startled as they snapped back to reality, calming down.
Indeed.
Upon seeing the cultivator's legacy, they lost their rationality, completely forgetting the warning inscribed on the box. Yu Liangkai continued, "I have a proposal. I wonder if everyone is willing to listen."
"Please go ahead, young master Yu." The crowd looked at Yu Liangkai, their expressions shifting.
"My suggestion is that everyone take turns trying. I believe there will be someone who meets the criteria and can open the wooden box. However, no matter who opens the box, they should selflessly share the cultivator's legacy with everyone. This way no one will be offended and everyone will receive a legacy, ensuring the trip is worthwhile.
What does everyone think of this proposal? Upon hearing this, the eyes of all present flickered and they fell into contemplation.
Soon they acknowledged Yu Liankai's idea.
Young Master Yue, I agree. I concur. Yu Liankai laughed. It seems everyone here is quite understanding. However,
Yu Liankai's tone shifted, a cold smile creeping onto his face. I believe there is one person who needs to be excluded from our plan.
Who is that person? The crowd was taken aback. Mo Chuan. Yu Liankai's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Mo Chuan, who was not far away.
Just now I had a slight spar with him and he struck with great force, causing me to spit blood and sustain serious injuries.
This shows just how ferocious and cruel Mo Chuan truly is.
I believe that cooperating with such a fierce individual would undoubtedly result in backlash. Thus he should be excluded from our plan. What does everyone think?
After listening to Yu Liankai's words, everyone understood that he despised Mo Chuan and did not want him to obtain the cultivator's legacy.
However, the crowd saw no need to rebut Yu Liankai for someone they weren't familiar with. After all, although Yu Liankai had not defeated Mo Chuan, he was accompanied by a formidable elder of the 6th stage of the heavenly realm.
I have no objections. Me neither.
The crowd expressed their opinions and the smile on Yu Liankai's face grew broader. He looked at Mo Chuan and the mockery in his eyes deepened.
But at that moment I disagree.
Dan Taijiao stepped forward, her pretty face filled with anger.
Yu Liangcai, you are targeting Mo Chuan.
She bit her lip, filled with guilt. For the conflict between Mo Chuan and Yu Liankai had a lot to do with her. She did not want to see Mo Chuan miss out on the cultivator's legacy because of her.
Yu Liankai's expression darkened as he coldly said, Miss Dan Tai.
What is your relationship with this young man Mo?
Why do you keep speaking up for him? Dan Taijiao huffed, that's none of your business.
In that case, the cultivator's legacy has nothing to do with Mo Chuan.
You. Dan Taijiao was infuriated. She then looked at Mo Chuan, who was calm at the moment.
Seeing this, she felt exasperated and said angrily, why aren't you worried at all?
The cultivator's legacy will be beyond your reach. These people cannot obtain the cultivator's legacy.
Mo Chuan glanced at Dan Taijiao and smiled.
How can you be so sure?
Dan Taijiao furrowed her brows in suspicion. So many martial artists will take turns trying, surely one of them will meet the criteria to open the box.
Does having more people guarantee success? Not necessarily.
Mo Chuan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the wooden box. His focus was on the second line of text on the lid that everyone had overlooked.
Upon reaching Refining Chi 3. Can obtain. This was the second line, the script blurry, only a few words could be recognized.
Thus no one had seriously considered the meaning of the second line. However, Mo Chuan was very concerned and began to silently speculate.
Upon reaching means turning 20 in ancient times.
It was believed that men came of age at 20 and they would don a ceremonial cap to mark adulthood. As for Refining Chi 3, it should refer to the third level of Refining Chi. The last word can obtain likely means one can acquire the legacy. Connecting this with the first line, which states I will only pass my legacy to those of exceptional talent, Mo Chuan's eyes lit up with realization and he suddenly had the answer.
The second line explains the exceptional talent mentioned in the first line.
The gist is before turning 20, those who reach the third level of Refining Chi can be deemed exceptional and qualify for the legacy.
With this in mind, the brightness in Mo Chuan's eyes intensified.
If this is indeed the case, then among those present I am likely the only one who can obtain this cultivator's legacy. After all, everyone here is a martial artist, none of them is a cultivator. They simply cannot meet the requirement of reaching the third level of Refining Chi. I on the other hand am 18, not yet 20, and at the fourth level of Refining Chi, completely fulfilling the requirements for the legacy.
These people are likely to leave empty-handed. Mo Chuan quietly chuckled. Everyone, let's begin. At that moment Yu Liankai looked at the crowd, smiling faintly. All right. I'll go first.
A martial artist boldly stepped out from the crowd, walking toward the wooden box with confidence.
However, as soon as he approached the box, it emitted a beam of spiritual light. Ah!
The martial artist was struck by the spiritual light and flew backward.
Puff!
He landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, severely injured.
Next.
Yu Liankai shook his head, showing no sympathy, and said calmly,
I'll come. Another martial artist stepped forward, eager to give it a try.
However, the result was merciless. The wooden box released a beam of spiritual light and this martial artist was also sent flying.
Yu Liankai's expression darkened as he continued, keep going.
Next, one martial artist after another stepped forward without exception. As soon as they approached the wooden box, they were repelled by the spiritual light emitted from it.
Damn it!
Yu Liankai coldly snorted, walking toward the wooden box.
This time let me try.
He was quite confident in himself. After all, he was just a step away from the talented one's ranking and could be considered exceptional. However, as soon as he approached the wooden box, it quickly emitted a beam of spiritual light. Impossible. Yuliankai's eyes flashed with disbelief, and before he could react, he too was sent flying by the light just like the others. Puff. Farther away, Yuliankai fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment he was not concerned about his injuries but found it hard to accept reality. Why? Yuliankai roared inwardly. The wooden box rejected him. Didn't that mean he was not considered exceptional in the eyes of the cultivator? The other martial artists were equally disheartened. Even a talent like Yuliankai, who was just a step away from the talented one's ranking, did not meet the criteria for the cultivator's legacy. The chances of these people being recognized by the wooden box were even slimmer. The remaining martial artists stepped up to test their luck, and as expected they were all rejected by the wooden box. Seeing this scene, Yuliankai's expression grew even darker. The other martial artists also looked ashen. How could this be? We see the opportunity for the celestial legacy right before our eyes, yet we cannot obtain it. Just as everyone was in despair, Chuan finally moved. Chuan walked towards the wooden box. The crowd was momentarily stunned by this scene. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to give it a try as well? It's just a futile effort. Exactly, so many of us have failed. I don't think he will be an exception. The crowd shook their heads. Dantai's beautiful eyes were fixed on Chuan, curious about whether he could pass the inheritance test. Poof. Ridiculous. Yuliankai looked at Chuan with derision. Even he, a genius just one step away from the Heaven's Pride list, had failed. How could Chuan succeed? It was simply wishful thinking. I hope this inheritance will be useful to me. Chuan gazed at the wooden box, taking steps closer. Soon he arrived beside the wooden box. Chuan extended his hand, bent down, and reached for the box. At this moment he was the center of attention. Everyone held their breath, staring intensely at this scene. In the next moment his outstretched hand touched the wooden box. The anticipated spiritual light did not appear. The wooden box did not attack Chuan. Chuan picked up the wooden box, a faint smile appearing on his face. As I expected, as long as one reaches the third level of chi refinement before the age of 20, they can obtain the inheritance. In the distance, upon witnessing this scene, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh heavens! He picked up the wooden box. The ancient cultivators have acknowledged Chuan's talent. It's too unbelievable. Everyone was astonished. So impressive. Dantai's cherry lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Damn it! Yuliankai's face turned grim, gritting his teeth. This brat actually obtained the inheritance. Does this not imply that his talent is inferior to Chuan's? Not remarkable at all? However, he quickly reassured himself that at least the cultivation inheritance had a lead right. Chuan. Yuliankai suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Numerous warriors turned to Yuliankai. What do you want? Chuan was fiddling with the wooden box in his hands, not bothering to look at Yuliankai. Yuliankai's face darkened, infuriated by Chuan's arrogant attitude, but he suppressed his anger and said, "You've obtained the cultivation inheritance, which is a good thing. We all wish you well. Hurry up and share the inheritance from the box with us." What did you say? Chuan finally looked up and glanced at Yuliankai indifferently. Share the cultivation inheritance, Yuliankai said with a smile. Get lost. Chuan smiled lightly, his lips curling slightly. You. Yuliankai's face darkened. Shameless. From a distance, Dantai frowned at this scene. Even a girl like her with a somewhat domineering and spoiled nature felt that Yuliankai had gone too far. Brother Mo, we traveled through mountains and waters to come to this remote place for the cultivation inheritance. We can't let it be for nothing, right? Yuliankai stared intensely at Chuan and spoke again. Other warriors looked at the wooden box in Chuan's hands, their eyes filled with fervor and desire, and they chimed in. Yes. Little brother, share it with us. We are all warriors, we should help each other and not be so stingy. Don't worry, little brother, we will remember your kindness. Chuan remained unmoved, looking at these people with derision in his eyes. Earlier you all joined forces to take the cultivation inheritance, excluding me. As a result, none of you obtained it and the inheritance landed in my hands. And now you envy the inheritance in my hands and want me to share it selflessly. Are you brainless, or do you think him brainless? At this point Chuan's aura suddenly changed, his eyes cold as he scanned every warrior. Since I just obtained the inheritance and am in a good mood, I don't want to act, you should all leave quickly. The faces of these warriors changed, feeling insulted by a younger generation, which was indeed a loss of face. Yuliankai's expression was also not good, anger surging in his eyes. Good. Chuan.
I've never seen someone as arrogant as you truly broaden my horizons. Since you are unwilling to share the inheritance, don't blame us for being forceful. I wonder if anyone is willing to join me to take the cultivation inheritance from Chuan. After obtaining it we can share it together. Yu Liangkai looked at the crowd of warriors, anticipation in his eyes, and asked. You shall, I agree. Me too. Count me in. I've long been displeased with Chuan, he's too arrogant. The crowd quickly responded. A satisfied expression appeared on Yu Liangkai's face as he looked at Chuan, sneering. Chuan, look, this is the outcome of going against everyone. Everyone wants to eliminate you. Eliminate me. When you approached the wooden box you were all struck by the spiritual light and suffered severe injuries. How could you eliminate me with that? Chuan smiled lightly. Just because there are many of us. Although we are all injured, there are enough of us to take you down. Yu Liangkai sneered, his face full of confidence. Good. Then come at me. Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. His calm demeanor completely enraged the crowd. This brat doesn't take us seriously at all. One warrior, unable to endure the anger, unleashed his true energy and charged at Chuan, attacking fiercely. Chuan glanced at this warrior and activated the system's detection power, obtaining the most basic information. Name Shi Jihai. Realm 5th level of martial path. Status severely injured. A severely injured 5th level warrior dares to attack me, this is too reckless. Chuan shook his head, activated the divine dragon art and flicked his fingers, unleashing a sharp blast of true energy. Swish. This blast of true energy struck Shi Jihai instantly. Ah! Shi Jihai screamed, sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd felt a jolt in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Yu Liangkai's face darkened. We underestimated Chuan. After all, he has defeated the Elder of the 100 Herbs. His strength should not be underestimated. Let's all attack together. Good. Everyone responded in unison, channeling their true energy, ready to strike. Boom. These warriors stood together, their true energies intertwining, forming a terrifying force that oppressed the heart. Dantai's delicate face changed as she hurried towards Chuan, biting her cherry lips. Chuan, let me in, Elder, by help you. In the distance, Yu Liangkai's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Help me. Chuan wore a strange expression, looking at Dantai with surprise. Did I hear you wrong? With your personality, you should be taking advantage of the chaos to rob the cultivation inheritance from me, thanking the heavens if you don't. And yet you say you want to help me. You. Dantai was infuriated, her chest heaving. Are you still brooding over me snatching the spiritual origin fruit from you? Then I apologize to you now, this should be sufficient, right? Dantai said, biting her cherry lips. Chuan was taken aback, then smiled and said, no problem. However, you won't need to help after this, will you? No need. Are you planning to face everyone alone? Dantai's beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. Exactly. Chuan nodded. You are being too overconfident. Hey, wait a moment. Before Dantai could finish her words, Chuan walked towards Yu Liangkai and the other warriors. Who are these people? Dantai huffed, then returned to Elder Bai's side, asking, Elder Bai, these warriors are all severely injured. Do you think Chuan can withstand their siege alone? Elder Bai observed the movements of everyone present, his expression grave. Miss, even if they are all injured, I still believe the likelihood is very low. I told you he was too confident. Dantai sighed, then frowned and looked at Chuan. At this point, Chuan had already arrived in front of Yu Liangkai and the other warriors. Don't you want the cultivation inheritance in my hands? Hurry up and take it. Chuan shook the wooden box provocatively. Poof. Arrogant, everyone attacked together. Yu Liangkai snorted coldly and began to channel his true energy, charging towards Chuan. Elder Lei followed closely behind him, stepping forward rapidly. Attack together. Other warriors also responded in succession, forming a swarm strategy to surround Chuan. You've all come, that's great. Then I'll catch you all in one net. Chuan smiled faintly, releasing wisps of transparent mist. This was the illusory god poison fog. Wisps of transparent mist scattered around, touching everyone. Then these warriors inhaled the illusory god poison fog in a breath. Kid, hand over the cultivation inheritance. These warriors all launched their attacks, true energy erupting towards Chuan. But in the next moment, suddenly their movements paused, their brains experiencing a brief blank. All attacks halted instantly. Retreat. Chuan's lips curled up, transitioning from defense to offense, and he threw a punch. Bang. Several warriors were immediately sent flying. Not good, this kid is strange. The remaining warriors regained their senses, their expressions changing. Their brains had experienced a brief dizziness, causing them to lose control of their bodies.
It seems that the previous warriors were struck by this reason and were unable to resist being sent flying by Chuan.
Noticing something amiss. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chuan's expression remained unchanged as his true energy erupted and he threw another punch at several warriors. These warriors attempted to counterattack, but their brains experienced brief dizziness once again. Bang! Unsurprisingly, these warriors were also sent flying by Chuan. Damn it!
Yu Liankai's expression changed drastically, suddenly regretting taking action against Chuan.
Other warriors were once again shaken by Chuan's methods. Is it that strange technique again?
In the distance, Dan Tai observed the scene, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. Previously, when she tried to snatch the spiritual origin fruit, Chuan also used this method to escape her and Elder Bay's pursuit.
The remaining warriors looked vigilant, staring intently at Chuan. Continue. Don't you want the cultivation inheritance in my hands? Why has everyone stopped? Chuan looked at them and spoke lightly, asking. Chuan, do not be overly proud.
Yu Liankai shouted in anger. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot deal with a single man. Having spoken, he looked to the others and commanded, all of you, attack together. With so many of us besieging him, sooner or later his true chi will be exhausted. Then that will be the day he dies. Hearing this, the hearts that had been wavering rekindled their fervor. Indeed, they were numerous and mighty, they were the side with the momentum. No matter how formidable Chuan was as an individual, he could not stand against such overwhelming force. Charge with me. Yu Liankai expended all his true chi and unleashed a fierce punch, a formidable killing technique surging toward Chuan.
Boy, taste my palm.
Lei Lao's eyes flashed with killing light. He swung a palm imbued with rushing true chi that swept toward Chuan. Kill. The other martial artists, inflamed and provoked, likewise unleashed their own lethal moves, all locking onto Chuan. Their gazes were bloodshot, their spirits fevered as though sight had reddened them with fury. At this moment, within the cave-dwelling, killing intent rose on all sides. Every shard of malice was directed at Chuan. Yu Liankai and the other martial artists all surged to strike him. It was a unity of purpose that shook the heart.
You are still too ignorant, Chuan said. You still do not understand the nature of my Huanshan poison.
Chuan watched the scene without retreat, fear or hesitation. Instead, a faint indifferent smile curled his lips.
In the next instant, deathly intent descended.
Fist techniques, palm strikes, legwork, every variety of killing move surged toward Chuan.
And at that very instant, the transparent, barely perceptible mists around them, thread after thread, slipped into the noses of those martial artists. Huanshan poison took effect.
All the attacks halted in an instant. Every fighter felt as if a heavy blow struck their mind, dizziness swept them and they lost control of their bodies.
That daze lasted for only a single second.
It was within that single second that Chuan moved. He thrust off with both feet and charged through them. The supreme cultivation art Shenlong Ju Shenlong fist activated and his true chi exploded outward. In that brief second he threw punch after punch, his true chi and blows fusing into a lethal torrent toward the crowd.
Bang!
He moved like a man in a realm without opponents, sweeping through ranks and sending everyone flying.
PFT.
One by one they spat blood and were hurled backward. Yu Liankai and Bai Lao were no exceptions.
Bang! 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 One after another they fell like dumplings, landing heavily dozens of meters away.
By the time the dizziness had passed, they let out pained groans.
It hurts.
This is impossible, he drove all of us back by himself. He is a true one-man army. Even the prodigies on the Tenjiao ranking would not display such might, would they? Lying on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and astonishment, they no longer dared to act rashly.
Damn it!
Yu Liankai lay prone and slammed a fist into the earth, his eyes brimming with boundless resentment. How could a single person be so powerful? There was no name for this man on the Tianjiao ranking. He understood then that come what may, this cultivation inheritance was not meant for him. Chuan ignored their murmurs and withdrew his fist with calm. If you still want the inheritance in my hands, come and take it, he said, leaving the words behind as he strode out without looking back. One by one the martial artists stared with burning eyes at the wooden box in Chuan's hands, yet none dared to move. They watched helplessly as he departed.
He is so strong.
A flicker of unusual light passed through Dantai Jiao's beautiful eyes. She had witnessed the entire skirmish.
No, Dantai Jiao, be firm.
Chuan is merely a small genius, Su Chuan is the true prodigy. Dantai Jiao thought of her idol Su Chuan. A blush warmed her pretty face as she urged herself on. When she looked up, she found Chuan already at the cave entrance, his silhouette about to vanish. Hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and followed.
Miss.
Bai Lao's expression changed and he hurried after Dantai Jiao as well.
Outside the cave. Not long after Chuan emerged, he prepared to examine the inheritance within the wooden box.
Then hurried footsteps sounded from behind. Mo Chuan turned and saw Dan Tai Jiao hurrying up with Bai Lao behind her.
So, do you two also want the cultivation inheritance I possess?
Mo Chuan toyed with the wooden box in his hands and looked at them with a half-smile. It's not like that, please don't misunderstand, Dan Tai Jiao said shyly, lightly biting her lip. I mainly came to offer you an apology.
An apology? Mo Chuan paused and smiled. Is it about snatching the Lingyuan fruit? Didn't you already apologize for that? Not that. It's about Yu Liangkai.
He is also a martial artist from Nanwo City and has been pursuing me.
He must have seen me speaking with you and grew jealous, targeting you because of it.
I'm sorry for the trouble he caused you.
Dan Tai Jiao stammered.
Proud and headstrong by nature, she was not accustomed to admitting fault. Yet that day she had apologized twice.
I see.
Understandable beauties do attract attention wherever they go, Mo Chuan shrugged. He then connected his mind to the system space and summoned a Lingyuan fruit into his palm.
How marvelous.
Dan Tai Jiao's lips parted in surprise at the conjured object. Take this Lingyuan fruit as a gift. Mo Chuan tossed the fruit toward her.
Ah. Dan Tai Jiao froze for a moment.
Miss, since young Mo kindly offers it, you should accept it at once. Bai Lao quickly urged, then looked at Mo Chuan with gratitude. If his miss consumed this Lingyuan fruit, her martial cultivation would surely advance.
Oh, thank you. Dan Tai Jiao recovered and caught the tossed Lingyuan fruit.
She was puzzled earlier when she tried to seize a Lingyuan fruit. Mo Chuan had refused her.
Now she did not try to snatch it, and yet Mo Chuan had willingly given it to her. Dan Tai Jiao could not fathom that Mo Chuan was the sort who took a hard line against threats.
If someone threatened him, he would confront them head-on and never yield an inch.
But now Dan Tai Jiao was no longer domineering. She apologized sincerely.
Since one person can only eat one Lingyuan fruit and eating more would be futile, Mo Chuan decided to give one of the remaining two to her.
Wait.
You gave me the Lingyuan fruit, could it be that you like me and are trying to win my favor?
Dan Tai Jiao's imagination ran wild and she looked at Mo Chuan with guarded suspicion. I'll tell you now, Mo Chuan, we're impossible. I already have an idol, he's my one true love.
You're imagining things, Mo Chuan said at a loss as he glanced at the coquettish girl.
He was also a little puzzled, an accomplished martial artist idolizing a star. That's good.
Dan Tai Jiao relaxed, wobbling the Lingyuan fruit in her hand and chuckling, rest assured I'll remember this favor today and repay you in time. With that, she and Bai Lao left together. Mo Chuan watched them go, shook his head and returned his attention to the wooden box in his hands.
Let me see what this ancient cultivator left behind. Mo Chuan eagerly opened the wooden box. The moment the lid cracked open, a blinding golden light shot forth.
At the same time, inside the cave, the injuries of Yu Liangkai and the others had finally eased somewhat. They frowned, enduring the pain as they struggled to stand.
Come look at this.
At that moment, a martial artist suddenly shouted, his tone filled with excitement.
What is it?
The others regarded him with impatience. Being denied the cultivation inheritance had left them short-tempered.
I have a great discovery, come quickly.
The man hurried on. He was sure Zhihai the very first to strike Mo Chuan earlier.
What discovery? Stop making such a fuss. Don't toy with us or else.
Reluctantly they moved toward Shi Zhihai. Yu Liangkai and Lei Lao frowned and approached as well.
Look at this stone wall.
Shi Zhihai stood before one face of the cave's stone wall, pointing excitedly.
Isn't there a door on this wall?
Yu Liangkai and the others peered closely and each face brightened with excitement. Indeed, if one did not examine it carefully, it appeared to be an ordinary stone wall.
But upon closer inspection, a rectangular pattern etched into the wall revealed the unmistakable shape of a door. An ancient cultivator left a secret door. Could there be another cultivation inheritance behind that secret door?
The find filled them with joy.
Luckily Mo Chuan left, now no one will compete with us for the inheritance.
Yu Liangkai curled his lips in a cold smile.
Indeed. This inheritance will be ours. This trip was not in vain today.
The others echoed in agreement.
Yu Liangkai's eyes flashed as he said, everyone exert full force and smashed the secret door.
He struck first, releasing true chi and slamming a palm at the hidden gate.
Good.
The other martial artists also unleashed their true chi to assault the rectangle on the stone wall. Shi Zhihai, who had discovered the door, watched and sneered inwardly, a group of fools. Seizing their attention on the door, he quietly slipped away from the cave. Once outside, Shi Zhihai took out a phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly and a mocking voice sounded from the other end. Everything arranged. Shi Zhihai answered respectfully, reporting, my lord, I have lured those martial artists to the sealed gate. They think there is a cultivation inheritance within and are frantically smashing at the door.
A burst of laughter came through the line. Ha, a pack of ignorant fools.
They will soon become food for the one within the sealed gate. It was worth my effort to deliberately spread the news of a cultivator's cave dwelling to draw them here.
Your Excellency is truly sagacious.
Shi Zhihai flattered deferentially. By the way, did you acquire the cultivation legacy hidden within that cave residence? Came the voice from the other end of the line. Shi Zhihai's body trembled slightly as he replied with utmost humility, I beg to report, Your Excellency, this servant failed to obtain it. Instead, a young man named Mo Chuan seized the legacy. That Mo Chuan is extraordinarily formidable. We all joined forces determined to wrest the legacy from his grasp, yet still suffered utter defeat. Terror flickered across Shi Zhihai's eyes. From the other end, the voice responded coolly, it matters not. Our primary objective was to release the entity sealed behind that gate. The cultivation legacy is in fact secondary. However, I confess I have grown intrigued by this Mo Chuan you mentioned. Fascinating. With such overwhelming combat prowess, why does his name appear nowhere on the celestial prodigy list? After a moment's contemplation, the voice continued, very well, see to the remainder of your duties without delay. Shi Zhihai instantly straightened, replying with crisp resolve, yes, Your Excellency. This servant guarantees mission completion. As the call ended, he turned toward the cave residence behind him, his lips curling into a cold anticipatory smile. The wooden box sprang open and a blinding golden radiance erupted forth. Mo Chuan furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to circulate true chi for defense. Yet, astonishingly, the golden light bore no malice. He focused his gaze inward. Nestled inside lay a peculiar stone, golden-hued, its dazzling luminescence emanating solely from itself. Beside it rested an ancient weathered tome. A strange stone, and an old manual. This is the cultivation legacy. Mo Chuan murmured to himself. He lifted the manual and glanced at its cover, divine pill art. The golden core-level cultivator who once dwelled here bore the title Dan Yang Zi. Alchemy must have been his supreme mastery, thus divine pill art is surely his alchemical legacy. At this realization, a subtle spark ignited in Mo Chuan's eyes. With divine pill art he could now refine legendary spirit pills, elixirs whispered of in myth. Then his gaze shifted back to the strange stone. Anything placed alongside divine pill art cannot be ordinary. As he pondered, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered the minor 5-element stone. Mo Chuan blinked in surprise. Minor 5-element stone. What is that? At that instant, the stone's golden radiance faded, and a soft azure glow bloomed in its stead. Next, its hue shifted again, crimson flared forth. Ultimately, it cycled through 5 distinct colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Mo Chuan watched awestruck, then asked, System, what function does the minor 5-element stone serve? Ding! The minor 5-element stone contains faint traces of the 5 elemental forces and may assist in cultivating the minor 5-element art. The minor 5-element art. What manner of technique is that? Is it a cultivation art? His confusion deepened. He reached out and grasped the stone. Boom! At the moment his skin touched it, a profound arcane memory surged into his consciousness. What is this? Absorbing the enigmatic knowledge, Mo Chuan's face softened into quiet understanding. So, that is how it is. The memory was none other than the complete transmission of the minor 5-element art. The minor 5-element art comprised 5 foundational cultivation techniques. Fireball art, water bullet art, earth rock art, wood vine art, and metal sword art. In the ancient cultivation era, these 5 arts were commonplace, so ubiquitous they bordered on trivial. Yet, once one found the minor 5-element stone and absorbed its elemental essence, those very 5 basic arts would undergo transcendence, evolving into the revered minor 5-element art. The minor 5-element art was a peerless art of offense, its power staggering, far surpassing any ordinary cultivation technique. This is precisely what I have long sought. A fierce gleam blazed in Mo Chuan's eyes. For so long he had cultivated only inner energy, possessing no true spellcraft. He was in truth an incomplete cultivator. Now with the minor 5-element art, that fatal gap had finally been filled. He stored divine pill art within his system space and gazed intently at the stone in his palm. Begin cultivation now. Instantly he settled into meditation, palms cradling the stone, drawing forth the 5 elemental forces, while the profound principles of the minor 5-element art unfolded vividly within his mind. He paid no heed to his surroundings, the remote mountainous wilderness meant nothing. His entire being was consumed by the forging of this art. Such single-minded devotion defined his nature. Once a martial fanatic who lost himself utterly in training, he now embodied that same fervent obsession even more intensely as a cultivator. Inside the immortal cave residence. Boo! 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 Yu Liangkai and the other martial artists unleashed their full strength against the concealed door embedded in the stone wall. Fine cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. And as their strikes grew ever more frequent and violent, the fissures multiplied, spreading like ink across parchment. At last the door was laced with countless fractures, resembling a dense, intricate web. Everyone, push harder. The door is about to shatter. Yu Liangcai's eyes lit with elation, and he urged them on at once. The others too sensed the breakthrough and redoubled their efforts, channeling true chi into relentless assault. Boom! At last the concealed door exploded, shattering into countless jagged fragments. We did it! A wave of jubilation swept the group. As the debris cleared, the doorway beyond was revealed. A narrow pitch-black aperture, utterly void of light. Friends, immortal fortune lies before us. Let us enter together. Yu Liangkai declared, beaming. Ha ha ha. Young master, you speak truth, we can hardly contain ourselves. Laughter erupted, and one by one they rushed headlong toward the dark opening. Yu Liangkai deliberately lagged behind, refusing to lead the charge. His eyes gleamed with sly calculation. Let them go first and test the path for me. Naturally, caution dictated he would never step in first. What in the world is this? The first martialist to enter recoiled in shock. Within the aperture reigned absolute darkness, thick, suffocating, and endless. Yet floating in that abyss were two crimson orbs, glowing fiercely, the sole sources of light in the void. Frowning, the martialist advanced cautiously toward the twin spheres. As he drew nearer and saw clearly, his expression twisted in horror. These were no mere crimson beads, but two blazing malevolent eyes. Ghosts. Paralyzed by primal terror, he screamed and fled backward in blind panic. But it was already too late. From those scarlet eyes pulsed an aura of annihilating slaughter. He had barely taken 3 steps before the killing intent from the darkness engulfed him. Ghosts. Hearing that word, the others, who had just crossed the threshold, leapt back into the cave residence in unison. Yu Liangkai stood at the rear of the group. Watching the scene unfold, his gaze sharpened. Indeed, caution had proven wise. In the next instant, they heard the first martialist's agonized shriek, raw, ragged, and drenched in unspeakable dread, signaling his soul had shattered under sheer terror. Then, the sickening sound of tearing flesh and gnawing bone like a wild beast devouring its prey. Something foul dwells within. One martialist spoke grimly. I wonder, did shattering that door truly prove wise? Another sighed, heavy with regret. Friends, we must withdraw now. A martialist pleaded, face ashen with fear. Agreed, retreat immediately. Others echoed the cry, voices trembling. Master Lei, we leave. Yu Liangkai's brow furrowed as he addressed the elder beside him. Even he had begun to waver. Yes, young master. Master Lei replied, bowing respectfully. Just as the group turned to depart, a rapid, urgent patter of footsteps echoed from within the aperture. Clack, clack, clack. Within a heartbeat, the sound had reached the threshold. Then, in a flash, a streak of crimson hurtled from the darkness. 2. It landed hard, shaking the entire cave residence. What is that creature? Upon seeing it, their faces drained of color, and they stumbled backward in unison. It resembled a leopard, but was no mere beast. Its pelt blazed crimson, its presence radiated terrifying primordial light. Its eyes burned with murderous crimson light. 5 sinuous tails coiled behind it. And upon its brow jutted a single razor-sharp horn. Blood, dark and viscous, dripped from its maw. Did it devour the first one who entered? The sight deepened their dread. They were transcendent martial artists, yet a beast had devoured one of their own. Then, recalling the creature's origin, the sealed door within the ancient cultivator's cave, they understood. This was no ordinary abode, it was a relic of the ancient cultivation era over a millennium old. And this monstrous entity had been imprisoned here for 1,000 years, yet still lived. Its terror was thus self-evident. That it could slay martial artists effortlessly was in truth expected. Run, now. With that thought, they broke into frantic flight toward the cave entrance. Yu Liangkai and Master Lei surged forward, true chi blazing at maximum intensity, their forms dissolving into afterimages. But at that very moment, the beast opened its maw and unleashed a roar that froze the marrow. Ruawar. Its voice struck like boulders colliding, resonant, shuddering, soul-rending. Aagh. All fleeing martialists froze mid-stride, clutching their heads in torment. Some even spat blood, collapsing to their knees, weakened beyond measure. What abomination is this? They stared at the beast, eyes wide with abject horror. A single roar, and it had wounded them all. Such power was beyond comprehension. It is the Jin. A calm, detached voice rang from the cave entrance, answering their question. They turned and beheld a man stepping inside Shi Zhihai. You. They recoiled, recalling clearly he had been the first to discover the concealed door. Shi Zhihai ignored their astonishment. Gazing upon the beast, a faint knowing smile played upon his lips, then uttered words that left them stunned, speechless. There exists a beast resembling a crimson leopard, 5-tailed, single-horned, whose cry echoes like stone striking stone. It is called the Jin. This description originates from the ancient text classic of mountains and seas. And this beast, the Jin, is indeed one of the great demons recorded therein. The classic of mountains and seas. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. This ancient text recorded over 400 types of mythical creatures and people believed it to be mere fabrications of ancient myths. But now it seems this is actually true. The mythical beings recorded in the classic of mountains and seas truly exist in the world. The creature Jin before them is a living example. Shirzihai took in the expressions of the crowd and said with a smile, "Hee, there's no need to be afraid, this beast Jin is merely a somewhat powerful demon beast." The crowd secretly cursed. One cannot generalize between demon beasts as Jin and ordinary demon beast. This is a great demon that has lived for over 1,000 years. Brother, you seem to know this demon beast Jin well. Do you have a way to deal with it? Yu Liankai clasped his fists and asked Shirzihai first. Other martial artists also looked expectantly. Deal with it. Why should we deal with it? A strange glint flashed in Shirzihai's eyes as he chuckled. You shouldn't resist it, just obediently become its blood food. You. Upon hearing this, Yu Liankai and the other martial artists' faces changed drastically. Roar. The demon beast Jin let out a roar and moved again. It suddenly pounced on a martial artist carrying endless killing intent. Help me. The martial artist was so frightened that he lost control, retreating repeatedly and calling for help. The crowd turned pale, remaining motionless. They were like clay figurines crossing the river, unable to protect themselves, let alone save others. Soon under the assault of the demon beast Jin, the martial artist lost his life force and was swallowed whole. Run. Hurry and escape. Witnessing the scene of the demon beast Jin devouring a person, the crowd was filled with extreme fear and hurriedly ran towards the cave entrance. Everyone, do not move recklessly. Your disobedience will make me very unhappy. At the entrance, Shirzihai stood there with a faint smile, gently waving his hand at the crowd. Boom. Several streams of true energy shot out towards the fleeing crowd. Ah. Yu Liankai and the other martial artists were immediately injured and had to stop their escape. Damn it, you. Anger surged in Yu Liankai's eyes as he glared at Shirzihai. If they hadn't been heavily injured when approaching the wooden box, then defeated by Chuan and injured again, leaving them extremely weak, Shirzihai wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Shirzihai still wore the cheerful smile, looking at the crowd as he said, the demon beast Jin has been sealed for over 1,000 years, its strength diminished to a fraction. It needs to consume fresh blood food to restore its power. I deliberately lured you to break the sealing door just to have you sacrifice yourselves and become blood food. You all should stay here and offer your last glimmers of light. Hearing this, the crowd showed despair, their faces ashen. With Shirzihai in front and the demon beast Jin behind, they had no hope of survival. Not far from the cave of the immortals in a thicket, Chuan was still sitting cross-legged in this desolate wilderness, diligently refining the small 5 elements technique. The small 5 elements stone in his hand had decreased in size significantly compared to before. Moreover, at this moment, the small 5 elements stone was still shrinking. This was because the power of the 5 elements within the small 5 elements stone was continuously being absorbed by him. Chuan began to emit a brilliant multicolored glow, appearing extraordinarily divine. After a period of time, finally with a bang, the small 5 elements stone in his hand shattered into countless tiny fragments. Chuan opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of multicolored light crossed his gaze. He stood up, revealing a satisfied smile, muttering to himself, the small 5 elements technique has been mastered. He raised a finger, a strand of true energy surged forth at his fingertip. Fireball technique. Chuan murmured as the true energy at his fingertip instantly transformed into a blazing fireball. This fireball possessed extremely high temperature and damage, however, because it was refined from his own true energy, he felt no pain. Go. Chuan lightly pointed at a tree ahead. Whoosh. The fireball shot forth and landed on the tree. In the blink of an eye, the tree was reduced to ashes. Not bad, Chuan said with a satisfied smile. This is the fundamental difference between cultivators and martial artists. Martial artists can only use brute force, these are mundane methods. Yet cultivators wield a might that can swallow mountains and rivers with every gesture, capable of shaking the heavens and burning mountains and boiling seas. This is the magic of the immortals. It's time to go back. Chuan stood up from the ground, preparing to leave the suburban mountains. But at that moment a scream suddenly echoed. Ah! Help me! The scream came from the direction of the cave of the immortals. Chuan paused, frowning slightly. Is something happening at the cave of the immortals? After contemplating, Chuan decided to return to check on the situation. Inside the cave of the immortals, blood was everywhere. The demon beast Jin was crazily hunting martial artists. Ah! Get away, get away! The martial artists looked at the demon beast with fear, screaming wildly. They also wanted to resist the demon beast Jin, but when Jin swiped down with its paw, they simply couldn't defend against it. They wanted to run away, but Shirzihai guarded the entrance, not allowing anyone to escape. Damn it, how could this happen? In the panicked crowd, Yu Liankai was also evading the pursuit of the demon beast Jin, despair written all over his face. He was a martial arts genius, only one step away from the talent rankings with an unlimited future ahead. Could it be that he would perish here today? Roar! The demon beast Jin let out another roar, this time its eyes locked onto Yu Liangxi, whom it had chosen as its target. In the next second the demon beast Jin moved at lightning speed, directly pouncing on Yu Liangxi. No! Yu Liangxi was so scared he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. Damn beast, take this! Elder Lei arrived just in time, his true energy exploding as he struck at the demon beast Jin. Bang! This strike landed on the demon beast Jin without inflicting any harm. The demon beast Jin looked down at Elder Lei, opened its mouth wide, and in a flash bit down on Elder Lei. Ah! Elder Lei could only let out a scream before being swallowed whole. Afterwards the demon beast Jin's eyes turned crimson again, looking back at Yu Liangxi. Elder Lei, is he dead? Yu Liangxi was so frightened he collapsed on the spot, trembling. Roar! The demon beast Jin opened its mouth again, revealing sharp fangs, and bit towards Yu Liangxi. No! Yu Liangxi's face turned pale, unable to resist, and he too was swallowed whole. Following that, the demon beast Jin displayed its ferocity, hunting martial artists everywhere. Ultimately the cave of the immortals fell silent. Following that, the demon beast Jin displayed its ferocity, hunting martial artists everywhere. Ultimately the cave of the immortals fell silent. All the martial artists were annihilated. Roar! At this moment the demon beast Jin roared again, its blood-red eyes fixed on Shi Zhihai, targeting him. Shi Zhihai showed no fear, instead he smiled calmly, saying, indeed it's extremely ferocious.
Do you want to hunt me as well?
Fortunately I have the treasures bestowed by my master, so I am not afraid of you. Saying this, Shi Zhihai took out a small bronze bell and gently shook it at the demon beast Jin. Ding-dang, a mysterious sound rang out, carrying a hint of tranquility and harmony. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in the demon beast Jin's blood-red eyes suddenly dissipated. Then surprisingly it looked at Shi Zhihai with a hint of familiarity. The beast control bell is indeed useful. A glimmer of joy flashed in Shi Zhihai's eyes. This was a precious gift from his master, allowing him to establish contact with the demon beast when it was weak, thereby controlling the beast. Although the demon beast Jin is a great demon recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, it has been sealed for over 1,000 years and is currently extremely weak, making it vulnerable to the beast control bell.
Let's go, follow me back.
Shi Zhihai waved at the demon beast Jin, smiling as he said, I need to report to my master. Capturing the demon beast Jin and bringing it back was the task given to him by his master. Roar! The demon beast Jin let out a low growl, its eyes showing signs of submission as it slowly approached Shi Zhihai.
But at that moment a faint voice suddenly rang out.
To have killed all the fellow martial artists is truly eye-opening. Shi Zhihai's expression changed slightly as he quickly looked around. Who is it? Clop clop clop. Footsteps sounded from outside the cave and a handsome young man walked in. It was Mo Chuan. He glanced at the demon beast Jin and frowned secretly. He never expected that such a peerless, ferocious beast was sealed within the cave of the immortals. It's you! Shi Zhihai was startled and stepped back repeatedly.
Mo Chuan's invincible demeanor facing 100 opponents left a deep impression in his mind.
However, then he thought to himself that he now controlled the demon beast Jin, so there was no need to fear Mo Chuan. Shi Zhihai's expression relaxed immediately as he looked at Mo Chuan and said with a calm smile, little brother Mo, why did you choose to come back? Truly you didn't take the path to heaven, yet you saw death at the gates of hell. But it's fine, you are so strong, you will surely be a great supplement for the demon beast Jin. Since you're back, just immediately become the blood food of the demon beast Jin. Shi Zhihai laughed heartily, looking at Mo Chuan with a teasing glint in his eyes.
Become blood food. Just because of it. Mo Chuan looked indifferently at the demon beast Jin. Arrogant. The demon beast Jin is an ancient great demon recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas.
You will soon know its power. Shi Zhihai chuckled and shook the beast control bell in his hand. Ding-dang, the bell rang, reaching the ears of the demon beast Jin. The demon beast Jin immediately received the order, its blood-red eyes fixed on Mo Chuan, containing infinite killing intent.
Ding! Demon beast Jin detected.
The system's voice timely rang in his mind.
Relevant information appeared simultaneously.
Name Jin strength, first tier 6 stars, third tier 6 stars, life source 5500, status life-threatening system. What does the information in parentheses mean?
Mo Chuan thought to himself.
The system replied, ding. The information in parentheses represents the peak state of demon beast Jin.
Mo Chuan suddenly understood.
The demon beast Jin has been sealed for over 1,000 years, reaching the brink of life-threatening danger. Therefore its strength and life source are naturally not in peak condition. In the strength section it is noted in parentheses as tier 3 6 stars, representing the peak strength of the demon beast Jin. Dan Yangzi was also at the golden core stage in his lifetime, fearless of the demon beast Jin, but he likely could not do anything about it, thus sealing the demon beast Jin within his cave. Now the demon beast Jin was on the brink of death, its strength having diminished to tier 1 6 stars. Tier 1 6 stars is equivalent to a 6th layer chi refining stage cultivator, still within my capabilities to handle.
Mo Chuan thought to himself.
What he was more concerned about was the life essence of the demon beastgen. He glanced again at the information of the demon beastgen, focusing on the life essence section.
Life essence 5500. A peak state demon beastgen could provide 500 points of life essence. Mo Chuan felt heartbroken, reflecting inwardly.
Unfortunately, the current demon beastgen could only provide 50 points of life essence. However, if the demon beastgen were in its peak state, the life essence would naturally reach 500 points, but its strength would also be tier 3 6 stars. In that case, it would not be something a mere chi refining stage 6th layer cultivator like him could handle. Therefore, he truly had to be grateful that the demon beastgen had been sealed for over 1,000 years, not in its peak state. 50 points is better than nothing. After all, it is still a considerable fortune.
Mo Chuan looked at the demon beastgen, comforting himself this way. Charge.
At this moment, Shi Zihai's gaze turned cold as he lightly shook the beast-controlling bell, issuing orders to the demon beastgen.
Roar.
The demon beastgen let out a roar, its crimson eyes glaring as it took steps towards Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan, give up resisting, you are already its dinner. Shi Zihai looked at Mo Chuan with a cold smile.
Whose dinner is yet to be determined. Mo Chuan smiled faintly at the approaching demon beastgen, feeling a sense of anticipation.
Arrogant.
Shi Zihai scoffed. At this point, the demon beastgen was only a few steps away from Mo Chuan. It suddenly lunged forward, raising its front paw to attack Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan's eyes shifted slightly, sidestepping to avoid the strike. Bang.
The demon beastgen missed, crashing down beside it and creating a large pit in the ground.
Roar. It let out an angry roar, its crimson eyes fixed on Mo Chuan, clearly dissatisfied with its previous mistake. It's my turn to strike.
Mo Chuan spoke indifferently, his palm gathering true chi as he struck towards the demon beastgen. The demon beastgen lunged again, raising its front paw and charging at Mo Chuan.
Bang.
The man and beast collided and quickly separated.
Mo Chuan landed to one side, slightly unsteady, his breath becoming chaotic.
The demon beastgen landed on the other side, showing no signs of discomfort, its crimson eyes still fixed on Mo Chuan with an even stronger killing intent. There is still a significant gap between a 4th layer and a 6th layer chi refining stage.
Mo Chuan gasped for breath, narrowing his eyes as he watched the demon beastgen. The demon beastgen's body leaned forward, preparing to launch another attack. So it seems I can't hold on any longer, just accept death.
Shi Zihai observed everything with a cold smile on his lips.
Roar.
With another furious roar, the demon beastgen lunged again, its sharp front paw aimed directly at Mo Chuan's chest. Mo Chuan raised his hand, waving it as wisps of transparent mist drifted out, invading the demon beastgen. This was the illusory god poison mist. Now that the demon beastgen was only at the 6th layer of chi refining, just 2 small realms higher than him, it was still within the effect range of the illusory god poison. The demon beastgen inhaled the poison mist, its mind dizzy for a moment, and its raised front paw suddenly halted, its sharp claws nearly piercing Mo Chuan's chest. A glint of sharp light flickered in Mo Chuan's eyes as he seized the brief moment to strike at the demon beastgen, launching a counterattack.
Boom!
The moment of dizziness ended and the demon beastgen was sent flying by this palm.
How is this possible?
Shi Zihai exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. The demon beastgen is an ancient great demon, how could it be injured by this brat?
陈书家新做的厕所就是讲究，洁白的瓷砖上打着喜庆的绘彩，陶瓷蹲坑中间隔着一串粉色的帘子，跟巨大塑料盆隔开。此时塑料盆内放满了水，而吸引陈楚的正是那一旁的长条板凳上放置的贴身衣物了。
It had been played with by a human once again.
Seeing this scene, Mo Chuan frowned slightly.
The attack's lethality is still too weak.
Under his palm, the demon beastgen was unharmed. He could cast the illusory god poison and stun the demon beastgen for a second. However, during that moment of dizziness, his true chi as a 4th layer chi refining stage cultivator could not break through the defense of the demon beastgen at the 6th layer of chi refining. Such an attack was meaningless. The demon beastgen had not suffered any substantial harm. It seemed that he could only use the 5 elements technique.
The demon beastgen is fine.
Shi Zihai scrutinized the demon beastgen carefully and finally sighed in relief, but soon his eyes widened in shock.
He saw the demon beastgen's 5 tails standing upright and slightly swaying.
This is the violent wind technique, one of the demon beastgen's killing moves. Shi Zihai's expression changed dramatically, then he looked at Mo Chuan with a cold smile, saying, forcing the demon beastgen to use the violent wind technique shows that you are indeed strong, but this is where it ends.
The demon beastgen's 5 tails swung violently in the air.
Whoosh! 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 5 powerful gusts of wind appeared out of thin air, causing the air to buzz, clearly displaying immense power.
Roar!
The demon beastgen growled at Mo Chuan, its crimson eyes revealing a murderous intent. The 5 powerful gusts of wind immediately surged toward Mo Chuan.
This is the demon beastgen's technique.
Mo Chuan's eyes moved slightly. Even from such a distance he could feel the terrifying aspects of this violent wind technique merely from the vibrational waves.
Fortunately, I have already refined the 5 elements technique. Chuan flipped his right hand and a blazing fireball suddenly appeared.
It was indeed the 5 elements technique, fireball technique.
Go! He waved his right hand forward, sending out this fireball.
The blazing fireball collided with the 5 gusts of wind.
Whoosh!
The 5 gusts of wind spun wildly, yet they could not extinguish the fireball at all. Instead, the wind fueled the flames. Under the influence of the gusts, the fireball grew larger and burned more fiercely. Meanwhile, the 5 gusts of wind weakened significantly, eventually dissipating entirely into the air.
Whoosh!
Without the gusts to obstruct it, the massive fireball surged forward, landing directly on the demon beastkin.
Roar!
The demon beastkin let out a pained cry, rolling on the ground in agony.
Shurjihai was left dumbfounded at this scene. Damn it! Why couldn't the demon beastkin's violent wind technique do anything to this brat? Moreover, what is that fireball this brat summoned out of thin air? I've never seen a warrior capable of such a thing. The power of the fireball is so strong that it doesn't even fear the violent wind technique. Shurjihai's expression changed drastically, his gaze fixed on Chuan as if he were trying to see through everything about him.
At this moment, the demon beastkin, enduring the pain of the flames, began its final counterattack.
Roar!
The demon beastkin roared its sharp horn, emitting an extreme red light. This red light sliced through the air, cutting everything in its path, aimed directly at Chuan.
Come on, this must be your final trump card. Chuan also felt a surge of battle intent in his heart, bringing his 2 fingers together and waving them forward. A strand of true chi shot out, transforming into a small sword of brilliant golden light. It was precisely the 5 elements technique, golden sword technique. The golden small sword slashed through the air, striking toward the red light. Boom!
The red light was immediately cleaved apart.
Go! Chuan flicked his fingers and the golden small sword charged toward the demon beastkin.
This speed was so fast that the demon beastkin could not react in time. With a swift motion, the demon beastkin was pinned against the stone wall of the cave by the golden small sword.
Roar!
The demon beastkin struggled desperately, trying to break free, but the golden small sword held it firmly in place.
Next, it's your turn. Chuan turned to face Shurjihai.
Shurjihai's expression changed and he immediately shook the beast-controlling bell. Impossible, the demon beastkin is an ancient great demon, how could it possibly be defeated by you? Hearing the bell sound, the demon beastkin became even more frantic, wildly thrashing its body, trying to dislodge itself from the wall, but to no avail. Seeing this, Shurjihai's face turned ashen.
Tell me everything you know.
Chuan slowly approached Shurjihai step by step, speaking indifferently. In your dreams, I will never tell you any information. Shurjihai displayed a mocking smile, his demeanor crazed. Chuan, just wait, even if I die today, my master will surely avenge me.
I will wait for you in hell.
With that, Shurjihai's mouth bled slightly, his eyes closed as he fell to the ground.
Chuan stepped forward to check, then sighed.
Shurjihai had controlled his own true chi within, crushing his heart and dying on the spot. How did Shurjihai know that this cave was sealing the demon beastkin? And who is the master he spoke of?
Chuan murmured to himself but found no answers.
Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to Shurjihai's corpse and picked up the beast-controlling bell.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beast-controlling bell.
The system's voice sounded. Just now Shurjihai used this to control the demon beastkin. Chuan pondered for a moment and asked system, what is the specific function of the beast-controlling bell?
The system replied, ding. When the demon beast is weak, using the beast-controlling bell to establish a connection with the demon beast allows for its control.
This is indeed a good item. Chuan's eyes brightened as he placed the beast-controlling bell into the system space.
Then he turned to the demon beastkin pinned against the stone wall and smiled faintly. After devouring you, this trip to the cave will be a complete success.
于是陈楚强忍着这强烈的反胃，将目光放在陶瓷蹲坑旁的红包。红包旁一行小字依旧写着：来自仙庭的观音大士发来红包。
Roar! The demon beastkin let out a furious light growl, helplessly watching itself being pulled into the black vortex.
After the dual assault of the fireball technique and golden sword technique, it had no power to resist.
Ding! Devoured the demon beastkin, gaining 50 points of life essence.
The system's prompt sounded at the right moment.
Nanwo City. This is the martial arts center of the South, where martial arts forces abound. Countless martial arts families and sects are rooted in this city.
In the center of Nanwo City there is a magnificent mansion. This is where the Yu family resides. The backyard of the Yu family is an ancestral hall housing countless tablets honoring the ancestors of the Yu lineage. Besides this, it also serves another purpose, to monitor the life and death status of the current members of the Yu family. Inside the ancestral hall, numerous ancient bronze lamps are placed on a wooden table. Each lamp has a flickering flame burning. At this moment, 2 of the bronze lamps suddenly began to shake violently. This anomaly alarmed the guards. We need to hurry and find the family head. One of the guards changed his expression and rushed out of the ancestral hall. A few minutes later the guard returned with the head of the Yu family. Just as they arrived the two bronze lamps extinguished with a sudden whoosh. Seeing this, the head of the Yu family furrowed his brow. These bronze lamps are known as life lamps, capable of monitoring a person's life and death, a secret method passed down from ancient times. The method involves extracting a drop of a person's blood and using a special technique to turn that drop into lamp oil. Then the oil is poured into the life lamp, and once lit the lamp burns, indicating that the person is alive. If a person dies, the lamp goes out. Now with two lamps extinguished, it signifies that two martial artists of the Yu family have perished. The head of the Yu family stepped forward to examine the extinguished lamps closely.
The deceased are Liang Kai and Elder Lei.
The head of the Yu family's face changed dramatically, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura. Yu Liang Kai was a son he had high hopes for, potentially capable of challenging the talents ranking. How could he have died just like that? The guard trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, shaking uncontrollably.
Bring the young master here.
The head of the Yu family cast a glance at the guard and said coldly. Yes, sir. The guard nodded repeatedly, then stood up, sweat pouring from his forehead, and hurriedly left. Before long the guard returned with a composed young man.
Dad, I was practicing. What's the matter that you called for me? Take a look for yourself.
The head of the Yu family tossed the two extinguished life lamps to Yu Kai.
Two life lamps have gone out.
Yu Kai's pupils constricted as he took the lamps and began to examine them anxiously.
These belong to my younger brother and Elder Lei. Father, they.
Yu Kai's expression changed drastically as he looked at the head of the Yu family. Yes, Liang Kai and Elder Lei are no longer in this world.
It's unbelievable.
Who did this? How dare they kill the martial artists of the Yu family? Yu Kai clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
I don't know the specifics.
I sent Liang Kai and Elder Lei to explore a celestial relic, hoping they could uncover any inheritance of cultivation. I never expected that once they went they would never return. Dad, could it be that my younger brother and Elder Lei found something valuable in the celestial relic and were targeted by others, leading to their deaths?
All of this depends on you to investigate.
The head of the Yu family's eyes glinted coldly as he said, get to the bottom of this.
Yes, Dad. I'll head out right now.
Yu Kai replied respectfully.
Go ahead. The head of the Yu family nodded.
He was quite confident in his eldest son Yu Kai. Because Yu Kai was truly a prodigy, ranked 93rd on the talents ranking. Meanwhile, in the same Nanwo city there was a manor even more luxurious than the Yu family's. The owner of this manor was the Xiong family. Inside a small bamboo building of the Xiong family, a young man in black was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. With every breath he took, he could draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, exuding an impressive aura. This person was none other than the prodigy of the Xiong family, Xiong Shaoqing. He ranked 9th on the talents ranking, looking down on his peers, a true unparalleled prodigy. Young master, something bad has happened. A disheveled middle-aged man rushed in, rolling and crawling. Xiong Shaoqing opened his eyes abruptly, glanced at the disheveled man and frowned, asking, Xiong Taiching, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be picking spirit essence fruits?
Have you already brought them back?
At this point an eager light flashed in Xiong Shaoqing's eyes. As long as he consumed the spirit essence fruit, he could reach a higher realm and perhaps even have the chance to enter the top 3 of the talents ranking.
Young master, I.
Hearing this, Xiong Taicheng felt like crying without tears.
Spirit essence fruits.
There were none left. They were all snatched away by that kid. Moreover, after waking up he found that his martial arts cultivation had also been ruined.
What do you mean?
Since you're back, hurry up and hand over the spirit essence fruit.
I will reward you handsomely.
Xiong Shaoqing said indifferently. Xiong Taicheng broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Kneeling down with a thud, gritting his teeth, he said, Young master, it's my failure to do the task. The spirit essence fruit
was taken away by someone.
What? A chill gleamed in Xiong Shaoqing's eyes as he coldly stared at Xiong Taicheng. Say that again.
The spirit essence fruit was taken away by someone. Xiong Taicheng did not dare to look directly at Xiong Shaoqing, stammering as he spoke. Xiong Taicheng, you've greatly disappointed me.
Xiong Shaoqing scrutinized Xiong Taicheng, his tone icy.
How many people were there on the other side?
What was their background?
Xiong Shaoqing asked coldly, firing off several questions in succession.
It seems they had no notable background, and there weren't
many people, just one person, a young man.
What? A young man managed to steal the spirit essence fruit. Fury surged in Xiong Shaoqing's eyes as he coldly said, Xiong Taicheng, do you take me for a fool?
Young master, I am not lying.
The truth is that the young man was too strong. He single-handedly annihilated the martial arts hall I established. Xiong Taicheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, justifying himself. Upon hearing this, Xiong Shaoqing frowned. If what you say is true, a young man with such combat power is probably not just a character on the talents ranking, at least close to it. You're right, young master, Xiong Taichung flattered. But Xiong Shaoqing's tone turned cold as he said, that does not excuse you from losing the spirit essence fruit. Xiong Taichung's face turned pale at once. Xiong Shaoqing said indifferently, the spirit essence fruit is of great importance to me and it must be retrieved. How about this? I will give you 2 experts, you take them with you and ensure the spirit essence fruit is brought back. If it's not retrieved, you shouldn't come back, do you understand? Xiong Shaoqing's expression darkened as he coldly stared at Xiong Taichung. Yes, young master. Xiong Taichung quickly replied. Very well. Xiong Shaoqing nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! 2 figures suddenly appeared in the bamboo building. One of them was thin with small eyes giving off a sinister feeling. The other was quite plump with a round face and a smiling demeanor resembling a smiling Buddha. However, Xiong Taichung did not underestimate them at all, instead his expression was grave. The thin and the plump were the 2 great guardians of the Xiong family, powerful and not to be underestimated. Young master, what are your orders? The thin and plump guardians asked respectfully. Xiong Shaoqing recounted the incident of the spirit essence fruit being taken, then said, you 2 will follow Xiong Taichung, you must retrieve the spirit essence fruit. Yes, young master. The thin and plump guardians assured. Meanwhile, Xiong Taichung was excited. He hadn't expected the experts Xiong Shaoqing mentioned would be these 2. Young master, with the help of the thin and plump guardians, I will definitely not let you down. Xiong Taichung promised eagerly. Then hurry and set off. Xiong Shaoqing lightly nodded. In the depths of the mountainous outskirts of Yunshan City, inside a celestial cave. Ding! Devoured the demon beast Jun, gaining 50 points of life source. The system prompt sounded. Chuan slowly retracted his right hand and the black whirlpool in his palm disappeared. The demon beast Zhang had already been consumed by him. With these 50 points of life source, I should be able to initiate the 3rd molting rite. Chuan chuckled lightly and summoned his attribute panel. Name Chuan. Life source 310 points. Stage 2 times molted small snake 0300. Realm Chi refining stage 4th layer 10. Talent devouring, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Indeed. Chuan glanced at his attribute panel, revealing a satisfied smile. System consume 300 points of life source to initiate the 3rd molting. Ding! Consuming 300 points of life source, the 3rd molting is about to occur. The system prompt sounded and the attribute panel updated. Name Chuan. Life source 10 points. Stage 3 times molted small snake 300,300. Realm Chi refining stage 4th layer 10. Talent devouring, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison. Space 10 cubic meters. A golden light flashed around Chuan, transforming him back into a golden small snake. The golden small snake's body swayed slightly and soon a layer of snake skin shed off. After molting, the golden small snake's body grew larger than before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the 3rd molting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. The system prompts rang out in succession and the attribute panel updated again. Name Chuan. Life source 10 points. Stage 3 times molted small snake 0400. Realm Chi refining stage 4th layer 10. Talent devouring, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. The 3rd molting is finally complete. Chuan felt excited. The golden light flashed again as he transformed back into his human form. Then he looked at the new attribute panel and asked system, what is the effect of the 3rd snake poison? Ding! The system's voice rang out and a piece of information appeared in his mind. 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Effect: plant a toxin in others, turning the poison individual into a puppet. The puppeteer can perceive everything the puppet sees, hears, knows and thinks, and the puppet's life and death are entirely in the hands of the puppeteer. This is the puppet poison. After reading the introduction to the puppet poison, Chuan was left speechless. The effects of this puppet poison are truly perverse. I can know everything the puppet thinks. Moreover, the life and death of the other party are completely in my hands. Once poisoned, they are truly like a puppet at my mercy. Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Then he thought of something else, his lips curling slightly into a cold smile. It's been so long, the Xiong family should have received news about the spirit origin fruit being stolen by now. I only crippled Xiong Taichung and Xiong Xian's martial arts, not exterminated them. My purpose was to make them hurry back to Nanhua City to inform the Xiong family. Xiong Shaoqing would definitely send experts to reclaim the spirit origin fruit. The more experts from the Xiong family, the better. For everyone that comes, I will cripple one. A cold light flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes as he recalled the incident from a month ago.
Xiong Shaoqing, you helped Su Yangming cripple my martial arts, thus my path of revenge will start with your Xiong family. We will play slowly, Xiong family, I will definitely annihilate you. After a while Mo Chuan finally calmed down, shook his head and smiled. The matter in the cave is settled, it's time to return. Yunshan City. Mo family's villa. By the time Mo Chuan hurried back from the immortal cave it was already evening. It's not so chaotic anymore. Mo Chuan glanced at the villa's lawn and muttered to himself. The areas damaged by the demon ape had already been repaired. He walked into the villa's hall where the lights were bright. Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin were seated on the sofa still awake. However, these three had unusual expressions, looking somewhat worried. Xiao Chuan, you're back. Mo Yuhai was the first to notice Mo Chuan quickly standing up from the sofa with surprise. Second uncle. Mo Chuan nodded and smiled at Mo Yuhai. It's good that you're back. Zhao Fanlin looked at Mo Chuan with a comforting smile. Ahem, Xiao Chuan, come here and let Grandpa take a look. You weren't hurt, were you? The previously worried expression on Old Master Mo's face broke into a smile as he waved at Mo Chuan. Grandpa, how could I get hurt? Mo Chuan walked up to Old Master Mo, shrugged and smiled helplessly. You went deep into the mountains in the suburbs to find trouble with the old man of herbs. Of course Grandpa is worried. Beside him Mo Yuhai chuckled. Yes, Xiao Chuan, the old man of herbs has had his reputation as a divine healer in Yunshan City for so many years, so he is indeed not an ordinary person. Grandpa is really afraid you might suffer losses when facing him. Old Master Mo showed a kind smile and said seriously to Mo Chuan, alas Grandpa, there's really nothing to worry about. The old man of herbs is already a defeated opponent of mine. Mo Chuan replied with a wry smile. All right. Old Master Mo's expression changed as he laughed. Xiao Chuan is really promising. Not only has he become a warrior, but he also defeated the old man of herbs. Mo Chuan didn't show much excitement, shaking his head and saying, unfortunately, although the old man of herbs was defeated by me, he ultimately managed to escape. He recalled the spatial bracelet the old man of herbs had used to escape, a trace of seriousness flashing between his brows. As long as the old man of herbs is alive and hiding in the shadows, he will always be a threat to the Mo family. Don't worry, the old man of herbs has been famous for many years. He's an old fox, not so easy to die. Mo Yuhai patted Mo Chuan's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Mo Chuan nodded, then asked, by the way, second uncle, when I came in just now I noticed you all looked troubled. What happened? As soon as he said this, the smile on Mo Yuhai's face became somewhat stiff. Old Master Mo and Zhao Fanlin also froze in place. What happened exactly? Mo Chuan looked at everyone curiously. Let me speak. Mo Yuhai sighed and said, Xiao Chuan, your eldest uncle's family has escaped. What? Mo Chuan was somewhat surprised. Mo Yushan, Wang Hongyan and Mo Dai, all three members of his family, had their leg bones destroyed by his true qi. They couldn't even stand up, yet they managed to escape. Mo Yuhai saw the confusion on Mo Chuan's face and said solemnly, the bodyguard responsible for watching over the family was knocked out by someone. When the bodyguard woke up, he found your eldest uncle's family had already vanished. Are there any clues? Do you know who rescued them? Mo Chuan frowned and asked. Mo Yuhai's expression was grave as he said, according to the bodyguard's recollection, the group that knocked them out was dressed in the attire of the He family. The He family. The first noble family in Yunshan City. Mo Chuan propped his chin, contemplating. Yes, Mo Yuhai nodded. Hearing this, Mo Chuan's brows furrowed even deeper as he fell into deep thought. What could be the motive of the He family in rescuing his eldest uncle's family? He knew that the He family and his eldest uncle's family definitely had a special relationship. Not long ago the He family even sent someone to assassinate him. Mo Chuan speculated that this was related to his eldest uncle. When Su Boy and the demon ape wanted to annihilate the Mo family, his eldest uncle Mo Yushan also stood up, leveraging his relationship with the He family to escape Su Boy's slaughter. Now his eldest uncle's family had been rescued by the He family's people. What is the He family scheming by helping his eldest uncle's family repeatedly? Mo Chuan thought for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. However, one thing Mo Chuan was very certain of. The He family, he would definitely not let them go. He family, no matter what your reasons are for sending people to assassinate me, in any case you indeed did this thing. In that case, don't blame me for taking action against you. A cold light flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes as he secretly thought. He had never been a magnanimous person. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, I will definitely eradicate them. Not wanting to think about the He family's matters anymore, Mo Chuan looked at Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin, smiling and saying, by the way, second uncle, second aunt, you both have been poisoned with the absolute sterility poison, right? Alas, yes. Mo Yuhai sighed heavily upon hearing this, and Zhao Fanglin's expression also showed a hint of disappointment. The couple had been married for many years and had always wanted a child. However, they had been unable to conceive. This had already troubled them.
What was even more troubling was that the reason they could not have children actually stemmed from the harm of their blood relatives.
Mo Yushan Wan Hongyan and Mo Dai's family had obtained the absolute sterility poison and then poisoned the couple. Just thinking about this made Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin feel immense pain and disappointment. However, at this moment Mo Chuan smiled and said, "Second uncle, second aunt, you don't need to be disappointed. I have a way to detoxify the absolute sterility poison and allow you to have children." What?
Xiao Chuan, are you serious?
Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin's expressions brightened quickly looking at Mo Chuan. Old Master Mo also looked at Mo Chuan with hopeful eyes. "Of course I have no reason to lie to you." Mo Chuan smiled lightly. "Didn't I also detoxify the poison that Grandpa was afflicted with from Su Boy?"
After saying this he walked towards the corner refrigerator.
Opening the fridge and glancing inside he took out a bottle of cola again.
With his back to Old Master Mo and the others, Mo Chuan opened the cola bottle cap and extended a finger on the tip of which appeared a drop of purple liquid.
It was the supreme poison that can detoxify all poisons.
He shook his finger and dripped the drop of supreme poison into the cola bottle.
After capping the bottle, Mo Chuan turned around and smiled as he walked towards Mo Yuhai. "Second uncle, you and second aunt drink this bottle of cola and the absolute sterility poison will be detoxified." Mo Chuan smiled and said, "This." Mo Yuhai took the cola bottle, his face showing a hint of surprise. A bottle of cola can detoxify poison. However, remembering that last time Grandpa also drank, Mo Yuhai took the cola bottle, his face showing a hint of surprise.
He opened the bottle cap and took a large gulp.
"Fanlin, it's your turn." After finishing, Mo Yuhai passed the remaining cola to Zhao Fanlin.
Zhao Fanglin's hands trembled as she took the cola bottle and then with a look of anticipation in her eyes finished the remaining cola as well.
"Alright, your poisons have both been detoxified." Mo Chuan smiled and said, "Xiao Chuan, thank you."
Mo Yuhai gave a grateful look, then turned to Zhao Fanlin and chuckled, "Fanlin, let's hurry back to the room and try to see if we can conceive a child."
Zhao Fanlin's face flushed, glaring at Mo Yuhai in mock anger. Old Master Mo also frowned, scolding, "You unruly thing, Xiao Chuan is still here, don't lead him astray." Mo Yuhai scratched his head and laughed, "Dad, I'm just happy, okay?" Mo Chuan watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. The family was filled with laughter and warmth. The next day in the morning, inside the bedroom, Mo Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. He had already cultivated for an entire night. As the morning came, he finally opened his eyes. Cultivation is complete. Mo Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Cultivated for one night, round 1. The system prompt sound echoed in his mind and the attribute panel updated simultaneously. Name Mo Chuan. Life source 10 points.
Stage A snake that has molted 3 times 0400.
Realm Chi refining stage 4th layer 11.
Talent Devour, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison, third snake poison, puppet poison.
Space 10 cubic meters. Mo Chuan glanced at the panel and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, relying solely on personal hard work is too slow. One night of cultivation only increased progress by 1 from 10 to 11. However, at that moment he recalled something, the divine pill secret art. This was another inheritance from the immortal cave besides the little 5 elements technique. I haven't looked through the divine pill secret art yet. I wonder if there are records of pills that can accelerate cultivation. Mo Chuan's eyes lit up as he was about to take out the divine pill secret art from the system space. But at that moment someone knocked on the door. Xiao Chuan. The voice of Mo Yuhai came from outside the door. Mo Chuan was taken aback and immediately said, "Come in." Mo Yuhai walked in with a big smile.
Mo Chuan was about to ask how his second uncle and second aunt had fared last night. But before he could speak, Mo Yuhai rushed ahead with a beaming face, urging, "Hurry, hurry, Xiao Chuan, your fiancé is here, come meet her with me."
Fiancé? Mo Chuan's face went blank, utterly confused. What fiancé does he have? Uncle Air, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Mo Chuan leapt off the bed and stretched lazily before asking, "Where on earth did I get a fiancé? Did she pop out of a crack in a rock?"
"Don't be absurd, do you take your fiancé for Sun Yukong himself?"
Mo Yuhai shot Mo Chuan an exasperated glance.
"Enough talk, hurry up and come with me to the villa's main hall to meet her."
With that, Mo Yuhai began ushering Mo Chuan toward the bedroom door.
Mo Chuan sighed inwardly, "Uncle Air, hold on a moment, surely you ought to explain how this whole affair came about before I even lay eyes on the young lady."
Mo Yuhai waved dismissively. "We'll talk while we walk." With no choice, Mo Chuan reluctantly followed behind him toward the hall. En route, Mo Yuhai cleared his throat lightly and said, "Actually, this matter traces back to grandfather." Mo Chuan blinked in surprise. "To grandfather?"
Mo Yuhai nodded and continued, "In their youth, grandfather and his closest friend left their rural hometown together and journeyed to Yunshan City to make their fortunes. After years of relentless striving, grandfather amassed considerable wealth and founded the Mo clan. His dear friend too rose to prominence, establishing the Tang clan another illustrious household. When both men achieved success they were already past 50.
Age brings nostalgia, and so seeking to cement their lifelong bond, grandfather and his friend agreed upon a marriage alliance between the Mo and Tang families.
Yet by then the second generation of both clans had already married, so the betrothal was deferred to the third generation.
But fate intervened. The Tang family's third-generation heir turned out to be a daughter.
Likewise our Mo clan's third generation produced only one heir, my niece Mo Dai, also a woman. In the end the marriage pact remained unfulfillable.
But now, the situation has changed.
Here Mo Yuhai broke into a broad grin, turning to Mo Chuan with a sly chuckle, because you Xiao Chuan have returned.
Your male, exactly who's needed to honor the Motang betrothal. Upon hearing this Mo Chuan stared utterly dumbfounded. So just because of a decades-old promise between grandfather and his old friend he'd suddenly acquired a fiancée he'd never even met. How outrageously melodramatic.
As he brooded, Mo Chuan and Mo Yuhai arrived at the villa's grand hall.
Inside, grandfather Mo and Zhao Fanlin sat side by side on a sofa. On the opposite sofa sat three strangers, undoubtedly the Tang family. Among them was a stunning young woman, slender of frame, exquisite of feature.
The other two were middle-aged men, calm, composed, clearly her personal guards.
Xiao Chuan, you're here. Grandfather Mo and Zhao Fanlin smiled warmly at Mo Chuan. He nodded respectfully. Grandfather Auntie Fanlin. Grandfather Mo chuckled, gazing at his grandson. You've heard about the betrothal, from your uncle heir along the way, I presume. Yes, I've been briefed. Mo Chuan replied evenly. Good. Grandfather Mo nodded, gesturing toward the elegant young woman.
Xiao Chuan, this is the granddaughter of my dearest friend Tang Yirong.
He then turned to Tang Yirong with a gentle smile. Yirong, this is my grandson Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan studied her, fair-skinned, delicately lovely, undeniably beautiful. Yet he sensed something aloof in her aura, not the serene chill of quiet refinement but a haughty detachment, as though everything around her fell short of her regard. Ding! A martial cultivator detected.
A system alert chimed abruptly in Mo Chuan's mind, and relevant data flooded his consciousness.
Name Tang Yirong. Cultivation realm, 3rd tier of martial Dao.
She's actually a martial cultivator, Mo Chuan thought, startled. The Tang clan wasn't one of Yunshan City's 3 great martial families, it was merely a secular elite house with no inherited martial lineage. For Tang Yirong to become a cultivator under such circumstances was nothing short of astonishing. More remarkably, her cultivation level was no trifling matter. She had reached the 3rd tier of martial Dao. Such a rank might draw little notice in Nanmo City, a renowned hub of martial cultivation. Yet in a modest city like Yunshan she was unquestionably a master-level martial artist. As Mo Chuan quietly observed Tang Yirong, she too was appraising him in turn.
Not unattractive, clean-featured and handsome. That was Tang Yirong's private assessment. Indeed, by looks alone Mo Chuan could easily captivate legions of admirers, ideal husband material in any conventional sense.
Yet a faint, almost imperceptible smirk curved her lips, a subtle icy sneer flickering across her beautiful face.
Yirong, what do you think?
Are you satisfied with my grandson Xiao Chuan?
Noticing Tang Yirong's lingering gaze, grandfather Mo beamed and asked eagerly. Tang Yirong shifted her gaze from Mo Chuan to grandfather Mo. I'm sorry, elder Mo, but frankly I'm not impressed.
She offered a polite smile, but her words carried no softness.
At once grandfather Mo's cheerful expression stiffened slightly. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin exchanged stunned glances.
Mo Chuan merely smiled faintly, watching the scene unfold with detached amusement. Grandfather Mo cleared his throat, forcing a wry chuckle. Yirong, may I ask, what precisely disappoints you about Xiao Chuan?
Tang Yirong shook her head coolly. Elder Mo, there's no need to press further. I said I'm unimpressed and I mean it. Moreover, I didn't come here today to uphold the betrothal.
I came solely to warn you, discard that outdated agreement between our families, once and for all.
Her tone hardened and her gaze swept over every member of the Mo family.
Her declaration deepened the hall's tension into something thick and brittle.
Mo Yuhai, who'd rushed in brimming with excitement, dragging Mo Chuan here as if delivering glorious news, now stood most ill at ease.
Who knew this so-called good news would prove so bitterly ironic?
Miss Tang, what exactly do you mean by this? Mo Yuhai retorted, frowning. That engagement was solemnly pledged by Elder Mo and your grandfather. And what of it? Tang Yirong's lips curled faintly.
If he's unworthy of me, why should I honor it?
Are you suggesting Xiao Chuan isn't good enough for you? Mo Yuhai's brows knotted tightly, his voice edged with incredulous laughter. After all, Xiao Chuan was a legendary martial cultivator. What right did this woman have to look down on him? Just as Mo Yuhai opened his mouth to retort, Tang Yirong raised a hand, cutting him off. Second Master Mo, I know precisely what you're about to say. She gave a faint knowing smile. You'll claim I'm narrow-minded, dismissing Mo Chuan simply because he's a cultivator. Mo Yuhai froze, stunned that she already knew Mo Chuan's cultivation status.
Then why refuse the betrothal at all, he demanded, frowning deeper.
Oof, why? Tang Yirong scoffed coldly.
Let me ask you, does being a cultivator truly make one extraordinary? As she spoke, a surge of formidable chi erupted from her body.
Boo!
The entire hall trembled. Furniture shuddered violently, and a prized porcelain vase caught in the shockwave shattered spectacularly onto the floor.
Chi?
That's a cultivator's chi. You're a martial cultivator too.
Mo Yuhai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Yirong. He himself possessed no chi, yet even without cultivating he'd seen enough to recognize its unmistakable resonance.
He hadn't tasted pork, but he'd certainly watched pigs run. So yes, he recognized her chi instantly, and confirmed her status as a cultivator.
So tell me, why should I marry Mo Chuan? I am a cultivator myself. Hence I repeat, Mo Chuan is unworthy of me.
Pride blazed across Tang Yirong's face, her tone dripping with self-assurance.
Hearing this, grandfather Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin all paled, deeply affronted.
Even if she refused the match, must she deliver the rejection with such contempt?
To repeatedly declare Mo Chuan unworthy of her, that was downright insulting.
Excuse me, Miss Tang of the Tang clan. Mo Chuan finally spoke, languid, unruffled, his gaze lazily fixed upon her.
I don't recall ever stating I wished to uphold this betrothal.
Your insinuations just now made it sound as though I were shamelessly pursuing you to fulfill it.
Tang Yirong smiled faintly. Did I misread you? I've always been supremely confident in my appearance. Since childhood, countless admirers have vied for my attention. Just now you stared at me, unblinking, transfixed, and for a fleeting moment your composure slipped, awestruck by my beauty. I saw it all, don't deny it. Mo Chuan nearly choked on his own breath.
He'd encountered vanity before, but never anything quite so breathtakingly self-absorbed as Tang Yirong. His momentary lapse hadn't been admiration, it had been pure astonishment, triggered when the system flagged her as a cultivator. Yet to Tang Yirong it appeared as starstruck infatuation.
Ah, did I strike a nerve? Feeling embarrassed now. Tang Yirong noted Mo Chuan's expression and couldn't resist a triumphant, self-satisfied smile. Mo Chuan's temples throbbed. This woman was undeniably beautiful and undeniably a cultivator, yet bizarrely, maddeningly eccentric. Fine, you win. I yield.
Since you're determined not to honor the betrothal, please leave the Mo residence immediately.
A flicker of displeasure crossed Tang Yirong's face. Mo Chuan's dismissive attitude rankled her deeply.
She'd spent her life bathed in adulation, indulged, revered, obeyed without question.
Yet here stood Mo Chuan, daring to eject her.
Granted, she herself had declared the pact void and saw no reason to linger, but she would depart on her own terms, not at his command.
With that thought, Tang Yirong's expression softened, not into warmth but into playful, mocking amusement.
Her lovely face gleamed with mischief.
Truth be told, I'm quite generous. If you truly adore me.
She paused, eyes glinting.
Agree to join the Tang family as a son-in-law, and the betrothal stands. How does that sound?
To become a son-in-law, entering the wife's family and relinquishing one's ancestral name, was for any upright man a profound humiliation.
What? Let Xiao Chuan become the son-in-law. The expressions of old master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin turned extremely grim upon hearing this. What did you just say? I didn't catch that.
Mo Chuan glanced at Tang Yirong, asking with a smile that was not quite a smile.
Didn't catch that. Fine, then I shall repeat myself.
Tang Yirong's lips curled into a cold smile like a queen on high, proudly stating, if you join the Tang family I can fulfill our engagement and give you the title of husband. After saying that, Tang Yirong wore a confident expression, certain that Mo Chuan would not refuse. She even began to imagine the incredibly excited expression Mo Chuan would display after hearing her words. After all, she was not only a warrior but also a stunning beauty, possessing both strength and beauty, unlike the ordinary women who were mere pretty faces. How could a young man like Mo Chuan, full of vigor, not be tempted by a woman of her caliber?
Of course she was merely toying with Mo Chuan, just having a little fun.
希望就在眼前，陈楚屏气凝神，右脚迈出，做好了随时冲刺的准备。只要红包一开，他立刻就能以最快的速度，迅速朝门外跑出去。
In other words, Mo Chuan simply did not deserve it. Are you done?
However, Mo Chuan did not display the excited expression Tang Yirong had imagined. Instead, he remained very calm, his eyes showing no fluctuations. Tang Yirong's brows furrowed deeply, feeling her pride had taken a significant hit.
Was Mo Chuan really not the least bit moved?
Since you're done, then hurry up and get lost.
Mo Chuan said coldly, showing no effort to hide his impatience. What?
Anger surged within Tang Yirong, her gaze turning icy. You dare say get lost to me? Mo Chuan waved his hand, unleashing a surge of powerful chi that struck directly at Tang Yirong.
You.
Tang Yirong's eyes widened in shock, not expecting Mo Chuan to strike out suddenly, leaving her no time to defend. With a loud bang, she was knocked back several steps, looking quite disheveled. On the side, old master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin were equally surprised, stunned by this sudden turn of events. Where did all this nonsense come from? I not only dare to tell you to get lost, but I also dare to personally make you crawl out of the Mo family. Mo Chuan withdrew his hand, looking at Tang Yirong with indifference. Tang Yirong, her face filled with anger, pointed at Mo Chuan, furious. Alright, since you dared to strike, don't blame me for being rude. With her pride, she did not think she was inferior to Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan had merely struck first with a sneak attack which had caused her to suffer a slight loss. In the next moment, Tang Yirong's expression turned icy as she unleashed a powerful surge of chi, then struck out with her palm directly targeting Mo Chuan. This palm attack was unmatched in might, carrying a chilling intent to kill. Just from this single palm strike, one could see that Tang Yirong's martial arts prowess was indeed impressive.
Mo Chuan observed everything closely but showed no signs of movement. Is she stunned by my aura?
Tang Yirong thought to herself, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth.
However, her palm showed no signs of slowing down, still bearing down on Mo Chuan with overwhelming force. Bang!
This palm struck fiercely against Mo Chuan's chest.
Crack! The floor tiles beneath Mo Chuan's feet shattered like a spider web, splitting into countless tiny cracks.
One can only imagine how immense the power of this palm strike was. Tang Yirong stared at Mo Chuan, her face nearly bursting with a smile. Facing my full-force palm without any defense, I suppose now your heart has been shattered by the chi contained in this palm. Tang Yirong thought wickedly to herself, looking at Mo Chuan with mockery.
Next you will spit out a mouthful of blood and then collapse.
Tang Yirong's heart was filled with malicious thoughts again.
However boring.
Mo Chuan raised his head and glanced at Tang Yirong's smiling face, speaking faintly. He was a cultivator at the 4th level of the chi refinement stage with a chi intensity comparable to a 5th level warrior. Yet Tang Yirong was merely a 3rd level warrior, significantly weaker than Mo Chuan.
Even if Mo Chuan did nothing, Tang Yirong could not break through his defense. What? Tang Yirong's smile instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of disbelief.
Mo Chuan did not speak but similarly struck out with a palm to counter Tang Yirong.
This palm was unremarkable, far less impressive than Tang Yirong's.
Yet sometimes the deadliest moves are the most subdued.
Bang!
The moment this palm made contact with Tang Yirong, she flew backward like a kite, with its string cut soaring out of the villa's hall.
Ah!
Outside on the villa's lawn, Tang Yirong crashed heavily onto the grass, letting out an especially shrill scream.
This!
Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by each other's expressions.
Mo Chuan smiled lightly, withdrew his hand and stepped out of the villa's hall. Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin hurriedly followed. On the villa's lawn, as soon as Mo Chuan stepped outside, he spotted Tang Yirong not far away. Tang Yirong trembled, struggling to stand up from the grass, but as soon as she steadied herself, her face changed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Master Mo and the others arrived outside as well.
Seeing Tang Yirong in such a miserable state, Old Master Mo shook his head helplessly. After all, she was the descendant of his former friend, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of compassion.
However, thinking back to how Tang Yirong had been so arrogant earlier, trying to humiliate Mo Chuan, he sighed and withdrew his sympathy. So how is it? Mo Chuan looked at the feeble Tang Yirong and asked lightly, do you still want to be rude to me? I am always ready to accompany you. Tang Yirong did not answer him.
Instead, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Mo Chuan with a resentful expression, questioning Mo Chuan.
You actually dared to hurt me. Mo Chuan's expression remained calm. Why wouldn't I dare? You truly cannot harm him.
At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Then a young woman jumped in from the entrance of the villa and landed in front of Tang Yirong.
Senior sister.
Seeing this young woman, Tang Yirong's face lit up with joy. At that moment, a system prompt sounded appropriately.
Ding. A warrior has been detected. Relevant information appeared in Mo Chuan's mind. Name Meng Xiaoqiong, realm martial arts 5th level.
Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow. This should be the information about the young woman who suddenly appeared before him. A martial artist of the 5th level was indeed a formidable warrior. Meng Xiaoqiong glared coldly at Mo Chuan and said angrily, do you know who it is that you have harmed? I know, the young lady of the Tang family.
Naive.
Meng Xiaoqiong pointed at Tang Yirong, looking at Mo Chuan with a sneer. Standing before you is the saintess of the Falling Sun sect from Nanwo City.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin all changed. Nanwo City was indeed the martial arts center of the south. That place had martial arts families and sects in abundance. The fact that Tang Yirong was connected to that place made things complicated. They couldn't help but start worrying for Mo Chuan.
Meng Xiaoqiong glared at Mo Chuan with unyielding anger and continued, although my junior sister was born into an ordinary secular noble family, she is a remarkable talent for martial arts. 3 years ago her talent for martial arts was discovered and she was accepted as a disciple by our Falling Sun sect. In just 3 years my junior sister has progressed from an ordinary person to a 3rd level warrior. With such talent she will undoubtedly enter the list of prodigies in the future. Therefore the high-ranking members of our Falling Sun sect officially conferred her the title of saintess of the sect.
However, not long ago we learned that my junior sister had an engagement.
The upper echelons of the sect were furious. How could the saintess of the Falling Sun sect be bound by an engagement? Thus I, as her senior sister, accompanied her here to dissolve the engagement.
But unexpectedly you became enraged and refused to accept the dissolution of the engagement, then injured my junior sister. Do you know your crime?
Meng Xiaoqiang stared at Mo Chuan, her eyes already carrying a hint of murderous intent. Hearing this, Mo Chuan smiled, but it was a smile filled with coldness.
Meng Xiaoqiang, like Tang Yiron, was incredibly arrogant.
She hadn't even inquired about the circumstances of the incident and had already concluded that everything was Mo Chuan's fault. From start to finish her demeanor was one of superiority.
How do you know that this is not because I refused to accept the dissolution of the engagement, but rather that your junior sister is merely asking for trouble? Mo Chuan looked at Meng Xiaoqiang and said lightly.
Meng Xiaoqiang furrowed her brows and coldly replied, "What do you mean?"
What do I mean? Mo Chuan smiled slightly and said, "Ask your own junior sister."
Hearing this, Meng Xiaoqiang turned to look at Tang Yirong behind her, her eyes revealing a hint of inquiry.
Junior sister, what exactly happened between you and that guy just now?
Tang Yirong looked at Mo Chuan, her eyes filled with resentment. Senior sister, I merely made a joke telling him that if he could join the family as a son-in-law I would not dissolve the engagement.
Who would have thought he was so narrow-minded that he would directly attack me after hearing it?
Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoqiang nodded and looked at Mo Chuan coldly, saying, I understand the circumstances.
My junior sister was just joking and you attacked and injured her. That's really unreasonable. Especially since you are a man, you shouldn't be so petty.
More importantly, the person you harmed is the saintess of our Falling Sun sect. This matter cannot be overlooked. You must kneel down and apologize to my junior sister.
And you must bow your head.
Only then can it show sincerity.
Not only that, but you also have to.
At this point, Meng Xiaoqiang held a haughty expression, looking quite pleased, prepared to continue her demands.
Are you teaching me how to do things? A calm statement slipped from Mo Chuan's lips.
After speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of true energy.
This surge of true energy transformed into a beam of golden light rushing towards Tang Yirong.
It was called a beam of golden light, but in reality the speed was so fast that it created a visual illusion. In fact, it was a small golden sword. This was the 5 elements technique golden sword art.
Stop. How dare you?
Meng Xiaoqiang's expression changed as she attempted to intervene. But the small golden sword was too fast, turning into a beam of golden light striking like a bolt from the blue.
Meng Xiaoqiang couldn't intercept this golden sword at all. No.
Tang Yirong watched the golden sword rush towards her, fear evident in her eyes, yet she could not evade it. One reason was that the small golden sword was indeed very fast. The second reason was that Tang Yirong had been injured by Mo Chuan earlier, leaving her body weak and unable to handle the crisis. She could only watch helplessly as the golden sword approached.
In the end.
Thud. The golden sword pierced through Tang Yirong's left leg, splashing a considerable amount of blood.
Thud.
Again, the golden sword changed trajectory and pierced through Tang Yirong's right leg. At this moment, the golden sword had completed its task, dispersing into a surge of true energy, scattering in the air.
Ah!
Tang Yirong let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to help but kneel on the grass. She had only just stood up from the grass when she found herself making intimate contact with it again.
Once again I have injured your junior sister. What will you do with me? Mo Chuan looked at Meng Xiaoqiang with indifference and said, You are still here. Meng Xiaoqiang was momentarily dazed, unable to react.
She never expected that, knowing Tang Yirong was the saintess of the Setting Sun sect, Mo Chuan would still dare to act. Even more unexpected was the severity of his attack.
Do you know what you have done?
This is our Setting Sun sect saintess, and you actually injured her legs. Meng Xiaoqiang regained her composure, glaring at Mo Chuan with a face full of anger, cursing incessantly. However, before she could finish speaking, another beam of golden light shot out from Mo Chuan's fingertips. Still, it was the 5 elements technique golden sword art. The golden sword was extremely fast, forming into a golden beam that pierced through Tang Yirong's left arm with a whoosh. Again, with a whoosh, it pierced through Tang Yirong's right arm. After completing its task, the golden sword transformed back into true energy, dissipating in the air. Tang Yirong's arms hung limply as if they had completely lost their strength.
Ah!
Tang Yirong let out a scream of unbearable pain, and her originally beautiful face twisted in agony, with her arms and legs all heavily injured.
Once again I have injured your junior sister. What will you do with me? Mo Chuan looked at Meng Xiaoqiang blandly without a hint of pity and repeated. Damn it, you.
Meng Xiaoqiang's gaze turned icy as she saw Tang Yirong's even more serious injuries.
This time she could no longer hold back, unleashing the aura of a 5-layered martial artist. This was terrifying. The aura of a first-layer martial artist could suppress ordinary people. The aura of a 5-layered martial artist was even more overwhelming, causing ordinary people to bleed at the slightest awareness.
Indeed, beside them old man Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin's expressions changed, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads as they clutched their chests, feeling tremendous pressure. The pain was unbearable. They felt extremely uncomfortable all over, as if an ordinary person were placed at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean enduring immense pressure ready to burst.
I've changed my mind.
I will break your legs and take you back to the sect, forcing you to kneel before the setting sun sect for the rest of your life, repenting for your sins. Meng Xiaoqiong stared intensely at Mo Chuan, her tone icy, her aura as a five-layered martial artist expanding further. At this moment old man Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin felt the utmost limits of what ordinary people could bear, nearly vomiting blood and fainting. Especially old man Mo, who was advanced in age, could barely stand, even with his cane trembling and pale as if he were about to collapse at any moment. But it was at this moment.
What a load of nonsense. Mo Chuan's eyes glinted coldly as the aura of a fourth-layer chi refining practitioner erupted, shattering Meng Xiaoqiong's martial artist aura.
Old man Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin all felt a sudden lightness as if they had been granted amnesty, gasping for breath.
Then Mo Chuan waved his hand and a small golden sword broke through the air, charging towards Meng Xiaoqiong. 5 elements technique, golden sword art. Humph, trivial skill.
Meng Xiaoqiong's face was filled with arrogance as she activated her true energy to form a protective shield in front of her for defense.
Whoosh.
The golden sword approached, striking Meng Xiaoqiong's true energy shield. The moment it made contact, the shield crumbled as if made of paper. Then the golden sword continued unabated, striking Meng Xiaoqiong's chest.
What?
My true energy shield, actually.
Meng Xiaoqiong's expression changed dramatically, followed by a look of fear. Boom. The golden sword pierced through Meng Xiaoqiong, sending her flying. She landed heavily on the grass over 10 meters away. Cough, cough.
Meng Xiaoqiong struggled to rise from the ground, blood covering her lips and a sizable wound gaped at her chest.
You.
Meng Xiaoqiong looked at Mo Chuan in fear, her heart tumultuous as if a stone had been thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that wouldn't settle. Meng Xiaoqiong prided herself on being a martial arts genius hailing from the heart of the southern martial arts world, Nanhua City. Yet here she was unable to withstand a single move from a peer in the insignificant Yunshan City. Senior sister is a 5-layered martial artist, yet she was defeated. Tang Yurong's face was also filled with shock, the astonishment overshadowing the intense pain in her legs and arms.
Mo Chuan observed this scene with a blank expression, simply asking this time, not only have I injured your junior sister, but I've also hurt you. What will you do with me now?
Meng Xiaoqiong fell silent, clutching her chest wound, her heart filled with bitterness. At this moment she just wanted to hurry back to the sect for treatment, otherwise with such serious injuries, if she delayed any longer she would truly die.
I was wrong. I'll leave with my junior sister right now.
Meng Xiaoqiong spoke hastily, then hurried to help Tang Yurong up from the grass.
Junior sister, let's go.
Meng Xiaoqiong signaled Tang Yurong with her eyes. Tang Yurong felt extremely wronged after being humiliated like this by Mo Chuan. Would she really leave in such a dejected manner? But she also understood that she had to bow her head under the current circumstances.
Okay. Tang Yurong nodded at Meng Xiaoqiong.
Meng Xiaoqiong quickly supported Tang Yurong as they walked out of the villa. As they watched the two women's retreating figures, Mo Chuan spoke lightly, wait a moment.
Meng Xiaoqiong froze, turned around and asked tremulously, is there anything else? Mo Chuan's expression remained indifferent as he said, today it was not Tang Yurong who came to my Mo family to break the engagement, but I Mo Chuan feel that my fiancée is unworthy of her position and personally expelled her. Tang Yurong's expression changed and anger surged in her eyes. From childhood to adulthood everyone around her had obeyed her, especially after her martial arts talent was discovered and she became the saintess of the Setting Sun sect. All the martial artists in the sect catered to her. She had always been doted upon, so when had she ever faced such humiliation? What? Is there a problem? Mo Chuan looked at the two women and asked. No problem.
Meng Xiaoqiong's expression changed, flattering. She said, indeed my junior sister is too willful and unworthy of you. Please forgive us. After saying this she quickly nudged Tang Yurong, her eyes filled with urgency. Junior sister, don't you agree? Tang Yurong understood and forced down her anger, managing a smile. Yes.
Yes. Mo Chuan nodded gently. Oh, is that so?
Meng Xiaoqiong felt uneasy, but seeing Mo Chuan make no further moves she hurriedly took Tang Yurong's hand and anxiously ran out of the Mo family's villa.
Outside the villa, as soon as the two women got into the car, Meng Xiaoqiong started the engine and quickly drove away from the Mo family villa.
The smile on her face had completely vanished, replaced by an extremely cold expression. Junior sister, today's grudge will have to be repaid by you.
Meng Xiaoqiong's tone carried a deep-seated hatred. Senior sister. Tang Yurong looked at Meng Xiaoqiong. Meng Xiaoqiong's gaze was icy. Why was Mo Chuan able to humiliate both of us today?
The reason is simply that, junior sister, you have not practiced for long enough. Your martial arts talent was discovered late and you have only trained for 3 years. Yet in this short 3 years you have transformed from an ordinary person into a 3-layered martial artist.
Such talent is truly terrifying.
So if you continue to practice for another 3 years with your talent, Chuan will surely be left behind by you.
Perhaps by then you can even ascend to the talents ranking.
Meng Xiaoqiang smiled encouragingly at Tang Yirong.
Senior sister, I understand now.
Tang Yirong's eyes regained their previous confidence and her entire mindset elevated significantly. Indeed, she was the saintess of the Setting Sun sect, possessing excellent martial arts talent. Her future prospects were limitless.
The stage ahead lay in Nanwo City and even the imperial capital. In contrast, Chuan could only linger in this tiny place called Yunshan City, flaunting his power. So Chuan, the next time we meet, it will be the time I wash away today's humiliation. A flash of cold light appeared in Tang Yirong's eyes, her tone filled with absolute confidence. Meng Xiaoqiang nodded beside her, revealing a satisfied expression. At this moment the car had reached the suburban toll station, about to leave Yunshan City and enter the highway. Just then a luxury car exited the highway, passing through the toll station and merging onto the suburban road of Yunshan City. Meng Xiaoqiang frowned slightly upon seeing the luxury car. As a martial artist, she was beyond ordinary concerns, and her surprise was not due to the luxury car but rather its license plate number. The license plate number was from Nanwo City.
This luxury car had come from Nanwo City. Meng Xiaoqiang looked towards the driver's seat of the luxury car. The car had just exited the highway and opened its window for ventilation, allowing Meng Xiaoqiang to catch a glimpse of the man in the driver's seat.
It's actually him. Shock filled Meng Xiaoqiang's eyes. It's him.
Meng Xiaoqiang exclaimed as she looked at the young man in the driver's seat of the luxury car. He was a young man, poised and elegant, with sharp eyes that revealed he was no ordinary person. This young man was none other than Yu Yingkai. Senior sister, what's wrong? Tang Yirong asked, currently tending to the wounds on her arms and legs.
Upon hearing Meng Xiaoqiang's exclamation, she cast a curious glance. Did you see the person in the driver's seat of that luxury car?
Meng Xiaoqiang said with a serious expression.
Tang Yirong looked up and upon seeing Yu Yingkai frowned and asked, who is this person?
Meng Xiaoqiang replied earnestly, junior sister, you've been in Yunshan City all along and only went to Nanwo City 3 years ago, so you might not be familiar with him.
But in Nanwo City no local martial artist is unaware of his name.
At this point Meng Xiaoqiang's tone grew excited. His name is Yu Yingkai.
He ranks 93rd on the talent ranking.
Hearing this, Tang Yirong was deeply shocked and murmured, he's actually a genius on the talent ranking. This time her gaze towards Yu Yingkai was clearly different, filled with a hint of admiration and reverence. Although her martial arts talent was decent, she could not be entirely sure that she would make it onto the talent ranking in the future. After all, the country is vast with countless people, yet the talent ranking has only 100 spots.
Standing out to become one of these 100 is not an easy feat.
Now that she had seen a legend on the talent ranking with her own eyes, Tang Yirong was naturally incredibly excited. Senior sister, why do you think he came to Yunshan City? Tang Yirong stared motionlessly at Yu Yingkai, her eyes nearly turning into hearts, looking utterly infatuated. Really, in a poor backwater like Yunshan City, what could possibly attract a genius to come here?
I'm not sure either.
Meng Xiaoqiang shook her head, also feeling somewhat puzzled. Just then the luxury car driven by Yu Yingkai suddenly turned around and headed towards the car where Tang Yirong and Meng Xiaoqiang were.
Senior sister, look, he's coming. Tang Yirong exclaimed in delight, and Meng Xiaoqiang was taken aback.
The luxury car approached and then stopped. Yu Yingkai poked his head out of the car window. Upon seeing him, Tang Yirong's face flushed red with excitement.
Oh, it seems this beauty recognizes me.
A proud smile appeared on Yu Yingkai's face as he looked at Tang Yirong and said, recognize you?
How could I not? You are the genius, Yu Yingkai.
Tang Yirong said with an infatuated expression.
Yu Yingkai chuckled and then asked, I took a glance at your license plate. You two beauties are also from Nanwo City.
That's right. We are disciples of the Setting Sun sect from Nanwo City.
We returned to Yunshan City today to visit family.
Tang Yirong nodded repeatedly, unable to contain her excitement. Yu Yingkai chuckled and continued, in that case I assume the beauty is quite familiar with Yunshan City. Tell me about the local martial arts forces in Yunshan City. Tang Yirong quickly replied, Yunshan City is just a small city with weak martial arts. There are only 3 martial arts forces, which are the 3 major martial arts families.
These 3 major martial arts families are the Shuelin and Sun families, and they.
Tang Yirong began to explain the details to Yu Yingkai.
Yu Yingkai listened intently, as this related to his mission of investigating the cause of his brother Yu Liankai's death. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful the Yu family is, it is still in Nanwo City. In Yunshan City the Yu family has no foundation. Thus Yu Yingkai decided to first gather information about the local martial arts families in Yunshan City and then mobilize their forces to conduct an investigation. After a few minutes, Tang Yirong finally finished explaining the basic information about the 3 major martial arts families. Yu Yingkai nodded and smiled. I understand now. Thank you, beautiful lady.
May I ask how to address you? I am Tangyurong, the saintess of the setting sun sect. Tangyurong lowered her head, her face slightly flushed and her voice was soft. So you are the saintess of the setting sun sect, my apologies. Yuinkai chuckled and waved his hand saying, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. After saying this, Yuinkai released the brake and prepared to depart.
Wait a moment. Tangyurong hesitated for a moment and called out. Does Miss Tang have something else?
A hint of impatience flashed in Yu Yinkai's eyes, but he concealed it while still smiling.
Can we exchange contact information? Tangyurong asked expectantly.
A trace of displeasure and mockery appeared in Yu Yinkai's smile.
He was a genius on the talent ranking, not someone just anyone could associate with.
To the small city of Yunshan, the Setting Sun sect might be a formidable entity. But in Nanhua City, the Setting Sun sect was just a small sect, and the saintess of a small sect held no real value.
Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Miss Tang, let's exchange contact information next time.
Yuinkai smiled faintly and drove away in his luxury car, kicking up dust.
Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Miss Tang, let's exchange contact information next time.
Yuinkai smiled faintly and drove away in his luxury car. Junior sister, you wouldn't have fallen for Yuingsai, would you?
Meng Xiaoqiong asked, somewhat surprised.
Tangyurong's smile was radiant, of course. Senior sister, let me tell you, only those like Yuingsai, a genius on the talent ranking, are candidates for my future husband.
That Mo Chuan only flaunts his power in a poor place like Yunshan City.
If he ever meets a genius like Yuinkai from the talent ranking, he would probably be so nervous he wouldn't even be able to speak. Meng Xiaoqiong nodded, agreeing with Tangyurong's words. One cannot generalize about people. Ordinary martial artists and geniuses are entirely different levels of individuals.
However, junior sister, you are so beautiful and have good martial arts talent. Perhaps you really could catch Yu Yinkai's eye. Then you would not only be the saintess of the Setting Sun sect but also the young mistress of the Yu family.
Meng Xiaoqiong looked enviously at her.
Tangyurong rolled her eyes at Meng Xiaoqiong and pouted, senior sister, you're so annoying. The two girls fantasized as they drove onto the highway heading to Nanhua City.
At the Mo family villa, old master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin sat on the sofa looking serious as they stared at Mo Chuan felt uneasy under their gaze and smiled helplessly. Grandpa, why are you all staring at me like that as if I'm on trial? Xiao Chuan, we are worried about you, old master Mo sighed and said, although you have become a martial artist far surpassing us ordinary people, however that also means you have stepped from the world of mortals into the world of martial artists. The world of martial artists is countless times more dangerous than our world of mortals.
Mo Yuhai also nodded, yes, I've heard that in the world of martial artists vendettas happen often and martial artists can resolve their grudges themselves as long as they don't disturb the ordinary people. Old Master Mo continued expressing concern, so Xiao Chuan, your actions today are quite risky.
By humiliating Tangyurong, I fear her sect behind her will come to settle the score with you.
In a fit of anger, it's possible they might even take your life.
As he spoke, old Master Mo sighed deeply, his face filled with worry.
Mo Chuan was taken aback and then smiled, so that's what you're worried about. Grandpa, don't worry, I always know what I'm doing and would never act recklessly.
Just then old Master Mo was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang.
He glanced at the caller ID, paused for a moment and then answered the call. Hello, old Tang.
On the other end of the line an old voice said, hello old Mo, I know everything about the situation. It's our Tang family that has wronged your Mo family.
This call lasted a long time before old Master Mo finally hung up.
Old Master Mo put down his phone, looking at Mo Chuan with a complex expression. Sai Xiao Chuan, Tangyurong's grandfather asked me to apologize to you. He said that Tangyurong returned to visit family this time and came to our Mo family on her own. He thought she wanted to fulfill her marriage contract. But unexpectedly she came to break the engagement. However, old Tang is also quite helpless. Their Tang family cannot control Tangyurong anymore. After her exceptional martial arts talent was discovered, she went to the Setting Sun sect 3 years ago and has become increasingly arrogant and disregarding of others.
Even their Tang family members are sometimes coldly reprimanded by Tangyurong. Upon hearing this, Mo Chuan nodded and smiled lightly. I understand, I won't blame the Tang family. Mo Chuan understood everything clearly. Tangyurong's psychological state can simply be described in one phrase: she has become conceited.
Having discovered her outstanding martial arts talent, she thinks herself extraordinary, feeling superior to ordinary people, and even considers most martial artists to be mediocre, believing herself to be above them. Little does she know, with China's vast land and rich resources, there are countless talented martial artists far more capable than her. One should never underestimate the heroes of the world.
Mo Chuan knew of a young girl who was truly the embodiment of a talented individual. That girl was of the same age as Mo Chuan, a genius on the talent ranking, and moreover she ranked in the top 10.
Mo Chuan's relationship with that girl was one of rivals on the talent ranking, yet they also cherished and understood each other, being both enemies and friends. Back then, during the battle of talents that determined the rankings, Mo Chuan had a duel with that girl and even nearly lost to her.
A smile appeared on Mo Chuan's lips and then he shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Grandpa, I'll head back to my room now. Mo Chuan stood up from the sofa.
Earlier he had intended to open the secret art of divine pills to see if there were any records of pills that could speed up the qi refining phase, but was interrupted by Tang Yurong's arrival. Now that he finally had some peace, he could continue with his important matters.
Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the imperial capital,
by a beautiful lake stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her captivating eyes gazing at the lake's surface as she sighed softly.
The battle of talents is about to begin again. The battle of the prodigies is about to begin again.
A stunning woman stood by the lakeside, her delicate beautiful oval face radiating a smooth complexion.
With long willow-like brows and moist cherry lips, she embodied a classical beauty.
This lake, known as the Baibo Lake, is a famous attraction in the imperial capital. Gazing at the lake's surface, the beautiful woman's eyes were filled with a sense of nostalgia. Chuan, it was right here at Baibo Lake that you and I were rivals, often sparring in martial arts. Back then I could tell you were a brilliant son destined to rise in the martial arts world and show your light to everyone. It later proved that I was right. You made a stunning impression in the last battle of the prodigies, overpowering all competitors and claiming the top spot on the prodigy list. Then came the bad news: you fell into madness, your martial arts lost. It was said that you Chuan couldn't bear the blow of losing your skills and jumped into the Qianju River to end your own life.
But I refuse to believe that. You must still be alive somewhere in this world. I wonder if you will come to this battle of the prodigies. After a long while, the beautiful woman finally put away her thoughts. She took one last glance at Baibo Lake, her lips curling into a slight smile before preparing to leave. Just as she turned, a handsome young man appeared before her. Man Xian, you are indeed here. The young man's face displayed surprise while his eyes held a deep affection. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, her voice turning cold. Su Yangming, are you following me? The air around them became heavy, filled with an overwhelming pressure. From this alone one could see the terrifying martial arts prowess of the beautiful woman. Man Xian, don't speak so harshly. I know you are at Baibo Lake because you used to have a good relationship with Chuan and often came here to spar. I didn't expect that upon my arrival I would indeed find you here. The handsome young man chuckled, releasing his true energy to withstand the pressure. This handsome young man was the heir of the Su family in the imperial capital, Su Yangming. He was also among the top 10 prodigies on the current prodigy list. The beautiful woman named Jiman Xian was likewise a top 10 prodigy. Jiman Xian let out a cold snort, her stunning face filled with frost. How dare you mention Chuan? Don't think I don't know about the Su family's dirty dealings. You publicly claim that Chuan fell into madness, thus losing his martial arts. But I'm certain that all of this was orchestrated by your Su family. Hearing this, Su Yangming's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling. Man Xian, what you say is mere rumor. Chuan is one of us. How could our Su family harm our own people? Jiman Xian's lips curled slightly, her beautiful face displaying a hint of mockery. Own people? When has the Su family ever regarded Chuan as one of their own? Was it when they didn't allow him to eat his fill as a child? Or when they beat and scolded him when he was only a few years old? Su Yangming's face turned hot with anger and he retorted, did Chuan tell you all of this? Your relationship seems quite extraordinary. Deep jealousy glinted in Su Yangming's eyes. Jiman Xian glanced at him, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain and contempt. What relationship I have with Chuan has nothing to do with you. After saying this, Jiman Xian suppressed her inner killing intent and turned to leave. She longed to kill Su Yangming immediately to avenge Chuan. However, both she and Su Yangming were in the top 10 of the prodigy list, evenly matched in strength, making it difficult to kill him. Thus she could only hasten her training to break through as soon as possible. Wait. Su Yangming called out in a deep voice as he watched Jiman Xian's retreating figure. His tone was filled with jealousy. Jiman Xian, is it only because of Chuan's prowess as the #1 prodigy that you admire him? The new battle of prodigies is coming soon, and this time I, Su Yangming, will prove that I can also take the first place and crush all prodigies. I will show you who the real prodigy is, me or Chuan. Hearing this, Jiman Xian paused for a moment, turning back with a faint smirk on her stunning face. You will never surpass Chuan. A person who only dares to boast after a strong opponent has disappeared can never be considered a true prodigy. After saying this, Jiman Xian truly left without looking back. Damn. What kind of potion did Chuan give Jiman Xian? Why does she defend him at every turn? Su Yangming growled lowly, staring at Jiman Xian's figure, her slender waist and voluptuous figure stirring his heart, filling his eyes with greed. Soon a cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yangming's mouth, but thankfully that brat Chuan is truly dead. From now on I have plenty of time to slowly win Jiman Xian over. In a different place. Yunshan City. Mo family's villa. Mo Chuan sat in his bedroom holding an ancient book titled Divine Pill Secret Art. After flipping through Divine Pill Secret Art, he remained in a state of shock. The content of this book was divided into 2 parts. After examining the pill recipes, Mo Chuan couldn't help but marvel repeatedly.
There was a blood-exploding pill which could cause a surge in one's energy and strength for a short period. There was also a bone transformation pill that could change one's martial aptitude. Additionally, there was a vitality pill that could prolong life.
The variety of pill recipes was simply overwhelming.
Is this really the elixirs made by cultivators? They truly deserve the title of miraculous pills, Mo Chuan said, holding the mystic art of divine pills in his hands, deeply moved.
Of course, these recipes also included pills that could enhance cultivation speed.
The one suitable for the Qi refinement stage was called the Qi cultivation pill. The quality of pills is divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to a cultivation realm. The Qi cultivation pill is a first-level pill suitable for the Qi refinement stage and can significantly increase the cultivation speed during this period. Its recipe consists of one main ingredient and several auxiliary ingredients. The auxiliary ingredients are common herbs that can be easily purchased at a pharmacy, so there's no need to worry. However, that one main ingredient.
Mo Chuan looked at the recipe for the Qi cultivation pill, his expression quite peculiar.
The main ingredient was the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit is an excellent heavenly fruit, and once consumed by a Qi refinement cultivator, it will inevitably lead to a breakthrough in their realm. However, the spirit fruit only has the effect of breaking through when the first one is consumed. Eating more does not help. Starting from the second fruit, the spirit fruit can only serve to quickly restore one's true Qi.
This characteristic makes any excess spirit fruits quite useless. However, alchemists have devised the Qi cultivation pill.
The Qi cultivation pill is made with the spirit fruit as the main ingredient combined with other herbs as auxiliary ingredients. This gives any surplus spirit fruits a new value.
Mo Chuan received a total of 3 spirit fruits from the Xiong family martial arts hall.
He consumed one himself, gifted one to Dan Tai Jiao, and now only had one left, which was just enough to refine the Qi cultivation pill.
Mo Chuan immediately stood up and walked out of his bedroom.
He then found a servant from the Mo family and instructed him to go buy the auxiliary ingredients and an alchemy furnace.
The servant nodded repeatedly and promptly left the Mo family villa.
After all, the Mo family was a prominent family in Yun City, possessing deep wealth and connections, so they could quickly obtain whatever they wished.
Before long, the servant returned to the Mo family villa driving a car.
He unloaded a large bag of herbs and a bronze furnace, respectfully approaching Mo Chuan. "Young master, here are the herbs you requested, purchased from the largest pharmacy in Yun City. And this is the bronze furnace you wanted, bought at a high price from the antique market." Mo Chuan nodded and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's no trouble at all," the servant replied quickly before stepping back. With his left hand carrying a large bag of herbs and his right hand holding the bronze furnace, Mo Chuan walked back to his bedroom.
This action happened to be witnessed by Mo Yuhai.
Mo Yuhai walked over, curiously examining the herbs and the bronze furnace, jokingly saying, "Hey, what are you up to?"
"Trying to concoct an elixir for eternal life like Qin Shi Huang." Mo Chuan smiled faintly, saying, "It's a secret."
With that, he walked into his bedroom.
"Hey, the little brat is getting cocky again," Mo Yuhai muttered, somewhat annoyed. Inside the bedroom, Mo Chuan placed the bronze furnace on the floor and took a few glances at it. This should be an imitation from the antique market. If it were a genuine ancient bronze furnace, it wouldn't be so easily obtainable,
he thought, but it doesn't matter as long as it can be used for alchemy.
After saying that, Mo Chuan opened the large bag of herbs, took out some ingredients and placed them into the furnace.
Then he retrieved the spirit fruit stored in the system space. "I have learned a lot about alchemy from the mystic art of divine pills, but I haven't truly refined any pills yet. I should practice a bit first."
Just having theoretical knowledge isn't enough, practice is essential.
Therefore, he didn't intend to use the whole spirit fruit, but instead tore off a small piece of pulp and placed it into the furnace.
Then, covering the furnace, Mo Chuan sat cross-legged in front of it.
He began to condense the alchemical fire according to the techniques from mystic art of divine pills.
Refining pills requires alchemical fire.
However, the fire generated from the small 5 elements technique, fireball technique, is too powerful, likely capable of melting the entire bronze furnace into liquid copper, so it cannot be used as alchemical fire. He must condense a special flame specifically for alchemy using the proper incantations. Focusing his mind, he secretly operated the incantation, and soon a small flame appeared at his fingertip. This small flame was also condensed from his true Qi, but it was much gentler than the fire from the small 5 elements technique, fireball technique.
"Go." Mo Chuan pointed forward, and the flame at his fingertip immediately flew to the bottom of the bronze furnace, igniting fiercely. "Start refining the pills."
Mo Chuan began to control the heat of the alchemical fire according to the methods from mystic art of divine pills. Before long, with a loud bang, an explosion sounded from within the furnace.
As expected, the first attempt at refining pills failed. "Let's try again."
Mo Chuan showed no signs of defeat, his eyes filled with determination as he tore off another small piece of the spirit fruit.
The second attempt at alchemy began. Mo Chuan focused his attention, controlling the heat of the alchemical fire. Soon after, with a loud bang, the cauldron erupted with a loud noise. The second attempt at alchemy failed again. Let's try again.
Chuan remained undeterred, tearing off a small piece of spiritual fruit's flesh and placing it into the cauldron.
Bang! The cauldron exploded again. The third attempt at alchemy failed. Chuan continued to tear off a small piece of spiritual fruit's flesh and added it to the cauldron. Let's try again. Bang! The cauldron exploded again. The fourth attempt at alchemy failed. Let's try again. Bang! The cauldron exploded again. The fifth attempt at alchemy failed. Let's try again.
During the sixth attempt at alchemy, finally the cauldron did not explode and the control of the alchemical fire was perfect.
Chuan was fully focused, immersed in the alchemy process. Soon a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. This fragrance was refreshing, making one feel rejuvenated just by inhaling it. Success!
A glimmer of joy flashed in Chuan's eyes. After 5 failures, he finally succeeded in his 6th attempt at alchemy. The Qi cultivation pill is a first-grade elixir, and Chuan's ability to refine such an elixir signifies that he is now a first-grade alchemist.
He eagerly opened the cauldron. Inside the cauldron lay a black elixir quietly resting, the Qi cultivation pill. Chuan took the Qi cultivation pill from the cauldron and examined it closely in his hand. I wonder how much cultivation it can increase. He concentrated and summoned his attribute panel. Name Chuan. Life source 10 points. Stage a small snake that is shed skin 3 times 0 400. Realm 4th layer of Qi refinement 11. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory divine poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. I have reached 11 in the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Let's see how the progress changes after consuming this Qi cultivation pill. With that thought, Chuan opened his mouth and tossed the Qi cultivation pill into it. Inside his body, the Qi cultivation pill instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy, nourishing his entire being. Chuan immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and activated the Divine Dragon technique. After a long while, the effects of the Qi cultivation pill were fully absorbed. Chuan stopped his technique and opened his eyes. Ding! The host has consumed a Qi cultivation pill, realm 10. The system prompt sounded and the attribute panel was updated. Name Chuan. Life source 10 points. Stage a small snake that is shed skin 3 times 0 400. Realm 4th layer of Qi refinement 21. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory divine poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Chuan looked at the attribute panel, his face showing a look of surprise. I can only gain 1 progress from a night of cultivation. But consuming a Qi cultivation pill can increase it by 10. Elixirs are indeed wonderful things. With that thought, he looked at the remaining spiritual fruit. Some flesh had already been consumed during practice. Now there was still more than half of the spiritual fruit's flesh left. Only a small piece of flesh was needed to refine a Qi cultivation pill. The remaining flesh can still be used to refine quite a few Qi cultivation pills. Chuan divided the remaining spiritual fruit into small pieces of flesh. In total, he acquired 9 pieces of flesh and 1 seed. Chuan set the seed aside and placed all 9 pieces of flesh into the cauldron. He then grabbed a large handful of herbs from his medicine pouch and added the auxiliary materials to the cauldron. After closing the cauldron lid, Chuan sat cross-legged. He extended his finger toward the bottom of the cauldron, gently tapped and summoned the alchemical fire once more. The alchemy began. Since this time he was refining several pills at once, it took a bit longer. After a while, a fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. It's done. A glimmer of joy flashed in Chuan's eyes as he opened the lid. Inside the cauldron lay 9 Qi cultivation pills, emitting an enticing fragrance. Next, it's time for my cultivation to soar. Filled with anticipation, Chuan picked up a Qi cultivation pill and placed it in his mouth. Inside his body, the Qi cultivation pill dissolved, transforming into a stream of pure spiritual energy. Chuan closed his eyes and quickly activated the Divine Dragon technique, refining and absorbing this spiritual energy. After a long time, he opened his eyes, having absorbed the first elixir. The system's voice sounded promptly. Ding! The host has consumed a Qi cultivation pill, realm 10. Continue. With excitement on his face, Chuan swallowed the second Qi cultivation pill. As he consumed one pill after another, the system's prompt continued to sound. Ding! The host has consumed a Qi cultivation pill, realm 10. Ding! The host has consumed a Qi cultivation pill, realm 10. Ding! The host has consumed a Qi cultivation pill, realm 10. Finally, after absorbing the 8th Qi cultivation pill, Chuan welcomed his breakthrough. Ding! The host has consumed a Qi cultivation pill, realm 10. Ding! The host has fully reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement and is about to break through.
Chuan glanced at the attribute panel, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Name Chuan. Life source 10 points.
Stage a small snake that is shed skin 3 times 0 400. Realm 5th layer of Chi refinement 101. Talent Devour, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison, third snake poison, puppet poison.
Space 10 cubic meters. Time to break through.
Chuan closed his eyes, calming his mind as he activated the divine dragon technique.
Soon with a loud bang Chuan's aura surged. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th layer of Chi refinement.
The system prompt sounded and the attribute panel was updated. Name Chuan. Life source 10 points.
Stage a small snake that is shed skin 3 times 0 400.
Realm 5th layer of Chi refinement 1.
Talent Devour, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison, third snake poison, puppet poison.
Space 10 cubic meters.
I've reached the 5th layer of Chi refinement.
Chuan clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him.
It won't be long before he regains his former peak strength or even surpasses it.
Thinking of this, a cold smile crept across Chuan's lips.
Su Yangming, a month ago you ambushed me while I was in seclusion.
Xiong Shaoqing, a month ago you were even more complicit in the crime.
You too caused my meridians to shatter, my dantian to break, leaving me powerless.
Perhaps in your eyes I jumped into the Qianjua River and committed suicide thinking I was dead. But I not only survived but my strength is about to be restored.
Don't worry, I will soon come to find you to avenge that day's grudge.
Chuan's eyes glimmered with cold light as he murmured. He then looked at the 9th Chi cultivation pill in the cauldron. This was the last one. Chuan picked up the 9th Chi cultivation pill and placed it into his mouth.
He quickly activated the divine dragon technique and began to refine the pill.
After refining it, the system prompt sounded. Ding!
The host has consumed a Chi cultivation pill realm 10.
The attribute panel updated once again. Name Chuan. Life source 10 points.
Stage a small snake that is shed skin 3 times 0 400. Realm 5th layer of Chi refinement 11. Talent Devour, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison, third snake poison, puppet poison.
Space 10 cubic meters. Cultivating through elixirs is indeed fast. Chuan sighed.
He had just broken through to the 5th layer of Chi refinement and he immediately gained another 10 progress. If I had a few dozen more Chi cultivation pills, I could break through to the 9th layer of Chi refinement in one go. With this thought, Chuan soon chuckled, mocking himself. Pa, what are you dreaming about?
Chi cultivation pills are a precious elixir in the ancient cultivation world.
After all, the main ingredient of the Chi cultivation pill is the spiritual fruit.
The spiritual fruit is extremely rare. The trees that bear spiritual fruit take decades to mature before they can yield fruit.
Therefore, in the ancient cultivation world, only the true disciples of cultivation sects are qualified to obtain 1 or 2 Chi cultivation pills.
Unlike Chuan, who has just consumed so many Chi cultivation pills. Not to mention getting dozens more Chi cultivation pills. That is simply impossible. There isn't enough spiritual fruit. Chuan shook his head, giving up on his unrealistic fantasies.
He stored the bronze cauldron in the system space. Just then he noticed the seed he had placed aside earlier.
Wait, maybe it's not an unrealistic fantasy. Chuan's eyes brightened as he picked up the seed and examined it in his hand.
Just then he noticed the seed he had placed aside earlier.
Wait, maybe it's not an unrealistic fantasy.
Chuan's eyes brightened as he picked up the seed. This may be useless for others. With this decades of time, they would have long cultivated to a higher realm.
At that point, even if they obtained new spiritual fruits, refining Chi cultivation pills would be a waste.
After all, the Chi cultivation pill is only a first-grade elixir most suitable for Chi refinement cultivators.
High-level cultivators wouldn't even look at it.
But what if the growth period of the spiritual fruit tree could be shortened?
Others may have no way, but Chuan does have a method. He possesses the life source. The life source can make all living beings grow and evolve. He needed the life source to evolve from a small snake to a dragon. And he could use the life source to speed up the growth of a seed into a tree.
Chuan immediately left his room and went to the villa lawn. He crouched down, dug a hole in the lawn, placed the seed in it, and then covered it with soil. He glanced at the life source section of the attribute panel.
Life source 10 points.
I might as well use all 10 points. Chuan thought for a moment and said, system used 10 points of life source on the seed.
Ding.
Consumed 10 points of life source.
The system's voice sounded and the attribute panel was updated. Name Chuan.
Life source 0. Stage a small snake that is shed skin 3 times 0 400. Realm 5th layer of Chi refinement 11. Talent Devour, first snake poison, illusory divine poison, second snake poison, supreme poison, third snake poison, puppet poison.
Space 10 cubic meters. Mo Chuan looked at the attribute panel, his expression filled with regret, feeling the emptiness of the life source. But this effort brought rewards. With a loud rumble, a green sprout broke through the soil where the seed had been buried. This sprout grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a small sapling. Impressive, this is truly forcing the growth. Mo Chuan watched the tiny sapling on the lawn and murmured with a sigh. After applying life origin to the core of the Lingyuan fruit in less than a second, the small seedling burst from the soil and transformed into a sapling. Such a rate of growth was nothing short of a miracle. Life origin indeed lived up to its name as the energy that promotes the growth and evolution of all living things. Mo Chuan could not help but smile. He looked again at the sapling on the lawn as the system's reconnaissance function manifested. Name: Lingyuan fruit tree. Age 1050 years. Status: immature. Mo Chuan stared at the information panel and pondered. 10 points of life origin accelerated 10 years of growth. But even so, the Lingyuan fruit tree remains immature. It still needs 40 more years to mature. Therefore, to further hasten its development, life origin must be applied again to the Lingyuan fruit tree. Thinking this, Mo Chuan was speechless. He had already used up the remaining 10 points of life origin. There was truly not a drop left. It seems I must continue to devour in order to replenish my life origin reserves. Mo Chuan sighed helplessly. Life origin was indeed a prized and scarce commodity. The path of the divine dragon's evolution demanded life origin. Accelerating the growth of spirit medicines also required life origin. No matter how much he obtained, it would never be enough. What are you up to this time, kid? At that moment, Mo Yuhai stepped out of the villa and onto the lawn. He stared at the sapling on the lawn, astonished. I remember the grass outside our house was only flowers and shrubs. There weren't any saplings, were there? You brat, this can't be another one of your inventions, can it? Mo Yuhai said, puzzled. You were fiddling with an alchemy furnace earlier and now you've transplanted a sapling. What a way to pass the time. Hearing that, Mo Chuan's mouth twitched. He replied without enthusiasm, second uncle, you are the one who is bored. Why do you wander the house every day? Whatever I do, you come over to take a look. Don't you have to handle matters at Mo Sure Group? Well, I've taken a few days off. Mo Yuhai chuckled. You understand, Chuan, your aunt and I just had the sterilization toxin removed and we're eager to have a child, so I must stay home and try my best these days. Mo Chuan felt exasperated. All right, second uncle, may you soon be blessed with a child. Go find your wife and stop loitering around the sapling. This little sapling is very precious to me, he said, and then walked away from the Mo residence. Mo Yuhai stood there taken aback until Mo Chuan had already left. Regaining his senses, he muttered irritably, hey you brat, am I worth less than a sapling to you? In the city center, the bridge spanning the river hummed with a steady stream of cars racing by. Beneath the bridge, the Yunjiang flowed mighty and unceasing. Mo Chuan stood at the water's edge back once more. The last time he had cleansed the river of fish to harvest enough life origin to trigger his second shedding and awaken the supreme venom. This time, to accelerate the Lingyuan fruit tree's sapling, he returned to Yunjiang to absorb life origin. After devouring so many fish last time, I wonder whether the river's fish have been replenished. Mo Chuan gazed at the surface and pondered. Indeed, his previous devouring had been severe. The entire Yunjiang had nearly become a vacuum devoid of fish. Yet rivers connect to countless other waterways and lakes. Fish from those waters should have swum along the currents into Yunjiang, should they not? With that thought, Mo Chuan stopped, hesitating. He scanned the surroundings, found no pedestrians near the bank, and then leapt into Yunjiang. With a splash, he plunged beneath the surface. A flash of golden light transformed his human form back into a small golden serpent. Hunt commence. The golden serpent Mo Chuan had become glided through the water in search of prey. At the sight of a fish, it opened its mouth and swallowed instantly. But as time passed, his spirit sank. He had been swimming for a long time and had yet to find a single fish. The water lay empty as though a lifeless expanse. Refusing to accept this, Mo Chuan swam the length of Yunjiang. He could not believe the river had no fish. After a long search, the golden serpent finally halted, prey-sighted. Ahead, a crushing carp drifted sluggishly. Prey found. Mo Chuan's eyes flashed with interest. The golden serpent darted forward. As it neared the carp, it opened its mouth and a black vortex swirled into being. Devour. The carp offered no resistance and was swallowed whole. Ding. Devoured crushing carp gained 0.03 points of life origin. The system chime sounded promptly. Continue next. Satisfied, the golden serpent resumed its patrol through the water. But the next prey did not appear as quickly as imagined. Silence reigned beneath the surface. It took more than 10 minutes before Mo Chuan found another target. It was a black carp gliding slowly and occasionally releasing bubbles. The golden serpent opened its mouth and the black vortex manifested. Devour. In the blink of an eye, the black carp was sucked into the vortex. Ding. Devoured black carp gains 0.02 points of life origin. The system chime rang again. Mo Chuan felt no excitement as he checked his status panel. Name Mo Chuan. Life origin 0.05 points. Stage a serpent that is shed 3 times 0400. Realm refinement chi 5th layer 11.
Talents: Devour first serpent venom, Wanchen venom, illusion god venom, second serpent venom, Jesuan venom, supreme venom, third serpent venom, Kuili venom, puppet venom.
Space 10 cubic meters. Hunted for so long and only obtained 0.05 points of life origin. Mo Chuan felt increasingly uneasy. Why were there so few fish in Yunjiang? Even if he had nearly emptied the river last time. After so many days, fish from other rivers and lakes should have migrated into Yunjiang. The population ought to have been replenished, there was no reason for it to be this sparse. Hunt some more, he thought. The golden serpent continued to scavenge the water for prey, but it took a long time to find even a single fish. This time it was a catfish. Be mine. The golden serpent lunged, opened its mouth, and the black vortex appeared. The catfish was immediately drawn into the vortex. Ding! Devoured catfish gains 0.03 points of life origin, the system alerted. The attribute panel updated. Name Mo Chuan. Life origin 0.08 points. Stage a serpent that is shed 3 times 0400. Realm refinement chi 5th layer 11.
Talents: Devour first serpent venom, Wanchen venom, illusion god venom, second serpent venom, Jesuan venom, supreme venom, third serpent venom, Kuili venom, puppet venom.
Space 10 cubic meters. Where have all the fish gone? Mo Chuan nearly glanced at the attribute panel and continued to prowl the water in search of prey.
Anxiety mounted within him.
This could not go on. Hunting fish in the current Yunjiang was like trying to find a needle in the ocean. Sure enough, a long stretch of time passed. Only then did Mo Chuan find the next fish, a silver carp. Devour.
The golden serpent, like a desert wanderer who stumbles upon water, pounced eagerly. The serpent opened its mouth and the black vortex swirled. The silver carp had no strength to resist and was swallowed.
Ding! Devoured silver carp gained 0.02 points of life origin. The system chimed again. The attribute panel updated. Name Mo Chuan. Life origin 0.1 points. Stage a serpent that is shed 3 times 0400. Realm refinement chi 5th layer 11.
Talents: Devour first serpent venom, Wanchen venom, illusion god venom, second serpent venom, Jesuan venom, supreme venom, third serpent venom, Kuili venom, puppet venom.
Space 10 cubic meters.
Mo Chuan stared at the panel speechless. After several hours, I only managed to devour
0.1 points of life origin. He was losing the will to continue. The efficiency was unbearably low. Ordinary animals yielded far less life origin than monsters. It could only be a numbers game.
A single fish contributed a minuscule amount, but devouring tens of thousands at once could still yield a considerable harvest. But now quantity was impossible. Yunjiang resembled a lifeless dead zone, a forbidden stretch where no living creature could be seen. He could only find 1 or 2 fish occasionally.
It seems I must leave Yunjiang, Mo Chuan thought. Clearly he could no longer obtain sufficient life origin here. In the next instant, the golden light on the serpent flickered and Mo Chuan reverted to human form. He began to swim toward the surface, ready to depart. But mid-ascent he suddenly detected a faint metallic tang of blood. He halted and scanned the surrounding water, thinking, this is not right. When he devoured fish, he drew them entirely into the black vortex so no blood should be left behind. Therefore this faint blood scent was not caused by him. Then Mo Chuan searched the water. After a while his eyes brightened. Found it. His gaze fixed on the riverbed. On the riverbed, hidden among sand and stones, lay a small, hard-to-notice hole. The faint metallic scent wafted from that crevice. When he hovered before the crevice, the smell of blood was almost palpable. At that moment the system's prompt sounded unexpectedly. Ding! Detected a damaged third-rank formation. A damaged Tier 3 formation. Na system prompt startled Mo Chuan. Ni's gaze upon the small cave at the riverbed instantly turned awestruck.
Is there a celestial formation concealed near this tiny cave? N formations are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Not Tier 3 formation alone rivals the power of a golden core cultivator. Mo Chuan recalled the celestial grotto in the suburban mountains, its stone gate sealed by a formation so formidable that none in this age could possibly unravel it. Had time not eroded its energy over millennia, causing the formation to weaken and ultimately collapse, the grotto would have remained forever inaccessible. And now once again he beheld a celestial formation, most likely erected by ancient cultivators. Both this riverbed cave and the celestial grotto are protected by formation energy. Could it be? Nmo Chuan stared into the dark cavity and murmured, could this cave also conceal a cultivation legacy? Yet he swiftly dismissed the notion, because the thick unsettling scent of blood clinging to the cave's vicinity was deeply suspicious. Frowning, Mo Chuan scrutinized the riverbed cave, pitch-black bottomless like a gaping maw leading straight to the underworld. He fell into silent contemplation, weighing possibilities, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted.
And the sound surged forth from within the cave, eerie and terrifying.
Mo Chuan narrowed his eyes, fixing them on the cave mouth as he listened intently. And the booming grew louder and drew ever closer. As if something were surging upward, desperate to burst forth.
And boom. At last the roar reached its crescendo.
And with that earth-shaking detonation, a torrent of pale white matter erupted violently from the cave.
Mo Chuan stared, and his expression twisted in shock.
And what spewed forth in wave after wave was nothing but fish bones.
Boom.
And countless white fish bones erupted like a volcanic cataclysm, spewing from the cave with terrifying force. And gradually the riverbed became carpeted in a ghastly expanse of bleached bone.
From those bones Mo Chuan sensed an overwhelming stench of blood. Ni's eyes flared with sudden clarity, he understood.
And the faint metallic tang he'd detected earlier had emanated entirely from these very bones. No wonder I scoured the entire Yin River and found scarcely a single fish. I should have known they'd all be here. Mo Chuan gazed thoughtfully upon the mounds of white skeletons. Alas, all were dead, reduced only to hollow remains. Now pang of regret struck him. Had he consumed so many fish, how much primal life essence might he have gained? His eyes drifted back to the riverbed cave, still black as abyssal void.
And so it must be the enigmatic entity within that devoured them all. What then is this entity hidden within the cave? An uncertainty churned in Mo Chuan's heart, and a chilling suspicion began to take shape. Then, without warning, a colossal gravitational pull surged forth.
And the surrounding river water rushed inward, spiraling violently toward the cave mouth.
Mo Chuan too was seized by that immense force, his body lifting involuntarily, drawn inexorably toward the cave. And he narrowed his eyes. It intends to drag me inside, and devour me as well.
Those fish too had surely been snatched in by that same irresistible pull, sucked into the cave and devoured whole, leaving behind only these pallid husks. Thus the Yun River had grown eerily barren of fish. But I am no helpless fish awaiting slaughter. Mo Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile as his true chi erupted, countering the crushing draw with flawless precision. His forward momentum halted instantly.
Yet the entity within the cave seemed incensed, as though provoked. The gravitational force intensified sharply. Mo Chuan's body lurched forward, once more hurtling toward the abyssal maw.
A sharp icy snort escaped him, his fifth-rank chi cultivation energy flaring, fully neutralizing the pull yet again. His body froze midair, then the entity within roared with fury, amplifying the pull still further. Yet this time, no matter how fiercely the force escalated, Mo Chuan stood rooted upon the riverbed, unshaken, immovable like the legendary sea-stabilizing iron pillar.
Long moments passed before the immense pull finally dissipated.
And, as it surrendered, Mo Chuan's gaze pierced the darkness of the cave, cold, unblinking.
Ki in the next instant, a shrill grating avian shriek tore from the depths. And then, bang! Bang! Bang!
A series of deafening impacts reverberated from within. Clearly the entity was battering against some unseen barrier, straining to break free.
And still unwilling to yield.
Do you mean to emerge in person and feast upon me?
Mo Chuan watched calmly, then smiled faintly.
At that very moment, blinding white light flared within the previously pitch-black cave.
An invisible formation barrier surged forth, blocking the entity's escape.
And this is the Tier 3 formation the system flagged.
Mo Chuan's eyes gleamed, his long-held suspicion now confirmed.
And this damaged Tier 3 formation was clearly a seal, binding the entity within. Just as the celestial grotto possessed dual protections, not only its stone gate but also a hidden door deep within, both warded by formations.
That hidden door held a formation sealing away the ancient beastgen.
Encher Jihai had lured countless martial artists to shatter it, releasing the beast. This crumbling Tier 3 formation mirrored that hidden door seal, imprisoning an ancient grand demon. And the entity within this riverbed cave was almost certainly such a primordial terror, akin to the beastgen.
Ki and the piercing cry echoed anew from the cave, proof the ancient demon had not abandoned its assault. Bang! Bang! Bang!
And the impacts continued, relentless.
And meanwhile the blinding white light flickered, dimming steadily.
The ceiling formation was crumbling.
And Mo Chuan's eyes flickered with quiet intensity. And after eons of erosion, has even this seal reached its breaking point?
The system had already labeled it a damaged Tier 3 formation.
And had the seal remained intact, the ancient demon would never dare stir.
But centuries of decay had left it fractured, so weakened that the demon could reach beyond its prison, drawing fish from the Yun River into the cave to consume. Now however its hunger had grown insatiable, it sought not just sustenance but full liberation, shattering the seal to emerge in flesh and fury.
And bang!
Another violent impact dimmed the white light further.
And Kiki and the ancient demon shrieked ecstatic at the seal's weakening. Bang! 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 Nit hammered the barrier with mounting frenzy until the blinding light within the cave guttered out entirely. The seal was broken. And Kiki, from the depths came a cry unlike any before, wild with exhilaration, triumph, and the raw unshackled joy of millennia-long imprisonment ended. Then, the demon surged outward. And first a colossal shadow emerged from the cave mouth, its massive head. The narrow cave shattered under the sheer scale of that head, then the demon burst forth, landing fully upon the riverbed, its true form. Chuan studied it, his expression grave. It was a gargantuan fish, yet astonishingly two vast feathered wings unfurled from its flanks. A monstrous fish, winged and terrible. In the moment it emerged, its gaze locked onto Chuan, eyes blazing with predatory malice. And Kiki, its shriek split the air, unleashing waves of oppressive, terrifying aura. At such proximity, Chuan finally discerned the Christ timbre. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the call of the mandarin duck. And ding! Warning! Ancient beast, Luo fish detected. And the system's alert rang clear, and its data flooded Chuan's mind. Name: Luolua fission power rank tier 1 6 stars, originally tier 3 4 stars, and primal life essence 40, originally 400, and status mortally wounded, so this monster is the Luo fish. Chuan scanned the data, comprehension dawning. Unfortunately, like the beastjin, the Luo fish had languished in prison for over 1,000 years, now teetering on the edge of extinction. Its strength had plummeted, from tier 3 4 stars down to tier 1 6 stars, equivalent to 5th rank Qi cultivation. And against Chuan's current 5th rank cultivation it remained defeatable. Moreover, its life force had drained catastrophically, from 400 points down to a mere 40. And even diminished 40 points of primal life essence is a substantial boon. A flicker of delight lit Chuan's eyes. And consuming this Luo fish would yield precisely enough life essence to mature his spirit source fruit tree sapling. Kiki and the Luo fish shrieked again, this time its gaze upon Chuan shimmered with unmistakable elation and ravenous fervor. It had sensed the truth: he was no ordinary human but a cultivator. Nan, to a starving ancient demon, a cultivator's flesh was the ultimate nourishment. Imprisoned for millennia, its vitality nearly spent, it craved blood in essence desperately. And the countless fish it had devoured were but trivial morsels, mere appetizers, insufficient even to sate a whisper of hunger. This cultivator had arrived at the perfect moment. And he was the main course. And oh, you wish to devour me? And Chuan read the hunger in its eyes. He smiled faintly. And there is an old saying: when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. And you seek to consume me, but I too intend to consume you. Before the final word left his lips, the Luo fish could wait no longer. Nays blazing with bloodlust, cruelty, and ecstatic anticipation, it lunged, jaws wide, fangs bared, straight toward Chuan. Swish! The Luoyu fish darted through the water with incredible speed, reaching Chuan in the blink of an eye. It opened its gaping maw, revealing extremely sharp teeth, and a strong pungent smell of blood surged forth. The Luoyu fish locked onto Chuan, intending to swallow him whole. Come on! Chuan gazed at the approaching bloody maw, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He brought his fingers together and waved lightly through the air. Whoosh! A surge of true Qi sliced through the air, and with a flash of golden light it transformed into a small golden sword. It was indeed the little 5 elements technique, golden sword technique. The golden sword sliced horizontally through the air, aiming for the Luoyu fish's gaping mouth. A hint of astonishment flickered in the Luoyu fish's eyes as it sensed great danger from the golden sword. However eager to consume Chuan and too close to evade, it could not avoid the attack. The golden sword plunged into the terrifying maw of the Luoyu fish, and with a bang it severed several of its sharp fangs. However, the golden sword was also shattered, dissipating into a wisp of true Qi. This clearly showcased the ferocity of the Luoyu fish. Chirp! The Luoyu fish let out an angry cry akin to a pair of mandarin ducks realizing it had sustained an injury. Its eyes brimmed with fury and murderous intent. A millennium ago it was an ancient demon that struck terror into the hearts of all dismissing low-tier cultivators like those in the Qi refinement stage. Yet after a millennium, due to a small mistake, it was injured by the very low-tier cultivator it had once looked down upon. In its rage, the Luoyu fish forcefully whipped its massive tail. Boom! The waters of Yunjiang instantly surged with terrifying waves. Beneath the surface, endless river water rushed towards Chuan. In that moment, immense pressure bore down upon him. As Chuan circulated his true Qi to resist the pressure of the river, he looked at the Luoyu fish and frowned, saying, "Controlling the river water, is this the power of the Luoyu fish?" A cruel bloody hue manifested in the Luoyu fish's eyes. Dissatisfied, it whipped its tail again. Boom! An anomaly occurred beneath the surface once more. More river water surged menacingly towards Chuan. The pressure was unprecedented. Chuan's expression changed slightly as he felt as if a giant were gripping him tightly, threatening to crush him. Chirp! Seeing this, the Luoyu fish issued a joyful cry, its eyes filled with mockery and schadenfreude. I say, isn't it a bit too early for you to be happy right now? Mo Chuan's eyes sparkled as the full power of his chi refinement fifth layer erupted. Boom! The encroaching river water was immediately pushed away. Mo Chuan swiftly moved, breaking free from the water pressure cage.
A hint of astonishment flickered in the Luoyu fish's eyes again. Look at the sword. Seizing the moment while the Luoyu fish was still recovering, Mo Chuan brought his fingers together again, sending forth another golden sword. Once more it was the little 5 elements technique, golden sword technique. The golden sword flew at great speed, rapidly slicing towards the Luoyu fish.
Simultaneously, Mo Chuan held his breath, concentrating, ready to release the first snake venom, illusory divine venom.
As the illusory divine venom mist appeared, it immediately made contact with the river water. The gas dissolved in the water and the illusory divine venom quickly merged with the river. The surrounding river water was now filled with the toxins of the illusory divine venom. At that moment the flying golden sword was already close to the Luoyu fish. The fish reacted, its eyes filled with fury, whipping its tail to strike down on the golden sword. But at that instant the Luoyu fish felt a wave of dizziness wash over its brain and its tail whipping motion halted. This was the effect of the illusory divine venom dissolved in water. During this moment of dizziness the Luoyu fish was caught off guard as the speeding golden sword pierced through it. Thud! The golden sword pierced through the Luoyu fish's head, causing its body to tremble. Then the brilliance in its eyes began to fade.
Sorry, but the final outcome is that I will consume you.
Mo Chuan raised his right hand, a black vortex appearing in his palm.
Chirp!
The Luoyu fish on the brink of death sensed the extreme danger from the black vortex, letting out an unwilling cry. Yet it had no strength to resist, and in the next moment it was swallowed into the vortex.
Ding!
You have devoured the Luoyu fish, gaining 40 points of life essence.
The system prompt rang out as the attribute panel updated. Name: Mo Chuan, life essence 40.
1 point stage snake at its third molting, 0400 realm chi refinement 5th layer 11 talent devour, first snake venom illusory divine venom, second snake venom supreme venom, third snake venom puppet venom, space 10 cubic meters. 40 points of life essence, a good harvest. This journey was not in vain.
Mo Chuan retracted his hand and smiled faintly.
With these 40 points of life essence he would be able to fully mature the seedling of the spiritual origin fruit tree after returning home. With this thought he moved his body, swimming towards the surface of the water.
Splash! Mo Chuan burst through the water's surface, gasping for fresh air. Just then a surprised yet delighted female voice rang in his ears. Oh, Mo Chuan.
On the shore stood a beautiful woman, her face delicate, skin like cream, eyes like autumn waters, and her small cherry lips adorned with alluring lip gloss. In front of the woman was an easel and she held a brush originally focused on painting. At this moment, due to Mo Chuan's appearance, her beautiful eyes shifted from the easel to him, her lovely face displaying intense surprise. The beautiful woman was none other than Lin Yijun.
Are you drawing again? Mo Chuan leaped onto the shore from the river, asking with some astonishment.
He had not expected to encounter Lin Yijun by the river. Meanwhile, not far from the riverbank there stood a luxurious villa by the river.
A young woman stood on the second floor of the villa, enjoying the cool breeze blowing from the river while admiring the scenery.
The expression on the young woman's face was initially relaxed in content, but in the next moment her expression suddenly changed, her brows furrowing deeply. She seemed to have spotted a figure she despised by the river.
Is it him?
The young woman squinted, standing on the balcony of the second floor, carefully observing the riverbank.
By the river, Mo Chuan and Lin Yijun were engaged in conversation. It really is him.
The young woman confirmed, a trace of hatred appearing on her face.
This woman was none other than Mo Dai.
Back then Mo Dai, Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang had harmed their blood relatives, betraying the Mo family. In the end Mo Chuan had broken their legs, leaving them and the Mo family to atone. Later, for reasons unknown, the He family sent people to rescue Mo Dai and her family.
Since then Mo Dai had stayed with the He family.
The riverside villa was the residence of the He family, the foremost aristocracy in Yunshan City.
Mo Chuan.
That day you broke the legs of our family of 3, that humiliation I will never forget.
Mo Dai gazed at Mo Chuan's figure, her tone filled with resentment and gritted teeth.
Despite her legs being healed by the He family, the grudge was forever etched in her heart, difficult to quell. Mo Dai contemplated for a moment with a gloomy expression, then donned a smile, leaving the balcony and stepping into the bedroom.
Darling.
As she entered she pounced on the man on the bed, acting coyly towards him. The man on the bed was handsome and extraordinary, the heir of the He family, He Chang.
What's wrong, baby? Did I not satisfy you just now, and are you wanting more?
He Chang said with a playful grin as he patted the bed.
You annoying. Mo Dai stomped her foot, acting spoiled. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. He Chang laughed heartily and asked, baby, is there something on your mind?
Mo Dai's smile faded, a hint of gloom crossing her features as she said, I was just standing on the balcony enjoying the scenery, but I spotted Mo Chuan, he was just by the river. As she spoke Mo Dai's face showed her grievances. Darling, when will you help me take revenge?
After all I've given you my body. Don't be angry, baby. I've been a bit busy lately, I really can't find the time. But once I'm done it will be Mo Chuan's death day. He Chang gently rubbed Mo Dai's cheek, his expression one of affection. Really? Mo Dai's eyes lit up.
Of course it's true. He Chang smiled unconcerned, saying, you can rest assured no matter how strong Mo Chuan is, he's just a minor character, I don't take him seriously at all. At that time I will definitely make Mo Chuan kneel before you in humiliation, allowing you to vent your anger.
Hearing this, a smile spread across Mo Dai's face. Darling, you're so good to me.
She knew that He Chang's words were not empty. During her time in the He family she had gained some understanding. On the surface the He family was the top aristocracy in Yunshan City, merely a top-tier secular power far inferior to the three martial families of Yunshan City. But in the shadows the He family was a behemoth nurturing many martial artists on par with the three martial families of Yunshan City. The heir He Chang was also a powerful martial arts master. Thus with He Chang and the He family's strength, dealing with Mo Chuan would be a piece of cake. Mo Dai had already begun to anticipate the scene of Mo Chuan kneeling and crying for mercy under the pressure of the He family's formidable power. That would surely be quite an interesting picture, wouldn't it? He. With this in mind, Mo Dai felt immensely excited. She looked at He Chang, her face flushing slightly, her eyes filled with flirtation. Darling, today is the Qixi festival, let's do it again. Sure. He Chang's face was filled with warm smiles, but a trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. With his vision, how could he ever regard Mo Dai? Though Mo Dai was somewhat pretty, she was not an exceptional beauty. Under normal circumstances she wouldn't catch his eye at all. The reason he accepted Mo Dai was entirely due to her unique constitution, which was extremely rich in yin energy. He Chang practiced a sinister technique called yin collection for yang supplementation. This technique was particularly wicked. By absorbing a woman's yin energy it enhanced his martial arts cultivation. Although it seemed evil and malicious, the cultivation breakthroughs with this technique were far faster than those of ordinary martial artists. Furthermore, the purer the absorbed yin energy, the quicker the martial arts breakthroughs became. Mo Dai's heavily yin-infused constitution was precisely what He Chang needed. Thus he feigned affection for Mo Dai and even rescued her family from the Mo family. His professed love for her was merely a disguise. By the riverbank, Lin Yajun's delicate face was filled with surprise as she gazed at Mo Chuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Mo Chuan, how did you suddenly emerge from the river?
Mo Chuan shrugged, just swimming in the river. Oh, Lin Yajun dragged out the last syllable, her eyes still fixed on Mo Chuan. Why are you staring at me like that? Mo Chuan said, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. I'm just confirming your safety, Lin Yajun replied.
Lin Yajun cast a sidelong glance at Mo Chuan, pouting her tender lips as she said, last time you left the Grand Hotel you intended to cause trouble at the Xiong Family Martial Arts Hall. And after that day the Xiong Family Martial Arts Hall closed its doors.
Everyone was puzzled as to why the thriving Xiong Family Martial Arts Hall would suddenly shut down.
I suspected it had something to do with you, but since that day you have not appeared in public, which made me worry that something might have happened to you.
Mo Chuan smiled helplessly and said nonchalantly, what could possibly happen to me? Lin Yajun secretly thought he was a bit clueless, then huffed, all right, now that I know you're fine. However, the last time I encountered a wild wolf while sketching in the mountains you saved me, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Let's go, since we've run into each other I'll treat you to a big meal to express my gratitude. As she spoke, Lin Yajun looked at Mo Chuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mo Chuan originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the expectation in Lin Yajun's eyes he smiled and said sure.
You're quite perceptive, not rejecting me. Lin Yajun's eyes sparkled with joy as she began to pack up her easel. Soon the two left the riverbank. Meanwhile, at the He family's riverside villa. In the bedroom, He Chang placed Mo Dai's body aside. Mo Dai kept her eyes closed, appearing too tired, and had already fallen asleep. However, a flicker of abnormality passed through He Chang's eyes. He knew it was not the case. The real reason was that Mo Dai had lost a considerable amount of yin energy to him, leaving her physically weak and lethargic, often drowsy. He Chang sat cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating the heart method of the yin absorption and yang supplementation technique as his aura continued to strengthen. After quite a while he finally stopped his cultivation, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The yin energy absorbed this time has finally been refined. I feel my martial arts have improved significantly. I'm almost ready to break through to the 7th level. The yin absorption and yang supplementation technique truly is an extraordinary divine skill. His current martial arts cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level. He was just a tiny bit away from breaking through to the 7th level. The 6th level was the highest realm in this small city of Yunshan. Even among the 3 great martial arts families in Yunshan, no one had reached the 7th level. The strongest was merely at the 6th level. In other words, once he broke through to the 7th level he could dominate Yunshan. Just as He Chang was fantasizing about the future, his phone suddenly rang. He Chang frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Who is it? He muttered reluctantly, taking out his phone only to see the caller ID, and his expression changed dramatically, his displeasure instantly vanishing. He Chang hurriedly left the bedroom and answered the call. "Hello my lord," he said in a fawning tone completely devoid of any arrogance. A cold voice came from the other end of the line.
"What instructions do you have, my lord?" He Chang asked respectfully, his reverence genuine and heartfelt. Before meeting the Lord he was just a young master of a secular noble family. But after becoming a subordinate to the Lord he received many rewards and his life underwent a significant transformation. For instance, the yin absorption and yang supplementation technique was a gift from the Lord. After cultivating this technique his martial arts advanced rapidly, soon transforming him from an ordinary person into a master at the 6th level. Moreover, the Yi family also received the Lord's favor, transforming from a secular noble family into one with martial artists. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "I called to inform you that the timing is right. You can begin to act and capture the ancient beast sealed at the bottom of the Yunjiang River." Upon hearing this, Yi Chang was taken aback and quickly responded, "Understood. I will act immediately." He had previously learned from the Lord that an ancient beast was sealed in Yunshan. As for why such a small city like Yunshan had sealed an ancient beast, it had to do with the city's name. The name of Yunshan comes from one river and one mountain. One river is the Yunjiang in the city and one mountain is the mountain range in the suburbs.
Taking one character from each, they formed the name Yunshan. In ancient times this river and mountain were excellent feng shui spots suitable for sealing demons and monsters.
Later ancient cultivators sealed the ancient beast in this river and mountain.
The cold voice on the line rang out again. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, there is a mysterious force in Yunshan that may also be eyeing the ancient beast.
You must be cautious."
He Chang was taken aback and quickly asked, "My lord, what do you mean by mysterious force?" The voice on the other end was icy. "A few days ago Shiji Hai successfully released the beast jin in the suburban mountain range but ultimately failed to subdue it. I sent someone to the scene and the report I received was that Shiji Hai committed suicide and the beast jin went missing. Therefore I suspect it is very likely that another mysterious force is also after the beast jin, forcing Shiji Hai to his death and taking the beast jin away."
Upon hearing this Yi Chang's brows furrowed slightly. Shiji Hai must be another subordinate of the Lord. The beast jin should be the ancient beast sealed in the mountain of one river and one mountain.
The Shiji Hai sent by the Lord must have been carefully chosen, a powerful martial artist. Yet Shiji Hai had failed, forced to commit suicide by the mysterious force mentioned by the Lord.
That mysterious force must be formidable.
This made Yi Chang's heart sink, a hint of fear creeping in.
However, he dared not show it and quickly said, "Rest assured, my lord. I will never be as incompetent as Shiji Hai. I have made ample preparations and conducted countless investigations into the ancient beast at the bottom of the Yunjiang River. I even built a riverside villa to move the Yi family closer to the river for easy action. I will surely not disappoint you, my lord." The voice on the other end responded, "Very well. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely."
"Yes." Yi Chang replied promptly.
The call ended there.
Yi Chang still held the phone, not putting it down, reflecting on the Lord's last words.
"If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely."
Yi Chang's eyes were filled with joy, excitement and anticipation. He had already experienced how great the Lord's rewards could be. The yin absorption and yang supplementation technique was one of the Lord's great rewards. After cultivating it, his martial arts advanced rapidly. Now at the peak of the 6th level he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest among the 3 great martial arts families in Yunshan. If he were to receive another great reward from the Lord, his martial arts might advance again and he could even enter the list of prodigies. With this thought, the hint of fear he had about the mysterious force was immediately squashed.
"No one can stop me from capturing the ancient beast."
Yi Chang's eyes were filled with fervor. He then went to a room in the villa where a safe was kept.
Yi Chang entered the password and opened the safe. He carefully retrieved a bronze bell and an ancient map from.
These 2 items were both bestowed by the Lord. The bronze bell, named the Beast Control Bell, could subdue beasts and was key to this mission.
The ancient map detailed the location of the seal of the ancient beast.
Yi Chang took these 2 items and left the Yi family villa. Since the Yi family villa was riverside, very close to the Yunjiang River, it wasn't long before Yi Chang arrived at the riverbank.
He stood by the river looking at the location information on the map.
He had reviewed this map countless times and was already familiar with it. Today was just a quick review. After finishing, he held the map and poured his true chi into it.
Boom!
The map was instantly shattered by the true chi, turning into countless tiny fragments that scattered in the wind. Afterward, Yi Chang looked at the Yunjiang, the corners of his mouth curling up as he murmured to himself, "The mission begins." Splash! Yi Chang jumped into the Yunjiang. Underwater he swam continuously toward the sealed location he remembered. However, as he swam he gradually felt something was off. There were no living fish in the Yunjiang at all. The entire underwater world was silent, devoid of any other life, resembling a forbidden zone of life.
Yi Chang's heart gave a lurch, wanting to retreat.
But thinking of the great rewards promised by the Lord, he immediately suppressed the fear in his heart and continued swimming. Eventually he reached his destination.
At a certain point at the bottom of the Yunjiang,
At this moment the riverbed was filled with silt and looked very ordinary. He Chang released his true chi, dispersing the silt at the riverbed, revealing a small hole. Inside the hole was pitch black, unfathomable, like an entrance to hell.
This is the sealing place.
He Chang smiled, then directed a stream of true chi into the small hole.
Bang! As soon as this stream of true chi entered the small hole, it was immediately blocked by a force.
Inside the hole blinding white light appeared, which was the sealing array.
The sealing array is still intact.
He Chang chuckled coldly, but time has decayed, you why resist in vain? As he spoke, the true chi of the 6th level burst forth completely. He Chang launched hundreds of streams of true chi toward the small hole.
Boom! 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 Terrifying thunderous sounds erupted.
The blinding light inside the hole gradually dimmed. The sealing array began to crumble.
Ultimately, the blinding light inside the hole completely disappeared. The sealing array was broken.
Screech! The next second a sharp piercing cry rang out.
Chirp! A harsh cry echoed as the male fish fixated on He Chang, its eyes reflecting greed, bloodlust, and desire. Oh, do you want to eat me?
He Chang remained unhurried, pulling out a bronze bell, the beast controlling bell. He said calmly, unfortunately you have no chance now, I possess a treasure bestowed by my master. He gently shook the beast controlling bell. Ding dong, a profound sound resonated, penetrating the male fish's mind.
The fish's expression froze momentarily, and then its previously fierce demeanor softened.
In fact, there was a hint of affection in the way it looked at He Chang. As expected of a treasure bestowed by my master, it truly is useful. He Chang's face was adorned with a satisfied smile. The male fish, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, was notorious in ancient times.
He was simply no match.
Even after 1,000 years of sealing, the male fish's abilities had severely declined, leaving it in a weakened state.
Yet he was still no match.
Fortunately, he had the beast controlling bell, allowing him to forcibly establish contact with the weakened beast and control it. Male fish successfully subdued. He Chang gently patted the male fish's forehead and smiled lightly, saying, let's go now, you will meet your mate.
Chirp!
The male fish seemed to understand He Chang's words and let out a joyful cry.
Together they began to swim through the water.
Soon He Chang brought the male fish to the place where the female fish was sealed. However, upon seeing the scene, his expression suddenly changed. What is going on here? The place where the female fish was sealed was in disarray, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. He Chang approached to examine the situation closely. The small cave at the river's bottom has exploded. The female fish must have broken free from her seal.
But I can't see any trace of her.
Considering the signs of a struggle, could it be that the female fish was captured by someone beforehand? He Chang's face turned extremely grim. Didn't this mean he could only bring back one fish to report? If he returned with one less, the master would surely be displeased. What shocked him even more was who could fight the male fish barehanded and successfully subdue it. He was already at the peak of the 6th heaven and dared not confront the male fish heathen, instead relying on the beast controlling bell to control it. Chirp! The male fish emitted an angry cry, its eyes filled with hatred as it surveyed the chaotic scene. It felt that its mate, the female fish, had been captured. Could it be that the mysterious force mentioned by the master has captured the female fish? At that moment a thought flashed in He Chang's mind and he was startled.
No, we must leave quickly.
He Chang hurriedly shook the beast controlling bell to soothe the male fish's emotions. Then he left the place with the male fish. If the mysterious force could subdue both the beast and the female fish, he was no match. He feared that if he encountered them, not only would he fail to bring back the female fish, but he might also lose the male fish. Thus he hurried away. In Yunshan City, at a certain luxurious residence, a car sped up and came to a stop in front of the mansion.
Chuan and Lin Yajun got out of the car. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a feast? Chuan looked in astonishment at the mansion before him. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Lin family, right? Why have you brought me to the Lin family?
Lin Yajun shot him an exasperated glance and said with her cherry lips slightly parted, you fool, a feast must be in a good place. Our Lin family is a martial arts family highly respected in Yunshan City and naturally has recruited top chefs. The dishes prepared by our Lin family chefs are no less than those of 5-star hotel chefs.
So dining outside would not compare to eating at our Lin family. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Yajun chuckled, tugging at Chuan's sleeve as she led him into the Lin family. So dining outside would not compare to eating at our Lin family. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Yajun chuckled, tugging at Chuan's sleeve. He simply thought dining at the Lin family would be somewhat awkward, since after all he only knew 2 people from the Lin family, Lin Yajun and Anshao. He was unfamiliar with the others. The two entered the Lin family. The mansion was quite large, occupying a vast area. It could even be considered a manor rather than just a mansion. Lin Yajun led Chuan around the Lin family, and along the way they encountered many Lin family members. These family members were all spirited and exuded an extraordinary aura, all being martial artists.
Noticing Lin Yajun had brought an outsider to the Lin family martial artists were somewhat surprised, but they didn't say much. They merely glanced at Mo Chuan before going about their business.
Why do I feel like your Lin family isn't very welcoming towards me? Mo Chuan observed everything and said thoughtfully. It's not that they aren't welcoming you, but rather they aren't welcoming me.
Lin Yajun's pretty face flashed with a hint of disappointment and she bit her cherry lips as she spoke.
Oh. How so? Aren't you the legitimate young lady of the Lin family?
Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow and said the martial artists just now are basically from the Lin family's collateral branch. Would they dare not welcome you, the legitimate one? Lin Yajun sighed and said the world of martial artists is very ruthless, valuing strength above all. In a martial arts family like the Lin family, this principle is taken to the extreme. You see, although I am the legitimate young lady of the Lin family, I was born unable to cultivate martial arts, making me a waste. Thus in the Lin family everyone regards me with indifference as if I am dispensable. So when they see you brought me to the Lin family, they naturally treat me with indifference and disregard.
After hearing this, Mo Chuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. Lin Yajun's experiences were quite similar to his in the Su family.
Both felt marginalized by their families. This stirred a sense of empathy within him.
Here we are, this is my residence.
At that moment Lin Yajun stopped and pointed to a courtyard ahead.
Let's go inside. Lin Yajun chuckled, shaking off her earlier disappointment. All right. Mo Chuan nodded and followed Lin Yajun into the courtyard.
The courtyard wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. It had a scenic lake and a pavilion.
Regardless, Lin Yajun, as the legitimate young lady of the Lin family, was entitled to a decent living space.
Inside the courtyard, Lin Yajun led Mo Chuan to sit in the pavilion.
"And shall brew a pot of tea?"
Lin Yajun called out to the room.
Aunt Xiao, who served as Lin Yajun's personal maid, was tidying up inside when she heard Lin Yajun's voice and quickly came out. "Miss, which kind would you like to brew?"
But before she could finish, she spotted a figure that made her feel disgusted in the pavilion.
"It's you." Aunt Xiao looked at Mo Chuan, her expression turning into one of shock. A grim expression appeared on Aunt Xiao's face.
She still remembered the last time outside the Grand Hotel when she was choked by Mo Chuan enduring humiliation. This made her harbor intense hatred for Mo Chuan. However, Aunt Xiao had learned to be clever this time, skillfully hiding her dissatisfaction and not daring to show it in front of Mo Chuan.
"Mr. Mo has come to visit my Lin family, huh?"
Aunt Xiao put on a hypocritical smile as she greeted Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan glanced at Aunt Xiao and nodded faintly. "Aunt Xiao, please brew a pot of Longjing tea," Lin Yajun said to Aunt Xiao. "Okay, miss." Aunt Xiao bowed slightly and retreated.
"Please sit here and wait for a moment. Once the tea arrives you can enjoy it while I go call the kitchen for the dishes." Lin Yajun smiled apologetically at Mo Chuan and then hurried out of the courtyard.
"All right," Mo Chuan said, watching Lin Yajun's retreating figure.
Inside the room, Aunt Xiao had boiled the water and taken out the tea leaves, preparing to brew the tea.
However, just thinking of Mo Chuan in the pavilion made Aunt Xiao's movements suddenly halt. That Mo fellow.
The hypocritical smile on Aunt Xiao's face had long disappeared, replaced by an expression of deep resentment. She found it hard to let go of the humiliation Mo Chuan had inflicted upon her last time. Although she was merely a maid of the Lin family, she considered herself part of the Lin family.
The Lin family was one of the 3 major martial arts families in Yunshan City, esteemed and revered by many. Therefore, even a dog of the Lin family was not someone that Mo Chuan could bully at will. "Mo fellow, don't blame me." Aunt Xiao took out a small paper bag.
She opened the bag, revealing a pile of powdered medicine. This was a type of poison known as dissipation poison.
She had just stolen it from the Lin family's pharmacy.
The effect of dissipation poison, as the name suggests, was to disperse a martial artist's true energy, turning them back from a martial artist to a mere mortal.
Aunt Xiao brewed the tea, then poured the dissipation poison powder into the tea. "Mo Chuan, today I will let you know what the most venomous woman's heart truly means."
With a hint of sinister glee on her face, Aunt Xiao carried the teapot and walked out.
Meanwhile, in the Lin family kitchen, it was bustling with activity. Dozens of chefs were either washing ingredients, moving dishes, chopping vegetables, or cooking.
These people were responsible for the daily meals of the extensive Lin family. Upon Lin Yajun's arrival, her beautiful eyes scanned the room until she spotted a chef and immediately approached him. "Chef Zhang, have you prepared the dishes I requested?"
Lin Yajun asked anxiously.
She had informed the kitchen on her way back to prepare some delicious dishes to be sent to her courtyard. As a direct descendant of the Lin family, she still had this little privilege. Chef Zhang, a man in an apron, was chopping vegetables. Upon hearing Lin Yajun's question, he put down his knife and said blandly, "Sorry miss, I didn't prepare the dishes you requested."
"What?" Lin Yajun's charming face froze. The dishes weren't made. Didn't that mean she was deceiving Mo Chuan?
She had excitedly brought Mo Chuan back, saying she wanted to treat him to a grand meal. Now not to mention a grand meal, but even a single simple dish was missing. What would Mo Chuan think of her? How can you be like this? I clearly instructed you before, why didn't you make the dishes? Lin Yajun's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of anger as she questioned Chef Zhang.
I'm sorry, miss, I forgot.
Chef Zhang replied perfunctorily, showing no signs of fear.
You.
Lin Yajun glared at him, a hint of sadness rising within her.
Martial arts families were truly heartless.
She couldn't practice martial arts and was considered useless, having no value to the Lin family. Thus the entire Lin family ignored her.
Even a mere cook dared to disregard her orders.
She was furious, her chest heaving violently, and after a long while she finally calmed down.
You forgot before and couldn't prepare the dishes. Now can you make a few dishes on short notice? That should be possible, right? Please, I'm begging you.
Lin Yajun bit her cherry lips and spoke almost humbly.
She didn't want to let Mo Chuan down.
After all, Mo Chuan was her only friend. Although she was a direct descendant of the Lin family, she had almost no friends. She couldn't practice martial arts, her status in the Lin family was low, and nobody in the upper circles was willing to befriend her. Ordinary people, upon seeing her status as a direct descendant of the Lin family, would not dare to approach her. Thus she had hardly any friends. Lin Yajun looked at Chef Zhang with hopeful eyes, waiting for his response. A sarcastic smile appeared on Chef Zhang's lips as he said, I'm sorry, miss, I'm too tired today and don't feel like cooking anymore.
Lin Yajun fell silent, her once bright eyes dimming immediately.
Miss, if there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I work. Chef Zhang continued, and then with a blank expression resumed his chopping. This was his way of dismissing her. Lin Yajun sighed, knowing that it was impossible for him to agree.
If it really came to it, she would take Mo Chuan out to eat.
With that thought, Lin Yajun hurriedly turned to return to her courtyard, but in her haste she nearly collided with a middle-aged man.
Yajun.
This was a stern-looking middle-aged man with a commanding presence, clearly someone who had held a position of power for a long time.
Uncle. I'm sorry.
Lin Yajun quickly apologized upon seeing the middle-aged man. This man was her uncle Lin Jianxue, the current head of the Lin family.
Girl should be more composed and not so rash.
Lin Jianxue frowned slightly as he looked at Lin Yajun, giving her a reprimand.
I will pay more attention next time.
Lin Yajun lightly bit her cherry lips and replied. However, her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Jianxue with a hint of curiosity. As the head of the Lin family, he was usually busy with affairs and rarely came to places like the kitchen.
Old Zhang. Lin Jianxue turned to Chef Zhang.
Chef Zhang quickly put down his knife, his expression no longer as indifferent as before, now replaced with a flattering smile as he said, Master, what can I do for you? Lin Jianxue said calmly, today a big shot from Nanhua City is coming to our Lin family, and the Lin family must entertain him well.
So throw away all the dishes you made today. Make a new batch for me and do it to the highest standards.
Chef Zhang immediately answered, yes, master. Lin Jianxue frowned again and added, you all have worked hard for so long, won't it be too tiring? Why don't I just take that big shot out to eat instead? Chef Zhang shook his head repeatedly, laughing heartily, Master, you worry too much, how could I be tired?
Cooking for the Lin family is my honor.
On the side, Lin Yajun watched the scene, biting her cherry lips tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with grievance. Clearly just moments ago Chef Zhang had rejected her request, claiming to be too tired and not wanting to cook anymore today.
Master of the house, I will go cook right now.
Chef Zhang exclaimed with a sycophantic smile. He was not foolish, the master had mentioned that a prominent figure from Nanhua City was coming to the Lin family. This was a great opportunity for him to showcase his skills. If he prepared the dishes well and served that important guest, the master would surely reward him handsomely.
Very well, I have great confidence in your culinary skills.
Lin Jianxue nodded, repeating, and remember, you must present the highest standards.
With that he left the, yes, master.
Chef Zhang immediately sprang into action, throwing all the previously prepared dishes into the waste bucket. These dishes were meant for the Lin family's dinner tonight, but since the master had to entertain an important guest, they had to be redone and thus could only be discarded. Lin Yajun sighed, a hint of disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes. With Chef Zhang busy preparing dishes for the important guest, it was even less likely for him to cook for her and Mo Chuan. Therefore she could only take Mo Chuan to a restaurant outside. With that thought, she turned around ready to head back to the other courtyard.
Miss, wait a moment.
But at that moment Chef Zhang called out to Lin Yajun.
What is it?
Lin Yajun turned back somewhat puzzled.
Miss, didn't you ask me to cook? Didn't I agree? Chef Zhang looked at Lin Yajun as he spoke. Hearing this, a glimmer of expectation appeared on Lin Yajun's delicate face. Could it be that Chef Zhang had changed his mind? Chef Zhang chuckled, pointing at the waste bucket, and continued, actually there's no need to ask me to cook, there are ready-made dishes right here. The dishes in here have just been thrown away and no one has eaten them, miss, you can just take them back. What a waste. Honestly, it's quite a pity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yajun understood that Chef Zhang was mocking her. Enough.
If you're not going to cook, there's no need to insult me. Lin Yajun bit her cherry lips, speaking in anger.
After saying that, she left the kitchen without looking back. What's there to be arrogant about? Just a waste of a young lady from the Lin family. Chef Zhang spat to the side, watching Lin Yajun's retreating figure with disdain on his face. Then he hummed a tune, continuing to prepare dinner. In the other courtyard at the pavilion, Aunt Xiao walked over with a teapot.
Mr.
Mo, the tea is ready.
Aunt Xiao said, looking at Mo Chuan.
Just put it there. Mo Chuan glanced at Aunt Xiao and said, all right. Aunt Xiao placed the teapot on the stone table.
However, she did not leave immediately but stood in place.
You're fine now, you can go down. Mo Chuan said.
Aunt Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Mr.
Mo, the tea is too hot, let me pour it for you before I go. Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Is Aunt Xiao really this considerate?
Logically, she should be quite disdainful of him. At this moment, Aunt Xiao had already picked up the teapot and was pouring tea into the cup. She absolutely could not feel at ease without seeing Mo Chuan drink the tea with her own eyes. That's why she took the initiative to offer to pour the tea. After filling the cup, Aunt Xiao held it out in front of Mo Chuan.
Mr. Mo, this is premium Westlake Longjing, please have a taste.
Aunt Xiao wore a flattering smile, but a trace of barely noticeable malice flashed in her eyes.
As long as Mo Chuan drank this cup of tea, the dispersing poison would take effect. By then the poison would dissipate Mo Chuan's true energy and he would become a useless person.
Aunt Xiao could hardly contain her anticipation.
All right, thank you.
Mo Chuan took the cup, and just as he finished speaking, a prompt sound echoed in his mind.
Ding.
Poison detected, dispersing poison.
Relevant information appeared in his mind. Item: dispersing poison. Effect: to disperse a person's true energy, destroying their cultivation.
Applicable range: foundation establishment from 1st to 9th layer.
Mo Chuan was taken aback, then quickly realized Aunt Xiao's scheme. I see. Mo Chuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he remained composed, instead lifting the cup and taking a small sip. Not bad in flavor. Mo Chuan set down the cup, looking at Aunt Xiao with a half-smile. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Mo.
Aunt Xiao also wore a smile, her heart full of excitement, joy and exhilaration.
Mo Chuan, you are truly naive.
After drinking this cup of tea, just wait for your true energy to dissipate and revert to an ordinary person.
Then I will take my leave. If Mr. Mo has any further instructions, you can call for me at any time. Aunt Xiao bowed slightly and then exited the pavilion. Go ahead.
Mo Chuan watched Aunt Xiao's departing figure, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Interesting, truly interesting. Mo Chuan murmured to himself, is this the second time I've been hit by dispersing poison? The first time being a month ago in the capital at the Su family. That day Mo Chuan was struck by the dispersing poison from the Su family, causing his true energy to drain away bit by bit, his strength continuously declining. Otherwise, even with Su Yangming and Xiong Shaoqing attacking him, it would have been impossible for them to defeat him, the top of the talent rankings. Being hit by dispersing poison merely meant true energy loss, with his cultivation being destroyed. But he could still start anew and cultivate again from scratch. However, that day Su Yangming and Xiong Shaoqing were not satisfied with that. They destroyed his dantian and meridians entirely. They even deprived him of the chance to cultivate again. Fortunately, in the end, he awakened the Divine Dragon Evolution System, reshaping his once broken body into a golden little snake that could continuously evolve. However, this time I will not fear dispersing poison again. Mo Chuan smiled lightly, extending a finger. A drop of purple liquid appeared at his fingertip. It was the second serpent venom, the supreme poison. The supreme poison that can counteract all poisons. He dropped this drop of supreme venom into the teacup. Mo Chuan lifted the teacup and drank it all at once. Dispersing poison resolved. He set down the teacup just as Lin Yajun returned to the other courtyard.
Lin Yajun bit her cherry lips, her pretty face filled with displeasure.
Why the long face? Didn't you ask the kitchen to serve the dishes? Mo Chuan glanced at Lin Yajun, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Sai, don't mention it."
Entering the pavilion, Lin Yajun sat beside the stone table, propping her chin with her hands, her pretty face filled with anger. The kitchen didn't take my orders seriously at all. Especially that Chef Zhang, I tell you, he is just too annoying. Lin Yajun recounted everything that had happened in the kitchen to Mo Chuan.
After listening, Mo Chuan blinked and said, "So a chef dares to bully you?
You, the legitimate young lady of the Lin family, seem too useless."
You.
Lin Yajun puffed her cheeks, glaring angrily at Mo Chuan. "I thought you would comfort me, but I didn't expect you to just ridicule me."
Mo Chuan shrugged, looking quite innocent.
Meanwhile, at the gate of the Lin family, Lin Jianxue was leading a group of Lin family members waiting at the entrance. He had received a notice early in the morning that the prominent figure from Nanwo City, a top talent on the talent rankings, Yu Yingcai, was about to visit the Lin family. As for why Yu Yingcai was coming, Lin Jianxue did not know at all. But he knew that as long as he made Yu Yingcai comfortable and got close to this powerful figure, the balance among the three major martial families would be broken. The Lin family could then crush the other two martial families and dominate Yunshan City. The title of a top talent is just that useful. The Lin family could then crush the other two martial families and dominate Yunshan City. The title of a top talent is just that useful. That should be young Master Yu's car. Lin Jiangshu's face showed surprise, but soon his expression changed abruptly. Because behind this luxury car several other vehicles followed. Lin Jianxue recognized these cars as belonging to the other two major martial families.
Damn!
Why are the other two families also here? Lin Jiangshu's expression darkened. This was a great opportunity for the Lin family to curry favor with Yu Yingcai, and why were the other two families barging in? Several luxury cars stopped at the Lin family's entrance. Lin Jianxue hurriedly approached the first luxury car, respectfully opening the door.
Young Master Yue, please.
I am the current head of the Lin family, Lin Jianxue.
Welcome young Master Yue to visit our Lin family.
Lin Jianxue gestured for him to enter, his face full of smiles. Inside was a young man of remarkable demeanor, none other than Yu Yingcai.
He glanced at the lowly postured Lin Jianxue and said lightly, "You are quite thoughtful." He young Master Yue, please.
Lin Jiangshu's face flashed with a hint of joy as he maintained the welcoming gesture. Yu Yingcai nodded, stepping out of the vehicle, surveying the Lin family's grand residence with a smile. Your Lin family is quite impressive, it's almost comparable to our Yu family. Lin Jianxue broke into a cold sweat on his forehead and quickly said, Young Master Yue, you flatter us. We are merely a poor village while the Yu family has established a foothold in Nanwu City. How can the Lin family compare?
Are you questioning my judgment?
However, Yu Yingcai did not show any sign of delight upon hearing this. Instead, his expression darkened. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended. Lin Jianxue felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. This was the power of a top talent on the talent rankings. Just a glance was enough to make the head of the Lin family not dare to move. Young Master Yue, you misunderstood. That is not what I meant.
Lin Jianxue trembled as he lowered his head, repeatedly explaining. He knew he had stepped on a landmine. I do not like seeing anyone question me, understand?
Yu Yingcai shot a glance at Lin Jianxue, his voice cold.
Yes, young master, it won't happen again.
Lin Jianxue nodded, hurriedly speaking in a rushed manner. Only then did Yu Yingcai retract his imposing aura, and Lin Jianxue felt a wave of relief wash over him. He touched his back, realizing it was already drenched in sweat. At this moment, the other luxury cars also opened their doors.
One after another, many people got out.
Lin Jianxue recognized these individuals. They were key figures from the Sun and Shui families. Thus all three major martial families, Lin, Sun and Shui, were gathered. Since everyone is here, let's go inside. Yu Yingcai glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. After that, he led the way into the Lin family mansion.
Lin Jianxue and the others quickly followed.
Brother Sun, Brother Shui, why were you also invited by young Master Yu? On the way, Lin Jianxue asked the people from the Sun and Shui families. Young Master Yu said he wanted to assemble the three families to help him with something.
Sun family's head Sun Renhui sighed as he spoke.
Yes. But what exactly it is, we are not clear.
Shui family's head Shuexiu Yuan also frowned.
Upon hearing Sun Renhui and Shuexiu Yuan, Lin Jianxue fell into quiet contemplation. Yu Yingcai had assembled the three great martial families of Yunshan City, not for ceremony but to entrust them with a task.
What could it possibly be?
Lin Jianxue dared not presume the intentions of this peerless prodigy.
As the group walked through the Lin family mansion, they soon arrived at the ancestral hall. This was the Lin family's exclusive reception chamber for distinguished guests. Young Master Yi, please be seated, Lin Jianxue said, his face wreathed in deferential smiles. He yielded the seat of honor to Yi Yingcai, who nodded indifferently and took it without hesitation, as though it were his due. Lin Jianxue settled into the secondary seat. The representatives of the Sun and Shui families likewise took their places. Yi Yingcai swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke coolly, I shall dispense with needless formalities. I summoned you to enlist your local influence in investigating a matter.
Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhui and Shuexiu Yuan, the three patriarchs, immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Young Master Yi, please speak. A glint of icy sharpness flickered in Yi Yingcai's eyes. Investigate the cause of my younger brother Yi Liangcai's death.
At those words, all three patriarchs froze in stunned silence.
His expression impassive. Yi Yingcai continued, my brother perished days ago while exploring an ancient ruin in the suburban mountains of Yunshan City, under circumstances deemed suspicious.
My father, enraged, dispatched me to uncover the truth. You three families are native to Yunshan City and far more familiar with its terrain and undercurrents than I.
Thus this investigation falls to you. Truth be told, he and his younger brother Yi Liankai shared little closeness. They were half-brothers born of different mothers, bound by blood but estranged by distance and rivalry. Moreover, he was preparing for the upcoming prodigy war, determined to ascend higher on the prodigy rankings. He could ill afford to squander precious time on this matter. Entrusting it to these three great families was therefore the most expedient course. Yes. Young Master Yi, rest assured, we shall dispatch our finest agents immediately. The three patriarchs exchanged fleeting glances before hastening to assent. This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with Yi Inkai himself. Excellent. See that you do not disappoint me. Yi Inkai replied tonelessly. Sensing the moment ripe, Lin Jianxue added swiftly, now that business is concluded, shall I instruct the kitchen to serve dinner? Very well. Yi Inkai agreed. Lin Jianxue's face lit up. He promptly excused himself and hurried toward the kitchen.
Sun Renhuai and Xue Shouyuan exchanged a glance, both eyes shadowed with quiet resignation.
What else could they do? Yi Inkai had deliberately convened the meeting at the Lin mansion, granting the Lin family first access, a distinct advantage in winning his favor. In the secluded garden pavilion, Lin Yajun rose gracefully, her luminous eyes turning toward Mo Chuan. Let us go, the dining hall outside is preferable.
Agreed. Mo Chuan stood as well, unruffled. Miss, you're leaving already?
Aunt Xiao approached her, smile warm and practiced.
Indeed.
Lin Yajun sighed softly. Was she truly expected to dine on leftovers scraped from a slop bucket by Chef Shang's decree? There remained no choice but to seek sustenance elsewhere.
Miss, allow me to escort you and Mr. Mo, Aunt Xiao offered eagerly, her gaze for an instant veiling something unreadable. The three departed the garden, winding through the Lin mansion's corridors. Along the way, Aunt Xiao stole several furtive glances at Mo Chuan. Is there perhaps a flower blooming upon my face? Mo Chuan turned to her, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. Apologies, Mr. Mo. Aunt Xiao lowered her head, instantly murmuring contrition.
Within, she scoffed coldly. She had merely been observing whether the dispersing toxin had begun to take effect.
Enough, Mo Chuan, spare us your vanity.
Why would Aunt Xiao fixate on you?
Lin Yajun shot him a playful sparkling glance, innocent, mischievous, utterly guileless. Mo Chuan only shook his head, smiling silently as they resumed their walk until the ancestral hall came into view.
They were passing just outside its threshold when within the banquet had already commenced. Exquisite dishes arrayed across the long table, their aromas rich and intoxicating, stirring hunger even with a single breath.
How fragrant.
That dish looks delectable. I can scarcely wait to lift my chopsticks. All eyes lingered, rapt upon the feast, saliva nearly pooling at their lips. Even Yi Inkai betrayed the faintest flicker of appreciation. Standing nearby, Chef Zhan watched with quiet, unassailable pride. This was his mastery, culinary art so profound it could captivate even the refined palates of martial cultivators.
Young Master Yi, permit me to introduce our Lin family's chief chef, Chef Shang.
Lin Jianxue gestured toward the man.
Yi Inkai glanced once, then gave a slight nod. The cuisine is exceptional. Thank you, young Master Yi.
Chef Zhan flushed crimson, elated. He had already learned from the patriarch that this honored guest ranked among the celestial prodigies on the prodigy rankings. Such praise from a true prodigy was an honor beyond measure.
Yajun, where do you think you're going? Have you no sense of decorum? Guests have arrived.
Lin Jianxue's sharp rebuke rang out, halting the trio mid-stride. Instantly, every gaze in the hall pivoted outward, locking onto Lin Yajun, Mo Chuan, and Aunt Xiao. Lin Yajun's delicate features tightened at the reprimand.
Aunt Xiao, merely a domestic attendant, trembled visibly beneath the weight of so many martial cultivators' stares.
Mo Chuan alone remained unmoved, calm, inscrutable, unflinching.
Who is that? A young woman among the Sun family's martial artists murmured, startled. What is it, daughter?
Sun Renhuai turned to Sun Yueying. Nothing, she whispered, but her eyes remained riveted on Mo Chuan. Wasn't he the youth who'd emerged dripping from the Yun River the day she'd fished beside her grandfather? Her grandfather had sensed something unusual in him, had even urged her to investigate. Yet she'd dismissed it with disdain, seeing nothing extraordinary in him, and taken no action. And now here he stood, in the Lin mansion.
At that moment, Yi Ingai's brow furrowed faintly as he studied Mo Chuan, his gaze lingering, unsettled, probing. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to him.
To the peerless sovereign of the prodigy war, the one who had crushed all rivals and ascended unchallenged to the pinnacle.
A chill ran down Yi Ingai's spine. Impossible.
Hadn't word spread widely that this paragon had perished a month prior?
Yajun, what are you still doing there?
Lin Jianxue's voice hardened with rising fury. Approach immediately and greet young Master Yi, do not disgrace our household with such rudeness.
Lin Yajun did not move.
She refused to let Mo Chuan wait any longer, and so summoning courage she met her uncle's gaze, her eyes trembling slightly, her lips pressed tight. Uncle, I'm urgently dining out with a friend. The implication hung clear. Time was short, greetings could wait.
Silence crashed over the hall like a wave.
The Sun and Shui patriarch stared at Lin Yajun as if she were mad.
To slight Yi Yingkai.
Was she courting annihilation?
They'd seen recklessness, but never such breathtaking folly. Brother Lin, you've raised a remarkable niece.
Shui Xiu Yuan smirked, savoring the spectacle.
Indeed, Brother Lin, your niece speaks with admirable candor. Sun Wenhui added, equally amused. Enough. Lin Jianshui's face darkened.
He pointed sharply at Mo Chuan.
Yajun, who is this stranger?
Why has he entered our Lin mansion?
As I said, he is my friend.
Lin Yajun replied, steady and sincere. Then, master, this man is no friend of Miss Lin's. Anshao stepped forward, her posture rigid with feigned righteousness as she pointed at Mo Chuan. He is a fraud, a schemer with hidden motives. He exploited a debt of life-saving gratitude to insinuate himself close to Miss Lin, seeking to leverage her status as a direct heir of the Lin family for personal gain.
Gasps rippled through the hall. Mo Chuan's lips curved faintly as he glanced at Anshao, so the charade had finally begun. Meanwhile, at the riverside, He family villa.
As Yunshan City's foremost magnate, the He family's wealth was staggering, reflected in their sprawling estate, which featured a vast opulent swimming pool. He Chang stood beside the pool, his gaze fixed upon its depths, where a colossal winged creature drifted serenely, the male roan fish.
He had brought it home. Remain here for now, you'll endure some inconvenience, he told the beast. Char.
The roan fish emitted a soft cry, acknowledging his command. He Chang smiled faintly, then erected a massive black tent fully enveloping the pool and concealing its inhabitant from prying eyes.
Once complete, he retrieved his phone. Time to report to the elder.
He dialed, and the call connected instantly.
Status.
A detached, resonant voice answered. Elder, I have successfully retrieved the sealed ancient demon beast, the roan fish.
However, complications arose.
His tone shifted subtly.
A trace of interest entered the elder's voice. Oh. Elaborate. I retrieved only the male roan fish.
He recounted in meticulous detail all that had transpired beneath the Yun River.
When he finished, silence stretched, long, heavy, suffocating. He Chang clenched his fists, palms slick with sweat, heart hammering with dread.
One male, one female, the mission demanded both. To return only half was failure. He braced for punishment.
So, the female remains unaccounted for.
At last the elder spoke.
Yais.
He Chang stammered, voice trembling. Then seizing chance he ventured, Elder, I suspect the mysterious sect you mentioned intercepted her first.
After all, they forced Shi Jihai to suicide and seized the demon beastchen before we could act. Unwittingly, he had already recast Mo Chuan as that very sect, sinister, omnipotent, unfathomable.
Elder, I truly sought completion, but circumstance intervened. Still uneasy, he pressed on, seeking absolution.
Enough.
The elder's voice cut through, cold and absolute. This failure bears extenuating causes. I am reasonable, I shall not punish you.
Relief flooded He Chang's face. Elder's wisdom is unparalleled.
However, the voice continued, the roan fish was always a matched pair. With only the male secured, its utility to me is severely diminished. Thus, you may retain the male roan fish.
He Chang's expression contorted, shock, euphoria, disbelief, exultation, all warring at once. Not only was he spared, he was rewarded. A divine boon descended from heaven. Do not rejoice prematurely, the elder intoned calmly. I leave it with you, not as a gift, but to aid your next assignment. He Chang paused, then bowed deeply. Elder, command me. Conquer Yunshan City, the voice declared, devoid of inflection. It is time this city fell under my dominion. He Chang's eyes widened, astonishment blazing. To conquer Yunshan City.
He had dreamed of this for years. He stood at the peak of the sixth heaven, while the strongest cultivators of the Lin Sun and Shui families had only just breached that realm. Now with the ancient demon beast, the roan fish, at his side, victory was inevitable. Elder, I swear to fulfill this mission.
Do not disappoint me, came the quiet reply. The line went dead. He Chang's eyes gleamed. He bellowed, summon my attendants. Master. A subordinate rushed in instantly.
He Chang spoke evenly, prepare formal invitations for the three great martial families and all secular magnates of Yunshan City.
Master, under what pretext? The man asked, bewildered. A birthday gala. A business summit. A wine tasting. Our house holds no such plans. He Chang's lips curled. Under the title of Yunshan City's sovereign.
Issue decrees to the three martial families and all noble houses, commanding their attendants tomorrow to pledge allegiance. Those who refuse shall perish. He swept his arm wide, radiating sovereign authority.
Yes, master.
The subordinate's voice trembled, not with fear but fervor. He knew his master's genius had long been concealed, waiting for this moment to erupt upon the world.
Now, finally, it had arrived. The He family would reign supreme over Yunshan City. The servant withdrew. Moments later Mo Dai arrived breathless with excitement.
Darling, are you finally revealing your true strength? Her eyes blazed, not with love but vengeance.
Would she now wield the He family's might to destroy Mo Chuan? Precisely. He Chang's eyes lit up.
He stepped forward, seized her hand and drew her close.
Come, let us retire to our chambers. You rogue. Mo Dai flushed, casting him a mock scolding glance. He laughed aloud, scooped her into his arms, and carried her toward the bedroom. His pulse quickened, not with passion but anticipation. He craved the yin energy, needed it to refine the yin-yang absorption art. For his spirit was serene, his will unshakable, his ambition soaring, breakthrough shimmered just beyond reach. In the Lin family hall the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. Aunt Xiao, you mustn't speak recklessly. Mo Chuan is my friend, not someone with ulterior motives. Miss, as the saying goes, the person involved is confused while the bystander is clear.
You have been deceived too deeply by Mo Chuan to see who he truly is.
A mocking smile appeared on Aunt Xiao's face.
Although Mo Chuan had already been affected by her dispersive poison, she felt it was still insufficient.
She wanted to leverage the Lin family's power to make Mo Chuan's situation even worse.
In the hall, Yu Yinkai's eyelids twitched violently upon hearing the conversation between Lin Yajun and Aunt Xiao. He stared intently at Mo Chuan.
What did they just call this person? Mo Chuan.
This name is just one character off from Su Chuan.
Could it really be that person? At that thought, Yu Yinkai's face turned pale.
Lin Jianxue noticed the change in Yu Yinkai's complexion and felt a surge of anxiety in his heart.
It's over. I've made Yu Yinkai so angry that he turned pale.
He knew that this farce had likely disturbed Yu Yinkai's elegant dining experience. Thus he had to end this farce as quickly as possible.
Everyone shut up.
Lin Jianxue exclaimed angrily, interrupting the quarrel between Lin Yajun and Aunt Xiao. Then Lin Jianxue looked at Mo Chuan with cold eyes and said sternly, "Kid, you have quite the audacity to set your sights on our Lin family.
Get someone.
Take this kid away and thoroughly interrogate him about his intentions towards the Lin family."
With that, 2 guards from the Lin family immediately approached Mo Chuan.
This was the effect she desired.
With the Lin family's influence, she aimed to suppress Mo Chuan to a point where he couldn't lift his head.
Tap tap tap. The 2 Lin family guards had already. This was the effect she desired.
With the Lin family's influence, she aimed to suppress Mo Chuan to a point where he couldn't lift his head.
Tap tap tap. The 2 Lin family guards had already reached Mo Chuan.
No.
Lin Yajun bit her cherry lips tightly, blocking the 2 guards. The guards hesitated as she was the direct descendant of the Lin family. Lin Jiangxu's face twitched in anger as he said furiously, "Ignore the young lady and push her aside." Instantly the 2 guards pushed Lin Yajun aside. Lin Yajun was not a martial artist, so she couldn't resist.
With the obstruction done, the 2 Lin family guards successfully seized Mo Chuan's arms, standing beside him as if apprehending a criminal. Are you sure you want to take me down? Mo Chuan said with a half smile.
At this remark, Yu Yinkai's expression changed once again. This voice, coupled with the previous doubts. It couldn't be wrong, it was that person. Yu Yinkai was now 100% certain. Meanwhile, Lin Jianxue grew even more anxious. He noticed the change in Yu Yinkai's expression and felt a jolt in his heart. Lin Jianxue immediately turned to Mo Chuan and shouted, "Shut up! How dare a reckless person act wildly in my Lin family? You all hurry up and take him down." After saying that, he turned to Yu Yingsai, a smile plastered on his face, and said, "Young Master Yue, do not let such a person affect your mood. We can continue dining." Yu Yingkai looked at Lin Jianxue with a horrified and incredulous expression.
After confirming Mo Chuan's identity, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic.
This was an existence even he, a top genius on the genius ranking, had to fear. Yet this insignificant head of the Lin family wanted to take down Mo Chuan. Lin Jianxue felt flustered under Yu Yingkai's gaze. He forced a smile and tentatively asked, "Is young master Yu still unsatisfied? It's understandable that your appetite would be lost after such a disturbance." As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yajun and scolded, "Yajun, hurry up and come here to toast young master Yu." Upon hearing this, Lin Yajun's face turned pale as she bit her cherry lips tightly. But Lin Jianxue felt there was nothing wrong with this. First, the farce was originally caused by Lin Yajun, so she must apologize.
Second, Lin Yajun was very beautiful looking, pleasing to the eye.
Having her accompany Yu Yingkai during the meal with good food in front and a beautiful person by his side, perhaps Yu Yingkai would not be angry. "Young Master Yue, what do you think of this arrangement?" Lin Jianxue hurriedly looked at Yu Yingsai, waiting for his praise.
However, Yu Yingkai's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming terrifying.
"Go to hell!" Yu Yingkai erupted in anger, slapping Lin Jianxue hard across the face. Indeed, he had directly cursed. The entire room fell silent. The other members of the two major martial arts families, the Sun and Shui families, were utterly confused. They felt Lin Jiangshu's arrangement was quite proper, taking great care of Yu Yingkai.
In fact, even having the Lin family's direct descendant accompany him for drinks could be considered a form of flattery.
But why did Yu Yingkai instead hit Lin Jianxue? Young Master Yue, what did I do wrong to anger you? Lin Jianxue covered his swollen face, feeling immense pain, but he dared not complain, instead carefully asking,
"What did I do wrong?"
Upon hearing this, Yu Yingkai was so furious he nearly spat blood. It was not just a mistake, he was clearly being set up to fail.
Lin Yajun's relationship with Mo Chuan was clearly not ordinary. Yet Lin Jianxue actually had Lin Yajun accompany him for drinks.
Wasn't that digging his own grave?
If things went poorly, Mo Chuan might even think he had designs on Lin Yajun.
Slap. Yu Yingkai could no longer contain his inner fury and slapped Lin Jianxue again. Your greatest mistake is disrespecting him. Yu Yingkai glared at Lin Jianxue and pointed at Mo Chuan. At the same time, he unleashed two streams of true energy towards the two Lin family guards.
Ah!
The two Lin family guards screamed, immediately flying backward. Young Master Yue, this kid is merely someone with ulterior motives trying to get close to my niece. What is there to respect about him? Lin Jianxue, covering his painful face, felt somewhat confused and said in a trembling voice. Anshao, seeing that Yu Yingkai was speaking up for Mo Chuan, immediately felt something was amiss and quickly interjected. Yes, young Master Yue, Mo Chuan is a shameless person who deliberately approached my family's young lady under the guise of saving her. Anshao, seeing that Yu Yingkai was speaking up for Mo Chuan, immediately felt something was amiss and quickly interjected. Yes, young Master Yue, Mo Chuan is a shameless person who deliberately approached my family's young lady. Yu Yingkai saw through everything clearly. It was obvious that Anshao had grievances with Mo Chuan and was deliberately targeting him. The true energy struck Anshao, sending her flying dozens of meters away. Pooh! Upon landing, Anshao spat out a mouthful of blood. She wasn't as resilient as the two Lin family guards. After all, they were martial artists and could withstand true energy, but she was merely an ordinary person. She felt as if her internal organs had been crushed, and it was excruciatingly painful.
This scene shocked everyone. The martial artists from the three major families all trembled in fear.
Such decisiveness in killing, truly deserving of being a top genius on the genius ranking. Yu Yingkai glanced at Lin Jianxue with a cold gaze, causing Lin Jiangshu's heart to sink. Yu Yingkai pointed at Mo Chuan and questioned Lin Jianxue. You say he is not worthy of respect.
Even I must bow down to him.
You dare say he is not worthy of respect? How could the top genius on the genius ranking at just 18 not inspire awe?
The crowd was so shocked by Yu Yingkai's words that they couldn't speak. They all looked at Mo Chuan. Even Yu Yingkai, a top genius on the genius ranking, had to bow down to him. What kind of identity does this person have? Among the Sun family martial artists, Sun Yueying frowned slightly. She looked at Mo Chuan, her mind racing. Could it be that Grandpa was right? This person is indeed special. Lin Yajun covered her cherry lips, her pretty face filled with surprise, utterly bewildered. Yu Yingkai speaking up for her and Mo Chuan had already surprised her greatly. But to her astonishment, Yu Yingkai was also treating Mo Chuan with such respect. Young Master Yue. Lin Jiangshu's face turned pale. Seeing how Yu Yingkai had said that, he finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He wanted to remedy the situation. Step aside, don't block me. However, Yu Yingkai pushed Lin Jianxue aside and rushed towards Mo Chuan. As he approached, under the gaze of everyone, Yu Yingkai put on a flattering smile and said, Brother Chuan, just call me Xiaoyu. I was just having a meal at the Lin family and knew nothing about it. What the head of the Lin family just did has nothing to do with me. With that, the entire hall erupted in uproar. All surprised gazes converged on Mo Chuan. Yu Yingkai in front of him actually referred to himself as Xiaoyu. Initially, they thought Yu Yingkai was already showing enough respect to Mo Chuan. But they had underestimated this respect. Yu Yingkai was actually willing to lower himself to call himself Xiaoyu. Oh, you know me. Mo Chuan looked at Yu Yingkai with a slight smile.
Meeting someone who knew him in such an underdeveloped martial arts place like Yunshan City was truly unexpected.
Of course I know you.
Yu Yingkai quickly nodded and smiled. Brother Chuan, during the 100-man melee I had a fleeting encounter with you. Although you may have forgotten, I remember it clearly.
100-man melee. The people around listened in confusion, wondering what that was.
Yu Yingkai's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia.
The 100-man melee he spoke of was actually the genius battle during the ranking battle.
The genius battle was divided into two phases. The first phase was the selection battle. The second phase was the ranking battle. The selection battle involved choosing 100 martial artists under the age of 30 from across the country. These 100 individuals were the ones who filled the slots on the genius ranking. Following this, the ranking battle would commence, allowing these 100 to compete in a free-for-all, determining their positions on the genius ranking based on elimination order. As for him, he was eliminated quite quickly in the previous 100-man melee, so he ended up with a low ranking of 93 on the genius ranking.
It was during that time that Mo Chuan left a profound impression on him.
In that 100-man melee, Mo Chuan swept through his opponents like a heavenly deity, ultimately claiming first place. From then on he topped the genius ranking.
How could this not leave Yu Yingkai deeply impressed? So it's you. Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow.
With Yu Yingkai's reminder, he indeed found Yu Yingkai a bit familiar.
Of course it was just a fleeting familiarity.
After all, Yu Yingkai had been eliminated too quickly and he hadn't seen him in the later melee. In the distance, Aunt Xiao lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. After being struck by the true energy of Yu Yingkai, her internal organs had shattered and she knew there was no way for her to survive. However, Mo Chuan did not fall as she had imagined, captured by the Lin family. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red as she looked towards Mo Chuan and shouted loudly, "Mo Chuan!" This cry was piercingly shrill and attracted everyone's attention.
All gazes fell upon Aunt Xiao.
Mo Chuan and Yu Yingkai also turned to look at her. Aunt Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly said, "Mo Chuan, I know I have no way out."
But does that mean you will have a good end?
Yu Yingkai's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent as his true energy surged, raising his right hand and commanding, "Shut up. How dare you disrespect Brother Chuan?"
Mo Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "It's fine, let her continue."
Yu Yingkai immediately lowered his hand. Aunt Xiao, filled with resentment and malice, laughed wickedly, saying, "The tea you drank earlier has already been laced with a dissipating poison. Now the effects of the dissipating poison must have already begun, right?
Mo Chuan, have you noticed that your true energy is gradually draining away? Ha ha ha, in the end you will revert to a mere ordinary person.
Years of hard work wasted in a single day." Upon Aunt Xiao's words, the entire venue was thrown into shock.
Dissipating poison. Mo Chuan actually fell victim to dissipating poison.
This type of poison is nearly incurable, leaving one to helplessly watch their true energy slip away. Yu Yingkai's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Even someone as talented as he was helpless against dissipating poison.
Mo Chuan.
Lin Yajun looked at Mo Chuan, her beautiful eyes filled with deep self-reproach and guilt. After all, it was she who had asked Aunt Xiao to serve the tea.
"It's all right," Mo Chuan said, shaking his head and smiling at Lin Yajun.
He then turned to Aunt Xiao, a slight smirk on his lips, and asked, "Who told you that my true energy is dissipating?" Aunt Xiao wore a mocking expression and coldly retorted, "Mo Chuan, you've already been poisoned by dissipating poison, so stop lying to yourself." Mo Chuan smiled without answering, his heart stirring as he unleashed his true energy.
Boom!
A terrifying wave of true energy erupted from Mo Chuan, spreading outward from his center. Crack! The ground beneath Mo Chuan's feet could not withstand the pressure, cracking like a spider's web with countless tiny fissures.
Everyone was taken aback. What a powerful wave of true energy. Wait, this doesn't look like the manifestation of dissipating energy.
Isn't he poisoned by dissipating poison? Yu Yingkai's pupils constricted further as waves of shock surged within him.
Being a genius, he understood the situation better than anyone.
Although the intensity of the true energy Mo Chuan unleashed was at the 5th layer, its quality and refinement surpassed that of the 6th layer.
Impossible.
How can you be fine when you clearly fell victim to my dissipating poison? Aunt Xiao looked as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes widening in terror as she stared at Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan approached Aunt Xiao, a slight smirk on his lips, and whispered in her ear, "Because I am not afraid. I knew there was dissipating poison in your tea all along, yet I chose to ignore the toxin and drank it regardless." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept it. Did her meticulously planned poisoning scheme seem like child's play to Mo Chuan?
"You!" Aunt Xiao glared fiercely at Mo Chuan, her eyes filled with unwillingness, resentment and hatred.
The next moment she spat out another mouthful of blood, closed her eyes and fell silent.
Watching this scene, Mo Chuan's gaze remained indifferent, his expression unreadable.
Yu Yingkai felt a surge of excitement again.
Truly, as the top of the genius rankings, he was not afraid of even dissipating poison.
He then revealed a smile and looked at Mo Chuan, making a gesture of invitation. "Brother Chuan, please come inside. I heard Miss Lin say earlier that she wanted to take you out for a meal. Why go through all that trouble? Isn't there already food prepared here?" He then turned to Lin Yajun, making the same gesture, smiling, "Miss Lin, please come in." This. Lin Yajun felt a bit at a loss. She knew Yu Yingkai's status was such that even the Lin family had to curry favor with him.
"Let's go inside." Mo Chuan smiled and entered the Lin family's hall first. Oh.
Lin Yajun came to her senses and followed suit.
Inside the Lin family hall.
"Come, Brother Chuan, sit here, it's comfortable." Yu Yingkai smiled, giving the main seat to Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan did not refuse and took a seat.
The warriors from the Lin Sun and Shui families watched the scene, swallowing hard and remaining silent, not daring to interrupt. "Young Master Yue, I yield my place to you." Lin Jianxue hurriedly stood up from his secondary seat, his face plastered with a smile. He didn't dare let Yu Yingkai stand.
Get out of the way. Yuan Kai ignored Lin Jianxue and pushed him aside. He then looked at Lin Yajun smiling. Miss Lin, you can take the secondary seat.
Lin Yajun, confused, took the secondary seat. Lin Jianxue stood to the side, his smile awkward.
He finally understood who he should be flattering. It was Mo Chuan. This was someone even Yuan Kai had to flatter.
Brother Chuan, these delicious dishes, we haven't even touched our chopsticks yet, so you should take the first bite. Yes, Mo sir, these dishes are all made by our Lin family's head chef, Chef Zhang, and I guarantee you will be satisfied with the taste. Lin Jianxue, with a face full of smiles, chimed in as well.
However, I can't afford these dishes.
Mo Chuan glanced at the dishes and raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
What?
Yuan Kai and Lin Jianxue's smiles froze on their faces, feeling uneasy.
Was he dissatisfied with something? Mo Chuan said lightly, where is your family's waste bucket? I think the food inside is more suitable for me.
Upon hearing this, Chef Zhang and the crowd felt a sudden chill of foreboding.
Brother Chuan, are you joking? How could anyone eat the food from the waste bucket?
Yuan Kai exclaimed, taken aback and confused.
Yes, Mo sir, who would dare to make you eat from the waste bucket?
Lin Jianxue chuckled, also thinking Mo Chuan was joking.
Mo Chuan ignored the two and looked into the crowd smiling. Isn't that right, Chef Zhang? Mo sir.
Chef Zhang's expression changed as he trembled and stepped out from the crowd. Lin Jianxue sensed something was off, his gaze turning icy as he glared at Chef Zhang, scolding, what's going on?
Head of the family, spare me.
Chef Zhang knelt on the ground in fear, his voice trembling as he said, the young lady asked me to prepare some dishes to entertain friends, but
I didn't agree.
Instead, I allowed the young lady to take the food from the waste bucket back to entertain her friends. Heaven knows how much regret he felt at this moment. If he had known that the friends Lin Yajun was entertaining were worthy of even Yuan Kai's reverence, he would never have dared to let her eat from the waste bucket. Lin Jianxue's heart raced upon hearing Chef Zhang's words.
Damn it, wasn't this setting him up? How dare you disrespect Mo sir? He waved his hand and shouted, come here, take him away.
A Lin family guard rushed over, escorting Chef Zhang out of the hall.
Head of the family, don't. I was wrong.
Chef Zhang struggled, pleading for mercy, but his cries faded as he was led further away.
Lin Yajun covered her cherry lips, watching the scene in a daze.
The Chef Zhang who had bullied her earlier was taken away just like that. She looked at Mo Chuan, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of brilliance and confusion. She knew that all of this had to do with Mo Chuan.
Who on earth was this guy? I'm sorry, Mo sir, my subordinate's quality was too low, making you laugh at me. Lin Jianxue looked at Mo Chuan, smiling apologetically. Mo Chuan lightly acknowledged. He glanced around at everyone and said with a faint smile, in that case, let's eat.
However, no one dared to move their chopsticks. All eyes gathered on Mo Chuan, seemingly waiting for him to eat first. Even geniuses like Yuan Kai did not dare to go first. They dared not touch their chopsticks. Mo Chuan, indifferent to the gazes of the crowd, picked up a piece of boiled fish and put it in his mouth. After all, cultivators who had not reached foundation establishment could not abstain from food they still needed to eat.
The taste is quite good. Mo Chuan chewed a few bites, then looked at Lin Yajun and said, you should eat too. Oh. Lin Yajun nodded dazedly and picked up a piece of food, putting it in her mouth.
Mo Chuan smiled again, saying, I just wonder, is this meal considered my treat or yours? Lin Yajun pouted her lovely eyes and huffed, of course it counts as my treat since we're eating at my Lin family.
Mo Chuan smiled knowingly, but without me it seems you wouldn't even be on the dinner table. You.
Lin Yajun was momentarily at a loss for words. She knew she couldn't argue back, so she lowered her head and angrily ate a few bites to hide her embarrassment. Seeing that the two had finally moved their chopsticks, everyone else finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat. After a few bites, Yuan Kai set down his chopsticks, opened a bottle of wine and poured 2 cups. He handed a cup to Mo Chuan, took up another and laughed heartily, saying, come brother Chuan, I toast you. With that he gulped it down.
Mo Chuan smiled faintly and did not decline, he also drank a cup. Ha ha ha, how delightful.
Yuan Kai set down his wine cup and laughed, to meet brother Chuan today and drink with you, it is truly my lifelong honor.
Everyone was once again stunned. A genius like Yuan Kai felt honored just to share a drink with Mo Chuan. This made them even more curious about Mo Chuan's identity and background.
At that moment a commotion arose outside the hall. Lin Jianxue's expression changed as he hurriedly scolded, what's all the noise?
Don't you see we're entertaining guests here?
A Lin family guard entered the hall respectfully and said, head of the family, someone from the He family is trying to force their way into our Lin family.
He family?
Lin Jianxue's face flashed with disdain. The He family was just a secular aristocratic family. Although they were ranked first among the aristocrats, they were still insignificant in front of martial arts families. Lin Jianxue coldly snorted, what do the He family want? How dare they force their way into my Lin family's mansion? Don't they fear that my Lin family will flatten their He family in a fit of anger? The Lin family guard respectfully replied, reporting to the head of the family. The He family came to deliver an invitation letter.
An invitation.
Lin Jianxue was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, no matter what the He family intends, daring to intrude upon the Lin family is a blatant disrespect.
Capture that person. An invitation.
Lin Jianxue was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, no matter what the He family intends, daring to intrude upon the Lin family is a blatant disrespect.
Capture that person. Mo Chuan smiled faintly, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. The He family.
The same He family that had attempted to assassinate him.
The one that had taken away Mo Dai and her family.
The banquet continued.
The atmosphere once again became lively. Come, Brother Chuan, let me toast you another glass.
Yuankai filled another cup of wine, raising it with a smile towards Mo Chuan.
Ah!
At that moment a scream rang out from outside, followed by a figure flying into the hall and crashing heavily onto the floor. As everyone focused, they saw it was the Lin family guard, now heavily injured and unconscious. Lin Jiangshu's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. This was a provocation against the Lin family. Just then a tall figure walked into the hall, a smile on his face. Swish! Many gazes fell upon this imposing figure. Mo Chuan was also assessing this tall figure. The tall figure, undaunted, cheerfully introduced himself. Let me introduce myself, I am He, the guard of young master He Chang. Lin Jiangshu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he angrily said, a mere He family dares to strike at my Lin family.
Do they seek death?
He coldly laughed, saying, my He family came to deliver an invitation, yet the Lin family guard attacked me, so it is only right that I retaliate. Lin Jianxue found it amusing and said, what is the He family?
Just a mundane wealthy clan, how dare you provoke a martial family?
The other two martial families, the Sun and Shui clans, nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Below the martial families all are but ants. Even if your He family is the number one wealthy clan, you are merely a larger grasshopper. To dare leap before martial families, you will eventually be crushed. With a mysterious smile he chuckled, what is the He family? You will naturally find out tomorrow. With that he raised his right hand and flicked out a red shadow. Swish! The red shadow darted through the air, finally embedding itself in the dining table.
Everyone focused to see that it was a red invitation.
To everyone's surprise, the invitation, though made of soft paper, had pierced into the table like a sharp blade. Lin Jiangshu's pupils constricted as he infused his true energy into the invitation, making it as sharp as a blade. This was something only a martial artist with profound skill could achieve. Connecting this to how easily He had knocked out the Lin family guard, he concluded that He was undoubtedly a formidable martial artist.
When did the He family have martial artists?
Lin Jianxue looked up only to find that He had already left the hall, disappearing without a trace. The other two martial families, the Sun and Shui clans, were also somewhat astonished. The He family has actually trained martial artists.
Indeed, they have something. Mo Chuan's lips curled slightly, pondering inwardly why the He family dared to oppose him and rescue Mo Dai's family from the Mo family.
Lin Jianxue scoffed, so what if they have trained martial artists?
The three major martial families have developed over many years, deeply rooted. Does the He family think they can overthrow us?
With that he picked up the invitation and squinted at it. Before long his expression darkened. The He family really does not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The martial artists from the Sun and Shui families were very curious and began to inquire.
Old Lin, what does it say? Asked Sun Renhui, the head of the Sun family.
Yes, let's hear it. Shui Xiuyuan, the head of the Shui family, also asked.
Mo Chuan's gaze shifted towards Lin Jianxue, curiosity piqued.
Lin Jianxue stared at the invitation and read aloud, the overlord of Yunshan City, the He family invites all three major martial families and all mundane wealthy clans to attend the He family tomorrow and submit to them. Those who do not attend shall die. The moment he finished, the entire hall fell silent.
The atmosphere became incredibly tense. The overlord of Yunshan City. The He family is quite audacious.
Those who do not attend shall die.
Is the He family out of their minds?
How dare a mere He family be so arrogant?
Everyone was shocked by the He family's audacity. Ding! At this moment 2 phone rings were heard.
They belonged to Sun Renhui of the Sun family and Shui Xiuyuan of the Shui family.
Both frowned and answered their phones.
Before long they hung up, their expressions grim.
A housekeeper called, saying my Sun family also received the invitation. I received it too. Shui Xiuyuan's face was extremely grim.
Once again the hall fell silent.
Everyone felt a chill down their spines. The He family was truly unafraid of death.
Good, very good. Tomorrow I will visit the He family and see if they have the guts to welcome me. Lin Jiangshu's voice turned cold. My Sun family will go too, to see just how capable this so-called overlord of Yunshan City really is. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Sun Renhui's eyes.
Anyone who dares insult the Shui family shall be killed without mercy. Shui Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes, also expressing his stance.
At the main seat, Mo Chuan smiled faintly, pondering quietly. The three major martial families and all mundane wealthy clans, it seems the Mo family must have received the invitation as well.
However, he understood clearly.
The Yi family must have some hidden cards to rely on. Otherwise they would not be so arrogant. But what exactly was their trump card that allowed them to provoke all forces in Yunshan City?
Mo Chuan grew increasingly expectant.
Yu Yingkai observed everything with a cold smile on his lips. He was not a local and did not know how much influence the Yi family held in Yunshan City. But he knew that with Mo Chuan the number one on the genius ranking present, did the Yi family still think they could dominate Yunshan City?
They should quickly wash up and go to sleep dreaming instead.
Everyone, do not let a mere He family affect your mood.
Let's continue the banquet. As the host Lin Jianxue stepped forward to say. The banquet proceeded. During this time Lin Jianxue approached Mo Chuan to toast him. Sun Renhui and Shuexiu Yuan also toasted Mo Chuan.
Although the three did not know why Yu Yingkai respected Mo Chuan so much, since even Yu Yingkai was toasting him, how could they dare not to? As cups were exchanged and the banquet drew to a close, Mo Chuan stood up preparing to take his leave.
The dinner was excellent, thank you for the hospitality, I must return now. Mo Chuan smiled faintly at Lin Yajun.
He was eager to return to hasten the growth of the Lingyuan fruit tree seedlings and then refine keen-hancing pills to improve his cultivation progress. After saying this, he walked out of the hall.
Mo Chuan.
Lin Yajun's lips parted slightly as she extended her jade hand, originally intending to send him off. But at that moment Yu Yingkai quickly stood up and hurried after him. Young Master Yue, won't you stay at my Lin family for the night?
Lin Jianxue anxiously asked. Get out of my way, don't block me.
Yu Yingkai shoved Lin Jianxue aside and ran out of the hall shouting, Brother Chuan, wait for me.
This. Lin Jianxue stood there smiling awkwardly. In the crowd, Sun Yueying lowered her head, quietly eating the food in her bowl. She had not dared to approach Mo Chuan the entire time today. After all, on that day by the Yun River her tone had not been very pleasant and her attitude towards Mo Chuan had been somewhat harsh. At the entrance of the Lin family, as Mo Chuan stepped out the door, a hurried voice called out from behind. Brother Chuan, wait for me. Yu Yingkai chased after him. Oh, do you have something? Mo Chuan turned to Yu Yingkai and asked. Brother Chuan, let me take you back. Yu Yingkai approached his luxury car, opened the door and then looked at Mo Chuan with a beaming smile. If other martial artists saw this, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. This genius ranked number one was actually willing to be someone else's driver. Sure. Mo Chuan nodded and entered the luxury car.
Yu Yingkai hurriedly took the driver's seat, starting the engine and leaving the Lin family.
He took the initiative to send Mo Chuan, naturally harboring many questions he wanted to ask.
On the way, Yu Yingkai cautiously asked, Brother Chuan, a month ago news spread from the capital that you had gone mad and lost your martial abilities and then could not bear the blow and jumped into the Chenjua River to end your life.
Mo Chuan glanced at Yu Yingkai, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Do you believe it?
Yu Yingkai promptly answered, of course not, martial artists can't easily go mad, but what exactly happened a month ago?
Mo Chuan casually replied, a month ago I did encounter treachery and was crippled.
Yu Yingkai was shocked, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. How could that be?
Brother Chuan, didn't you just unleash your true energy in the Lin family?
He abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He recalled that the intensity of the true energy Mo Chuan unleashed in the Lin family seemed to only be at the 5th level. This was not Mo Chuan's peak strength.
Brother Chuan, who did this?
Yu Yingkai could not contain his shock, wondering who dared to plot against the number one on the genius ranking.
Mo Chuan's lips curled slightly as he said, the mastermind is Su's family, Su Yangming.
Accomplice Xiong Shaoqing.
Upon hearing this, Yu Yingkai's pupils constricted sharply. Su family.
They were the ones who had plotted against Mo Chuan.
No wonder Mo Chuan no longer bore the surname Su.
And that accomplice Xiong Shaoqing. Yu Yingkai and Xiong Shaoqing were both martial artists from Nanhua City, so they were naturally familiar with Xiong Shaoqing.
No wonder Mo Chuan no longer bore the surname Su.
And that accomplice Xiong Shaoqing.
Yu Yingkai took some time to digest such explosive news. Swallowing hard, he cautiously asked, Brother Chuan, will you still participate in the upcoming genius battle? The new genius battle was approaching. The genius ranking would soon be re-evaluated. He was also actively preparing to try to improve his ranking. Of course I will participate.
Mo Chuan smiled faintly and said, since some people are jealous of my number one position, I can only do them the favor of continuing to make them jealous. Yu Yingkai's heart skipped a beat as he realized who Mo Chuan was referring to.
What about you? This time it was Mo Chuan's turn to ask.
He glanced at Yu Yingkai and said casually, Nanhua City is the martial arts center of the south.
Why aren't you staying in Nanhua and instead coming to the small place Yunshan City?
Yu Yingkai chuckled awkwardly. I was ordered by my father to investigate the cause of death of my useless brother Yu Liangkai.
He was exploring ancient ruins near Yunshan City a few days ago and Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow and said, I see Yu Liangkai is your brother.
You don't need to investigate anymore, I know the cause of his death. Yu Yingkai was surprised. Brother Chuan, please tell me. Mo Chuan recalled the gruesome scene of the demon beasts devouring martial artists and said flatly he was devoured by the demon beasts within the ruins while exploring.
Devoured by demon beasts, what a way to die. Yu Yingkai was left speechless. Although he felt some sadness, it was not overwhelming. After all, Yu Liangkai was only his half-brother and they were not that close. At this moment the car had just arrived at Mo's house. I'll take my leave now. Until we meet again. Mo Chuan opened the car door and got out.
Brother Chuan, take care.
Yu Yingkai watched Mo Chuan's back, respectfully calling out.
He then started the car and left Mo's house. Now that the cause of Yu Liangkai's death had been investigated, he should return to Nanwo City to prepare for the upcoming genius battle.
The new genius battle is approaching.
Some will advance in ranking while others will fall behind, dropping out of the genius ranking. Who those people are remains unpredictable.
But one thing I am certain of is that some may even lose their lives.
A cold glimmer flashed in Yu Yingkai's eyes as he chuckled. Having been crippled a month ago, now he had resumed cultivation and reached the 5th level.
The pace of such cultivation signifies something terrifying without a doubt.
Some should pray for their own blessings.
Yu Yingkai pressed the accelerator and sped away. Mo family villa. As Mo Chuan stepped into the villa hall, he sensed an odd atmosphere.
Old Master Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fonglin sat on the sofa, their faces dark with worry.
Xiao Chuan, you're back.
The three's expressions brightened upon seeing Mo Chuan.
What happened? Why does everyone look so distressed? Mo Chuan raised an eyebrow, questioning curiously.
Old Master Mo sighed, saying, just now the He family paid a visit. Zhao Fonglin said cautiously, the He family barged into the Mo family. Our bodyguards attempted to drive them out but were sent flying by the He family's presence. It turned out to be a martial artist. Mo Yu Hai's expression grew serious as he handed Mo Chuan a red invitation card. After the He family left, they left behind this invitation.
Xiao Chuan, take a look. Mo Chuan took the invitation and inspected it briefly.
Indeed, it was the same as the one from the Lin family, demanding that the Mo family visit the He family the next day to show their submission.
Otherwise it would mean certain death. I understand this matter.
You all need not worry about the He family, Mo Chuan said, smiling at Old Master Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fonglin.
That's right, let's trust Xiao Chuan.
After all, he is also a martial artist, Mo Yu Hai comforted after a moment's thought.
Old Master Mo and Zhao Fonglin nodded. Mo Chuan smiled again, saying everything will be fine tomorrow. Grandpa, you all should get some rest early.
Encouraged by Mo Chuan, Old Master Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fonglin returned to their rooms.
Mo Chuan then headed to the villa's lawn.
A small sapling stood on the lawn, the youngling of the Lingyuan fruit tree.
Mo Chuan gazed at the sapling, relevant information surfacing in his mind. Name: Lingyuan fruit tree. Years 1050. Status: unripe. It still needs 40 years to mature.
Luckily, after devouring the live fish, I have gathered enough life essence to hasten your growth.
Mo Chuan smiled lightly, looking at the attribute panel. Name: Mo Chuan. Life essence 40. 1 point. Stage: a small snake that has shed its skin 3 times 0400.
Realm 5th layer of Chi, refining 11.
Talent: Devour, 1st serpent poison, illusionary divine poison, 2nd serpent poison, supreme poison, 3rd serpent poison, puppet poison. Space: 10 cubic meters. System: use 40 points of life essence on the Lingyuan fruit tree sapling. Mo Chuan commanded. Ding. Consumed 40 points of life essence. The system's prompt sounded and the attribute panel updated. Name: Mo Chuan. Life essence 0. 1 point. Stage: a small snake that has shed its skin 3 times 0400.
Realm 5th layer of Chi, refining 11.
Talent: Devour, 1st serpent poison, illusionary divine poison, 2nd serpent poison, supreme poison, 3rd serpent poison, puppet poison. Space: 10 cubic meters. Tisk, my life essence is down to 0. It's like going back to square one overnight. Mo Chuan glanced at the attribute panel, feeling a sting in his heart. However, investment also brings rewards.
A milky white light burst from Mo Chuan, landing on the Lingyuan fruit tree sapling. The sapling, as if receiving a great stimulus, began to grow wildly. The slender trunk gradually thickened. The sparse branches multiplied. The scattered leaves became lush. Soon the Lingyuan fruit tree sapling transformed from a small seedling into a towering tree. All these changes occurred in the blink of an eye. Mo Chuan looked again at the Lingyuan fruit tree. This time the information had changed. Name: Lingyuan fruit tree. Years 5050. Status: mature. It has matured. Mo Chuan revealed a satisfied smile, approaching the Lingyuan fruit tree to take a look. On the tree 3 crystal clear fruits hung, which were the Lingyuan fruits. Mo Chuan picked the 3 Lingyuan fruits and stored them in the system space. The moment he plucked the fruits, the once robust Lingyuan fruit tree suddenly withered. Soon the lush Lingyuan fruit tree became a small withered tree. This is the growth characteristic of the Lingyuan fruit tree. All its essence condenses into the Lingyuan fruits.
Once the Lingyuan fruits are picked, the fruit tree will instantly die. Mo Chuan returned to his bedroom and took out the bronze alchemy cauldron, placing it on the floor. Let's start refining pills. Mo Chuan muttered, his eyes filled with intense anticipation. How many qi refining pills can be made from these 3 Lingyuan fruits? Each Lingyuan fruit was of different sizes, making it hard for him to estimate. However, he was sure it would yield a significant number of qi refining pills. After consuming those pills, his cultivation should surge. With this in mind, Mo Chuan summoned the 3 Lingyuan fruits from the system space. He cut open the 3 Lingyuan fruits, extracting 3 seeds which he also stored in the system space. Then he placed the 3 Lingyuan fruits into the bronze alchemy cauldron. Next, he took out a large bag of medicinal herbs, all of which were common supplementary ingredients purchased from ordinary pharmacies, unlike the rare Lingyuan fruits. He added a pile of supplementary ingredients into the cauldron and finally covered it with the cauldron lid. Mo Chuan sat cross-legged in front of the cauldron, forming a seal to summon the alchemical fire. The alchemical fire roared to life beneath the cauldron and the refining process officially began. Meanwhile, by the Yunjiang River at the He family villa in the bedroom. Darling, why do I feel a bit dizzy? Mo Dai sat on the bed holding her head. Perhaps it's too stuffy in here, let's go outside for some fresh air. He Chang sat cross-legged on the bed, opening his mouth. He certainly knew the reason. The two had just united and Mo Dai had absorbed quite a bit of his yin energy. Now He Chang was diligently refining that massive yin energy, feeling he was about to break through. After a while, He Chang's aura suddenly surged, unleashing an astonishing pressure. Mo Dai, sensing this pressure, turned pale and trembled involuntarily. He Chang opened his eyes sharply, a fleeting wicked light flashing in his gaze, accompanied by a confident smile. He had broken through. From the 6th layer to the 7th layer. Then He Chang noticed Mo Dai, who was pale beside him. His expression shifted as he immediately retracted his pressure. Mo Dai felt much better. She looked at He Chang and cautiously asked, "Darling, did you break through?" He Chang laughed heartily, saying, "That's right. I am now a 7th layer martial artist. In Jun City no one can stop me." "That's great." Mo Dai's eyes brightened with excitement, saying, "Darling, what about my revenge?" He Chang smiled lightly, saying, "Don't worry, tomorrow the Mo family will come for a banquet and I will naturally avenge you. If the Mo family does not come tomorrow, that will be defying the He family's orders, and I will personally destroy the Mo family." Mo Dai was overjoyed, hugging He Chang tightly. "Darling, thank you." Her eyes filled with resentment. "Mo Chuan, tomorrow marks your death." At that moment, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. He Chang frowned and said, "Come in." The bedroom door opened and a tall figure walked in. It was He. He Chang looked at He, asking, "Is everything taken care of?" He nodded respectfully, saying, "Reporting to the young master, I've already sent invitations to each family." Midway through, he suddenly trembled, looking at He Chang with uncertainty. "Young master, you broke through." He Chang smiled lightly. "That's right." He was overjoyed, quickly saying, "With the young master stepping into the 7th layer, our He family shall dominate Yun City." He Chang gazed out the window, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Yes, it is time to bring those lofty martial families down to earth. Mo family villa. Bedroom. It's done." Mo Chuan murmured, his tone somewhat excited. Before him, the bronze alchemy cauldron emitted a fragrant aroma, refreshing to the spirit. The qi refining pills have been completed. Mo Chuan opened the cauldron lid and an even richer fragrance wafted out. Inside the cauldron were dozens of qi refining pills. "Let me see how many I made." Mo Chuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he grabbed the dozens of qi refining pills and began counting. In no time he finished counting. A total of 33 pills. This was a significant gain. Each qi refining pill can increase the cultivation progress by 10. It seems tonight my cultivation will soar. Joy radiated on Mo Chuan's face as he promptly consumed one qi refining pill. The pill transformed into pure spiritual energy within him. Mo Chuan hurriedly operated the divine dragon technique to begin refining. After a while, the refining was complete and the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Consumed one qi refining pill, realm 10. The attribute panel updated simultaneously. Name Mo Chuan. Life essence 0. 1 point. Stage a small snake that has shed its skin 3 times 0400. Realm 5th layer of qi refining 21. Talent Devour, 1st serpent poison, illusionary divine poison, 2nd serpent poison, supreme poison, 3rd serpent poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Continue.
Mo Chuan merely glanced at the attribute panel before consuming another qi refining pill and starting the refining process. He kept devouring and refining qi refining pills. The prompt sounds in his mind kept ringing. Ding. Consumed 1 qi refining pill realm 10. Ding. Consumed 1 qi refining pill realm 10. Ding. Consumed 1 qi refining pill realm 10. Finally, after refining several qi refining pills, the system emitted a different prompt. Ding. 5th layer of qi refining perfected, about to break through. Name Mo Chuan. Life essence 0. 1 point. Stage a small snake that has shed its skin 3 times 0400. Realm 5th layer of qi refining 101. Talent Devour, 1st serpent poison, illusionary divine poison, 2nd serpent poison, supreme poison, 3rd serpent poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. The next moment, Mo Chuan's aura surged, his eyes shining with brilliance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 6th layer of qi refining. The system prompt sounded and the attribute panel updated. Name Mo Chuan. Life essence 0. 1 point. Stage a small snake that has shed its skin 3 times 0400. Realm 6th layer of qi refining 1. Talent Devour, 1st serpent poison, illusionary divine poison, 2nd serpent poison, supreme poison, 3rd serpent poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Level 6 of qi refinement. Mo Chuan smiled with satisfaction, then consumed another qi nourishing pill and continued refining. System notification sound activated, attributes panel updated. Name Mo Chuan, life source 0. 1 point. Stage little snake with 3 molting 0400. Realm 6th level of qi refinement 11. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory god poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Continue. Mo Chuan continuously swallowed qi nourishing pills and refined them. The system's notification sound kept ringing. Ding. Devoured a qi nourishing pill realm 10. Ding. Devoured a qi nourishing pill realm 10. Soon Mo Chuan's cultivation reached perfection once again. Ding. 6th level of qi refinement perfected, about to break through. System notification sound activated, attributes panel displayed. Name Mo Chuan, life source 0. 1 point. Stage little snake with 3 molting 0400. Realm 6th level of qi refinement 101. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory god poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Begin breakthrough. Mo Chuan held his breath and focused, operating the divine dragon art. In the next moment, boom. Mo Chuan's aura surged and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he welcomed the breakthrough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 7th level of qi refinement. The system notification sounded and the attributes panel updated. Name Mo Chuan, life source 0. 1 point. Stage little snake with 3 molting 0400. Realm 7th level of qi refinement 1. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory god poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. 7th level of qi refinement. Mo Chuan clenched his fist. True qi surged, feeling a rush of power at that moment. He counted the remaining qi nourishing pills, smiling faintly. 33 qi nourishing pills consumed, 14 remain. These 14 are enough for me to break through once more. He consumed another qi nourishing pill, operating the divine dragon art, and began refining. Thus he continuously swallowed 10 qi nourishing pills. The system notification also rang 10 times in succession. Ding. Devoured a qi nourishing pill realm 10. Ding. Devoured a qi nourishing pill realm 10. Ding. Devoured a qi nourishing pill realm 10. Ding. 7th level of qi refinement perfected, about to break through. Name Mo Chuan, life source 0. 1 point. Stage little snake with 3 molting 0400. Realm 7th level of qi refinement 101. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory god poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Mo Chuan closed his eyes, earnestly operating the divine dragon art. In the next moment, boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from Mo Chuan. He opened his eyes, filled with confidence. He had broken through once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 8th level of qi refinement. The system notification sounded and the attributes panel updated. Name Mo Chuan, life source 0. 1 point. Stage little snake with 3 molting 0400. Realm 8th level of qi refinement 1. Talent Devour, 1st snake poison, illusory god poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison. Space 10 cubic meters. Mo Chuan glanced at the attributes panel, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. 3 realms broken in one night. This speed was indeed astonishing. For qi nourishing pills remaining, I might as well consume them all. Mo Chuan refined the remaining 4 qi nourishing pills one by one. Ding. Devoured 4 qi nourishing pills realm 40. The system notification sounded.
The attributes panel updated once more. Name MO Chuan life source 0.
1 point stage little snake with 3 moltings 0400 realm 8th level of chi refinement 41 talent devour first snake poison illusory god poison second snake poison supreme poison third snake poison puppet poison space 10 cubic meters.
MO Chuan looked at the attributes panel smiling faintly.
Spending 40 points of life source to accelerate the growth of the spirit source fruit tree seedling in exchange for rapid progress in realm is still quite worthwhile. At that moment a beam of morning sunlight shone into the bedroom.
MO Chuan looked up towards the window realizing the day had already brightened. Refining 33 chi nourishing pills actually took a whole night.
MO Chuan stood up stretched and walked out of the bedroom. In the hall old man Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fonglin were already up sitting at the dining table. The table was filled with breakfast prepared by the maid.
Xiao Chuan, why don't we skip going to the He family today? Old man Mo hesitated after seeing MO Chuan arrive. Grandfather, don't worry, didn't I say it? Everything will be taken care of by me. MO Chuan smiled faintly to reassure him. Dad, trust Xiao Chuan, this kid is not as simple as we think. Mo Yu Hai also chimed in with a smile. Old man Mo shot Mo Yu Hai a glare saying, what do you know? I'm just concerned about my grandson. Mo Yu Hai awkwardly smiled and dared not reply. After breakfast they headed to the He family. By the Yun River, the He family villa. When Mo Chuan, old man Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fonglin arrived, it was already crowded. Luxury cars were everywhere. It was quite lively. These people were all children of wealthy families from Yun City who had received invitations yesterday. However, clearly they were not here to submit to the He family but rather to watch the He family's joke. Did the He family eat dog poop and lower their IQ? How could they call themselves the overlord of Yun City? This is what they call the first wealthy family. It's truly laughable. The so-called first wealthy family. A mere He family dares to oppose all forces in Yun City. After today they will probably cease to exist. The position of the first wealthy family shall change hands. I heard that the He family even sent invitations to the 3 major martial arts families. Tisk, I don't know what the He family head is thinking. A secular wealthy family even dares to provoke martial arts families. This should be He Chang's decision. Now He family is under his command and the previous generation of the He family has been sidelined and sent abroad. Tisk, then He Chang is truly young and arrogant. The children of various wealthy families were discussing amongst themselves, expressing their disdain for the He family. Mo Chuan, old man Mo Yu Hai and Zhao Fonglin got out of the car. Seeing so many people, Mo Chuan's lips curled slightly. There are quite a few people, looks like there's a show to watch today. Mo Yu Hai, hearing the discussions of the surrounding wealthy descendants, shook his head inwardly. These people underestimate the He family. The He family had barged into the Mo family twice. The first time was to take away Mo Dai and her family. The second was yesterday when they sent out invitations. After these 2 encounters, Mo Yu Hai knew the He family was definitely not simple. At that moment a sudden uproar arose from the crowd. The 3 major martial arts families have arrived. Amidst the gasps of the crowd 3 groups of people approached. The first group, led by Lin Jianxue, was followed by numerous martial artists from the Lin family. Lin Yajun was among them, dressed in a purple dress, her beauty captivating and her figure slender. Originally Lin Yajun, the incapable young lady who could not practice martial arts, was generally not taken out by the Lin family to publicly participate in events. However, today, considering the relationship with Mo Chuan, Lin Jianxue still brought Lin Yajun along. After all, Yu Yingkai showed such great respect and favor towards Mo Chuan, which hinted at some special identity or background. The second group, led by Sun Renhui, was similarly followed by a number of martial artists from the Sun family. The third group, led by Xue Xiu Yuan, was accompanied by martial artists from the Xue family exuding a formidable aura. No wonder they are from a martial arts family, their mere presence is intimidating. Of course, martial artists cultivate true chi, which is far beyond the mundane we ordinary people cannot compare. Indeed, I've heard that powerful martial artists can kill with just a glance. Haha, I am keen to see the expressions of the He family when they face these 3 great martial arts families. The crowd gazed at the 3 approaching groups with expressions of schadenfreude. Mo Xiao, brother. Lin Jianxue spotted Mo Chuan in the crowd, her eyes brightening as she walked towards him. Mo Xiao, brother. Sun Renhui and Xue Xiu Yuan also noticed Mo Chuan wearing smiles as they approached. This was unexpected for everyone. After the arrival of the 3 great martial arts families, they did not first seek trouble with the He family but instead greeted a young man. Who is this kid? The heads of the 3 great martial arts families are actually taking the initiative to greet him, someone exclaimed. It seems he is from the Mo family. Look, beside the boy standing there is the old master of the Mo family as well as the family head Mo Yui, said a keen observer. This boy is the son of the long-missing little sister of the Mo family, the grandson of the old master, said someone in the know. The crowd was in utter shock while also feeling envious. The Mo family had actually established a connection with the 3 great martial arts families. Xiao Chuan, this is
The old master of the Mo family looked at Mo Chuan, feeling perplexed by the friendliness shown by the three great martial arts families.
Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin also looked at Mo Chuan, filled with confusion. This must be the old master of the Mo family, right?
Lin Jianxue gazed at the old master smilingly, saying, I am Lin Jianxue, the current head of the Lin family. Our Yajun has a very good relationship with Mo Xiao brother. Behind her, Lin Yajun's charming face flushed slightly as she quickly lowered her head.
The old master of the Mo family, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin, all cast ambiguous glances at Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan felt very uncomfortable under their gaze and said helplessly, don't think too much, we are just friends.
We all understand. The old master of the Mo family, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin, nodded repeatedly.
Mo Chuan felt a dark line appear on his forehead and chose not to explain further, or else it would only worsen. Old master of the Mo family, I am Sun Renhuai, head of the Sun family.
Old master of the Mo family, I am Shuexiu Yuan, head of the Shui family.
At this moment, Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan also greeted the old master of the Mo family.
Hello, the old master of the Mo family said, taken aback.
He quickly added that these martial arts family heads were people he found difficult to even meet, let alone converse with. As the old master of the Mo family, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin grew increasingly puzzled, Mo Chuan had no choice but to say, I know a friend who was very powerful, even stronger than the strongest among the three great martial arts families.
At once the old master of the Mo family, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin, understood. This was an attempt to indirectly curry favor with that powerful friend through Mo Chuan.
At this moment, Lin Jianxue looked at Mo Chuan with a smile and said, He Mo Xiao brother, what do you think of the He family's actions?
Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan also turned to Mo Chuan, waiting for his answer.
Mo Chuan smiled faintly and said, I believe it's better for us to be cautious when facing the He family later on. The He family is so arrogant, they must have some backing, they are not acting without reason. Lin Jianxue frowned and laughed, saying, Mo Xiao brother, you are overestimating the He family too much. The He family is merely a secular aristocracy. Even if they truly have some trump cards, they cannot threaten my Lin family. Sun Renhuai nodded, also frowning, saying, Indeed, our three great martial arts families have developed over many years. How can a small secular aristocracy compare? Shuexiu Yuan sneered even more, saying, When the He family's people come out later, I will definitely let them know how unwise it is to offend a martial arts family. Mo Chuan glanced at the three and said lightly, I only stated my own conjecture. Whether you believe it or not is up to you.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan's expressions darkened. They couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. How could someone with such poor judgment be friends with a prodigy like Yu Kai? Lin Jianxue snorted coldly and said, Mo Xiao brother, you are still too young, you do not know just how terrifying the influence of a martial arts family can be. Xiao Chuan, the heads of the three families, seemed very angry. Is that all right? Mo Yuhai hesitated and asked. The old master of the Mo family and Zhao Fanlin, Xiao Chuan, the heads of the three families, seemed very angry. Is that all right? Mo Yuhai hesitated and asked. The old master of the Mo family and Zhao Fanlin also looked worried. It's fine, Mo Chuan smiled faintly, comforting them.
At that moment, another round of gasps erupted from the crowd.
It's He Chang.
The He family members are coming out. They saw the iron gate of the He family's villa open, revealing a large group of people. Leading them was a handsome young man with a confident smile, He Chang. On He Chang's left was Mo Dai, heavily made up with thick lipstick and an extremely arrogant expression. On his right was He Yi, whose face was serious and cold, standing tall with a strong stride. Behind the three, a large group of He family members followed, including Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang.
Dad, Mom, look, Mo Chuan and the others are here. Mo Dai scanned the crowd, spotting Mo Chuan, the old master of the Mo family, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin. Her expression instantly turned resentful. Hearing this, Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang also looked into the crowd, noticing Mo Chuan and his group, their eyes turning red. Mo Chuan.
Don't worry, Dad, Mom, Changgu will help us take revenge later, Mo Dai said with a cruel smile, a hint of anticipation on her face.
The old master of the Mo family, Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin, also noticed Mo Dai's family. Their pupils constricted as they felt that Mo Dai's smile held malicious intent.
At this moment, He Chang, leading the He family members, had already walked in front of everyone. He Chang looked at the crowd with a playful smile and said, Everyone, I didn't expect you to give us so much face after receiving the invitation. You all came. It seems that today my He family must take the position of the overlord of Yunshan City, whether we want to or not. Upon hearing He Chang's words, everyone was instantly enraged.
Pa! He Chang, stop gilding yourself. Everyone is here today just to watch your joke. With just one family you dare to dream of overturning the entire Yunshan City. Such naive delusions. Today is not the day for your He family to become the overlords of Yunshan City, but rather the day of your He family's downfall. Listening to the crowd's mockery, He Chang was not the least bit angered. His smile remained unchanged. So you all do not have faith in my He family? A strange glint flashed in He Chang's eyes. Pa! What is your He family that you presume to? Someone immediately began to mock, but before he could finish, a tall figure rushed in front of him, striking out with a palm, unleashing a surge of true chi. Pooh!
The person who spoke spat out a mouthful of blood, then closed his eyes and collapsed. The tall figure withdrew his palm, a cold expression on his face. It was he.
Boo! The audience was in an uproar.
The members of noble families turned pale and retreated several steps.
A single strike to kill.
This is something only a martial artist can accomplish.
The He family actually has a martial artist. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. Chuan glanced at He information flashing in his mind. Name He.
Realm 5th layer of martial Dao. A 5th layer martial artist, quite impressive indeed, Chuan murmured to himself. Who else wishes to comment on my He family? He Chang looked at the crowd and said with a smile, though the smile was in fact incredibly cruel. The members of the noble families turned pale, but they did not dare to speak freely like before.
The He family is so arrogant. Do they think we do not exist?
At that moment a voice echoed coldly. It was Lin Jianxue. His gaze was icy as he looked at He Chang. Sun Renhui and Shueshou Yuan also looked at He Chang with cold eyes filled with killing intent.
The noble families instantly felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the He family does not solely possess martial artists.
Even if your He family has martial artists, can you compete with the three great martial families?
The three great martial families are the Order of Yunshan City.
Facing the crowd's ridicule, He Chang smiled faintly and gave He a knowing glance. He immediately understood, moving in front of a young nobleman whose face was pale, clearly a debauched scion drained by indulgence. He had just been the loudest in mocking. He struck out with a palm, true chi surging, exuding an astonishing might. The young nobleman was startled, his face filled with fear, shouting towards Lin Jianxue and the others, "Save me!" But before he could finish, that palm landed on his chest. A trickle of blood escaped his mouth, his eyes closed, and he fell down.
This is outrageous.
Lin Jiangshu's face darkened, and Sun Renhui and Shueshou Yuan also looked displeased.
The He family actually dared to strike before them.
This was a blatant provocation. What was even more infuriating was that with so many people present, they had no time to save him. This was a blow to their prestige. Since you love to strike so much, then leave your hand behind.
Lin Jianxue appeared in front of He, grasping towards He's arm with unmatched might. Chuan glanced indifferently, basic information surfacing in his mind. Name Lin Jianxue. Realm 6th layer of martial Dao. A 6th layer realm. This is considered the peak combat power of Yunshan City. Chuan murmured. However, he felt that Lin Jianxue should be newly entered into the 6th layer, and among 6th layer martial artists he was the weakest. He's expression changed slightly, and facing Lin Jiangshu's onslaught he quickly retreated to avoid. Want to leave? Ridiculous.
Lin Jianxue laughed coldly, releasing the pressure of 6th layer true chi towards He. He's movements suddenly stalled. A contemptuous smile flashed across Lin Jiangshu's face as he was about to grab He's arm. But at that moment He gritted his teeth, suddenly unleashing his potential, breaking free from Lin Jiangshu's pressure, and then retreated, dodging Lin Jiangshu's attack.
What? Lin Jiangshu's face stiffened, and then his expression filled with rage.
A mere guard from the He family could evade his attack. Where does he save face?
You step back first, next it will be my turn to strike. He Chang looked at the panting He and said lightly. Yes, young master.
He replied respectfully.
He Chang smiled at Lin Jianxue mockingly, saying, the dignified head of the Lin family, merely newly entered into the 6th layer, also wishes to harm my He family's guard.
It is you who should not be so presumptuous. Lin Jiangshu's forehead bulged with veins, fury igniting in his eyes. He Chang's smile vanished as he unleashed the pressure of 7th layer true chi.
Boom!
Lin Jianxue felt a terrifying weight descend upon him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and then with a thud he collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the pressure.
You are.
Lin Jiangshu's eyes revealed a look of horror as he looked at He Chang.
Old Lin.
Sun Renhui and Shueshou Yuan's expressions changed drastically as they hurried towards Lin Jianxue.
Don't come over.
He is a 7th layer martial artist.
Lin Jianxue said urgently.
But it was already too late.
Thud. Sun Renhui and Shueshou Yuan also encountered the pressure of 7th layer true chi, their legs trembling, and they both knelt down.
The so-called heads of the three great families are not worth mentioning. He Chang wore a proud smile, his gaze playful. Lin Jianshue's Sun Renhui and Shueshou Yuan felt a bitterness in their hearts.
Indeed, Chuan was right.
The He family truly has trump cards. He Chang is actually a 7th layer martial artist.
How could a martial artist of the 7th layer appear in a secular noble family?
They could not comprehend.
Head.
The Lin Sun and Shui families looked astonished, their powerful head actually defeated by a young junior.
And the faces of those noble families turned pale instantly. An overwhelming fear surged within them.
Why is the He family so strong?
Even the three great martial families cannot do anything against the He family. Just as everyone was in shock, He Chang's gaze turned to Chuan in the crowd.
Mo Dai noticed this scene, a cruel smile appearing on her face, her heart unable to contain her excitement.
Excellent. Mo Chuan, you are about to meet your end.
He Chang laughed coldly and said, you must be Mo Chuan who harmed Xiao Dai. Truly bold. Come here now and bow to me, I will consider leaving you with your whole corpse.
Boo. The crowd erupted again.
The people hastily retreated several steps away from Mo Chuan.
All eyes were on Mo Chuan filled with pity. It's over. This Mo family boy actually provoked the He family.
He has offended a family that even the three great martial families cannot contend with.
There was only a dead end ahead. However, get over here and I will send you to your demise.
Mo Chuan did not move an inch, showing not the slightest hint of fear, instead looking at He Chang with calm eyes. Come here, let me send you to the afterlife. Nas Mo Chuan spoke, everyone's scalp prickled and they drew a sharp chilling breath.
Null eyes converged upon him as if gazing upon a fool. Foolish. Utterly foolish.
And even if you know the heads of the three great martial clans, have you not seen that none of them could stand against He Chang? This is the moment to lower one's head, humble oneself and sincerely resolve the conflict with He Chang, not boast recklessly and place oneself in mortal peril. Lin Jianchua's son Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan knelt on the ground bearing immense pressure, yet still lifted their heads to stare at Mo Chuan.
Their expressions were stunned.
And according to what they knew, Yu Yingkai had returned to Nanhua City last night.
And without this peerless prodigy present, how dared Mo Chuan provoke He Chang? Had their own gestures of goodwill inflated Mo Chuan's ego?
And how quickly he fancied himself someone of consequence. And without the connection to Yu Yingkai, who would even deign to acknowledge him. Xiao Chuan, Nelder Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin wore anxious expressions. They knew He Chang had sought Mo Chuan out deliberately, and it must be tied to Mo Dai. Mo Chuan, and Lin Yajun fixed her gaze upon him, her beautiful eyes clouded with urgency, yet she could only stand helplessly, a mere powerless young lady, not even a cultivator.
And He Chang threw back his head and roared with laughter, then turned toward Mo Chuan with a sardonic gleam in his eyes. You told me to come
and send me to the afterlife, and a farce, truly absurd. And tell me, does this boy not strike you as comical? At those words He's eyes flickered with disdain as he replied coldly, my young master has already reached the seventh heaven realm, the strongest in Yunshan City.
For this youth to claim he'll send you to the afterlife is nothing short of arrogant delusion.
He Chang laughed heartily once more, nodding in satisfaction, then turned to Mo Dai. Xiao Dai, tell me, does your cousin amuse you? And darling, while my dear cousin may have a slight affliction of the mind, please forgive his rudeness.
A mocking smile curled Mo Dai's lips. Inwardly she trembled with exhilaration.
Seeing Missouri Chuan court death so brazenly, she knew he was doomed today. He Chang nodded again, satisfied, and smiled at Mo Chuan. Boy, come on. I'll stand right here motionless.
Go ahead, send me to the afterlife.
Send me to the afterlife, begging for it, and he slapped his chest, his face brimming with haughty arrogance. Name He Chang, cultivation realm, seventh heaven, martial realm. As the fundamental information materialized in Mo Chuan's mind, he glanced at it briefly, then met He Chang's gaze and offered a faint tranquil smile. Very well. The moment the words left his lips, in the blink of an eye, Mo Chuan vanished from his place and reappeared before He Chang.
And lifting one leg, he unleashed a torrent of chi and struck.
It happened in a flash, so swift that He Chang flinched, startled by Mo Chuan's speed.
Yet almost instantly he relaxed again. He was a seventh heaven martial artist, his chi dense, unyielding, impregnable. And that kick could never pierce his defense.
And with that thought he activated his cultivation technique, encasing himself in a shimmering chi barrier.
But Mo Chuan's foot was already descending and crack.
And the chi barrier shattered like brittle parchment.
Impossible, and before shock could fully register in He Chang's eyes, Mo Chuan's foot struck true. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted.
And He Chang shot skyward like a kicked football.
And a.
His scream tore through the heavens, growing fainter, more distant as he soared ever higher.
And since you begged for the afterlife, I shall grant your wish, send you there.
Mo Chuan lowered his leg and tilted his head upward, speaking calmly.
And silence.
Now silence so profound it seemed to freeze time itself. And the air grew thick, suffocating.
Every person trembled, staring at Mo Chuan with disbelief, awe, stupefaction, incredulity, and utter astonishment.
Their scalps prickled, icy chills raced down their spines. And could it be true that a seventh heaven martial expert had just been kicked into the sky by Mo Chuan? Lin Jianxua's son Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan still knelt, but suddenly felt the oppressive weight lift. He Chang's ascent had severed the aura that had pinned them down. They scrambled to their feet, faces still frozen in shock.
And even they had been unable to overcome He Chang, yet Mo Chuan had sent him flying with a single kick.
Then came shame, deep burning shame. And they had misjudged him utterly. And how could Mo Chuan, a man whom the peerless prodigy Yu Yingkai held in such high regard, ever be ordinary?
Damn you! Mo Chuan, why won't you die?
And Mo Dai clenched her teeth until blood welled, her eyes seething with boundless resentment, hatred, and vicious fury.
Young master, he, and with their pillar of support gone, Mo Yushan and Wang Hontang shrank back, trembling with fear.
Nelder Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin however finally exhaled in quiet relief. A trace of joy lit Lin Yajun's delicate features, and she too breathed easier. Yet scarcely had their shoulders relaxed when a thunderous roar split the heavens above. A figure plummeted from the sky, free-falling, accelerating downward. And nearing the earth it struck with a deafening crash, sending up a violent plume of dust. Crack! And the ground splintered, radiating fissures like a spiderweb. And as the dust settled, a lone figure stood tall, his face dark with fury. It was He Chang. His hair hung wild, his robes torn and tattered, utterly disheveled. And seeing him alive, Mo die and the rest of his entourage let their pent-up tension dissolve at last. Good, so long as He Chang lived all was still salvageable. And boy, you dare mock me? Ni's voice was glacial, his gaze piercing and merciless. He was a seventh heaven martial artist, he refused to believe he was inferior to Mo Chuan. Just now he'd merely underestimated him, grown careless, and thus fallen prey to the blow. In the next instant he commanded coldly, "He'd bring me my sword," and his eyes widened in terror, then trembling violently he bowed deeply. "Yes, young master." His master practiced sword-based martial arts, drawing the blade meant his killing intent had ignited. And he knew this insignificant insect had truly enraged his master. His master was furious, this time he would fight in earnest. And moments later he rushed from the He family villa returning with a treasured sword. And young master and he presented it reverently, both hands cradling the hilt before He Chang. He Chang accepted the weapon, the scabbard deep violet and exquisitely ornate radiated nobility. One hand gripped the scabbard, the other rested upon the hilt. With gentle deliberate pressure he drew the blade. Nhum. As steel parted from scabbard, a flash of lethal cold light blazed forth, now a wave of murderous intent surged into the air. Sword raised, He Chang pointed its tip at Mo Chuan, a cruel smile curling his lips. "And today, I will sever your head." All around sword chi crisscrossed the air. Killing intent surged from every direction. The atmosphere froze solid. Onlookers staggered backward, stunned by the spectacle. Even Lin Jianshu's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan, the patriarchs of the three great families, felt their hearts quiver, gripped unexpectedly by a flicker of fear. Mo Chuan stood motionless, his expression unchanged, his gaze serene and utterly devoid of trepidation. He Chang brandished his treasure blade, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Fixing Mo Chuan with a cold stare, he smirked faintly. Why remain silent? Are you cowed by me? Mo Dai gazed at He Chang with unreserved adoration, her eyes shimmering with infatuation. Such a peerless sovereign, this was the kind of man she Mo Dai longed for. Dominant. Unyielding. Then turning to Mo Chuan she sneered, laughing lightly. Mo Chuan. Do you see? My man is avenging me. Speak up, why stay mute? Are you truly afraid of my man? Ha ha ha. It seems you only dare bully weak women like me, yet before a true powerhouse you cannot even utter a single word. Ha ha ha. He Chang laughed heartily. Shao Dai, I understand. This brat dares not fight me because he bears no weapon. I never exploit an opponent's disadvantage. Very well, I'll have someone fetch you a weapon. Now surely you'll dare face me in combat. Mo Chuan's countenance remained impassive. He met He Chang's gaze, shook his head slightly and spoke calmly, no need for words. Let us simply begin. To slay you requires no blade. At those words He Chang's expression darkened. Humph, what arrogance. Swordsmanship was his supreme art. With or without his blade, his combat prowess existed on entirely different planes. Gently caressing his treasure blade, He Chang fixed Mo Chuan with a piercing look. Once drawn, my sword shall draw blood. Today your blood shall consecrate it. With that He Chang unleashed his spiritual energy and swung his treasure blade in a sweeping arc through the air. Dust annihilating triple slash, first slash. A colossal blade aura erupted, terrifying in scale, saturated with killing intent as it cleaved toward Mo Chuan. The crowd recoiled again, faces ashen, backs drenched in cold sweat. That slash was utterly terrifying, even from this distance their very souls trembled. And judging by He Chang's tone, this technique comprised 3 slashes, and this was merely the first. If the opening strike alone inspired such dread, how unimaginably awe-inspiring would the second and third be? This slash. Lin Jianshu's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan exchanged stunned glances. Had they stood where Mo Chuan now stood, they knew they could not possibly withstand it. Swiftly the blade aura closed in, less than a meter from Mo Chuan. Xiao Chuan. Grandfather Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin tensed their faces, taut with anxiety. Mo Chuan. Lin Yajun clenched her delicate fists, her beautiful eyes brimming with urgency, worry and fervent prayer. Mo Chuan, this slash will send you straight to the netherworld. Go quietly to meet King Yama. Mo Dai could no longer contain her exhilaration, she burst into raucous laughter. But her triumph lasted only a heartbeat before her expression twisted, her mirth dying mid-breath. Before that ferocious blade aura, Mo Chuan showed not the slightest trace of panic. Calmly he raised one hand and released his spiritual energy. Then, as if summoned by an unseen command, a colossal wall of stone materialized out of thin air, the minor 5 elements Artethrock technique. Boo! The blade aura struck the stone wall with a deafening detonation.
And then, its furious momentum dissolved into nothingness.
The stone wall stood unscathed.
Impossible. He Chang's mocking grin vanished, replaced by profound incredulous disbelief.
The dust-annihilating triple slash had been bestowed upon him by a master, it could not be so feeble. And what manner of technique was this stone wall, summoned from nowhere?
He had never heard of any martial artist wielding earth manipulation arts. Who was this Mo Chuan? How did he command such bizarre, unheard-of techniques? Again.
Roaring in fury, He Chang whirled his treasure blade, his mind suddenly unervingly still. Then, swiftly cleanly, he slashed once more.
Whoosh! A larger, more savage blade aura tore forth. Dust-annihilating triple slash, second slash.
The second blade aura carved across the sky, hurtling toward Mo Chuan.
An overwhelming wave of killing intent flooded the surroundings. All present felt their knees buckle, their bodies trembled uncontrollably.
Yet Mo Chuan's expression remained unchanged. His gaze stayed tranquil as he watched the second slash descend, closing in rapidly.
Boo!
The second blade aura slammed into the stone wall, triggering a cataclysmic roar, the very ground shuddered beneath them.
Yet the wall endured, utterly unbroken. Meanwhile, the second blade aura expended its full fury, then began to fade, growing dimmer until finally it dissolved completely into the air. Impossible.
He Chang stared eyes wide with disbelief.
Even the second slash utterly ineffective.
Without pause to question why, consumed by rage, He Chang channeled his entire spiritual energy, gripped his treasure blade and slashed once more, across empty space.
Third slash, Go.
A blade aura of unprecedented magnitude erupted, a vast crescent moon of raw force, terrifying in its sheer power.
This was the dust-annihilating triple slash, final slash. Locked onto Mo Chuan, the third slash descended with unstoppable might. Along its path, even the grass on the ground was ripped upward, astonishing in its devastation.
In moments it struck the stone wall. Unparalleled in strength, the third slash made the wall tremble violently, chunks of earth crumbling from its surface.
Finally, the wall could bear no more, it exploded outward with a thunderous crack.
A flash of triumph lit He Chang's eyes, only to vanish instantly as his expression hardened. For after shattering the wall, the third slash itself began to dissipate, fading rapidly until moments later it vanished entirely. He Chang's face turned grim, deeply shadowed. He had exhausted himself, 3 all-out slashes, just to demolish a stone wall Mo Chuan had conjured with casual ease.
How could this be accepted?
Meanwhile, the aristocratic elite stood frozen, faces etched with pure shock.
Could it be?
Those 3 devastating slashes, the very ones that had chilled their blood, had been effortlessly neutralized by Mo Chuan.
No wonder he is a friend of Yuan Kai.
To earn the friendship of a celestial genius, truly extraordinary. Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan exclaimed in unison, awestruck beyond measure.
Grandfather Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin finally exhaled in relief.
All is well, Lin Yajun murmured, wiping the delicate sheen of sweat from her brow, her smile radiant and bright.
Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang, their faces fell pale and grim.
Their pillar of strength appeared to have fallen before Mo Chuan.
Damn it, why is he so strong? Mo Dai glared at Mo Chuan, teeth clenched in bitter frustration.
I said, I need no weapon to deal with you.
At last Mo Chuan spoke.
He looked at He Chang and smiled, faint and calm. He Chang's expression shifted instantly, a chilling premonition stirring deep within his chest. In the next instant, Mo Chuan flicked his wrist and a roaring fireball erupted into existence, the minor 5 elements art fireball technique. The moment it formed, the fireball shot forward, racing toward He Chang. As it drew nearer, he felt searing heat blistering his skin.
No, stop.
Terror contorted He Chang's face. He spun and fled, but the fireball locked onto him, closing fast.
Within seconds it engulfed him.
The fireball struck his body, and He Chang's agonized shrieks pierced the air. The unbearable torment of incinerating flames shattered his composure utterly.
Water, bring me water.
Under the stunned gazes of all present, He Chang bolted toward the villa's swimming pool, its perimeter lined with a large black tent. He unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, tearing a small slit in the tent fabric, then dove inside and plunged into the pool.
Plush! A sharp hissing sound marked the flame's extinction. Ki-e-e-i.
Immediately afterward, a shrill, piercing cry echoed from within the pool.
Meanwhile, at the Yunshan City Highway exit, a luxury sedan descended from the expressway and entered the city limits.
Inside sat 3 figures, a stern-faced middle-aged man at the wheel, Cheung Taichung, and 2 passengers in the rear, slim and stout respectively. The slim man's gaunt frame and narrow, shrewd eyes betrayed his cunning nature, Cheung family's slim guardian. The stout man's broad belly and plump, ever-smiling face resembled a benevolent, laughing Buddha, Cheung family's stout guardian. Cheung Taichung, the slim guardian, and the stout guardian all bore deep exhaustion, travel-worn and weary.
Yet their eyes gleamed with fierce excitement.
Slim Guardian Stout Guardian never imagined we'd encounter starlight grass on this journey. Xiong Taichung gripped the steering wheel with one hand while tenderly stroking a lacquered box with the other. Carefully he pried it open just a crack, revealing a violet herb nestled within.
Around the herb tiny points of light shimmered intermittently like stars twinkling in the night sky.
The Slim Guardian nodded.
Indeed.
Though battling for this starlight grass delayed our arrival in Yunshan City and cost us the chance to reclaim the spirit origination fruit,
it was worth it.
The Stout Guardian chuckled approvingly. Presenting this starlight grass to young master will please him far more than the spirit origination fruit ever could.
Young master will surely reward us handsomely.
These three had departed from the Xiong family estate in Nanmo City bound for Yunshan City to retrieve the spirit origination fruit from Mo Chuan. Originally following young master Xiong Shaoqing's orders, they had set off immediately, expected to arrive in Yunshan City well ahead of schedule.
Yet en route something detained them.
They encountered starlight grass. What was starlight grass? Legend held it a miraculous herb absorbing not only ambient spiritual energy but also starlight from the heavens, imbuing it with stellar essence. Thus it manifested celestial phenomena, fleeting sparks of starlight dancing around its stem, earning its name. Its effects were coveted beyond measure. Consuming starlight grass granted traces of stellar essence, refining the physical body.
After such refinement, the flesh became extraordinarily resilient.
One could then shatter solid rock barehanded, no spiritual energy required. In short, starlight grass refined the corporeal vessel. It surpassed the spirit origination fruit in rarity and value. The latter merely advanced cultivation by a single minor realm, and only the first fruit conferred benefits, subsequent ones were useless. Even without the fruit, steady cultivation and arduous practice would eventually yield breakthroughs. But bodily refinement was infinitely more difficult. Refining the flesh demanded immense effort for scant returns, yet starlight grass infused with stellar essence offered precisely the shortcut needed. When they discovered the starlight grass, others were already present, other martial artists who had likewise sensed its presence. After prolonged combat and fierce competition, they finally secured the herb, though at the cost of delaying their mission to reclaim the spirit origination fruit.
Quick, secure the starlight grass. Do not expose it.
Would you invite further conflict by drawing covetous eyes? The Slim Guardian's expression tightened sharply as he rebuked Xiong Taichung.
Precisely, added the Stout Guardian, his smile vanishing as he echoed the warning. Yes, both guardians speak with perfect wisdom. Xiong Taichung bowed his head respectfully and swiftly closed the lacquered box, tucking it away.
The car sped onward, soon entering Yunshan City proper, then halted before a cafe. A young man waited outside, the Xiong family's Xiong Xian. Spotting the vehicle, he hurried aboard.
Father, he greeted Xiong Taichung with deep reverence.
Then he glimpsed the slim and stout guardian seated behind, and flinched inwardly.
Slim Guardian. Stout Guardian, he saluted them with utmost deference.
He had not expected young master to dispatch these two formidable warriors even within the Xiong family.
Still, their presence was advantageous. Retrieving the spirit origination fruit from Mo Chuan would now be effortless, and he could seize the chance to settle his personal score with Mo Chuan.
These past days you remained in Yunshan City investigating the identity of the youth who stole the spirit origination fruit. Have you uncovered anything?
Xiong Taichung asked.
Xiong Xian replied promptly, Father, his name is Mo Chuan, a scion of the Mo family, one of Yunshan City's elite clans.
Excellent. Xiong Taichung nodded. You've confirmed the Mo family residence, I trust. We depart for the Mo residence immediately to reclaim the spirit origination fruit. Xiong Xian shook his head. Mo Chuan is not currently at the Mo residence.
According to my intelligence today, all major powers in Yunshan City, including the three martial clans and all secular aristocratic families, gathered at the He residence.
The Mo family is no exception.
The Slim Guardian frowned.
So this Mo Chuan is presently at the He residence?
Yes. Xiong Xian affirmed respectfully. Then let us proceed to the He residence. The Slim Guardian declared. The Stout Guardian waved his hand.
Lead the way.
Yes. Xiong Xian bowed again. The car carried them onward to the He residence nestled along the banks of the Yun River. Beside the Yun River at the He family villa, everyone stared at the swimming pool, their eyes filled with confusion, their faces constantly changing.
Was He Chang still alive after being burned by the fireball and jumping into the pool?
Suddenly a piercing and sharp cry came from the swimming pool, interrupting their speculations.
Those from the wealthy families turned pale, quickly covering their ears.
Despite this, many still closed their eyes and collapsed fainting on the spot. Those who did not faint were not faring any better. Blood dripped from their lips and their breath became extremely shallow. They stared at the swimming pool with immense terror and shock, wondering what kind of monster lay within.
Just a single cry had inflicted such a severe blow on them. Not good. The three family heads Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan trembled involuntarily.
Even they, strong as they were, felt discomfort under that cry. Mo Chuan narrowed his eyes looking at the swimming pool, a slight smirk playing on his lips.
Interesting, truly interesting.
A playful smile appeared on his face.
Chirp. The cry rang out again from the swimming pool, followed by He Chang's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha.
His laughter was filled with joy, pride and confidence. He Chang leaped out of the swimming pool and walked out from the black tent that surrounded it. The crowd saw He Chang once again. At this moment he looked extremely disheveled, hardly resembling a young master from a wealthy family. His clothes were burned and tattered and his hair was nearly singed off.
He looked like a beggar.
Yet He Chang showed no signs of disappointment. Instead he laughed heartily, causing the crowd to wonder if he had lost his mind.
Mo Chuan.
He Chang finally spoke, looking at Mo Chuan with an arrogant expression. You are indeed strong, so strong that even I, a 70-year martial artist, cannot compare to you.
But do you really think you have the victory in your grasp? He scoffed, naive.
With that He Chang took out a bronze bell, the beast control bell. Ding dong, he shook the beast control bell and a mysterious chime echoed.
Come out, my treasure. It's your turn to shine. He Chang shouted loudly at the swimming pool, his face filled with anticipation. Chirp.
The crowd once again heard the piercing cry, their faces turning ashen.
In the next moment, boom. The black tent outside the swimming pool exploded. A gigantic shadow surged out from within.
What is this?
The crowd looked at the enormous shadow, their legs trembling.
It turned out to be a giant monster fish. The monster fish had a pair of wings. It wasn't swimming in the water but flying in the air.
Oh heavens, what kind of creature is this? A fish can actually fly in the sky.
Someone spoke, their voice trembling with extreme fear. The lure fish with a fish's body and bird's wings, its cry is like that of a mandarin duck. It brings forth great floods when seen.
This is the mythical beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing.
An erudite scholar recognized the lure fish's identity, their face paling. The others gasped, their hearts pounding.
This mythical creature actually exists.
Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan looked at the lure fish with grave expressions. Unlike the ordinary people who were terrified and lost as martial artists, they had a clearer understanding of the lure fish before.
This is undoubtedly a terrifying monster. Damn it.
The three clenched their teeth, fear evident in their eyes.
In this era, monsters usually reside deep in the mountains and forests, making them hard to find.
How did He Chang find such a terrifying beast? Meanwhile, Mo Dai and the other He family members displayed immense excitement, their gazes towards He Chang filled with awe and admiration.
Wonderful.
Who would have thought that the young master possessed such a trump card? With this terrifying monster fish, who could stop the He family?
Who could?
In the dead silence, He Chang finally spoke, looking at Mo Chuan with a mischievous glint in his eyes.
What do you think, Mo Chuan? This is my trump card. Do you still believe you have victory in your grasp? Mo Chuan shook his head, a faint smile on his face. So confident. You can let this monster fish have a try. He glanced at the lure fish, pondering that the previous cry had indeed come from it. To his surprise, there were actually 2 lure fish sealed in the Yun River. Ding. Monster detected lure fish. The system's prompt rang and basic information appeared in his mind. Name lure fish. Strength first tier 7 stars, third tier 6 stars. Life source 5400. Status life at risk. 50 life source points, that's a significant wealth. Mo Chuan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Ignorant. Arrogant. Seeing Mo Chuan dismiss the lure fish, He Chang's expression darkened coldly, stating, even if I advanced to the 70er, I would still feel pressure facing it. You Mo Chuan are only slightly stronger than me, yet you dare to ignore the lure fish. With that he gently shook the beast control bell, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Treasure, show this kid some color. Chirp. The lure fish received the command and let out a cry. It then opened its massive mouth and swiftly flew towards Mo Chuan. It seemed intent on swallowing Mo Chuan whole. It's over. The crowd trembled, their legs turning weak. Facing such an ancient fierce beast, human strength felt utterly insignificant. What could Mo Chuan do? He couldn't fight back at all. Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan sighed and shook their heads repeatedly. What a pity. Truly a pity. Mo Chuan was so young yet capable of defeating a 70-year martial artist with such exceptional talent. He might shine in the upcoming talent battle. Perhaps he would be the next genius. But now he was about to perish in the jaws of the lure fish, which was truly regrettable. Just then, as the three lamented, suddenly the lure fish paused in midair. He Chang frowned, slightly puzzled. In the next second, chirp. The lure fish let out an unprecedentedly piercing cry. It fixed its gaze on Mo Chuan, its fish eyes glowing with a blood-red light exuding endless killing intent. It felt it. The aura emanating from Mo Chuan was particularly familiar.
This aura had appeared in the sealing place of the female lure fish. In other words, the disappearance of the female lure fish must be related to Chuan. Then in this second, even without I Chang's command, the male lure fish would strike. It aimed to gnaw on this human, crush all his bones and make him feel the pain of death to vent its hatred. Then in this second, even without I Chang's command, the male lure fish would strike. It aimed to gnaw on this human, crush all his bones and make him feel the pain of death to vent its hatred.
Ha ha ha. Chuan, you really are quite annoying. He Chang laughed heartily, although he did not understand why Lu Yue was suddenly furious, looking as if it wanted to tear Chuan apart. However, this is a good thing. Chuan's fate will be even more miserable. Amidst the laughter, Lu Yue moved again. It flapped its wings, leaving behind trails in the air, swiftly charging towards Chuan.
That blood-red maw opened wide, a wave of bloody stench spreading out.
Soon Lu Yue was in front of Chuan.
Chirp! Lu Yue let out a piercing cry, its bloody mouth lunging towards Chuan.
Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he brought his fingers together and waved them in the air. The next second, golden light flashed.
A small golden sword appeared out of thin air. It was the small 5 elements technique, gold sword technique.
Go! Chuan waved his fingers again.
The golden sword rushed into that blood-red maw.
The blood-red maw that was originally biting towards Chuan immediately halted.
The golden sword was lodged against both the upper and lower jaws, making it impossible for the maw to close.
Chirp! Lu Yue emitted an angry cry, fury igniting in its eyes as it bit down fiercely.
However, the golden sword remained unaffected, still wedged between the upper and lower jaws.
No matter how hard Lu Yue tried, the golden sword did not shatter. Chuan revealed a satisfied smile and nodded slightly.
After advancing to the 8th layer of Qi, refining his true Qi had become unprecedentedly solid and heavy. Moreover, the golden sword was formed from his true Qi, making it even more indestructible.
Damn it! What are you doing?
This kid is right in front of you, hurry and swallow him. He Chang was anxious, his face changing as he urged. A look of horror filled his eyes. What on earth was Chuan's background? First summoning a rock wall, then a fireball, and now conjuring a brilliantly shining short sword.
How come he possessed such unheard-of martial techniques?
He did not even realize that these were not martial techniques but rather celestial spells belonging to cultivators.
Chirp!
Lu Yue let out a piercing cry, growing increasingly anxious. Lu Yue unleashed all its power, no longer biting the golden sword or clashing Hedon, but instead fully opening its bloody maw. The already large maw widened even further. In the end, Lu Yue's maw opened too wide, causing the golden sword to be unable to brace against both jaws simultaneously, and it was spat out.
Quite clever. Chuan smiled faintly, commenting.
Then he waved his fingers and the expelled golden sword turned in midair, once again lunging towards Lu Yue.
Chirp!
Lu Yue let out an angry cry, its eyes filled with disdain. This time it was prepared. Did this human really want to use the same trick again?
Ridiculous. Lu Yue flicked its tail, slamming the golden sword away with a loud bang. You're indeed stronger than the previous Lu Yue. Chuan's lips slightly curled upwards as he murmured, but then again, haven't I also become stronger?
With that he waved his fingers. 2 beams of golden light flashed. 2 more golden swords appeared. Together with the previous one, there were now 3 golden swords. After reaching the 8th layer of Qi, refining, he was no longer limited to summoning just 1 golden sword, he could now summon multiple.
1 golden sword won't do him, what about 3? Chuan smiled lightly at Lu Yue and pointed in the air.
Buzz. The 3 golden swords trembled and then swiftly lunged towards Lu Yue.
Chirp!
Lu Yue screamed, its eyes revealing shock. It hurriedly raised its tail and swung it, forcefully attacking the golden swords.
Bang!
1 golden sword was sent flying by Lu Yue.
But in the meantime, the other 2 golden swords struck Lu Yue. Puff! Puff!
The 2 golden swords pierced into Lu Yue's body, blood flowing continuously from the wounds.
Lu Yue was gravely injured. Chirp! Lu Yue let out a mournful cry, writhing in pain. Everyone was dumbfounded.
Even Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan, who had been shaking their heads in regret, were now wide-eyed, astonished to the point of nearly popping out their eyeballs.
Too strong.
Even when facing an ancient ferocious beast, Chuan did not falter in the slightest. Instead, he had severely injured Lu Yue.
Damn it!
He Chang's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead.
How could this be possible? Lu Yue was his trump card, could it really not deal with Chuan?
Chirp! At this moment Lu Yue let out another cry, its eyes filled with rage, coldness and fury.
It had actually been hurt by a human.
This was intolerable.
Whoosh! Just not far from the Yi family's villa, the Yunjiang River suddenly surged with monstrous waves. Then, boom! A gigantic pillar of water shot up from the Yunjiang River directly aimed at Mo Chuan. Control the river. This is Lu Yu's ultimate killing move.
He Cheng's pale face regained color, revealing excitement. There was still a chance. The colossal water pillar surged towards Mo Chuan, who maintained a calm expression. He slowly raised his hand and a rock wall appeared out of thin air. It was the small 5 elements technique, earth rock technique. Boom! The water pillar crashed into the rock wall, creating a thunderous noise. Under the assault of the water pillar, the rock wall trembled slightly, with earth and stone continually falling, but ultimately it held firm. The excitement on He Cheng's face instantly vanished. What replaced it was an overwhelming sense of despair. It was over. Even Lu Yu's final killing move was ineffective. He had already lost. Unable to complete the task assigned by his master and dominate Yunshan City, He Cheng lowered his head dejectedly, a wave of despair washing over his heart. But not long after, He Cheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with extreme madness. He would make one last desperate attempt. Xiao Dai, come here. He Cheng looked at Mo Dai, a gentle smile on his face. Darling, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Yue unable to defeat Mo Chuan, Mo Dai's expression was not good either, and upon hearing He Cheng call her, she hurriedly walked over. Xiao Dai, this Mo Chuan is too strong, I might not be able to help you take revenge. He Cheng smiled bitterly, apologetically saying. Darling, it's okay, as long as we're alive we don't need to worry about revenge. Let's hurry and escape, there will always be a chance to repay today's humiliation later. Mo Dai comforted softly. No, we don't have to wait for later, there's an opportunity right now. He Cheng said with a strange smile, a glimmer of something unusual flashing in his eyes. For some reason, seeing He Cheng like this, Mo Dai suddenly had an ominous premonition. Slap. A large hand grabbed Mo Dai's head. It was He Cheng. He firmly held Mo Dai's head. Darling, what are you doing? Let go of me. Mo Dai's expression changed and she hurriedly said. I'm helping you take revenge. It's just a pity that you won't get to see the scene of the grudge being avenged. He Cheng said with a cheerful smile, his eyes filled with a crimson hue. He held Mo Dai's head and began to absorb the yin energy within her using the yin-yang complementing technique, invoking a forbidden method within it. By absorbing a large amount of yin energy, he aimed to elevate his own strength by a small realm in a short period. Although the elevation of a minor realm is only temporary and can be sustained for a brief period, it is sufficient for him to counterattack Mo Chuan. The only downside is that Mo Dai, who has had a large amount of yin energy taken from her, will die on the spot. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. This is a necessary sacrifice. Dear, you must stop. Mo Dai has already had a significant amount of yin energy absorbed, her complexion gradually losing its color as she struggles desperately. He Cheng's gaze was cold and indifferent, showing no concern whatsoever. He closed his eyes, drawing in the ceaseless flow of yin energy while simultaneously enhancing his strength. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. Although Lin Jianxue was only at the 6th layer of the heavens, he was a seasoned martial artist with many years of experience, and he immediately discerned the situation, his expression changing dramatically. He is practicing a dark art to enhance his own strength. However, this girl's life. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of fear rising within them. He Cheng is truly a cold-hearted person, even resorting to harming his own girlfriend. Stop. What are you doing? Let our daughter go. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang's expressions changed and they hurried forward to tug at He Cheng's clothes, trying to push him away. However, they were unsuccessful. He Cheng, a 7th layer martial artist, was not someone two mere mortals could move. You are quite noisy. Go down and join your daughter. He Cheng spoke coldly. After saying this, he lightly slapped with his other hand, unleashing his true energy. Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang were instantly sent flying, heading towards the gaping mouth of the fish. With food approaching, the fish naturally welcomed it. It opened its bloody maw and swallowed Mo Yushan and Wang Hongtang. Ah! Help! The desperate cries for help echoed from the fish's mouth, but soon there was silence. No, dear. You cannot do this to us. Mo Dai shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming from her eyes, her face filled with fear. He Cheng remained silent, draining the last bit of yin energy from Mo Dai. With a thud, Mo Dai collapsed to the ground. Until the moment she closed her eyes, her heart was still filled with regret. Clearly it was just for revenge, so why did it cost her and her parents' lives? In the crowd, Old Master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin fell silent. Despite the Mo family's betrayal, such an end still evoked a sense of lament. Ha ha ha. A terrifying aura erupted from He Cheng as he laughed towards the sky. After refining the yin energy, the forbidden technique had taken effect. His strength had temporarily increased by a minor realm. Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan, the 3 heads of families, felt this terrifying aura and their expressions changed drastically. They sensed that He Cheng had grown even stronger.
strong enough to make one hesitant to look directly at him.
They all turned their gazes to Mo Chuan, their eyes revealing concern.
They wondered if Mo Chuan could withstand it. Mo Chuan.
He Chang halted his laughter and coldly looked at Mo Chuan, confidently stating, "My strength has surged again, can I surpass you?"
You. Mo Chuan glanced at He Chang. Name He Chang. Realm 8th layer of martial arts. You are still not enough. Mo Chuan shook his head, his expression calm.
He is a cultivation practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi, comparable to a 9th layer martial artist.
Even if He Chang reached the 8th layer, it still wouldn't be sufficient. Poof. Arrogant.
He Chang snorted heavily and then unleashed all his true energy, charging towards the He family forces. "I am currently facing a life and death crisis and need your help.
Do not worry, I will remember your contributions."
After speaking, one He family member after another was thrown towards the fish by He Chang. He knew that the fish was in a weakened state, its strength not at its peak, and it needed to consume blood food to restore its power.
"Ah.
Young master, spare us." The He family members begged for mercy repeatedly, no one wanting to die. However, they were still ruthlessly sent into the fish's mouth. The fish happily devoured these blood offerings, gradually restoring its strength. "Young master, I will do it myself." When it was He's turn, his expression was solemn as he sadly spoke.
After saying this, he voluntarily entered the fish's bloody maw. "There is some awareness,"
He Chang said coldly.
"Chirp."
After all the He family members were swallowed, the fish let out a joyful cry, its aura continuously strengthening. The crowd retreated repeatedly, their faces pale, all frightened by this scene.
"He has gone mad.
He Chang has gone mad. Not only did he sacrifice his girlfriend, but he also sacrificed the entire He family.
This is a complete madman." Boom. It was at this moment that a terrifying aura surged from the fish.
It had digested the blood offerings and restored much of its strength.
"Ha ha ha." He Chang laughed wildly, looking at Mo Chuan, asking again, "What do you think, Mo Chuan?"
The fish's strength has also surged.
"With each of us having a fish to join forces, can we defeat you?" Mo Chuan remained expressionless, casting a faint glance at the fish.
Name fish of Devouring. Strength first rank 8 stars, third rank 6 stars. Life source 6400.
Status life-threatening. Its strength has recovered from first rank 7 stars to first rank 8 stars, equivalent to the 8th layer of Qi. Correspondingly, its life source has increased from 50 points to 60 points.
Mo Chuan thought to himself, this really gave him an additional 10 points of life source. Then he looked at He Chang with a faint smile, saying, "Not impressive."
"Still not enough. Arrogant."
He Chang laughed coldly, shaking the beast controlling bell, saying, "Let's attack together. Tear this kid apart."
Chirp.
The fish received the command, let out a cry, and charged towards Mo Chuan. At the same time, from afar, Yun Jiang erupted with another towering water column, rushing towards Mo Chuan.
Extinguishing blade, third blade. He Chang wielded his treasured blade, unleashing a massive blade aura aimed at Mo Chuan. "With three-pronged attacks, let's see how you block this."
He Chang's eyes were filled with madness.
"Well done." Mo Chuan showed no fear, his eyes shining brightly with true energy bursting forth.
He raised his right hand and a giant water ball appeared out of thin air. The huge water ball flew towards the towering water column like a bullet. It was the little 5 elements technique, water ball technique. When the giant water ball collided with the towering water column, both shattered. Mo Chuan waved his hand again and the previously condensed rock wall blocked in front of him.
Bang. The third blade of extinguishing was immediately halted by the rock wall. Mo Chuan then waved his fingers and 3 golden small swords flew out, their sword-like flashing as they severed all the fish's fangs.
The fish, which opened its bloody maw, suddenly posed no threat. From then on, all 3 killing threats dissipated.
"You."
He Chang watched the scene, his complexion drained of color, trembling all over, nearly unable to stand. "I told you, even if you join forces, it is still not enough to be considered." Mo Chuan stood in place, not moving an inch, yet with a mere gesture he resolved all crises like a deity in the world, noble and inviolable.
"Run. Hurry and escape." This is the only thought in He Chang's mind.
The madness in his eyes has faded and he has come to his senses. The gap between him and Mo Chuan is too vast. Even if he uses forbidden techniques to elevate his realm slightly, it cannot bridge the chasm.
Thus the only option is to flee.
With this thought, He Chang gritted his teeth and turned to run.
He infused his true energy into his legs, maximizing his speed. He didn't even have the heart to care for the Luoyu.
Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking of escaping, Mo Chuan chuckled lightly, raising a hand as he watched He Chang's back slowly making a grasping motion from a distance.
Whoosh! A vine rapidly sprouted from beneath He Chang's feet.
It was the small 5 elements technique, wood vine technique.
The vine swiftly wrapped around He Chang's legs, binding him tightly and rendering his legs immovable. Ouch!
Due to inertia, He Chang fell heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of pain.
Damn it!
He pushed himself up with his hands, trying to stand and continue his escape. But the vine held him fast. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free.
Everyone present was stunned, their minds echoing with disbelief.
The situation changed too rapidly. One moment He Chang was teaming up with the Luoyu to attack Mo Chuan with high spirits, and the next he was like a stray dog fleeing for his life.
Next, it's your turn.
Mo Chuan turned his gaze to the Luoyu. The Luoyu's sharp teeth had all been severed by the golden swords, leaving it in a pitiful state.
Chirp.
Seeing Mo Chuan's gaze, the Luoyu let out a mournful cry, then quickly turned its massive body and began to flap its wings.
It too wished to flee. Even as an ancient beast, it cast aside its dignity and only thought of escape. Thinking of running. You will stay too. It too wished to flee. Even as an ancient beast, it cast aside its dignity and only thought of escape. Thinking of running. You will.
Suddenly a mass of vines appeared around the Luoyu.
Again, it was the small 5 elements technique, wood vine technique. These vines ensnared the Luoyu, completely preventing its escape. Chirp.
The Luoyu let out an angry cry, struggling desperately but still unable to free itself from the vine's grasp.
Mo Chuan lowered his hand and looked back at He Chang.
Tap tap tap. Soft footsteps approached.
Mo Chuan walked over.
He Chang looked up, seeing Mo Chuan draw nearer, a glimmer of despair appearing in his eyes. Tap tap tap. Soft footsteps approached.
Mo Chuan walked over.
He Chang looked up, seeing Mo Chuan.
A bronze bell.
It was the beast controlling bell.
Ding. Beast controlling bell discovered.
The system's notification chimed at the right moment.
Mo Chuan summoned the beast controlling bell he had obtained from Shi Hai. He held one beast controlling bell in his hand and compared it.
These two bells are indeed identical, Mo Chuan remarked with a TSK. He Chang stared at the extra beast controlling bell, his eyes widening in disbelief.
This is the beast controlling bell bestowed by the Lord. How do you have it? Again the Lord. Mo Chuan glanced at He Chang, a calm smile on his face. Last time Shi Hai also mentioned the Lord. It seems you are both serving the same person. Tell me, who is the Lord you speak of? On hearing this, He Chang's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. Shi Hai. Mo Chuan mentioned Shi Hai. Connecting the dots, Mo Chuan also possessed a beast controlling bell.
Could it have been obtained from Shi? But the Lord clearly stated that after Shi Hai released the beast Zheng, he was attacked by a mysterious force. Thinking of this, He Chang's face grew even paler and his mind trembled violently.
He had an ominous guess. Mo Chuan is the mysterious force.
It was Mo Chuan who coveted the beast Zheng, leading to Shi Hai's demise while obtaining the beast controlling bell from him. Then the female Luoyu beneath the clouds
was also taken away by Mo Chuan.
As this thought emerged, He Chang felt increasingly convinced.
He looked at Mo Chuan, his eyes filled with deep fear. Don't dawdle, answer my question. Mo Chuan looked at He Chang, furrowing his brow.
Who exactly is the Lord you speak of? He was genuinely interested. That Lord first sent Shi Hai to the sealing ground of the beast Zheng and then sent He Chang to the sealing ground of the Luoyu. Clearly that Lord knows a great deal about the sealing grounds of ancient beasts. This is simply his fortune. If he could devour dozens of ancient beasts and gain more life essence, he would soon complete 9 molts, evolving from a small snake into a giant python. Of course, all of this hinges on extracting information about other ancient beasts' sealing grounds from that Lord.
You can give up on that thought. I will not reveal the Lord's information to you.
He Chang gritted his teeth and spoke coldly.
Just after he finished speaking, his phone rang.
He Chang's expression changed as he took out his phone, wanting to hang up.
But Mo Chuan sneered, snatching the phone from him. You.
He Chang glared at Mo Chuan but saw Mo Chuan already pressed the answer button, holding the phone to his ear.
How is the task going?
Has your He family secured Yunshan City? A detached voice came from the other end of the line. He Chang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. This was the Lord's voice.
Mo Chuan's lips curled slightly as he spoke into the phone. So it was you who instructed He Chang to dominate Yunshan City.
The caller clearly did not expect it was not He Chang answering the phone, falling into silence. Around them, everyone's faces changed dramatically, their minds shaken, especially Lin Jianchu as Sun Renhuai and Xue Xiuyuan, the 3 family heads, who found it hard to believe.
Heavens!
Such a powerful He Chang actually has a master behind him.
Dominating Yunshan City was precisely the decision of He Chang's master.
This 7-layered celestial strongman He Chang turned out to be just a lackey. It was unimaginable how powerful He Chang was. How terrifying must his master be?
Who are you?
The voice on the other end finally spoke again, carrying a hint of coldness.
Who am I? Mo Chuan chuckled coldly. I should be asking you, who are you?
You who know the sealing grounds of the beast Zheng and the Luoyu, who exactly are you? The caller fell silent again, clearly not expecting Mo Chuan to know so much. Master, his name is Mo Chuan. He is the mysterious force that seized the beast Zhang from Shiji Hai and unsealed the female Luoyu before me. He Chang, lying on the ground, lifted his head at this moment, using all his strength to shout towards the phone direction. You have a lot to say.
Mo Chuan's eyes flashed coldly as he stepped down, landing on He Chang's head. Bang!
He Chang instantly faced the ground, only able to whimper, unable to utter another word. Mo Chuan, not cold, razor-sharp voice crackled from the other end of the line. First you stole the monstrous beast Yen, then you took away the Yin. You've thwarted my plans time and again.
Do you truly seek death? Mo Chuan grinned, a wide, dazzling smile. Yes. I beg for death.
Come kill me yourself. And he was in fact hoping precisely for that. Only then could he seize his adversary and force him to reveal the locations of the remaining sealed realms.
And you? The voice on the line seethed with fury, clearly unprepared for such a brazen reply. What you?
If you refuse to come kill me, then I shall come kill you instead. And Mo Chuan spoke icily. And the figure on the line erupted, preposterous. How dare you threaten this sovereign? And before the sentence could finish, a rapid series of beeps cut the call short. And Mo Chuan lowered the phone expressionlessly, then lifted his foot from He Chang's head. Cough, cough, cough. And He Chang's face rose from the ground as he gasped violently, finally drawing clean breath. And then he looked up and met Mo Chuan's glacial gaze. A chill shot through his spine.
What do you intend to do? Mo Chuan's lips curled faintly.
Yes. And he crouched down and placed his palm upon He Chang's forehead. Now venomous energy surged from his hand into He Chang's brain. The third serpent venom, puppet venom.
And since awakening it, he had yet to deploy it, until today, his first trial. A-A-A-H-H-H, and He Chang screamed, a sound of unbearable agony, raw and harrowing.
And the torment lasted precisely 1 full minute. After 60 seconds, Mo Chuan withdrew his hand and murmured softly, this must be the slowest acting serpent venom yet, full minute required for activation. Then he turned his gaze to He Chang. And the man sat calm, outwardly composed, yet a subtle vacancy lingered deep within his eyes.
He had become Mo Chuan's puppet, irrevocably bound.
And Master, He Chang said, bowing his head in solemn reverence. And the words ignited an instant uproar.
Dozens of eyes widened in stunned disbelief, fixed upon Mo Chuan.
And what had he done to He Chang?
And how could he compel such a title? Such a technique was unheard of, utterly terrifying.
And Mo Chuan gave He Chang a slight nod and asked, that sovereign you mentioned, do you know where he is?
Yes. He Chang replied, voice unwavering. And good. Take me to him later, Mo Chuan said coolly. And yes, master. He Chang bowed again. Now flicker passed through Mo Chuan's eyes. This was the true artistry of puppet venom. And then meanwhile in Tiannan City. Tiannan City, the southernmost metropolis on the continent. And beyond it lay only the southern sea, the land's final edge. It was also the second largest city in the south, second only to Nanwu City. And martial cultivation flourished here, though slightly inferior to Nanwu, it far surpassed Yunshan City. At that very moment, deep within a mountain range near Tiannan City, inside a secluded cave, and damn it, a furious voice exploded from the darkness. Its owner wore a flowing black robe, hood drawn low, his face utterly veiled, his identity concealed. And enraged beyond restraint, the robed figure spat again, a petty martial artist from some backwater hamlet like Yunshan City, daring to hang up on this sovereign. He was the very sovereign spoken of by Shi Hai and He Chang. Only after a long silence did he suppress his fury and regain composure. Mo Chuan, you've sabotaged my designs repeatedly. This cannot go unanswered. Nonce my current affairs conclude, I shall depart personally, to slay you with my own hands. Cold light flashed in his eyes. And then He Chang, ancient beast, serpentine head, equine ears for eyes, fish-like. Etched upon the stone was a mural depicting a terrifying ancient beast, serpentine head, equine ears for eyes, fish-like body, and 6 limbs. Nit's mere visage radiated primal ferocity. Though fierce and wrathful in expression, the beast was bound, 6 chains clamped tightly around its 6 limbs. Nit was imprisoned. Rani, the fish-bodied snake-head 6-limbed creature whose eyes resemble horse-ears, and this Rani is among the primordial monstrous beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It surpasses both the Yen and the Inu in power, and for now that insignificant insect named Mo Chuan is irrelevant, my priority is freeing the Rani. His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. And then he gathered his true chi, closed his eyes, and began to form arcane hand seals. And then back in Yunshan City at the Yi family villa beside the Yun River. Now, it is your turn. Mo Chuan gazed upon the Inu entangled in thick vines. And information shimmered into view. Naming Yun, rank tier 1 8 stars, tier 3 6 stars, and vital essence 6400 and status mortally wounded. He glanced next at his own stat panel. Name Mo Chuan, vital essence 0. 1. Stage 3 shedding serpentling 0400 and cultivation realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41 and innate talents. Devour first serpent venom, illusion god venom, second serpent venom, supreme sovereign venom, third serpent venom, puppet venom. Spatial capacity 10 cubic meters, and his vital essence had dwindled to a mere 0. 1 point.
So, these 60 points of vital essence arrive most opportune indeed. Mo Chuan moistened his lips, a spark of anticipation flashing in his eyes. In the next instant he stepped before the inu and pressed his palm against its scaled body.
A swirling black vortex bloomed at his palm. Nki, and the inu shrieked, a piercing desperate cry born of utter terror.
It thrashed wildly, straining to break free from the vines and flee, but to no avail.
And boom. And the entire inu vanished into the vortex. Mo Chuan nodded in quiet satisfaction and lowered his hand. And ding.
Inu devoured, gained 60 points of vital essence. Na system chime rang out and his stat panel updated instantly.
Name Mo Chuan vital essence 60. 1.
Stage 3 shedding serpentling 0400 in cultivation realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41 innate talents devour 1st serpent venom illusion god venom 2nd serpent venom supreme sovereign venom 3rd serpent venom puppet venom spatial capacity 10 cubic meters. Mo Chuan scanned the panel, then nodded once more satisfied. Yet he had no intention of spending these 60 points to accelerate a new Lingyuan fruit tree.
And why? And because the next major breakthrough after chi refinement is foundation establishment.
Cultivators who reach the 9th layer of chi refinement must ingest a foundation establishment pill to ascend, otherwise no matter how much spiritual energy they absorb they remain forever locked at the 9th layer.
Mo Chuan currently lacked the materials to refine such a pill.
And he simply could not produce one. Thus accelerating a new Lingyuan fruit tree and refining additional chi-nourishing pills would elevate him only from the 8th to the 9th layer, not to foundation establishment.
And the gap between the 8th and 9th layers was negligible, hardly worth expending vital essence for haste. And far wiser was to conserve these 61 points.
And accumulate them toward the 400-point threshold, triggering his 4th shedding and awakening the 4th serpent venom. Those nearby were dumbfounded as Mo Chuan made the Luoyu vanish before their eyes.
Their scalps tingled and a roaring resonance filled their minds. This is simply miraculous. How could a colossal aberrant beast just disappear?
Lin Jianshu's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan, the 3 clan heads, wore the same stunned expression. They looked at one another, utterly bewildered. I suppose I finally understand why Yuankai respects Mo Chuan so deeply, someone murmured. Lin Jianshu forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Indeed, summoning a golden sword, wooden vines, a sphere of water, a fireball, a wall of earth, subtly aligning with the 5 elements, merely witnessing the martial techniques he displayed is eye-opening.
Sun Renhui's eyes remained filled with shock, slow to calm.
This youth will rise to greatness, he will surely become a force that reverberates across Huaxia.
Shueshou Yuan sighed as he offered his appraisal.
In the crowd, Lin Yayan, seeing that all had settled, finally let out a relieved breath.
Wonderful, he is unharmed.
Lin Yayan gazed at Mo Chuan, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes and her lips curved into a radiant smile.
Then Mo Chuan.
Lin Yayun called coquettishly and stepped forward.
Mo Chuan turned, saw Lin Yayun and allowed a faint composed smile to cross his face. He was about to speak when a cold voice cut through. Everyone's here. Another icy voice followed. Sure enough, all the forces of Yunshan City have gathered here. At that, figures flashed into view. The portly protector and the lean protector stood before the crowd. Xiong Taichang and his son Xiong Xian followed close behind. The crowd fell silent and puzzled. What had these 4 sudden arrivals come for? Isn't that Xiong Taichang, head of the Xiong Martial Hall? And the young hallmaster Xiong Xian, someone exclaimed on recognizing them. Wasn't the Xiong Martial Hall closed not long ago? I thought the hallmaster had left Yunshan City for good. I never expected they'd return today. A voice spoke, tinged with puzzlement. Mo Chuan also saw Xiong Taichang and Xiong Xian, and realizing something could not help the faint upward curl of his lips. Have they finally come? The Xiong family. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce ourselves. We come from Nanwo City and today we have come to Yunshan to reclaim an item.
The lean protector said coolly to the crowd. They froze.
Nanwo City.
The 2 men beside the Xiong father and son are from Nanwo City.
I never thought the rumors would be true. Indeed.
It has long been rumored that the Xiong Martial Hall was founded by people from Nanwo City, which is why the 3 great martial lineages have not crushed this rising force over the past few years.
The crowd murmured in amazement.
Nanwo City is the southern center of martial arts, teeming with formidable warriors. It was in a wholly different league from the small Yunshan City. And now 4 guests from Nanwo had arrived in Yunshan. Gazes toward the lean protector, the portly protector Xiong Taichang and Xiong Xian turned reverent, awed and humble. And now 4 guests from Nanwo had arrived in Yunshan. Gazes toward the lean protector, the portly protector Xiong Taichang and Xiong Xian turned reverent, awed and humble. They wondered what Xiong Taichang intended by bringing people today. The lean protector nodded in satisfaction, relishing those admiring eyes.
And such admiration was justified.
After all, they came from Nanwo and from the Xiong family, and status, rank and birth they were supremely distinguished. A moment later the lean protector demanded coldly who took the Lingyuan fruit. You may speak now, directing his gaze at Xiong Taichang and Xiong Xian.
Xiong Xian's face brightened and he immediately pointed at Mo Chuan. Protector, it was this brat. At once a thunderous uproar swept the place. Countless eyes shone with astonishment. These four had come to lay blame on Mo Chuan. Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shui Ziyuan's expressions shifted subtly. The Lingyuan fruit. It was the Lingyuan fruit. That Mo Chuan possessed such a celestial treasure astonished them. Rumor held that consuming one could break through an entire realm. They were currently 6th tier. If he swallowed a Lingyuan fruit, would he not ascend at once to the 7th tier? Would he then not rival He Chang's strength? A flicker of eagerness crossed the three masters' eyes. But they quickly steadied themselves. The Lingyuan fruit was in Mo Chuan's possession. If they let excitement cloud their judgment and attempted to seize the fruit from Mo Chuan, that would be sheer suicide. Had they forgotten that He Chang, who used forbidden arts to temporarily rise to the 8th tier, had been defeated? Had they not seen that the Luoyu, that ancient fiend, died without so much as leaving ashes? Boy, was it you who brazenly took the Lingyuan fruit. The lean protector followed Xiong Xian's pointed finger to Mo Chuan. His expression turned ice cold. The portly protector also looked at Mo Chuan, maintaining a smiling facade like a laughing Buddha, but the cold glint in his eyes revealed he was a smiling tiger, concealment for a blade. I took the Lingyuan fruit. Mo Chuan nodded and admitted it calmly. He looked at the lean protector, smiled faintly and asked, so? Do you intend to take it from me? Ridiculous, came a sneering voice, Xiong Xian. Xiong Xian stared at Mo Chuan, face full of derision, laughing loudly. Mo Chuan, mind your words. It is not that we will take it back from you. You will kneel, beg forgiveness, and hand over the Lingyuan fruit. You want me to kneel and beg? Mo Chuan asked Xiong Xian with a half-amused expression. What do you think, we cannot do it? Xiong Xian spoke arrogantly this time. We have brought the portly and lean protectors. Both are 7th tier warriors. Dealing with you would be like using an ox-slaying blade to kill a chicken. The lean protector nodded in satisfied acknowledgement of Xiong Xian's praise, thoroughly enjoying the flattery. He scanned the assembled nobles, hoping to find awe on their faces. After all, as a 7th tier warrior, he presumed these backwater folk of Yunshan had never seen anyone above the 6th tier. Yet, a ripple of murmurs rose around him. 7th tier warriors. People's faces registered a strange mix of reactions. 2 7th tier warriors daring to trouble Mo Chuan. Remember, Mo Chuan had just dealt with a 7th tier warrior and an ancient fiend. The lean protector's brow tightened. The crowd's response disappointed him. He had expected reverence, yet instead he saw many looks of doubt. Did they think he could not handle that brat called Mo Chuan? Oof. The lean protector snorted coldly, his face darkening as he regarded the nobles. They were truly countryfolk who had not seen the world, ignorant, unreasonable, and blind to their own limits. Kneel down, you brat. The thin protector suddenly spoke, looking at Mo Chuan with a cold tone. The voice was filled with endless chill coldness and murderous intent. Moreover, this voice also carried a trace of pressure pressing down on Mo Chuan. The thin protector's eyes revealed a mocking expression. Under this slight pressure, this kid named Mo Chuan should be unable to withstand it and kneel immediately, right? He believed that he should do this, employing thunderous tactics to show the surrounding aristocrats of Yunshan City what a sevenfold martial artist is and what a true powerhouse looks like. Otherwise, these people from this remote place who have never seen the world wouldn't even know what a sevenfold martial artist is. Kneel down. Mo Chuan looked at the thin protector, feeling the pressure contained in the latter's voice, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If Lin Jianxue and the others faced this pressure, they might crumble under it just as they did before He Chang. However, for him this bit of pressure was truly nothing, akin to a mere tickle. Using the pressure of a sevenfold martial artist against an 8th layer chi refining practitioner. How would a tiger be frightened by a kitten's meow? What's going on? Why hasn't this kid knelt down? The thin protector furrowed his brows deeply, staring fixedly at Mo Chuan, feeling a trace of disbelief. At the same time, a hint of shame flashed across his face. He pressured Mo Chuan in front of so many people to kneel, yet Mo Chuan showed no reaction at all. Wasn't this slapping his face? This kid has something strange about him. The thin protector's expression darkened. He could only comfort himself this way. He didn't consider that Mo Chuan might be stronger than him. Mo Chuan looked to be only in his teens. How could he possibly be stronger? Did he really think every young person was like his young master Xiong Xiaoqing, who broke into the top 10 of the talented youth rankings at just over 20? Forget it, let's just take action. The thin protector shook his head, looking at Mo Chuan with icy eyes. Kid, no matter what strange thing you have, I must tell you, in the face of absolute strength, any petty tricks are laughable. In the next moment, the thin protector raised his fist. The surrounding air surged, forming a vortex at the fist, exuding an overwhelming presence. A terrifying aura emanated from this clenched fist, shaking the very soul. Such powerful martial arts, truly worthy of coming from Nanwo City. Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shui Xiuyuan, the three family heads, exclaimed in admiration, their eyes filled with envy for this martial art. Domineering iron fist. It's our Xiong family's ancestral martial art, the domineering Iron Fist.
Xiong Xian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this. At the Grand Hotel he had also used the domineering Iron Fist against Chuan, but his realm was too low to inflict any harm. But now in the hands of the Thin Protector this martial art would surely display its true might.
Dad, once the domineering Iron Fist is unleashed, Chuan probably has no chance of survival.
Indeed, the domineering Iron Fist is our Xiong family's clan-defending martial art infused with the spirit of slaughter.
When a punch is thrown, not just anyone can withstand it. Xiong Taichang nodded approvingly, his eyes filled with delight.
Chuan, on that day you not only stole the Lingyuan fruit but also crippled my cultivation. Did you ever think of the revenge from my Xiong family today? You should just obediently become a ghost under this punch.
Kid, take this punch.
The Thin Protector shouted. The might of the domineering Iron Fist had already reached its peak. His figure moved, fist thrusting out towards Chuan. In the blink of an eye this terrifying punch was already in front of Chuan. Facing this punch, Chuan showed no fear, instead murmuring to himself, another domineering Iron Fist. The momentum is quite impressive, but it pales in comparison to Xiong Shaoqing. As he spoke, a yellow-brown rock wall suddenly appeared in front of Chuan.
It was indeed the small 5 elements technique, earth rock technique. He.
The Thin Protector sneered, seeing this kid was up to some trick again, thinking that conjuring a wall could block the domineering Iron Fist.
How naive.
When he unleashed the domineering Iron Fist, not to mention a wall, even a steel plate would be easily shattered.
The next moment, boom.
The domineering Iron Fist struck hard against the rock wall, causing an earth-shattering force. The rock wall suffered a significant impact, slightly trembling, with many tiny rocks continuously falling off. But ultimately the rock wall stood firm, unbroken.
How is this possible?
Seeing this scene, the Thin Protector's eyes widened, his thoughts nearly coming to a halt.
The domineering Iron Fist couldn't even shatter a wall. Heaven, is this a joke? This is the Xiong family's clan-defending martial art.
Dad, I can't be seeing this wrong. The Thin Protector actually
missed.
Xiong Xian pinched himself hard, thinking he was dreaming, but the pain from pinching proved that this was all too real. He was not dreaming.
I don't even know what's going on. This.
Xiong Taichang spoke awkwardly, continuously shaking his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even the Fat Protector, the ever-smiling Buddha, had lost his usual smile, his brows furrowed deeply as he pondered the reason.
Indeed, Chuan is still that Chuan. Even when facing the Xiong family, even when facing the domineering Iron Fist, he still does not fall into a disadvantage.
Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shueshou and the 3 family heads shook their heads continuously in lamentation, bitterly smiling.
The domineering Iron Fist they were so envious of could be easily blocked by Chuan. This was truly disheartening.
And just as the Xiong family members were shocked and silent, Chuan spoke up.
In return for your kindness, I shall return a fist.
Chuan looked at the Thin Protector, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke, he stepped forward and threw a punch.
This punch appeared plain and unremarkable.
But in reality it contained the true energy of an 8th layer Qi refining practitioner. And the energy intensity of an 8th layer Qi refining practitioner is equivalent to that of a 9-fold martial artist. Thus this punch was akin to the full force of a 9-fold martial artist. The Thin Protector was only a 7-fold martial artist for him to withstand a punch from a 9-fold martial artist.
Not good.
The Thin Protector faced this punch directly, and as the fist drew closer he clearly felt that this seemingly unremarkable punch was actually imbued with rich killing intent, incredibly dangerous. So dangerous that even he, a 7-fold martial artist, faced a life-threatening situation. This was a crisis of life and death. The Thin Protector hurriedly retreated, yet this punch seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing.
Gradually the distance grew shorter.
The fist drew closer.
Finally, boom.
This punch landed squarely on the Thin Protector's chest.
Pooh.
The Thin Protector spat out a mouthful of blood, and then like a kite with a broken string he was sent flying. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. He flew dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground.
Pooh.
Crashing to the ground, the Thin Protector was injured once more, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He staggered to his feet, looking at Chuan from a distance, his heart filled with an uncontrollable shock. That punch just now exerted pressure on him that could only be caused by someone above the 8th layer. But how was that possible? In a small place like Yunshan City there were usually no practitioners who even reached the 7-fold martial artist level. How could there be a practitioner of at least 8th layer, and moreover a young one? At such a young age, possessing such strength, he surely has a chance to compete for the talented youth rankings. The Thin Protector couldn't fathom it.
How does it feel? The Fat Protector approached, asking in a deep voice. This kid's strength is a bit strange. I have no confidence in dealing with him alone.
The Thin Protector gritted his teeth and spoke the truth, even though it was a bit embarrassing.
I think he must have swallowed a Lingyuan fruit, that's why his strength is so formidable. The Fat Protector snorted coldly, staring fixedly at Chuan, making a guess. That should be it.
The Thin Protector narrowed his pupils, murmuring. Then his expression turned cold and he said, "But no matter how strong this kid is, we must seize back the Ling Yuan fruit. This is the task entrusted to us by the young master." The Fat Protector restored his usual smile, nodding, saying, "Indeed, the Ling Yuan fruit only has effect when it is the first one out of 3 Ling Yuan fruits. He has eaten one, so there should be 2 left.
We must retrieve these 2 Ling Yuan fruits.
Therefore, to accomplish the task." The Thin Protector stared intently at Mo Chuan, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he spoke coldly. "We must go all out together." Indeed, he had lost all face.
Completely lost all face. 2 older martial artists were going to jointly besiege a young martial artist.
But as long as they could complete the task, even if they lost all face, it was nothing.
All right. The Fat Protector nodded, then moved, landing behind Mo Chuan.
The Thin Protector, with a serious expression, step by step approached Mo Chuan. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, formed a surrounding siege against Mo Chuan. Are the 2 Protector adults really going to deal with Mo Chuan together?
Xiongxian stared dumbfounded at this scene, biting his teeth in disbelief.
Moreover, seeing the extremely serious expressions of the 2 Protectors, could it be that even together they still lacked confidence? As for Xiong Taichang, he was dumbfounded, shocked to the point of being speechless, remaining silent to express his disbelief. At the same time, Domineering Iron Fist.
Domineering Iron Fist. 2 cold shouts rang out.
The Thin Protector and the Fat Protector each clenched their fists, accumulating power, ready to strike.
Are we going to attack together?
Mo Chuan glanced back and forth at the 2, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Boom. Boom.
The terrifying killing intent erupted simultaneously from both the Thin Protector and the Fat Protector's fists, both having reached their peak. In front, the Thin Protector moved, throwing a punch that caused a buzzing vibration in the air. Behind, the Fat Protector also moved, wearing a gentle smile, seeming like a friendly fat man, yet beneath the smile hid a dangerous killing intent. His heavy fist, like a towering mountain, suddenly blasted out, striking towards Mo Chuan.
As the Thin Protector punched, he laughed loudly at Mo Chuan. "Ha ha ha, I guess you can only summon a wall, right? And we have 2 people attacking from front and back. You will never. You can only block one person but not the other.
Let's see how you defend against my broken wall this time." The Fat Protector threw a punch with a smile on his face, though his words were few, they were laden with a strong intent to kill. Facing the dual assault from both sides, Mo Chuan smiled. He showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he turned his body sideways and extended both hands. The left hand pointed at the Lean Protector and the right hand pointed at the Fat Protector. This scene surprised both the Lean and the Fat Protectors. However, their momentum did not decrease as they continued to attack Mo Chuan with clenched fists, and their fists were already very close to him.
Mo Chuan smiled faintly. "Why should I use a rock wall for defense? It's unnecessary. Attack is the best form of defense."
As he spoke, a dazzling golden small sword appeared in his left hand and another in his right hand. It was indeed the 5 Elements technique golden sword art.
What?
Upon seeing this, both the Fat and Lean Protectors were taken aback, but they were too close to Mo Chuan to dodge in time. The punch from the Lean Protector collided with the golden small sword in Mo Chuan's left hand, while the punch from the Fat Protector struck the golden small sword in his right hand. Then 2 sounds of skin piercing were heard. The golden small swords pierced through the chests of the Fat and Lean Protectors. The Fat and Lean Protectors clutched their chest wounds and staggered back, even their previously clenched fists ready to attack loosened. Seeing this, Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shueshouyu and the 3 masters shook their heads and sighed.
Mo Chuan's strength had indeed reached an extraordinary level. Only the extraordinary should not provoke Mo Chuan.
This was the consensus in the hearts of the 3. Around them there was a stir. Many looked at the Fat and Lean Protectors with disdain.
"I had already predicted that you wouldn't be able to defeat Mo Chuan, but I didn't expect you to be this weak."
The Fat and Lean Protectors felt the disdainful gazes of the crowd and were enraged yet powerless.
"You."
The Fat and Lean Protectors looked at Mo Chuan again, their eyes wide, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, and the wounds caused by the golden small swords continuously bled. They were filled with countless questions.
For example, how did Mo Chuan summon 2 golden small swords out of thin air?
Why were the golden small swords so sharp that they could even pierce through their protective true energy?
And so many more questions. But they would no longer have the opportunity to ask.
The Fat and Lean Protectors were already starting to feel dizzy, their consciousness gradually fading.
"See? Attack is indeed the best form of defense.
If I can solve you both, why do I need to defend against your iron fist?"
Mo Chuan looked at the Fat and Lean Protectors with a faint smile and spoke again.
Discontent appeared in the eyes of the Fat and Lean Protectors, but soon a wave of fatigue washed over them and their eyes involuntarily closed.
Thud.
Both fell to the ground, never to make another sound.
Did the 2 Protectors die?
Seeing this, Xiongxian was struck by lightning, his face pale, even nearly stopping his breath from fright.
"No, this can't be true."
Xiong Taichang shook his head repeatedly. After all, these were the Fat and Lean Protectors' high-ranking figures in the Xiong family.
"Next, it's your turn." Mo Chuan turned to look at Xiong Taicheng and his son Xiong Xian. No. Both father and son trembled, their legs weakened, collapsing to the ground. It's not that they lack courage. It's just that Mo Chuan was too strong. Even the two protectors working together could not defeat him. What else could they do in the face of Mo Chuan? No matter what they did, it would be futile resistance. Mo Chuan walked towards the father and son. No, don't come over.
Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian were as pale as paper, bracing themselves on the ground, constantly retreating. During their retreat, a wooden box fell from Xiong Taicheng's body. The wooden box rolled on the ground a few times and the lid slightly opened, revealing a small gap. A few specks of starlight emanated from the small gap.
Ding!
Detected celestial stargrass that can refine the physical body. The system's prompt sounded in his mind.
Oh. Hearing the system's prompt, Mo Chuan looked down at the wooden box.
Xiong Taicheng's face changed when he saw the box drop and he hurriedly reached out to grab it. Mo Chuan glanced at Xiong Taicheng, who felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. He closed his mouth, afraid to say another word.
Mo Chuan opened the wooden box, revealing a purple grass.
Around the purple grass, specks of starlight occasionally appeared, giving it a mysterious aura. What a beautiful grass! In the crowd, Lin Yaju looked at the celestial star grass, a glimmer of wonder in her beautiful eyes as she exclaimed. Lin Jianshui's son Renhui and Shuexiu Yuan all changed their expressions. The grass is purple and accompanied by starlight. This is
the celestial stargrass recorded in ancient texts. Lin Jianshui exclaimed in surprise.
Indeed, it is celestial stargrass. Sun Renhui stared at the celestial stargrass for several moments before confirming. It is said that celestial stargrass can refine a person's physical body. It's a precious item, even more valuable than spirit origin fruit. Shuexiu Yuan gazed at the celestial stargrass and remarked with emotion. Mo Chuan examined the celestial stargrass in the wooden box. He naturally knew about its miraculous effects, having seen its description in ancient texts before. It is said that this grass absorbs starlight from the cosmos during its growth, thus containing the power of the stars. Consuming celestial stargrass and absorbing this trace of stellar power can achieve the effect of refining the physical body.
Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Mo Chuan's face.
The Xiong family truly was his treasure trove, his lucky star. Last time he obtained spirit origin fruit because of the Xiong family. This time he obtained the legendary celestial stargrass because of the Xiong family. Congratulations, young brother Mo, this celestial stargrass is a treasure, you must keep it well. Lin Jianxue spoke with a smile as he Sun Renhui and Shuexiu Yuan approached. But young brother, remember to boil the celestial stargrass into a medicinal soup before consuming it. At this moment Sun Renhui reminded him. Yes, although celestial stargrass only contains a trace of stellar power, that small amount is enough to cause an explosion in the body.
You must dilute the stellar power by boiling it into soup. Shuexiu Yuan also spoke seriously. Thank you, three masters. Mo Chuan smiled faintly and cupped his fists at the three. Before consuming celestial stargrass, he naturally saw in ancient texts that it needed to be boiled into soup. It is said that before refining the physical body, the human body is too fragile. If it comes into contact with undiluted stellar power, it will explode and perish. Thinking this, Mo Chuan prepared to close the wooden box, intending to consume the celestial stargrass later. But at that moment the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. The host does not need to boil the celestial stargrass into soup, it can be consumed directly. Mo Chuan was taken aback and immediately asked with his mind why. Ding. Boiling the celestial stargrass into soup will dilute the stellar power, thus weakening the effect of refining the physical body, the system replied in his mind. Mo Chuan was speechless and said with his mind, I know it will weaken the effect of refining the physical body, but it can't be undiluted. If I swallow the celestial stargrass directly, it'll explode and die. Ding. The host does not need to worry about exploding and dying with the dragon bloodline. Your physical foundation is far stronger than that of ordinary people. The system replied again in his mind. Mo Chuan was stunned again. Yes, the ancient text said that before refining the physical body, the human body is too fragile and consuming celestial stargrass directly would lead to an explosion and death. However, he was not human. He possessed the dragon bloodline, was a golden small snake, and would eventually evolve into a giant python, a flood dragon, and a true dragon. To be precise, he was not a human body but a dragon body, and according to the system his physical foundation was stronger than ordinary people. Thinking this, Mo Chuan ended the conversation with the system and then picked up the celestial stargrass. Before swallowing it, he first removed the seeds from the grass. He would find this useful. The seeds were the seeds of the celestial stargrass, which could grow into new celestial stargrass in the future. He could use the essence of life to hasten the growth of the seeds, skipping the growth period and obtaining a large amount of new celestial stargrass.
However, the celestial stargrass had the effect of refining the physical body because it absorbed stellar power during its growth.
He wondered if the hastened celestial stargrass could still refine the physical body.
These were all unknowns waiting for him to experiment later. The immediate urgency was.
Mo Chuan looked at the celestial stargrass in his hand, opened his mouth and swallowed the celestial stargrass directly. Young brother Mo, what are you doing? Lin Jianxue was stunned and hurriedly said.
Swallowing the celestial stargrass directly can lead to an explosion in death.
Sun Renaway's face changed with urgency, also advising young brother Mo quickly spit out the celestial stargrass. It's not too late yet. Shuexiu Yuan urged anxiously.
Meanwhile, the surrounding noble figures changed slightly in complexion, discussing among themselves as if the three masters hinted that Mo Chuan had swallowed something he shouldn't have. At this moment, Mo Chuan closed his eyes and began to refine the medicinal effects of the celestial stargrass.
The stellar power began to surge chaotically within him.
Mo Chuan broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned red, involuntarily resembling a bright red apple.
Xiao Chuan.
In the crowd, old master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanglin changed their expressions, worry etched on their faces.
Mo Chuan.
Lin Yajun looked at Mo Chuan, her beautiful eyes dim, tightly tugging at her clothes, filled with concern.
Ha ha ha. Xiong Taicheng couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with extreme amusement as he muttered to himself, everyone told you not to consume it directly, yet you still swallowed the celestial stargrass. Foolish, foolish, truly foolish, just wait to explode and die. He never expected to defeat Mo Chuan in such a manner. Although it sounded somewhat ridiculous that a powerful figure could die from consuming a precious treasure, who could blame Mo Chuan for his own foolishness? Beside him, Xiong Xian's eyes gradually brightened as he looked at Mo Chuan with anticipation, eagerly waiting for what would happen next, when with a loud bang Mo Chuan self-exploded. Mo Chuan's face grew increasingly flushed, the reason being that under the tempering of the stellar energy the blood and qi within his body boiled, making him feel as if he were in a steaming pot. Mo Chuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of the moment.
Without experiencing storms and rain, how can one witness rainbows?
Father, we need to move back quickly, or if Mo Chuan explodes, we'll be splattered with blood and that would bring us bad luck.
Xiong Xian stood up from the ground, smiling, his previous pallor vanished.
That's right, my son is thoughtful, let's retreat.
Xiong Taicheng's eyes lit up as he also stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The father and son quickly backed away several steps, distancing themselves from Mo Chuan. Then Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian stood at a distance, watching Mo Chuan with a mocking and playful expression, feeling quite pleased. Little brother Mo, you're still too impulsive. Directly swallowing the tianqing grass will cause the stellar energy to explode your body. Lin Jianxue shook his head, expressing regret. Ultimately, still too young and impatient, upon seeing a rare treasure he gets overly excited and can't help but consume it.
Sun Renhuai nodded in agreement, also expressing regret.
What a pity for such a talented young man, in the end he might explode.
Wait a minute.
Shuexiu Yuan also expressed regret, but just as he finished speaking he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as if witnessing something incredible.
You all quickly look at little brother Mo.
Shuexiu Yuan urged. Lin Jianxue and Sun Renhuai turned to look and gasped in shock. What?
They saw that the flush on Mo Chuan's face was gradually fading. His expression was no longer so painful.
He felt the power of blood and qi within him continuously strengthening.
Watching this scene, Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. What is going on? Mo Chuan's condition seemed to be improving. Dad, something seems off. Xiong Xian stared at Mo Chuan, also noticing the anomaly that kid's flesh is fading. Xiong Taicheng's smile stiffened, but he quickly snorted, comforting, it's just a brief flash before death. This must be the return of light before death. Once this flash passes, Mo Chuan will definitely explode and die.
At the same time, a notification sounded in Mo Chuan's mind.
Ding.
Detected that the host is tempering the body, awakening the body technique, divine dragon body refining technique. A mysterious piece of information flooded into Mo Chuan's mind. In that instant he comprehended countless body refining techniques. He hurriedly guided the surging blood and qi within according to the divine dragon body refining technique.
Ding.
Swallowed a stalk of tianqing grass, refined the stellar energy. Congratulations to the host for advancing to copper level body. The system's notification sounded and the attribute panel was updated simultaneously.
Name Mo Chuan, life source 60.
1 point stage, little snake with 3 molts, 0400 realm, 8th layer of qi refining, 41 body, copper level, 1st stage, 0 talent, devouring, 1st snake poison, illusion, god poison, 2nd snake poison, supreme poison, 3rd snake poison, puppet poison, space 10 cubic meters.
The attribute panel added a new attribute, body. Mo Chuan glanced at it and nodded. The so-called copper level is the first level of the body.
According to the records in the divine dragon body refining technique, the levels of the body from low to high are divided into copper level, silver level, gold level, spirit level, sec level, lord level, king level, emperor level. Each level of the body corresponds to a level of cultivation. For example, the first level of the body is copper level, which corresponds to the first level of cultivation qi refining. The destructive power of a punch from a copper-level body is equivalent to that of a chi-refining cultivator's true chi. A copper-level body can also withstand the true chi's impact from chi-refining cultivators due to its strong defense. Generally speaking, tempering the body is extremely difficult and can only rely on the true chi within to nourish the body. Therefore, for the majority of cultivators, the progress of the body is very slow. The level of the body will lag behind the level of cultivation by 2 levels. For example, the third level of cultivation golden core stage corresponds to the third level of the body gold level. However, in general, a golden core stage cultivator's body level is only at the first level copper level, not the third level gold level, falling behind by 2 levels. As for chi refining and foundation establishment, not even reaching copper level, they are only slightly better than ordinary people's bodies. Yet Chuan, who was merely at the chi refining stage, has been able to temper his body to reach copper level by obtaining Tianqing grass and absorbing stellar energy. His body far surpasses that of an average chi refining or foundation establishment cultivator and is on par with an average golden core stage cultivator, both being copper level bodies. Ding! Absorbed a trace of remaining stellar energy, body 10. At this moment, the system's notification sounded again. The attribute panel updated. Name Chuan, life source 60. 1 point stage little snake with 3 molts 0400 realm 8th layer of chi refining 41 body copper level first stage 10 talent devouring first snake poison illusion god poison second snake poison supreme poison third snake poison puppet poison space 10 cubic meters. Chuan's blood and chi rolled within him and his face flushed once more. He clenched his fists, enduring the excruciating pain of body tempering. He knew that it was because the stellar energy from the Tianqing grass had not yet been fully absorbed, leaving remnants. He needed to continue refining the remaining stellar energy. Ding! Absorbed a trace of remaining stellar energy, body 10. Ding! Absorbed a trace of remaining stellar energy, body 10. Ding! Absorbed a trace of remaining stellar energy, body 10. The system's notifications rang out in succession. Chuan's face grew increasingly flushed. Clenching his fists tightly, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he endured the pain of body tempering. Little brother Mo, what's happening again? Seeing the scene, Lin Jianshue's son Renhuai and Shui Ziyuan's expressions changed slightly. Ha ha ha. I told you so, that was just a brief flash before death. Xiong Taichang laughed heartily, looking at Chuan with a smug expression. Look now, his true colors are showing, his face is so flushed that it must be the stellar energy wreaking havoc within him, he is close to exploding. Dad, you truly have foresight. Xiong Xian laughed, feeling immensely pleased as he looked at Chuan, relishing the thought of revenge. At the same time, the system sounded its final notification. Ding! Absorbed a trace of remaining stellar energy, body 10. The stellar energy was fully refined. The attribute panel updated once more. Name Chuan, life source 60. 1 point stage little snake with 3 molts 0400 realm 8th layer of chi refining 41 body copper level first stage 60 talent devouring first snake poison illusion god poison second snake poison supreme poison third snake poison puppet poison space 10 cubic meters. Coming along with this was the flush on Chuan's face disappeared almost entirely. He released his tightly clenched fists, glanced at the attribute panel, and a smile crept onto his lips. The Tianqing grass is indeed an excellent treasure for tempering the body. A single stalk of Tianqing grass stellar energy enabled him to transform from an ordinary person's body to a copper level first stage, which is truly astonishing. At this moment, a copper sheen flickered across Chuan's skin, flashing like a hard copper figure. This was a manifestation of powerful bodily strength. What? He actually succeeded and didn't explode. Seeing this scene, Xiong Taichang could no longer remain calm, his eyes filled with extreme surprise and shock. His mind was in chaos, filled with roaring sounds. Wasn't it said that one couldn't directly consume Tianqing grass? Wasn't it said that the human body is too fragile and absorbing undiluted stellar energy would cause it to explode? Why did it change when it came to Chuan? This is abnormal. Dad, I didn't see wrong, did I? Chuan. He. Xiong Shen gritted his teeth, his face pale as if he had suffered a serious blow. His skin shining with copper light is a sign of the initial success of body refining. The Tianqing grass has already been absorbed by little brother Mo. Lin Jianshue's son Renhuai and Shui Ziyuan, the three masters, reached such a conclusion, their hearts stirred with intense waves. Oh heavens! This is Tianqing grass, not some common cabbage. Swallowing it directly without dilution will destroy the body with stellar energy. Yet Chuan didn't explode and died. Instead, he successfully absorbed the stellar energy and refined his body. Such an extraordinary occurrence is probably something even the prodigies on the prodigy list cannot achieve. This is a miracle. A celestial being among mortals. It's a unseen-a-lifetime sight. Seeing that Chuan was fine, old master Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fonglin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yajun also patted her chest, exhaling lightly, and smiled once more. It seems you all were quite pessimistic about me earlier. At this moment Mo Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian with a smile that was not quite a smile. Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian's faces turned pale as paper and they retreated repeatedly. They had been so arrogant and dared to mock because they thought Mo Chuan was going to self-explode and die, allowing them to act recklessly.
Who would have thought? Mo Chuan is a monster. He simply doesn't play by the rules. Swallowing Tianqing grass without any issue.
Why is no one talking?
Why aren't you answering me? Mo Chuan said again, smiling as he took a step toward Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian. With this step forward, bang.
The ground collapsed.
Dust and smoke rose.
A clear footprint pit appeared. Mo Chuan looked down and then smiled lightly at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian. Sorry, my body suddenly strengthened and I wasn't used to it, so I couldn't control my strength.
Gulp.
Seeing this scene, Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian gulped, their eyes nearly popping out.
What kind of strength is this? To crush the ground like this? If that foot had landed on them, their ribs would probably have shattered completely. A deafening roar erupted around them. Everyone was startled, their minds shattered by Mo Chuan's seemingly gentle kick. Still not speaking or answering me.
Mo Chuan glanced at Xiong Taicheng and his son Xiong Xian, chuckling softly.
The next moment, bang.
Another foot came crashing down. The might of the bronze-level physical strength was displayed.
Crack.
The ground split open, a fissure widening and spreading until it reached the feet of Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian.
A violent tremor surged through the area.
Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian swayed like a small boat in a fierce wave. With a thud, both father and son collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, their eyes filled with confusion, already scared out of their wits. The dark fissure before them resembled a portal to a dark hell, profoundly shocking them.
Spare my life.
Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian looked at Mo Chuan, trembling uncontrollably. Soon an unpleasant odor wafted out, causing many around to cover their noses in disgust.
What a foul smell. Is that the smell of urine?
The crowd gasped, then looked at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian with astonishment. Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian's faces flushed red. They had actually
wet themselves in fear.
The dignified master of the Xiong martial arts hall was actually scared into pissing himself by a young man.
And he's from Nanhua City. I see there's nothing special about people from Nanhua City. Wetting oneself. That's something only a 3-year-old would do.
Laughter echoed around, reaching Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian's ears. The two men's faces turned even redder, their shame reaching an extreme. However, for the sake of their lives, even if it was embarrassing, it was worth it.
Oh, what were you saying earlier? I didn't hear clearly.
Mo Chuan looked at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian, his gaze calm.
Spare my life.
Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian trembled as they spoke again. Just plead for mercy, how boring. Mo Chuan shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He had thought these two would threaten him with the Xiong family.
He Chang.
Mo Chuan then turned to Yi Chun, who was quietly waiting, and asked, where exactly is the adult you mentioned? Having resolved matters here, he planned to leave and capture the person behind Yi Chang, then interrogate them about the locations of other sealed beasts.
Reporting to the master.
Yi Chang slightly bowed his head and respectfully said that person is in Tiannan City, intending to unseal a terrifying ancient beast. He has been in Tiannan City for several years, preparing for it all this time.
Upon hearing this, Mo Chuan was taken aback. Tiannan City is the southernmost city on the continent near the Southern Sea and the second largest martial arts city after Nanhua City. The person behind Yi Chang had actually stayed in Tiannan City for several years without leaving. This indicated that the ancient beast he planned to release must be exceptionally terrifying, resulting in a sealing formation that was extremely complex, having not been broken for several years. Just then a cold voice suddenly rang out, filled with anger, disbelief and incredulity. How outrageous such boldness!
Then with a movement a middle-aged man appeared at the He family's villa.
The man's expression was severe, dressed in a white training uniform with a fist emblem on the front.
Seeing this fist emblem, Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shui Ziyuiwen's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed, this is
the Martial Artist Association. The Martial Artist Association is a nationwide organization that specifically oversees martial artists. Usually it remains low-key, appearing only when necessary.
The middle-aged man before them was Gu Yuhao, the president of the Martial Artist Association's branch in Yunshan City. A year ago they had attended his inauguration ceremony.
President Gu, what brings you here?
Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shui Yuan spoke in unison, their voices respectful and filled with awe. Even as the three powerful masters of Yunshan City, they had to lower their stance and bow their heads in front of Gu Yuhao. After all, Gu Yuhao was the president of the Martial Artist Association's branch in Yunshan City. The Martial Artist Association is a formidable entity with martial arts experts as numerous as rain. Just sending out one expert could easily eliminate these so-called three masters of martial arts. They had to be cautious.
Why am I here? Gu Yuhao looked at Mo Chuan, his gaze icy as he coldly said, "If I didn't come with someone, take advantage of their slight strength and act recklessly." Upon hearing this, Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing something amiss. Gu Yuhao's appearance was actually to find trouble with Mo Chuan. One was a key figure in the Martial Artist Association, the other an unpredictable monster. If these two clashed, it would indeed be a great trouble. Meanwhile, the previously dim eyes of Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian suddenly lit up. Did this representative from the Martial Artist Association seem to be speaking up for them? Do we have a grudge? Mo Chuan looked at Gu Yuhao, his eyes indifferent, as he calmly asked. He had naturally sensed the other's hostility. There is enmity, of course, but it's not a grudge between us. Gu Yuhao's expression turned severe as he proclaimed, "It's you who has enmity with everyone. I am the president of the Martial Artist Association's Yunshan branch. As a key figure in the Martial Artist Association, I have always held myself to high standards, so how could I have enmity with others? Therefore this enmity is not personal but public." Upon hearing this, Mo Chuan chuckled lightly and said, "Public enmity. Interesting, do tell." Gu Yuhao spoke with righteous indignation, saying, "Martial artists are beings that transcend the mundane, thus there are regulations prohibiting them from interfering with the secular world and disturbing ordinary people." Gu Yuhao spoke with righteous indignation, saying, "Martial artists are beings that transcend the mundane, thus there are regulations prohibiting them from interfering with the secular world and disturbing ordinary people. More importantly, you've attacked guests from Nanwo City. How do you think the people of Nanwo City will view our martial artists from Yunshan City? They will regard the martial artists of Yunshan City as crude and barbaric." Gu Yuhao then looked at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian with a smile, saying, "Dear guests from the Xiong family, are you alright?" Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian were taken aback, quickly shaking their heads. We're fine. How could you be fine? Mo Chuan has killed both your family's guardians. This person is indeed barbaric and crude. Gu Yuhao shot a glance at Mo Chuan, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian's faces lit up with joy. They finally confirmed that this person was here to help them. However, a hint of confusion passed through their eyes. Why was this person showing them goodwill? They didn't even recognize him. Gu Yuhao noticed the confusion on the faces of the father and son and smiled, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Yuhao, also from Nanwo City. Previously I was friends with your young master Xiong Xiaoqing, and a year ago I came to Yunshan City to serve as the branch president." Well, to be precise, they were not really friends, he was just embellishing his past. In Nanwo City he and Xiong Xiaoqing had only met a few times and were not very familiar. However, if he saved these two from the Xiong family today, it would be a favor to the Xiong family and they would become familiar in the future. Xiong Xiaoqing was a genius on the genius ranking and terrifyingly among the top 10. Building a good relationship with such a powerful genius was naturally a highly sought-after matter. "So it is President Gu, I am honored." Hearing the Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian's faces revealed smiles as they quickly clasped their fists in salute. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Their young master was truly impressive. The fame of being in the top 10 on the genius ranking was incredibly useful, and look, there were friends of their young master everywhere. Gu Yuhao nodded with a smile at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian. Then he turned to Mo Chuan, his gaze turning cold as he said, "Kid, why don't you hurry over here, surrender, and come back with me to the Martial Artist Association headquarters to face punishment?" As soon as he spoke, a roar erupted around them. Everyone sensed something was wrong. This Gu Yuhao, the so-called president of the Martial Artist Association, was obviously targeting Mo Chuan. Claiming that Mo Chuan as a martial artist was disturbing the secular world and violating regulations, thus he had to be taken back for punishment. But the real disturbance to the peace was clearly the He family and He Chang. Previously, when He Chang was causing chaos, none of the noble families saw this so-called President Gu come out to uphold justice. Yet now he suddenly appeared and he was blaming Mo Chuan. "President Gu, have you made a mistake? Brother Mo is not disturbing the peace of the secular world but is helping us secular people." A member of the noble families could not help but speak up. After all, Mo Chuan was their savior, they could not be ungrateful and had to speak up for him. Because when He Chang was wreaking havoc, it was not President Gu, the so-called branch president, who came to resolve the crisis, but Mo Chuan, who stood up, defeated He Chang and saved everyone in Yunshan City. Upon hearing this, many of the noble families expressed their agreement. "Yes, President Gu, you cannot wrong Brother Mo. President Gu, He Chang from the He family is the real menace." Watching the crowd speak one after another, Gu Yuhao's expression changed, turning frosty. He looked at the many noble families and coldly said, "Shut up. Are you questioning the decision of this president? If you continue to speak for Mo Chuan, I suspect you have problems as well and will need to investigate you to see if you are colluding with Mo Chuan. Collusion between secular people and martial artists is prone to trouble. If things go wrong, I will also take you back to the Martial Artist Association headquarters for punishment." As Gu Yuhao's words fell, the expressions of the many members of the elite families changed drastically. They heard Gu Yuhao mention the possibility of investigating them and bringing them back to the Martial Artists Association for punishment.
They realized this was a blatant threat.
How shameless. How can you do this?
As the president of the Martial Artists Association, do you have no sense of fairness?
First you arrest Chuan without any reason and now you threaten those who speak for him. In the crowd Lin Yajun couldn't hold back any longer.
She stood up indignantly, her pretty face puffed up in anger, looking quite adorable.
What did you just say, little girl? Gu Yuhao's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Yajun and said coldly.
At the same time he released a pressure directed at Lin Yajun. Lin Yajun felt Gu Yuhao's pressure making her delicate face pale, but she bit her cherry lips and insisted, I didn't say anything wrong.
You're targeting Chuan.
As the president of the association you have no sense of fairness.
Preposterous.
Gu Yuhao shouted angrily, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he increased the pressure he released. Under this powerful pressure Lin Yajun bit her lip hard, her cherry lips losing color as she almost fainted.
President Gu Yajun is just being naive, please forgive her.
Lin Jianxue wore a smiling face as he looked at Gu Yuhao, speaking respectfully. So you're from the Lin family? If you dare plead for her again, I'll punish your entire Lin family as well. Gu Yuhao said coldly, his expression unchanging. This. Lin Jianxue's smile stiffened. He wanted to continue speaking to save Lin Yajun, but he felt an immense frustration knowing that if he did the Lin family would be doomed.
Poof. Gu Yuhao looked at Lin Yajun again, saying coldly, Chuan is a criminal martial artist.
If you dare to speak for him, I suspect you have issues as well.
Kneel before me. Continuous pressure emanated from him, pressing down on Lin Yajun.
She was drenched in sweat, her legs trembling, almost collapsing, yet she still bit her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of resoluteness, unwilling to yield.
Gu Yuhao watched this scene with a playful expression. He enjoyed using his power to suppress these ants, watching them struggle desperately yet helplessly. Just as Gu Yuhao was secretly pleased, a terrifying, vast and profound pressure suddenly descended upon him. This immense pressure instantly drained the color from Gu Yuhao's face, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? Gu Yuhao gasped weakly, having sustained significant internal injuries, leaving him with no strength to use his own pressure to oppress Lin Yajun. Lin Yajun immediately felt much better, her lovely face regaining color. Of course it's me. Chuan stepped forward and said calmly. Since you enjoy using pressure to oppress others, then you should also experience my pressure. Chuan's eyes sparkled, releasing pressure once more. An extremely terrifying pressure descended upon Gu Yuhao. Gu Yuhao's expression changed, feeling his body sink as if weighed down by a massive mountain. Sweat covered his face and his expression was filled with agony. This made him feel incredibly humiliated. He was the president of the Martial Artists Association in Yun City, yet he was reduced to such a pitiful state by a young man. You brat, don't deceive yourself. I am the president of the Martial Artists Association in Yun City. If you attack me, it is a crime of greater severity. Gu Yuhao gritted his teeth and threatened. Name: Gu Yuhao. Realm 6th layer of martial arts. Chuan glanced at Gu Yuhao's basic information and sneered. I don't care about your rank. In the world of martial artists, the one with the biggest fist is right. You are weaker than me, so you should crawl on the ground. Chuan stepped forward and slapped Gu Yuhao across the face. Ah! A scream rang out as Gu Yuhao's face became bruised and he spat out a few teeth, being sent flying to the ground by the force of the slap. Then Chuan looked down at Gu Yuhao from above and stepped down. Ah! Another scream, this one even more tragic. Countless cracks appeared, the ground splitting apart. Gu Yuhao sank down with the collapsing ground disappearing into the earth. The strength of a bronze-level physique was perfectly displayed. The entire area fell silent. A deathly silence. Eyes filled with astonishment, shock and disbelief were focused on Chuan. Just a president of the Martial Artists Association, huh? Yet he truly thinks of himself as something remarkable. Chuan broke the silence, retracting his foot and sneering. Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan, the three heads of the families, were left dumbfounded, frightened. Oh heavens! How dare Chuan do this? How dare he humiliate Gu Yuhao like this? This is the president of the Martial Artists Association in Yun City. Hitting him is tantamount to provoking the entire Martial Arts Association. Could it be that Chuan is not afraid of the Martial Arts Association's retaliation afterward? Lin Yajun stared at Chuan, her beautiful eyes filled with varied emotions, gratitude, worry and self-blame. She was moved because Chuan acted for her. She was worried because Chuan had provoked the Martial Artists Association. She felt self-blame for being too weak and needing Chuan's protection. Dad, this Chuan is too reckless, isn't he? Xiong Xian was frightened, stuttering. After all, he was a key figure in the Martial Artists Association, not just anyone. How could Chuan dare to strike him? Even the Xiong family did not dare to act tough in front of the massive entity that is the Martial Artists Association. He's too foolish.
He's done for. The Martial Artists Association won't spare him.
But this is also good, isn't it? Yes. Xiong Taiching's face turned pale, also frightened.
But soon he regained his composure and smiled.
That's right.
Xiong Xian also smiled, feeling elated that Mo Chuan's life was about to come to an end.
Cough, cough.
On the ground, Gu Yuhao struggled to lift his head, his hair disheveled and looking quite disheveled.
He glared at Mo Chuan, gritting his teeth and saying, Mo Chuan, you attacked key figures of the Martial Artists Association. Such a grave crime cannot be forgiven.
Just wait, the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association will soon send people to punish you.
He. The entire scene fell silent once more. An overwhelming silence. Worry appeared in the eyes of Lin Yajun, Old Master Mo and Mo Yuhai.
And in the midst of this dead silence, Mo Chuan finally spoke.
Is the president of the Martial Artists Association really that impressive?
Mo Chuan smiled faintly, pulling out a golden token from his belongings and casually tossing it, which landed on the ground with a bang. Gu Yuhao initially looked dismissive, but when he saw the golden token clearly, his expression changed drastically, cold sweat covering his forehead as he exclaimed this. This is the identity token of the honorary Grand President of the Martial Artists Association.
The honorary president of the Warriors Association. As Gu Yuhao's words fell, a wave of commotion erupted around. Just hearing that title, one could tell it held significant weight. Gu Yuhao picked up the golden token from the ground, scrutinizing it closely. After a while, his breathing became rapid and his expression turned grim as he confirmed that the token was indeed real. The honorary president of the Warriors Association is a title bestowed by the headquarters of the association to those who are either highly respected or possess great martial power. Although the position of honorary president is merely a symbolic title and does not entail management responsibilities within the association, it was not something a mere branch president like him could provoke. The most pressing question now was to ascertain why the token of the honorary president of the Warriors Association appeared in Mo Chuan's possession. Did he steal it or merely stumble upon it? Or does he really know an honorary president of the Warriors Association? Kid, why is this token in your hands? Gu Yuhao looked at Mo Chuan with uncertainty and asked, what is it strange for my own belongings to be in my hands? Mo Chuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuhao's mind went blank and his heart nearly exploded. His own belongings. Does that mean the identity token belongs to Mo Chuan? Is Mo Chuan indeed an honorary president of the Warriors Association? No, that can't be true. Gu Yuhao shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with dread, panic and fear. Surely heaven wouldn't joke like this. How could there be such a young honorary president of the Warriors Association? Kid, are you implying that you are the honorary president of the Warriors Association? Don't fool me. Gu Yuhao forced a smile, but before he could finish he saw Mo Chuan take out his phone and dial a number. Hello, old Joe, someone is questioning my identity. What do you think I should do? Mo Chuan lazily said, holding the phone to his ear. Upon hearing the term old Joe, the person on the other end initially frowned, feeling it was too disrespectful. However, upon hearing Mo Chuan's voice, the other party instantly reacted. Is it you, Xiao Chuan? Haha, you're still alive. I knew you weren't dead. It's me, Mo Chuan replied softly. It really is you. On the other end of the line, old Joe was visibly delighted, laughing heartily. By the way, you mentioned that someone is questioning your identity. What does that mean? Mo Chuan smiled lightly and recounted the events. This is outrageous. Give the phone to Gu Yuhao. Old Joe's voice turned furious upon hearing the story. Mo Chuan put down the phone and handed it to Gu Yuhao, grinning. Old Joe wants to talk to you. Gu Yuhao trembled as he took the phone, his heart racing. Old Joe with the surname Zhou. Could it be? Could it be President Zhou? The president overseeing all matters of the Warriors Association. With this thought, Gu Yuhao cautiously placed the phone to his ear and asked, hello. You are Gu Yuhao, right? Your actions today are already suspected of abusing your power. Be prepared to face an investigation. Gu Yuhao's heart sank at the sound of the voice. He had once attended a meeting at the headquarters of the Warriors Association and had heard President Zhou speak. This voice was indeed President Zhou's. Gu Yuhao trembled all over, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Hearing old Zhou mention an investigation made him even more terrified. He was all too aware of how unclean his actions were during his tenure as branch president. If a thorough investigation were to be conducted, his life would be over. He feared it would not end well. President Zhou, I am wronged. I am wronged. Please don't listen to Mo Chuan's nonsense. Gu Yuhao said with a mournful face. Are you suggesting that I shouldn't believe the honorary president of the Warriors Association but instead should believe you? President Zhou retorted from the other end. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuhao fell completely silent. He did not respond to President Zhou but looked at Mo Chuan with a face full of fear, shock and dread, stammering, are you really the honorary president of the Warriors Association? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene erupted in commotion. All eyes turned towards Mo Chuan filled with uncertainty and disbelief.
Gu Yuhao was merely a branch president in Yunshan City, yet he could command the respect of the three major martial arts families Lin Sun and Shui without daring to utter a word. But Mo Chuan on the other hand was a being tenfold or 100-fold more impressive than Gu Yuhao being the honorary president of the Warriors Association.
This was too hard to believe. Old Master Mo, your family is likely to rise now. Many looked on enviously at Old Master Mo. Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fanlin were also in a state of confusion, their minds in chaos.
They had not expected Mo Chuan to possess such a powerful identity.
They looked at Mo Chuan in astonishment, unable to calm their hearts.
What on earth had Xiao Chuan experienced over the years? Humph, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, I was just worried about you earlier. In the crowd, Lin Yajun stared at Mo Chuan, murmuring to herself with a hint of a beautiful smile that involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, Xiong Taicheng and his son turned pale, their bodies cold, their hearts nearly exploding from the pressure.
The contrast was simply too great.
Just a moment ago they had regained hope with Gu Yuhao's support. But in the next moment Mo Chuan's identity as the honorary president of the Warriors Association was revealed.
Hope vanished in an instant. At the same time Mo Chuan looked down at Gu Yuhao on the ground, replying indifferently yes.
Upon receiving this confirmation, Gu Yuhao closed his eyes and fainted on the spot. Yes, he fainted right then and there. With Mo Chuan as the honorary president present, the investigation against him would surely be propelled. The unsavory deeds he had committed during his tenure he didn't even want to think about, they would undoubtedly all come to light.
Therefore he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences and fainted. Hello Gu Yuhao, why aren't you speaking?
At this moment old Zhou's angry voice echoed from the phone. Mo Chuan bent down, took the phone back and held it to his ear, chuckling, "Stop shouting, he fainted from fear and can't hear you." On the other end old Zhou snorted coldly, "Useless thing."
Mo Chuan shrugged and replied, "Who told your Warriors Association to recruit such a bunch of misfits?"
On the other end old Zhou awkwardly laughed and said, "Xiao Chuan, you know that although I'm the president of the Warriors Association, the internal forces are intricate and complex with many factions.
I cannot decide everything alone."
Mo Chuan replied coolly, "This is precisely the reason why I didn't want to take on the identity of the honorary president when you gave me the token." Mo Chuan said seriously, "A martial artist should focus on practicing martial arts, dedicating themselves to the way of martial arts without being disturbed by mundane matters. Each one of you in the Martial Arts Association is impure at heart, spending enormous amounts of energy daily not on practicing martial arts but rather indulging in power struggles and faction conflicts. I initially refused to become the honorary president of the Martial Arts Association precisely because I did not want to get entangled in your internal conflicts which would affect my martial practice." Back then Mo Chuan had reached the pinnacle of the talent list with overwhelming strength enough to threaten the older generation of martial artists. Old Zhou, eager for talent and believing in Mo Chuan's strength, offered him a token for the honorary president position, hoping he would join the Martial Arts Association, but Mo Chuan ruthlessly declined.
At the scene, hearing Mo Chuan's words, Lin Jianxue, Sun Renhuai and Shuexiu Yuan all fell into deep thought.
On the other end of the phone old Zhou chuckled wryly, "Kid Chuan, do you think everyone is like you, a martial fanatic who only cares about martial practice? Moreover, the situation in the Martial Arts Association is not as simple as you think."
"Sai, let's not discuss that for now. Since you're calling today, might as well help me with a favor."
Before old Zhou could finish, Mo Chuan interrupted, "No time, I refuse. I have business to attend to in Tiannan City."
On the other end old Zhou exclaimed joyfully, "You're going to Tiannan City? That's great. The favor I need help with is related to Tiannan City." "Really? Are you not just pulling my leg, old Zhou?" Mo Chuan said, somewhat speechless. "Why would I lie to you?"
Old Zhou on the phone rolled his eyes and said, "Indeed, a very serious incident has occurred in Tiannan City, which is why we need assistance." "A very serious incident? It's rare to hear you say something as serious, old Zhou."
"Recently many citizens have gone missing in Tiannan City.
You must know that Tiannan City is the second largest martial arts city in the south where martial arts flourish, and a good portion of its citizens are martial artists, yet even so those citizens have still disappeared.
Moreover, the reasons for the disappearances have not been uncovered, which has caused panic in Tiannan City."
"No, or rather some have found leads and reasons. However, those investigators have been attacked, with many suffering a tragic fate. It is clear that the perpetrators want to eliminate the evidence."
"Isn't that serious?" Upon hearing this, Mo Chuan's brows furrowed slightly.
In a second largest martial arts city in the south where martial artists are everywhere, to have such incidents of citizens going missing is indeed quite serious.
What was even more shocking was that the culprits dared to attack investigators. This could only be described as audacious. "So how do you want me to help?" Mo Chuan asked while holding his phone.
Old Zhou chuckled, "When you get to Tiannan City, assist the local martial arts association in investigating the missing persons case. Use your strength to safeguard them. I fear they might face attacks again during their investigation. The president of the Tiannan City Martial Arts Association is also an old acquaintance of yours. You should not be unfamiliar with her, my granddaughter Zhou Mengmeng." When you go to help, just look for her directly. Hearing this, Mo Chuan was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Old Zhou, you're quite something, placing your granddaughter in the position of president of the Tiannan City Martial Arts Association." On the other end, Old Zhou chuckled awkwardly and said, "Selecting talent does not avoid family ties. Besides, Zhou girl's strength is sufficient for the role of president of the Tiannan City Martial Arts Association."
Zhou Mengmeng's strength was indeed impressive. In the last talent battle Mo Chuan had fought against her, and her performance had been commendable, achieving the 43rd position on the talent list. "But why do I always feel like you're setting me up? With so many experts at the Martial Arts Association headquarters, why don't you send them to assist Zhou Mengmeng instead of sending me?" Mo Chuan said with a wary expression. "Ahem, you know those experts at the headquarters are all old geezers who can't relate to Mengmeng, while you and Mengmeng are both young and have common topics. Plus Mengmeng has a bit of affection for you, so you two should be able to get along well and successfully complete the investigation task." On the other end, Old Zhou spoke with a hint of guilt. "Damn, I knew you had ulterior motives, Old Zhou. Now your foxtail has finally shown. You should find experts from the headquarters to help with this." Mo Chuan said, utterly speechless. "What do you mean by Zhou Mengmeng having a bit of affection for me? That's not a bit at all. It was clearly at a fervent level. Once Zhou Mengmeng had pursued him relentlessly to the point of affecting his martial practice. And all of this was due to a ridiculous reason. He had defeated Zhou Mengmeng in the last talent battle. He Su Chuan, you were really handsome when you defeated me. I think I might have developed a bit of a crush on you." That was exactly what Zhou Mengmeng had said. Since then she had relentlessly pursued him. Initially Mo Chuan had thought of many ways to finally shake off Zhou Mengmeng. No, Kid Chuan." On the other end, Old Zhou hurriedly said, "You know Mengmeng really likes you. A month ago, after hearing the news that you had gone mad and jumped into the Qianju River to commit suicide, that girl cried a lot and has since lost her appetite and has been getting thinner. Seeing her in that state, I felt heartbroken. Now that you are alive, can't you go see her and make Mengmeng happy?" Upon hearing this, Mo Chuan smiled wryly. "That girl Zhou Mengmeng actually cried a lot after hearing the news of his death. Alright, when I arrive in Tiannan City I will contact Zhou Mengmeng. No more to say, I'll hang up now." With that, Mo Chuan prepared to end the call. "Wait. Kid Chuan, don't hang up yet, I still have something to say." On the other end, Old Zhou hurriedly called out. "I said, Old Zhou, what else could it be? Isn't it annoying?" Mo Chuan said impatiently. "Don't be angry, just one last thing, really the last one." On the other end, Old Zhou said with a chuckle. If someone were to see this, they would surely be shocked. A young man daring to be so impatient on the phone with the president of the Martial Arts Association. And yet the president of the Martial Arts Association remained smiling, not angry at all. "Speak," Mo Chuan said succinctly. "Ahem." On the other end, Old Zhou lightly coughed and awkwardly laughed. "Actually, I just wanted to ask if you will participate in the new talent battle. Are you going to participate in the new session of the Young Talents Battle?" Mo Chuan was taken aback, then said irritably, "Old Zhou, isn't that obvious? Of course I will participate." On the other end of the phone, Old Zhou's voice turned serious. "You need to be cautious. The new session of the Young Talents Battle will be very different." Mo Chuan became intrigued. "What's so different? Tell me." "People from Kunlun Mountain are coming," Old Zhou said earnestly on the other end. Mo Chuan was quite surprised. Kunlun Mountain, which has been hidden for many years, is going to re-enter the world. Kunlun Mountain has always been a mysterious place, regarded as the realm of immortals in Chinese mythology. According to ancient texts, there have been sightings of mythical beasts, immortals, demons and ghosts in Kunlun Mountain. In short, Kunlun Mountain is filled with mystery. However, people in the martial arts world know that Kunlun Mountain is actually the entrance to another world. It is said that within Kunlun Mountain there exists a new world known as the Kunlun Realm. In the Kunlun Realm, the spiritual energy is abundant, making it extremely suitable for cultivation. Thus martial arts experts emerge in droves, even surpassing the 9 heavens martial arts. Even the 4 major martial arts cities of the southeast, southwest, northeast and northwest cannot compare to Kunlun Mountain, or rather the Kunlun Realm. However, Kunlun Mountain has always been isolated from the world. Why would they suddenly send people to re-enter? On the other end, Old Zhou said, to be specific, this time Kunlun Mountain is sending people to oversee the new session of the Young Talents Battle. They are going to supervise the Young Talents Battle. Why is that? Mo Chuan asked in confusion. This is related to the reason for the establishment of the Young Talents Battle. On the other end of the phone, Old Zhou chuckled. The Young Talents Battle was initially promoted and established by the warriors of the Kunlun Realm. The purpose is to select the most talented young people from across the country and send them as fresh blood to the Kunlun Realm. Every 10 years, Kunlun Mountain sends people to take the talents from the Young Talents list to the Kunlun Realm. In other words, the ultimate goal of the Young Talents Battle and the Young Talents list is to obtain a ticket to enter the Kunlun Realm. Only by entering the Kunlun Realm can one gain opportunities to break through the 9 heavens martial arts and reach the realm of master. Hearing this, Mo Chuan fell into deep thought.
Above the 9 realms of martial arts lies the Master Realm. It is an entirely new level of immense power. No one in Huaxia has reached the Master Realm. The strongest can only reach the 9 heavens. The reason is simple: the environment does not support it and the spiritual energy is too sparse to give birth to master-level experts. Only by entering the Kunlun realm and receiving the baptism of its abundant spiritual energy can one break through to the Master Realm.
Moreover, Mo Chuan is no longer just a martial artist, he is now a cultivator.
Based on his speculation, the Master Realm should be equivalent to the Foundation establishment period in cultivation.
The Kunlun realm, huh? I want to go there as well.
The abundant spiritual energy must harbor many precious spiritual herbs and medicines. I will surely find suitable materials to refine Foundation establishment pills and then break through to the Foundation establishment period.
Mo Chuan thought to himself.
After all, cultivators can only break through from the Qi refining period to the Foundation establishment period by consuming Foundation establishment pills. On the other end of the phone, old Zhou's voice rang out again, and this year happens to be another 10th year. After this year's Young Talents battle concludes and the new Young Talents list is born, Kunlun Mountain will send people to take the talents on the list into the Kunlun realm. Therefore, for the 100 spots in the Kunlun realm, this year's new session of the Young Talents battle will be more intense than ever. Little Chuan, you need to be mentally prepared.
Hearing this, Mo Chuan chuckled and said, "All right, old Zhou, I understand." On the other end of the line, old Zhou nodded and added, "The time for the new session of the Young Talents battle has been set for a month from now. Remember to come on time." The call officially ended. Mo Chuan put down his phone. A month later, the Young Talents battle, huh?
Mo Chuan murmured, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes.
After that, he walked towards Grandpa Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fonglin. "Grandpa second, uncle second, and I need to go on a long journey and will be away for a while," Mo Chuan said with a smile. Grandpa Mo moved his lips, wanting to say something to keep him from leaving.
His grandson had just returned for a few days and he wanted to spend more time with Mo Chuan, but in the end he sighed and said, "Go ahead, little Chuan, take care of yourself." After today's series of events, Grandpa Mo knew that his grandson was extraordinary, a powerful martial artist and the honorary president of the Martial Arts Association.
Since the fledgling has grown into an eagle, it should not be confined to flying.
Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fonlin also understood this principle and the couple smiled. "Little Chuan, take care of yourself."
"Don't worry." Mo Chuan smiled gently at Grandpa Mo Yuhai and Zhao Fonlin.
However, before leaving there were still some matters that needed to be resolved. The next moment he turned to those from the wealthy families, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Which 4 wealthy families are under the control of the old man of 100 herbs? Step forward." Mo Chuan clearly remembered that Li Wenbai and Li Xiuhai, father and son from the Grand Hotel, had once informed him that 4 wealthy families were controlled by the old man of 100 herbs through poison and were under his command. By the way, Li Wenbai and Li Xiuhai were merely the owners of a hotel. They were not part of the wealthy families and did not qualify to receive He Cheng's invitation. They were not present today. However, today He Cheng invited all the wealthy families, and those 4 families controlled by the old man of 100 herbs must surely be present.
As Mo Chuan's voice fell,
there was a stir in the crowd. Some were puzzled, wondering why the revered old man of 100 herbs was controlling 4 wealthy families.
Others looked guilty, their eyes flickering.
In the end, 4 individuals stepped out from the crowd. They looked dejected, their voices bitter as they spoke.
"Little brother Mo, we are the heads of those 4 wealthy families.
Becoming subordinates of the old man of 100 herbs was not by our own will. We were poisoned and have no choice but to obey. Little brother Mo, spare us. If you have any grievances against the old man of 100 herbs, please do not take it out on us.
Moreover, the old man of 100 herbs has already gone missing.
If the poison is not cured within a month, we will slowly succumb to it.
Sigh, our time is running out too."
As these 4 spoke one after another, the surrounding crowd's eyes gradually widened in surprise. They never expected that the benevolent old man of 100 herbs was actually a person with malicious intentions.
"Who said I would take it out on you?" Mo Chuan looked at the 4, smiling faintly.
The 4 were taken aback, saying in fear, "Then what does little brother Mo mean?"
"I am here to cure the poison for you 4," Mo Chuan said calmly.
After the old man of 100 herbs escaped with his spatial bracelet, he had vanished without a trace.
This is a potential danger.
To prevent the old man of 100 herbs from targeting the Mo family after he leaves, it is necessary to strengthen the Mo family's power. And curing the poison in these 4 individuals, gaining their gratitude, and having these 4 wealthy families work for the Mo family is indeed a good strategy.
"What?"
The 4 of them were taken aback and then excitedly asked, "Brother Mo, are you serious? Can you lift the poison set by the old man of 100 herbs?"
Mo Chuan smiled faintly without explaining further.
Instead, he flicked his fingers, releasing 4 drops of purple liquid. These 4 drops were the second serpent poison, the supreme poison. Whoosh! 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 The 4 drops of supreme poison darted through the air. With his current mastery of power in his copper-level body, he accurately flicked the 4 drops of poison into the mouths of the 4 individuals. The faces of the 4 changed slightly and they immediately felt a warmth in their bodies. They hurriedly took off their shoes and looked at the soles of their feet. The poison set by the old man of 100 herbs would leave a black mark on the soles of the feet. If not alleviated with an antidote every month, the toxin would continuously spread from the feet to the legs, abdomen, heart, and even to the brain. But now, as they looked at their feet, the black marks were gone. The poison was lifted.
Thank you, thank you.
With a thud, the 4 of them knelt down, weeping bitterly, and repeatedly bowed to Chuan, saying, "Brother Mo, from now on our 4 families will only follow the Mo family. Get up."
Chuan waved his hand gently. The support from the Mo family in business was secured.
Then Chuan turned to Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan, the heads of the 3 families, and smiled faintly. "Gentlemen, I hope you can provide more support for the Mo family in the future." Of course, of course. Lin Jianxue's son Renhuai and Shueshou Yuan laughed heartily and said, "Rest assured, Brother Mo, from now on the safety of the Mo family will be in our hands." If previously their goodwill towards Chuan was due to his connection with Yuansai, now it was entirely because of Chuan himself. His formidable martial prowess. His identity as the honorary president of the Martial Arts Association.
This compelled the 3 major martial arts families to bow to Chuan and the Mo family. "Thank you, gentlemen." Chuan nodded. The support from the Mo family in martial arts was also settled. Then Chuan approached the terrified Xiong Taicheng and his son Xiong Xian, who were paralyzed on the ground. He extended both hands, lifting Xiong Taicheng with one hand and Xiong Xian with the other. Both Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian trembled and did not dare to resist. Keeping these 2 alive had its use for Chuan.
"Let's go," he said, looking at He Chang, who had been quietly waiting nearby.
It was time to leave.
"Yes, Master," He Chang replied respectfully. The 2 prepared to leave. But at that moment a clear and pleasant voice rang out Chuan. It was Lin Yajun. In the crowd, Lin Yajun bit her cherry lips and looked at Chuan.
What's the matter?" Chuan turned around, smiling faintly. "Will you return to Yunshan City?" Lin Yajun hesitated for a moment, tugging at her clothes, and asked. After considering his plans, Chuan smiled and said, "Not in the near future, but I will visit Yunshan City to see relatives later on." "I see."
"Then take care," Lin Yajun said, a hint of sadness flashing in her beautiful eyes as she continued biting her cherry lips. Chuan nodded with a smile, and then he lifted Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian, leaving with He Chang. Watching Chuan's departing figure, Lin Yajun's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she thought to herself, "Chuan, I will definitely find a way to train in martial arts and catch up to you."
"I will."
Outside the airport in Yunshan City, in an alley, Chuan stood there while Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian knelt trembling before him. At this moment He Chang walked into the alley respectfully, saying, "Master, the tickets have been purchased."
Chuan nodded, then looked at Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian, smiling faintly, and said, "Next it's time to deal with you 2.
Spare my life," Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian stammered.
Chuan remained expressionless, extending both hands and placing them on their heads.
2 streams of toxic energy flowed from his palms into their brains. It was the 3rd serpent poison, the puppet poison.
"Ah!"
Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian screamed in pain, their faces contorted. A minute later Chuan retracted his hands. Master Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian bowed their heads respectfully and said.
The 2 officially became Chuan's puppets.
"Go infiltrate the Xiong family and monitor every move of Xiong Shaoqing," Chuan instructed calmly. "Yes, Master." Xiong Taicheng and Xiong Xian replied respectfully, then turned and left the alley.
Chuan watched their departing figures, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes.
This was the reason he kept this father and son duo alive.
"Let's go too," he said.
"Yes, Master," He Chang replied respectfully.
The 2 left the alley and entered the airport.
A few hours later, at the southernmost part of the continent, Tiannan City,
a plane slowly landed at Tiannan City Airport. Soon Chuan and He Chan walked out of the airport.
Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, Chuan smiled slightly. As expected of the 2nd largest martial arts city in the south, there are martial artists everywhere on the streets. Just a few seconds ago he had already sensed dozens of martial artists' auras in the crowd.
"Where exactly is the person you mentioned in Tiannan City?" Chuan asked He Chang.
"Reporting to Master, I'm not sure. I only know he has been in Tiannan City," He Chang replied respectfully.
Chuan slightly furrowed his brows.
"However, I have something that can be used to contact him, which can help us search for that person within a certain range," He Chang added.
"What is this contact item?" Chuan asked, raising an eyebrow.
He Chang replied respectfully, "That person likes to hide his identity and often uses disguises. Therefore, every time he meets with us subordinates to allow us to confirm his identity after disguising, he has given us a contact jade. Whenever we meet, as long as we get close to him within a certain range, the contact jade will heat up, confirming the person's identity."
He Chang took out an ancient-looking jade stone as he spoke. Mo Chuan glanced at the jade stone and asked, so you mean to search step by step in Tiannan City using the contact jade sensing?
Yes, Master He Chang replied respectfully.
Mo Chuan pondered.
To be honest, this type of carpet search was very inefficient and time-consuming, but for now it seemed like the only way.
Then go search. Remember, report to me immediately if you find any suspicious targets, Mo Chuan instructed.
Yes, Master. He Chang replied respectfully, then turned and left.
Mo Chuan stood in place contemplating.
The purpose of his visit to Tiannan City was twofold: first, to capture the person behind He Chang and extract information about the sealing locations of other ancient demon beasts from him.
Secondly, to help Zhou Mengmeng investigate the case of the missing citizens of Tiannan City.
Now that there were no leads on the whereabouts of the person behind He Chang, it seemed he could only assist Zhou Mengmeng first. However, thinking about how Zhou Mengmeng had relentlessly pursued him in the past, Mo Chuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache.
Well, if it can be delayed for a day, then let it be. Mo Chuan sighed with a bitter smile. He took out his phone, opened the navigation app and murmured, first let's go to Tiannan Beach.
Tiannan City, the southernmost city of the continent. Beyond it lies the Southern Sea. Thus Tiannan City is a coastal city close to the Southern Sea.
Tiannan Beach is a tourist attraction in Tiannan City and also the entrance to the Southern Sea.
Mo Chuan planned to enter the Southern Sea from Tiannan Beach and have a good feast. If he hadn't indulged enough in Yinjiang, then this time he would enjoy a grand feast in the Southern Sea. I wonder how much life essence I can harvest this time in the Southern Sea.
It's time for the fourth shedding to awaken the fourth snake venom.
A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes as he glanced at his phone's navigation, moving like a swallow towards Tiannan Beach.
Meanwhile, in the Tiannan City Martial Artist Association.
In the president's office, a young girl sat at the desk, constantly flipping through documents and handling official business. The girl had a graceful figure with alluring curves and a beautiful face, her features delicate, making her a true beauty of the world. Her aura was slightly cold yet carried a hint of innocence. She was none other than the president of the Tiannan City Martial Artist Association, Zhou Mengmeng.
Suddenly the ringtone of her phone rang. Zhou Mengmeng paused her work, took out her phone, glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Hello Grandpa, what's the matter?"
Her voice was like a clear spring, very pleasant to hear. On the other end of the line, the voice of old Zhou sounded laughing, "Hee hee, nothing much Grandpa, just wanted to see what my precious granddaughter is doing." Zhou Mengmeng, while looking at the documents on her desk, replied casually, "What else could I be doing?"
"Of course I'm working."
"Oh, Mengmeng is handling the association's affairs, truly responsible." On the other end, old Zhou laughed repeatedly, but a hint of worry surfaced in his heart. In the past, Zhou Mengmeng was always lively like a little sprite, endearing and charming. However, ever since the news of Mo Chuan's death broke a month ago, Zhou Mengmeng was no longer her lively self, becoming extremely indifferent. Even when speaking to her grandfather on the phone, her tone was very calm, devoid of any waves, eerily tranquil.
"Munming, are you still thinking about Mo Chuan?"
On the other end, old Zhou hesitated for a moment before asking. Zhou Mengmeng frowned slightly, her tone clearly cooling down. "Grandpa, if you have nothing else, I'll hang up." On the other end, old Zhou awkwardly smiled. All right, Mengmeng, you go ahead with your work, Grandpa won't interrupt you any longer."
He hung up.
Old Zhou shook his head, secretly sighing, "Kid Chuan, I really don't know what kind of magic you possess that makes my precious granddaughter so infatuated with you." Sigh. Old Zhou sighed lightly again and murmured, "I just hope that this time when Kid Chuan goes to Tiannan City, he can give Mengmeng a surprise and help her step out of the shadows soon." Meanwhile, in the office, Zhou Mengmeng put down her phone and continued to look at the documents. As she read, a hint of desolation and sorrow appeared in her beautiful eyes. Ever since she heard the news of Mo Chuan's death, she could only immerse herself in endless official duties every day to numb her heart.
Knock, knock, knock.
At that moment, a series of knocks sounded at the office door.
"Come in."
Zhou Mengmeng quickly concealed her desolation and sorrow, speaking calmly. The office door opened and a subordinate walked in respectfully, saying, "President, there is new evidence regarding the case of the missing citizen." Zhou Mengmeng furrowed her brows slightly, stood up from her seat and slightly parted her cherry lips, saying, "Take me there."
"Yes."
The subordinate replied respectfully.
Tiannan Beach. A sea of people.
Today's temperature is quite high and many people have chosen to come to the seaside for leisure. On the beach, children played in the sand, building sandcastles.
Bikini-clad beauties lounged under umbrellas, sipping juice and enjoying the sea breeze. Many people looked excited, playing beach volleyball.
There were others. In short, it was very lively.
Mo Chuan looked out towards the endless southern sea. The waves rolled in and many were surfing. Marine life, here I come. Mo Chuan's lips curled slightly as he stepped away from the beach, walking towards the ocean. The seawater soaked his feet. As Mo Chuan continued forward, gradually the seawater reached his abdomen, chest, neck until his head. Mo Chuan completely submerged into the vast sea.
In the sea, a golden light flashed across Mo Chuan's body and he transformed back into a golden little snake.
Ocean hunting begin.
The golden little snake swam through the water, constantly searching for prey.
This area was close to the beach where human activity was frequent and marine life was scarce. Thus the golden little snake chose to swim deeper into the ocean. After a while he finally discovered his first prey. A long-bodied sea fish. Chuan recognized it was a very common type of fish, the ribbonfish. The system's prompt sounded promptly ding. A ribbonfish detected. This ribbonfish also spotted the golden little snake that Chuan had transformed into. A glimmer of panic flashed in the eyes of the ribbonfish. Instinctively it felt that the golden little snake before it was extremely mysterious, something it could not provoke. Thus upon seeing the golden little snake the ribbonfish immediately turned and fled.
Where do you think you're going?
You are my first prey today. The golden little snake swiftly pursued, soon catching up to the ribbonfish. It opened its mouth and a black vortex appeared. The ribbonfish had no resistance and was sucked into the black vortex. Ding!
Congratulations host for devouring a ribbonfish, gaining 0.02 points of life essence.
The system's prompt sounded and the attribute panel updated simultaneously. Name Chuan life essence 60.
12 points stage 3 times shedding little snake 0400 realm refining chi 8th layer 41 physical body copper level 1st rank 60 talent devour 1st snake venom illusory divine venom 2nd snake venom supreme venom 3rd snake venom puppet venom space 10 cubic meters.
Chuan glanced at the attribute panel and said faintly
0.02 points of life essence, better than nothing. But the quality is lacking, so quantity must prevail.
In the ocean the most abundant thing is marine life. Before long Chuan spotted a few more ribbonfish. The golden little snake swiftly moved forward, beginning its hunt. Ding!
Congratulations host for devouring a ribbonfish, gaining 0.02 points of life essence.
Ding!
Congratulations host for devouring a ribbonfish, gaining 0.02 points of life essence.
Ding!
Congratulations host for devouring a ribbonfish, gaining 0.02 points of life essence.
After swallowing a few ribbonfish the attribute panel was updated once again. Name Chuan.
Life source 60.
6 p.m. Stage small snake with 3 moltings 0400. Realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41. Physical body copper level 160.
Talents devour 1st snake venom illusory god toxin 2nd snake venom supreme toxin 3rd snake venom puppet toxin.
Space 10 cubic meters.
Chuan glanced at the attribute panel inside. Devouring demonic beasts only slows my life source gain. Consuming ordinary animals is too slow.
He stopped thinking further.
The golden snake that Chuan had transformed into continued to hunt in the sea. Soon he encountered another marine creature.
A tuna. Ding! Congratulations host, you have discovered a tuna.
The system's notification sound rang out.
Relevant information appeared. Name tuna.
Life source
0.05 points.
0.05 points of life source is significantly better than ribbonfish.
Chuan's eyes lit up slightly. The tuna also noticed the golden snake transformed by Chuan. However, unlike the ribbonfish, the tuna did not flee. Tunas are generally fierce. Upon seeing the golden snake, its immediate reaction was to charge at Chuan.
The tuna's eyes glinted with ferocity, wanting to devour the golden snake transformed by Chuan.
Not fleeing but instead wanting to eat me. Chuan was amused. The golden snake he transformed into remained still, waiting for the tuna to approach.
Soon the tuna drew near, opening its mouth wide and biting fiercely towards the golden snake.
Come, it's perfect. Chuan felt delighted as the golden snake opened its mouth, revealing a black vortex.
The black vortex was incredibly deep, resembling a bottomless abyss leading to hell.
The tuna sensed the aura of the black vortex and immediately halted, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. The black vortex instilled a primal terror within the tuna. The tuna immediately turned to flee.
It had provoked an existence it could not afford to mess with. You're so close yet still trying to escape.
Chuan coldly chuckled. The black vortex emitted a force of attraction, forcibly pulling the tuna back as it attempted to escape. Ultimately, in its despair, the entire fish body of the tuna was drawn into the black vortex. Ding! Congratulations host for devouring a tuna and gaining 0.05 points of life source.
The system's notification sound rang out, updating the attribute panel simultaneously.
Name Chuan.
Life source 60.
11 p.m. Stage small snake with 3 moltings 0400. Realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41. Physical body copper level 160.
Talents devour 1st snake venom illusory god toxin 2nd snake venom supreme toxin 3rd snake venom puppet toxin.
Space 10 cubic meters. Continue. Chuan merely glanced at the attribute panel before continuing to swim through the sea in search of prey.
Along the way he encountered many marine creatures and devoured them one by one.
Ding!
Congratulations host for devouring a mantis shrimp and gaining 0.04 points of life source. Ding. Congratulations host for devouring a small yellow croaker and gaining 0.01 points of life source. Ding. Congratulations host for devouring a jellyfish and gaining 0.03 points of life source. Ding. Congratulations host for devouring a flower crab and gaining 0.02 points of life source. For an entire day he continuously searched for prey, devouring nearly 10,000 marine creatures. The sun set and rose again, ushering in the morning of the next day.
Let me see the harvest from yesterday. Chuan felt a stir in his heart and summoned the attribute panel. Name Chuan. Life source 170 points. Stage small snake with 3 moltings 0400. Realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41. Physical body copper level 160.
Talents: Devour first snake venom illusory god toxin, second snake venom supreme toxin, third snake venom puppet toxin.
Space 10 cubic meters.
I gained over 100 points of life source yesterday, a good harvest.
Chuan looked at the attribute panel with great satisfaction.
Then in the sea a golden light flashed across the golden snake, transforming back into Chuan's human form.
Chuan surfaced, the morning sun shining brightly overhead, casting shimmering reflections on the sea. He swam back to Tiannan Beach where there was signal and called He Chang. The call connected.
How did it go yesterday?
Any trace of that person? Chuan asked.
On the other end of the line, He Chang's respectful voice replied, reporting to the master, I searched half of the Tiannan City area yesterday but found no clues. I plan to continue searching today.
Alright, continue searching and remember to notify me promptly if you find anything. Chuan nodded. He did not expect to find the person behind He Chang in just one day's time. That was unrealistic.
Yes, master. On the other end, He Chang said respectfully again before hanging up.
Chuan chuckled softly, leaving Tiannan Beach and returning to the sea.
He submerged underwater, a golden light flashing as he transformed back into a golden snake. The golden snake swam towards the depths of the ocean. The second day's hunt began. The golden snake, transformed by Chuan, continuously searched for prey in the southern sea, wreaking havoc.
Ding.
Congratulations host for devouring a prawn and gaining 0.03 points of life source.
Ding.
Congratulations host for devouring a sea turtle and gaining 0.04 points of life source.
Ding.
Congratulations host for devouring a tide crab and gaining 0.02 points of life source.
Ding.
Congratulations host for devouring a flounder and gaining 0.03 points of life source. This day saw countless marine creatures fall victim to the golden snake, transformed by Chuan. The sun set and rose again, and the morning of the third day quickly arrived.
Let me see the total harvest from the second day. Chuan summoned the attribute panel with anticipation. Name Chuan.
Life source 300 points.
Stage small snake with 3 moltings 0400. Realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41. Physical body copper level 160.
Talents: Devour first snake venom illusory god toxin, second snake venom supreme toxin, third snake venom puppet toxin.
Space 10 cubic meters.
I harvested a total of 130 points yesterday, and the life source has accumulated from 170 points to 300 points.
Only a little farther to reach 400 points for the fourth molting. Chuan felt an infinite anticipation.
In the sea a golden light flashed across the golden snake, transforming back into Chuan's human form.
Chuan surfaced, the morning sea breeze blowing past, feeling quite comfortable. He swam towards Tiannan Beach.
Soon he stood on Tiannan Beach making phone calls to begin his daily inquiries. So what discoveries were made yesterday? On the other end of the phone, He Chang's respectful voice sounded, reporting to the master, I searched the remaining half of Tiannan City yesterday but still could not find anything. Chuan raised an eyebrow and replied, so after searching the entire city, if we still can't find him, it means that he is likely in the suburbs. On the other end, He Chang respectfully said, I believe that is very likely. That person has been preparing to unveil the ancient beast sealed in Tiannan City, and since ancient beasts are often sealed in great mountains and rivers, he is probably in the mountain ranges of Tiannan City suburbs.
Upon hearing this, Chuan nodded and said, then you should go search in the suburbs of Tiannan today. Yes, master.
He Chang respectfully replied before hanging up the phone.
Chuan put down his phone, looked out at the sea, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. The third day's hunt is about to begin.
In the suburbs of Tiannan City in the mountain ranges, Zhou Mengmang was leading several martial artists through the forest. Ever since a few days ago, her subordinates discovered clues about the missing citizens of Tiannan City. In the past few days, Zhou Mengmang had been following these clues, with her subordinates continuously pursuing.
Eventually they traced their way to the mountain ranges of Tiannan City's suburbs.
President, what do you think the murderer wants by bringing those missing citizens to this desolate wilderness? One of her subordinates frowned and asked. I don't know, Zhou Mengmeng said, her dark brows furrowing as she pressed her red lips together.
But I am certain it is not for anything good. We need to search quickly, otherwise those missing citizens might be in grave danger. Yes, President, her subordinates hurriedly responded.
They were also somewhat worried as the first batch of missing citizens had already been gone for a week and their safety was genuinely concerning. Zhou Mengmeng continued to traverse the forest with her subordinates constantly searching. After a long time, suddenly there was some movement in the bushes ahead. Be on guard, Zhou Mengmeng immediately stopped speaking in a low voice. The several subordinates behind her also halted, their faces vigilant and ready. Then they saw the bushes being pushed aside and a figure stepped out.
Zhou Mengmeng and the others frowned.
As the figure approached, it revealed itself to be a young man.
What is your name and what are you doing in this desolate area? Zhou Mengmeng asked with a stern expression. My name is He Chang, just enjoying the scenery in the mountains. The young man replied, and it was indeed He Chang. Zhou Mengmeng and the others scrutinized him closely but found nothing unusual about him. He shouldn't be the murderer. Zhou Mengmeng exchanged a few words with her subordinates and reached a conclusion. Recently Tianan City has been unstable. Staying in this desolate wilderness may not be safe. You'd better not linger here.
Zhou Mengmeng then looked at He Chang and said seriously before leading her subordinates away. He Chang glanced at the jade communication device in his hand and then at Zhou Mengmeng's retreating figure, murmuring, the communication device hasn't reacted, so he shouldn't be the one. After saying that, He Chang headed in the opposite direction to continue his search.
Meanwhile, Zhou Mengmeng was also leading her subordinates to continue searching. After a long while they finally discovered a cave. The cave was pitch black, making it difficult to see inside from the outside.
President, this cave seems a bit suspicious. One subordinate frowned and said.
Zhou Mengmeng's dark brows knitted together as she nodded.
She had sensed a faint smell of blood outside the cave.
Let's go in and take a look. Zhou Mengmeng waved her hand and entered the cave first.
Yes.
Several subordinates quickly followed her. Inside the cave the light was dim.
As they ventured deeper, the faint smell of blood grew stronger.
Eventually Zhou Mengmeng and her group reached the end of the cave.
At the end, many luminous pearls were embedded in the cave walls, providing ample light. Additionally, there was a mural on the cave wall. The mural depicted a monster. A very terrifying monster. With a snake's head, a fish's body, 6 legs and eyes like horse ears.
What kind of monster is this?
Just as Zhou Mengmeng and the others were still in shock, a chilling voice suddenly resonated. This is Rani. It is a mountain and sea anomaly recorded in the ancient text Shan Hai Jing.
Who is it?
Zhou Mengmeng and the others felt a chill in their hearts, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had been in the cave for so long without sensing anyone else, which indicated that the opponent's strength was certainly not to be underestimated.
Are you talking about me?
Clop clop clop. From the shadows a man in a black robe stepped forward. Zhou Mengmeng and her group focused their eyes and their expressions grew serious. The man in the black robe had a very cold aura, making it hard to discern his intentions, and he was indeed a formidable opponent.
If I am not mistaken, you are members of the Tiannan Martial Association, right?
The man in the black robe looked at Zhou Mengmeng and the others, snorted coldly and said, just a few days ago I dealt with quite a few of the Martial Association's investigators as a warning to you. I didn't expect you to show no fear and still dare to investigate me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng and the others' expressions changed drastically.
You are the murderer responsible for the recent disappearances of many citizens.
Zhou Mengmeng stared intently at the man in the black robe and said solemnly.
Ha ha, that's right.
The man in the black robe smiled faintly, admitting it. Where are those missing citizens?
Where have you locked them up?
Zhou Mengmeng quickly asked, her heart filled with a sense of foreboding. Where?
He.
The man in the black robe smirked with pride and said, of course they are right here. He pointed to the shadows at the end of the cave. Zhou Mengmeng and the others hurriedly looked over and discovered a large pool in the shadows. The pool still contained about 1/5 of its liquid, which was red and had a hint of a bloody smell. The bloody smell they had sensed outside the cave originated from this.
Zhou Mengmeng and the others' pupils constricted as they recognized what this red liquid was.
You killed all the missing citizens.
Zhou Mengmeng exclaimed angrily, glaring at the man in the black robe.
A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes as he chuckled, don't be so agitated, they simply died for a cause. The man in the black robe was indifferent. The sealing array of Rani was incredibly powerful. Even after 1,000 years he still couldn't break the seal. Having stayed in this cave for several years, he had not succeeded. Since brute force would not work, he had to find another way. Fortunately, he knew a malicious technique. This malicious technique involved using the power of blood sacrifices to erode the array, weakening its strength in order to break it. Blood sacrifices required many people to serve as offerings. Thus the man in the black robe had been capturing people from Tiannan City.
This was how the recent terrifying disappearances of Tiannan citizens had come to be.
As for those who sacrificed themselves for the blood sacrifice, the man in the black robe showed no mercy. As long as he could unravel the seal of Ran-E, that was all that mattered. On this basis, every sacrifice is worth it. Thinking of this, the man in the black robe looked at Zhou Mengmeng and her group, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. You have come at just the right time. I was worried the number of blood sacrificial offerings would not be sufficient, but with you included it should be enough. With that, the man in the black robe abruptly dashed toward Zhou Mengmeng and her companions.
If you still dare to take action against us. Such delusions. Surrender quickly and come back with me to the Martial Association headquarters to face justice. Zhou Mengmeng's pretty face turned frostbitten, her true energy erupting as she took the initiative to engage in battle with the man in the black robe. As the 43rd ranked genius on the genius list, she was confident in her ability to confront the man in the black robe. At this moment outside the cave, He Chang was searching through the forest and had unexpectedly arrived at this spot. This cave. He Chang gazed at the pitch-black cave, feeling a sense of suspicion as he prepared to investigate further. However, just as he took a step into the cave, the jade communication stone in his hand began to warm. This cave. He Chang gazed at the pitch-black cave, feeling a sense of suspicion as he prepared to investigate further. However, just as he took a step into the cave, the jade communication stone in his hand began to warm. Thinking of this, He Chang quickly fled from the cave, sprinting away. With his strength, he naturally could not confront that person. The correct course of action was to immediately inform his master to come. Inside the cave, the man in the black robe frowned slightly. Just at that moment, he felt the jade communication stone on him get slightly warm. But it was only for an instant. After that, there was no further reaction. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. He thought about checking outside the cave, but he was still engaged in battle with Zhou Mengmeng and the others and couldn't free himself. You answer, truly a nuisance. The man in the black robe unleashed overwhelming power and struck fiercely. Zhou Mengmeng felt immense pressure and her pretty face turned pale. Meanwhile, in the ocean, the golden snake transformed from Mo Chuan was hunting on the third day. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a butterfly fish, gaining 0.02 points of life essence.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a pipefish, gaining 0.03 points of life essence.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a seahorse, gaining 0.02 points of life essence.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a sea hare, gaining 0.03 points of life essence.
After a long time, Mo Chuan's golden snake finally stopped. After spending most of the day devouring, let's see what the gains are. Mo Chuan summoned his attribute panel.
Name: Mo Chuan, life essence 350 points, stage snake with 3 moltings, 0400 realm chi, refining stage 8th layer, 41 body, copper level, first rank 60 talent, devour, first snake venom, illusory divine venom, second snake venom, supreme venom, third snake venom, puppet venom, space 10 cubic meters. Gained 50 points and the life essence has increased from 300 points to 350 points. Mo Chuan was very pleased. After all, it had only been a little over half a day and gaining 50 points of life essence was truly remarkable. What was even more important was that the life essence had reached 350 points, just 50 points away from the 400 points needed for the fourth molting.
Continue hunting. Today I must achieve the fourth molting. The golden snake transformed from Mo Chuan continued to swim in the ocean searching for prey. Before long he encountered a school of fish. Countless silver small fish gathered together swimming in the sea. This is. Mo Chuan's gaze shifted. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for discovering a school of sardines.
The system's prompt sounded. Relevant information displayed. Name: sardine, life essence 0.001 points. Indeed, they are sardines. Mo Chuan looked at the large school of silver fish, feeling a slight joy. Although a single sardine only provided 0.001 points of life essence, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Sardines are fish that prefer to live in schools in the ocean, often in groups of tens of thousands. Therefore, discovering one sardine often means discovering a whole school. Based on Mo Chuan's estimation, this large school of sardines must number at least in the tens of thousands. At this moment, this large school of sardines also spotted the golden snake transformed from Mo Chuan. They were startled and fled in all directions. You are all excellent sources of nourishment, do not run. The golden snake transformed from Mo Chuan opened its mouth and a black vortex appeared. A tremendous pulling force acted upon the school of sardines. This large school of sardines tumbled in like dumplings, one after another, falling into the black vortex. It took quite a while before the entire school was devoured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring 100,000 sardines, gaining 100 points of life essence. The system's prompt sounded and the attribute panel was updated simultaneously.
Name MO Chuan Life Essence 450 Point Stage Snake with 3 Moltings 0400 Realm Chi Refining Stage 8th Layer 41 Body Copper Level 1st Rank 60 Talent Devour 1st Snake Venom Illusory Divine Venom 2nd Snake Venom Supreme Venom 3rd Snake Venom Puppet Venom Space 10 cubic meters. With 450 points of life essence it is enough to initiate the 4th molting.
Mo Chuan looked at the attribute panel and his heart filled with joy.
Then he commanded System consume 400 points of life essence to perform the 4th molting.
Ding!
Consuming 400 points of life essence preparing for the 4th molting.
The system's prompt sounded and the attribute panel updated.
Name MO Chuan Life Essence 50 Point Stage Snake with 4 Moltings 0500 Realm Chi Refining Stage 8th Layer 41 Body Copper Level 1st Rank 60 Talent Devour 1st Snake Venom Illusory Divine Venom 2nd Snake Venom Supreme Venom 3rd Snake Venom Puppet Venom Space 10 cubic meters.
In the next moment,
the golden snake transformed from Mo Chuan trembled slightly and soon a layer of snakeskin shed off. After shedding, the golden snake's body grew a few inches larger than before.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the 4th molting.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for awakening the 4th Snake Venom Corrosive Venom Light.
The system's prompts sounded in succession and the attribute panel was updated.
Name Mo Chuan Life Essence 50 Point Stage Snake with 4 Moltings 0500 Realm Chi Refining Stage 8th Layer 41 Body Copper Level 1st Rank 60 Talent Devour 1st Snake Venom Illusory Divine Venom 2nd Snake Venom Supreme Venom 3rd Snake Venom Puppet Venom 4th Snake Venom Corrosive Venom Light Space 10 cubic meters. The 4th Snake Venom is called Corrosive Venom Light.
System, let me see its effects. Mo Chuan's eyes lit up. Ding!
The system's prompt sounded and relevant information entered his mind. 4th Snake Venom Corrosive Venom Light effect shoots out a beam containing corrosive toxins wherever the light shines. Corrosive decay ensues. It seems quite powerful. Mo Chuan glanced at the introduction of the 4th Serpent Venom Corrosive Toxic Light filled with anticipation.
Let me try it out.
A golden light flashed across the body of the golden snake, transforming back into Mo Chuan's human form. He swam through the sea searching for marine creatures.
Before long he spotted a tuna. Mo Chuan's eyes shifted, raising a hand toward the tuna. Whoosh! A purple beam shot out from his palm targeting the tuna. It was indeed the 4th Serpent Venom Corrosive Toxic Light. The moment the purple beam struck the tuna, an anomaly occurred.
The flesh and blood of the tuna began to corrode, rapidly dissolving. Soon a living tuna had transformed into a pale fish skeleton. Impressive! A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes as he marveled slightly. The power of the 4th Serpent Venom Corrosive Toxic Light made him quite satisfied. Next, let's return to the beach, Mo Chuan murmured to himself. Having completed his 4th shedding, he wasn't in a hurry to continue devouring. Instead, he decided to head back to the beach and see if Yi Chang had any new discoveries.
Mo Chuan surfaced, swimming towards Tiannan Beach.
Before long at Tiannan Beach, just as he was about to call Yi Chang, he found that Yi Chang had called him first. His eyes shifted slightly as he answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Yi Chang's urgent voice came through. Master, I found that person. He really is in the suburbs.
Mo Chuan asked, oh, where exactly in the suburbs? In a cave.
Yi Chang replied respectfully from the other end of the line.
All right, he'll be there immediately, Mo Chuan said. Yes, master.
Yi Chang responded again respectfully. The call ended.
Mo Chuan set down his phone, standing on the beach gazing towards the direction of the suburbs of Tiannan City.
New prey incoming. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he stepped forward. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Tiannan City within a mountain forest, a battle between the man in the black robe and Zhou Mengmeng's group was nearing its end. At this moment, Zhou Mengmeng's face was pale, her cherry lips stained with blood, severely injured.
Several of her subordinates looked weak, gasping for breath.
In contrast, the man in the black robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking well, showing no signs of fatigue.
President, what should we do? This man in black is too strong. Several subordinates said urgently, having consumed most of their vital energy and feeling weak. We must retreat.
Zhou Mengmeng bit her cherry lips, making this decision. As the 43rd ranked genius on the genius list, she originally had great confidence in her strength, believing she could easily defeat the man in black.
However, who would have thought? The man in black was outrageously strong. Even she as a genius was no match for him. Thus they had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise they might face total annihilation. You all go first, I'll hold them off.
Zhou Mengmeng commanded, urging them as the current peril was caused by her misjudgment.
No, President, you go first. You are the strongest and have the best chance of escaping.
Several subordinates' expressions changed, speaking hurriedly.
Zhou Mengmeng's pretty face showed anger, scolding, stop talking nonsense, hurry and leave. However, before she could finish, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. He ha ha. It was the man in black.
Under my watch you dare argue about who leaves first.
Do you really think you have a chance to escape?
The man in black laughed coldly. He suddenly waved his hand and a massive pressure descended upon each member of Zhou Mengmeng's group. Pooh! Zhou Mengmeng spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground, her pretty face pale. She was now exhausted, unable to muster any strength, let alone escape. Even standing was difficult. Pooh! Several subordinates also spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, their faces filled with despair, their conditions as poor as Zhou Mengmeng's.
Just stay here for me.
The man in black smiled faintly, then turned around, walking towards the blood-red pool where 1/5 of the liquid still remained. The man in black stood before the blood-red pool, closing his eyes and forming hand seals. Streams of blood-red energy rose from the pool, rushing towards the mural of Ran Yi on the stone wall.
PSSSH sounds continued to echo. The sealing array was gradually being destroyed. In the suburbs of Tiannan City within the mountain forest, Mo Chuan arrived here, meeting up with He Chang. Master He Chang lowered his head and said respectfully, "Where is the cave? Take me there."
Mo Chuan smiled lightly.
"Yes, master."
He Chang said respectfully, walking ahead to lead the way.
Mo Chuan followed behind him. Meanwhile, in another path within the mountain forest,
a stunningly beautiful woman was walking through this desolate wilderness, appearing very strange. The woman had an oval face and exquisite appearance, her red lips lush and dripping with a hint of seduction in her eyes. Her figure was devilishly attractive, with ample curves yet a slim waist resembling a water snake. The alluring woman's attire was not modern but rather an ancient red robe, perfectly fitting her seductive aura.
"Finally I can sense the aura of Ran Yi."
The enchanting woman stood in the forest, gazing in a certain direction, a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes.
In that instant her pupils actually transformed into slits resembling the eyes of a snake. However, it was fleeting and her eyes quickly returned to a human appearance. "If I devour this Ran Yi, my strength will recover significantly." The enchanting woman felt a surge of anticipation, unconsciously extending her delicate tongue to lick her red lips. Her tongue was also quite special, sharper than that of an average human woman. In the next second the enchanting woman took a step forward, heading in a certain direction. An eerie scene unfolded.
The enchanting woman seemed to be walking slowly, yet her figure flickered, quickly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the man in black stood before the blood-red pool, lightly sighing. The remaining 1/5 of the liquid in the blood-red pool had now been completely exhausted. The sealing array was still a hair's breadth from being broken. The man in black shook his head, then turned to look at Zhou Mengmeng's group, sneering, "I'm sorry, but from now on I'll be needing your lives." Zhou Mengmeng and the others' faces instantly changed.
He who told you to seek death, delivering yourselves to me."
The man in black let out a strange laugh, walking towards Zhou Mengmeng's group.
Zhou Mengmeng and several subordinates wanted to escape, but unfortunately they were too severely injured to muster any strength.
Soon one subordinate was grabbed by the man in black.
"Spare me! Spare me!" The warrior struggled desperately, trembling in fear.
The man in black remained expressionless, holding the warrior as he walked directly towards the empty blood-red pool, simultaneously forming hand seals to cast a dark spell.
In the next second, the scream of that warrior echoed out.
The man in the black robe finished his hand gestures. The warrior in his hand had already vanished without a trace. In the once empty blood-red pool, more liquid had appeared. This terrifying scene frightened everyone. "Don't worry, it will be your turn soon," the man in the black robe chuckled as he walked once more towards Zhou Mengmeng and her companions. In the midst of everyone's despair, another warrior was taken away, used by the man in the black robe for blood sacrifice.
"Ah!"
A scream echoed and the blood-red pool gained even more liquid.
Next, one after another, they were sacrificed.
Soon only Zhou Mengmeng remained.
"It's just you left."
The man in the black robe looked at Zhou Mengmeng and chuckled. "The people before called you the president. You are the president of the Tiannan City Martial Arts Association, aren't you?" Sacrificing a local martial arts association president is truly exciting," he said as his large hand reached out towards Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng's delicate face turned pale, biting her cherry lips, her body trembling constantly. She was terrified. Who could remain calm in the face of death? However, thinking of the deceased Su Chuan, her heart trembled slightly. "Su Chuan, you are already dead, no longer in this world.
So if I die now, it wouldn't matter. After death I could also go to the underworld to find you. But at that time you would probably dislike my relentless pursuit of you."
With this thought, Zhou Mengmeng felt a bitterness in her heart, yet her cherry lips lifted into a beautiful arc tinged with sweetness.
"Why are you standing there dazed? Can't you dodge the enemy's attack?"
At this moment, a voice filled with exasperation suddenly sounded, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Zhou Mengmeng was first taken aback, then her delicate face revealed an expression of immense surprise. This voice was incredibly familiar. This voice had haunted her dreams countless times.
In the next second, Mo Chuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Mengmeng.
He threw a punch and his true energy surged, driving back the man in the black robe. Zhou Mengmeng gazed at Mo Chuan's back in a daze, her delicate face lost in thought as she murmured, "Am I about to die?"
Before dying I actually saw an illusion of you. Mo Chuan turned around, looked at Zhou Mengmeng and frowned, saying, "What are you still doing here? Quickly step aside to avoid being caught in the fight." Zhou Mengmeng's expression froze. Seeing this, Mo Chuan's frown deepened. Zhou Mengmeng, stop dazing about and quickly step aside. Finally, Zhou Mengmeng's dazed face showed an expression as she looked at Mo Chuan in surprise, holding back her excitement, her voice trembling. "You. Are you really Su Chuan? You're still alive?" "I am not." Mo Chuan shook his head.
Zhou Mengmeng's heart sank, her expression turning grim. Indeed, Su Chuan was dead, and all of this was merely an illusion before her demise.
"I am Mo Chuan, no longer a Su but an Mo." Mo Chuan emphasized earnestly. "Ah."
Zhou Mengmeng's expression changed again, having experienced such great joy and sorrow in such a short time. Her mind felt a bit dizzy.
"Stop dazing about, quickly step aside." Mo Chuan raised his hand and waved. A surge of true energy lifted Zhou Mengmeng and sent her 10 meters away.
10 meters away, Zhou Mengmeng's delicate face revealed excitement. She finally confirmed that the person before her was indeed Su Chuan.
He was alive.
Although she didn't know why he had changed his name to Mo Chuan, this person was the one she liked. At that moment, the man in the black robe who had been pushed back by Mo Chuan's punch finally came to a stop. He heard the conversation between Mo Chuan and Zhou Mengmeng and then looked at Mo Chuan, speaking coldly. "So you are Mo Chuan? Poof. I hadn't yet sought you out for revenge, but unexpectedly you came to my door seeking death." "Seeking death at my doorstep?"
"Not necessarily." Mo Chuan smiled faintly.
As the sound of footsteps echoed, He Chang rushed into the cave.
Previously outside the cave, Mo Chuan sensed the fight within, so he entered before He Chang could.
Master. He Chang approached. Mo Chuan paused, lowered his head and respectfully said, like a loyal servant. The man in the black robe's expression changed slightly as he stared intently at He Chang, coldly stating, "I was curious how Mo Chuan found me. It turns out it was you, He Chang, who led him here. The jade that connects us warmed for a moment. It must have been caused by you, right?"
"Yes," He Chang admitted calmly.
Good. The man in the black robe laughed in anger. "What a clueless white-eyed wolf. He Chang, before meeting me you were just a rich young master living off your family's wealth.
You actually dared to betray me."
He Chang ignored the man in the black robe and looked at Mo Chuan, speaking respectfully, "I now have only one master." The man in the black robe laughed coldly. "To recognize an ant as your master, your vision is truly poor. Now I will slay this ant and show you what a truly worthy person is." With that, the man in the black robe stepped forward, true energy erupting as he unleashed a punch shadow. The punch shadow rushed towards Mo Chuan.
"Mo Chuan,
you have thwarted my plans multiple times. Today you will pay with your life as compensation." The cold voice of the man in the black robe rang out.
"Su. Mo Chuan, be careful."
From a distance, Zhou Mengmeng's beautiful eyes revealed a worried expression as she bit her cherry lips.
Watching the incoming punch shadow, Mo Chuan remained expressionless, throwing out a punch in response.
The true energy of the 8th layer of Qi burst forth.
Bang!
The punch shadow was instantly shattered. Few from a distance, Zhou Mengmeng patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief as she looked at Mo Chuan, a glint of wonder flashing in her beautiful eyes. How could she forget that Mo Chuan was the top of the talent rankings, suppressing all talents? There was no need for her to worry. "Habit of strength," the man in the black robe said with a cold smile, but it was not praise, rather a tone of ridicule.
"But let's see how you will defend against what's coming next."
With that, the man in the black robe opened one hand and a gleaming knife flew from somewhere in the cave, landing in his grasp. The man in the black robe gripped the treasured blade, his imposing aura surged, then he slashed towards Mo Chuan from a distance.
3 cuts to extinguish dust. First cut.
A sharp blade aura sliced through the air with overwhelming force, aimed at Mo Chuan. This was a sword technique that He Chang had once demonstrated, passed down from the man in the black robe. Now in his hands, this technique had become even more powerful.
Facing the approaching sharp blade aura, Mo Chuan showed no fear.
He glanced at the man in the black robe and basic information emerged in his mind.
Name Sun Qi.
Realm 9th layer of martial arts. The 9th layer is indeed powerful, but it is not the master realm, still not enough to be taken seriously. In terms of true energy strength, the 8th layer of Qi is comparable to the 9th layer.
You ask how I will defend against this?
Mo Chuan smiled faintly, raising his hand and waving a yellowish rock wall appearing out of thin air.
It was indeed the 5 elements technique, earth rock technique. Then let me tell you, this is how I will block it.
With the sound of his voice, a sharp blade aura collided with the rocky wall.
Bang!
The sound of the collision reverberated. The rocky wall trembled slightly while the sharp blade aura dissipated into the air.
What?
The man in black robe was violently shaken, his eyes filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He was a master of the 9 heavens, exerting all his strength in a blade technique, yet it was effortlessly blocked by Mo Chuan. This was truly hard to accept.
Let me hit you with my second blade.
A cold glint flashed in the man in black's eyes as he wielded his treasured blade, channeling all his true energy to
perform a second slash from afar at Mo Chuan. 3 blades of dust, second blade.
A blade aura sharper, stronger and more ferocious than before slashed towards Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan remained expressionless, standing behind the rocky wall. Soon bang. The second blade aura collided with the rocky wall.
The rocky wall trembled slightly, dislodging some debris, yet it remained steadfast.
The second blade aura, like the first, dissipated into the air. Why?
There cannot be anything in this world that cannot be shattered. The man in black's face changed drastically again, his eyes filled with disbelief, unable to accept it, even afraid to believe it. In a fit of rage, he swung his treasured blade, cold light radiating, and struck out a third slash at Mo Chuan.
3 blades of dust, third blade. Go for it.
The man in black roared in fury. Whoosh. The third blade aura gathered, exuding an indescribable horrifying might, slicing through the air directly towards Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan remained expressionless, arms crossed, calmly standing behind the rocky wall.
Soon bang. The third blade aura collided with the rocky wall. Crack. Countless fissures appeared on the rocky wall, which shattered with a loud noise. Ha ha, Mo Chuan, your broken wall is shattered.
I told you there cannot be anything in this world that cannot be shattered. The man in black's face showed joy, but before he could rejoice, he saw the third blade aura slowly fading, ultimately dissipating into the air.
The man's face stiffened.
To shatter the rocky wall with 3 continuous slashes, is that something to be proud of?
Mo Chuan smiled faintly and countered. The man's expression grew even darker. All right, you have been attacking and I have been defending. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Mo Chuan said again.
With that, he waved his hand and a golden small sword flew out. It was the small 5 elements technique, gold sword technique. Whoosh. The golden small sword flew towards the man in black at an incredible speed. The man in black's expression changed as he faced the golden small sword and felt a terrifying killing intent and might. He hurriedly released true energy, forming a protective shield in front of his chest. But at the moment the golden small sword came, the shield was pierced as if it were made of paper. Then the golden small sword continued unabated, rushing towards the man in black. Not good, the man in black exclaimed, sensing the imminent danger, and hurriedly twisted his body to evade the vital points. Whoosh. Finally the golden small sword pierced through the man's right shoulder. Ah. The man in black let out a scream of agony, blood gushing from his right shoulder, but fortunately he avoided the vital area. In the distance Zhou Mengmeng watched the scene, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, a hint of affection blooming on her charming face. Facing a strong enemy, he charged forward fearlessly until he defeated the foe. All along she had been captivated by Mo Chuan's confident demeanor, entranced and unable to extricate herself.
Damn it, the man in black cursed inwardly, realizing that this young man was too monstrous and he was no match. The man in black glanced again at the mural of Rani on the stone wall, gritting his teeth. He had to release Rani to deal with Mo Chuan, that was his only chance of survival. With that thought, the man in black leaped back, retreating to the blood-colored pool. Mo Chuan, don't be too pleased too early.
The cold voice of the man in black echoed as he swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment the liquid in the blood-colored pool transformed into a stream of blood-colored energy rushing towards the mural of Rani on the stone wall.
Puff. The ceiling formation was being corroded.
Mo Chuan's eyes flashed with a glint of sharpness, yet he did not stop this scene.
He knew the man in black was unsealing the ancient beast to use it against him.
But he was not afraid he would take advantage of the man in black's actions to release the ancient beast and then devour it.
After a while,
the liquid in the blood-colored pool was once again exhausted.
But the ceiling formation was still not broken. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more.
The man in black fixed his gaze on the mural of Rani, then a frenzied look appeared in his eyes.
Slap.
He forcefully slapped the injury on his right shoulder, reopening the nearly healed wound, and blood immediately gushed out.
The man in black quickly formed hand seals, guiding one stream of blood after another towards the mural of Rani.
He was actually planning to use his own blood sacrifice to complete the final unsealing. After a while, until the man in black's face turned pale from excessive blood loss, the mural of Rani finally showed changes. The previously dull mural of Rani suddenly lit up. The Rani in the mural became increasingly lifelike, as if it were coming to life. The man in black breathed a sigh of relief. Had he continued the blood sacrifice, he would likely have bled to death.
Fortunately, the ceiling formation had finally broken open. At that moment, crack. Countless fissures appeared on the mural, followed by a loud bang. The mural exploded. A gigantic shadow burst forth, landing on the ground.
This enormous shadow was a colossal beast with a snake's head, a fish's body, 6 legs and eyes like horse ears.
It was the ancient beast Rani. Ding. Ancient beast Rani detected.
The system's prompt sounded in time, and Rani's basic information floated in his mind.
Name Rani. Strength first level 9 stars, fourth level 1 star. Life source 101,000. Status life at death's door. Mo Chuan glanced at Rani's basic information, his pupils slightly constricting. Fourth level 1 star.
The peak strength of Rani before being sealed was actually 4th level 1 star.
Mo Chuan felt a deep shock in his heart.
4th level 1 star was equivalent to a practitioner at the first layer of the nascent soul stage. With such formidable peak strength, no wonder the sealing formation that contained it was unprecedentedly solid. And after being sealed for over 1,000 years, although Rani was in a life-threatening state, it was still a first level 9-star existence equivalent to the 9th layer of chi refinement, truly powerful. Ding-dong, at that moment a mysterious sound rang out. It was the beast control bell. The man in black was swinging the beast control bell, looking very pleased. Rani, in a weakened state, heard the sound of the beast control bell and a dazed look flashed in its eyes as it immediately fell under its influence, looking obediently at the man in black. Thus Rani was controlled by the black-robed man using the beast control bell. The black-robed man stroked Rani's head and Rani nuzzled against the man's palm, appearing submissive. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Mo Chuan, laughing heartily. Rani has already been subdued by me and now the battle situation is entirely under my control.
Mo Chuan, what else do you have to fight me with?
Mo Chuan calmly observed the scene, shook his head and said, if you can't defeat me using the beast control bell to subdue an ancient monster, to deal with me again is simply dull. The black-robed man remained expressionless, sneering, so what? As long as I can win, it doesn't matter how dirty or despicable the means are. In the distance, Zhou Mengmeng watched as Rani was released. Her fair face changed and she quickly exclaimed, Mo Chuan, be careful.
It wasn't that she lacked confidence in Mo Chuan, the number 1 on the genius list.
Rather, it was the terrifying aura of Rani that filled her with dread, prompting Zhou Mengmeng to remind Mo Chuan out of deep concern.
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Mo Chuan turned around and smiled slightly at Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng said nothing more, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes.
She understood Mo Chuan well and knew he wouldn't boast.
Since he said he could handle it, then he truly could. There was no need for doubt. Hey, a young man with some strength doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The black-robed man chuckled sarcastically upon hearing Mo Chuan's words.
This Rani is not comparable to the monster Zhang and the fish you have encountered before.
The black-robed man's eyes flashed with disdain as he shook the beast control bell and commanded, go tear this brat apart.
Rani nodded, then moved its massive body, all 6 legs stepping forward towards Mo Chuan.
As it approached, Rani suddenly opened its enormous maw, dangerously menacing aura starting to gather.
The next second, boom.
A water ball was spat from Rani's mouth, flying like a cannonball, hurtling towards Mo Chuan. The air was filled with a series of booming sounds demonstrating the destructive power of this water ball. Mo Chuan raised his hand and a water ball also formed in front of him. It was precisely the small 5 elements technique, water ball technique.
Mo Chuan thought, and the water ball in front of him shot out immediately.
Soon the 2 water balls collided.
Bang!
The sound of the collision spread out, resonating around, causing the entire cave to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred.
In the end,
the 2 water balls were evenly matched, and in the collision they mutually cancelled each other out, dissolving into nothingness. You do possess some strength, managing to break Rani's water ball. The black-robed man was somewhat surprised but soon chuckled, looking at Mo Chuan with a gleeful expression, but you have thus angered Rani, it will unleash its full power, so good luck to you. As soon as the words fell, roar.
Rani let out an angry roar, its eyes filled with extreme dissatisfaction. The water ball it spat was actually intercepted by a human, which was a great humiliation. Anger filled Rani's mind at this moment.
It glared fiercely at Mo Chuan, its eyes bloodshot, embodying extreme murderous intent.
Then roar. Rani roared again and then moved. All 6 legs moved simultaneously, incredibly fast.
In the previous second, Rani was still at a certain position, and in the next second it appeared in another location, crossing several meters in an instant. Around, numerous residual images of Rani began to form. Mo Chuan squinted his eyes, carefully observing the continuously appearing shadows of Rani, trying to find out where the real Rani was.
However, the scattering flowers were enough to confuse the eye.
Rani moved too fast and there were too many residual images, making it difficult to find its true form. Taking advantage of Mo Chuan's moment of negligence, Rani seized the opportunity for a sneak attack.
Among the surrounding residual images, one suddenly approached Mo Chuan, forcefully swinging its tail, the air roaring as the tail, carrying immense power, struck towards Mo Chuan.
All of this happened too suddenly, a perfect sneak attack. Faced with the tail striking directly, Mo Chuan had no time to dodge and could only take it heeding. He raised his hand and a yellowish rock wall suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the small 5 elements technique, earth rock technique. Rani's tail carries a force of over 10,000 pounds. Do you think your broken wall can block it? The black-robed man watched this scene, a faint smirk appearing on his lips filled with disdain. Soon the tail struck the rock wall like an iron whip.
Crack! Countless cracks opened on the rock wall, and these cracks continued to expand. Ultimately, the rock wall shattered with a loud bang. Without the obstruction of the rock wall, the tail continued to strike towards Mo Chuan. However, since the tail had already collided with the rock wall, its momentum had weakened considerably.
A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Mo Chuan's eyes as he raised his hand again and a golden radiant small sword appeared out of thin air. It was the small 5 elements technique golden sword technique. Slash. Mo Chuan shouted softly, controlling the golden small sword to slash at the incoming tail.
He actually intended to counterattack instead of just defending. Bang.
The golden small sword struck the tail, creating a shower of sparks as the golden sword collided with the silver-white scales of the tail. The incoming tail was finally halted. However, the golden small sword did not injure the tail. The silver-white scales were simply too tough. Even the small 5 elements technique golden sword technique, which excelled at combat, could not penetrate them.
One sword isn't enough, then let's summon 2 or 3. Mo Chuan thought to himself.
He raised his hand again and 2 more radiant golden small swords appeared out of thin air. Taking advantage of the stalemate between the tail and the first golden small sword, the newly summoned second and third golden small swords under Mo Chuan's control swiftly slashed towards the tail. 3 swords will sever your tail.
Mo Chuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Roar. Rani let out a roar, realizing Mo Chuan's intention, and quickly retracted its tail, retreating to avoid the second and third golden small swords. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye Rani retreated several meters away. The swiftly slashing second and third golden small swords missed their targets. A few meters away, Rani stared at Mo Chuan, its eyes displaying a hint of human-like mockery and derision. The next second, all 6 of its legs moved simultaneously.
Countless residual images appeared again surrounding Mo Chuan, making it difficult to identify the real Rani. I understand the disadvantage of fighting against you when all 6 legs move. The speed is too fast.
As long as you want to escape, my attacks can't catch up to you.
Mo Chuan continuously scanned the numerous residual images around him, deep in thought. Then a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, so I might as well remove all your 6 legs. A flicker of unusual light shimmered in Mo Chuan's eyes. He had already reached his decision. Whoosh. 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 Around him several afterimages continued darting erratically. It was nearly impossible to discern which one was Ran Yi's true form. Mo Chuan remained expressionless, making no haste to identify it. He was waiting. Waiting for Ran Yi to strike first. He waited long and patiently. At last, Ran Yi could bear it no longer. From among the dozens of swiftly shifting afterimages, one suddenly lunged forward, straight toward Mo Chuan. Upon closer inspection, this was no afterimage, it was Ran Yi's true body. Excellent, you've taken exactly the step I anticipated. Mo Chuan's gaze flared with sharp intensity. He calculated precisely and unceasingly the distance between himself and Ran Yi. Ran Yi drew nearer, closer still. Then, when only mere centimeters separated them, Ran Yi lashed out with its fish-like tail, striking with crushing force once more at Mo Chuan. At that very instant. Now, distance achieved. Mo Chuan ceased his calculations. From his body, translucent wisps of mist began to rise, one after another. The first serpent venom, illusion-weaving venom. This venomous mist diffused silently through the air, imperceptible even to gods or ghosts, and infiltrated Ran Yi's being. A sudden vacancy glazed over Ran Yi's eyes. Its entire body froze mid-motion. Even the tail, coiled and poised to strike, locked rigid in place. The illusion-weaving venom had stunned Ran Yi for 1 full second. Seizing that fleeting second, Mo Chuan raised his palm and a beam of violet light erupted from his palm. The 4th serpent venom, corrosive light. Whoosh. That violet beam shot straight toward Ran Yi's 6 legs. Under its searing radiance, those 6 limbs began dissolving, like snow under winter sun. Just then, the 1-second stun expired. Ran Yi's consciousness reawakened. And in that instant, an overwhelming torrent of agony flooded its mind. Roar. Consumed by unbearable pain, Ran Yi let out a guttural, anguished roar. Its eyes locked onto its own 6 legs, melting, disintegrating, vanishing before its gaze. It yearned to stop it, but no solution came to mind. In the end, Ran Yi watched helpless and horrified as its 6 legs dissolved into 6 stark white bones. Roar. A cry of excruciating pain and incandescent fury tore from Ran Yi's throat as its gaze locked, burning with hatred, onto Mo Chuan. It knew this devastation was all Mo Chuan's doing. It longed to rush forward and tear Mo Chuan limb from limb to vent its wrath. But it could not. Its 6 legs were gone. Its greatest asset, peerless speed, had been annihilated. It could not move so much as a single step. Do not glare at me like that. I said I would sever your 6 legs, and I meant every word. Mo Chuan lowered his palm and spoke, utterly impassive. Nearby, the robed man in black stood frozen in disbelief. His inner world churned like a tempestuous sea. All 6 of Ran Yi's legs gone. His eyes fixed upon the 6 gleaming white leg bones beneath Ran Yi's body, still refusing to accept what he beheld. In truth, earlier he had overheard Mo Chuan's quiet muttering, "I will sever your 6 legs." Yet at the time he had dismissed it with contempt. Indeed, Ran Yi's supreme ability lay in unmatched velocity, and that velocity sprang entirely from those 6 legs.
To cripple those 6 legs was to dismantle half of Ran Yi's entire arsenal.
But would Ran Yi truly stand still docile and exposed to allowing such an attack?
Preposterous.
Once in motion, Ran Yi scattered countless afterimages, so many that identifying its true form was near impossible, let alone targeting its legs.
Thus the robed man had deemed Mo Chuan's ambition sheer fantasy, arrogance incarnate, delusion unfettered. Braggadocio pure and simple. Yet, astonishingly, just moments ago, Mo Chuan had done it.
He had truly severed Ran Yi's 6 legs. A sliver of fear now edged into the robed man's gaze as he looked upon Mo Chuan.
Coincidentally, Mo Chuan turned, his eyes meeting the robed man's. Their gazes locked.
The robed man shuddered again.
Mo Chuan offered a faint cool smile. You claimed earlier that you held the battlefield in your grasp. So, what of it now?
The robed man's face darkened, shifted, twisted, yet he uttered no reply.
Since you remain silent, allow me to answer for you. As the words left his lips, Mo Chuan vanished, then reappeared directly before the robed man. His fist shot forward, a direct, devastating blow to the man's chest. Thud. A foot pressed down upon the robed man's chest.
Mo Chuan gazed down, calm and detached. Now, the battlefield rests firmly in my hands. There was no time to evade. Mo Chuan's fist crashed squarely into the robed man's chest.
Ugh.
A gout of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. He crumpled to the ground, knocked flat.
Thud. A foot pressed down upon the robed man's chest.
Mo Chuan gazed down, calm and detached. Now, the battlefield rests firmly in my hands. Crushed beneath that foot, the robed man felt profound humiliation, yet deep within bitterness welled up, silencing any retort.
Ran Yi, stripped of its 6 legs, was immobile, effectively crippled.
And the robed man himself was no match for Mo Chuan. Thus the battlefield truly did lie, unquestionably, in Mo Chuan's control. At that thought, a flash of madness ignited in the robed man's eyes. He lifted his head, locking his gaze on Mo Chuan, and spoke, voice dripping with venom. Mo Chuan, do you truly believe you command everything? The moment the words left his lips,
a terrifying lethal aura erupted from the robed man's body.
You intend to self-detonate?
Mo Chuan's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly. Precisely.
Better we perish together.
Ha, you'll never escape in time. It takes too long to flee the cavern.
The robed man laughed heartily, deep, unrestrained, triumphant.
Mo Chuan, what do we do?
From afar, Zhou Mengmeng's delicate face paled, her cherry lips clenched tight. The self-detonation of a ninth heaven martial sovereign was no trivial matter. She had no wish to die so soon, barely having reunited with Mo Chuan, barely exchanging a few words.
It's all right. Mo Chuan offered Zhou Mengmeng a reassuring glance, calm, steady, grounding.
Then he turned back to the robed man, and a subtle chilling curve lifted the corner of his lips. Who said we intended to flee?
The robed man sneered, laughing mockingly. Haha, do you imagine you can kill me and halt the detonation? Impossible. My dantian is already surging with explosive qi. My corpse itself will detonate the moment you strike me down. Either way, you are doomed.
Then I shall erase you, entirely.
Mo Chuan's expression remained serene. He raised his palm, and from its center a violet beam blazed forth. The 4th serpent venom, corrosive light. That violet beam struck the robed man. Ahak. His laughter died mid-breath, his body billowed with acrid smoke, and a shriek of agony tore from his throat. If I corrode your entire body, won't your corpse vanish entirely? And if there is no corpse, how can you detonate? Mo Chuan's gaze was ice-cold, utterly devoid of mercy. No, no, no.
The black-robed man uttered the word 3 times, his mind already steeled for self-destruction, to perish alongside Mo Chuan in a final mutual annihilation.
Yet in the end he could not even detonate himself. He failed utterly to achieve that last desperate symmetry of death.
In overwhelming despair, acrid smoke billowed from his body as his flesh and blood vaporized, leaving behind only a bleached white skeleton.
Boring. Mo Chuan glanced at the skeletal remains and shook his head.
He had intended to extract information, specifically the locations of other ancient demon beasts sealed away in antiquity. But he had not anticipated the man's sudden resolve to self-destruct. Forced to act, Mo Chuan deployed the 4th serpent venom, corrosive light, to neutralize him, instantly forfeiting all chance of interrogation. Just as disappointment settled upon him, however, an object beside the white skeleton caught his eye, an ancient weathered scroll. The scroll had belonged to the black-robed man, concealed within his robes until his body dissolved into bone, whereupon it tumbled free. Mo Chuan picked up the scroll and studied it closely, his expression shifting subtly. Upon its surface were drawn one grotesque, monstrous figure after another, each warped beyond natural conception. Beneath each illustration lay inscriptions, not Chinese characters nor any script known to the modern world, but an entirely alien arcane script veiled in mystery. A dull ache throbbed behind Mo Chuan's temples. He could not decipher the script, thus the meaning behind each cryptic passage remained utterly inaccessible. Yet as he scrutinized the scroll more carefully, a new revelation emerged among those twisted figures. 3 faces stood out, familiar, unmistakable.
Jinluoyu and Ranyi. Could it be?
A spark of sharp insight flared in Mo Chuan's eyes. He already sensed the answer. He turned his gaze once more to the scroll, to the monstrous illustrations, to the enigmatic script beneath them, and murmured, "These drawings are not mere phantoms.
They are the true forms of the ancient demon beasts long sealed away.
And the inscriptions beneath them, their precise sealing locations. The black-robed man must have learned the locations of Jinluoyu and Ranyi solely from this very scroll. But how then had the man understood that alien script?
Mo Chuan could fathom no explanation. Enough. For now, let it rest. At least the purpose of this journey to southern Tian has been fulfilled. He gazed down at the ancient scroll in his palm and smiled faintly. His sole objective in seeking the black-robed man had been to uncover the sealing sites of other ancient demon beasts, and now with this scroll in hand his mission was complete. True, the script remained indecipherable, for now. But that mattered little. Time and ingenuity would inevitably unlock its secrets.
Mo Chuan crouched and retrieved another object lying beside the skeleton.
It was a beast control bell.
He examined it thoughtfully and murmured, "One obtained from Shi Zhihai, another from Yi Chang, and now this third."
3 in total.
He suspected the bells might prove useful later, so he had kept everyone he encountered without hesitation.
In the next instant,
he summoned his system space and placed both the ancient scroll and the third beast control bell inside.
Wow, how magical. Mo Chuan, how did your scroll and bell vanish into thin air?
Zhou Mengmeng approached her, luminous eyes sparkling with unfeigned curiosity, her delicate face alight with wonder.
Mo Chuan shrugged.
They simply vanished. Then what martial technique did you use to turn that living man into a skeleton just now? She asked, her gaze still fixed on him, brimming with fascination.
I've never seen anything so extraordinary. Mo Chuan sighed inwardly. That wasn't a martial technique.
Zhou Mengmeng's eyes widened further. If not a martial technique, then what is it?
Zhou Mengmeng, it's been a while.
When did your curiosity grow so insatiable? Mo Chuan sighed again, casting her a look half amused, half exasperated.
Because I'm overjoyed.
She clenched her small fists playfully toward him, pouting. I truly believed you were dead. I grieved for you.
And today, suddenly seeing you alive, I just couldn't contain myself. I needed to talk to you. Her voice softened, trailing off, her cheeks blooming with rosy warmth.
Mo Chuan watched the blushing girl before him exhale slowly and asked, "And you, why were you captured here?" To track down the culprit behind the southern Tian civilian disappearances, the very black-robed man himself. She paused, her expression dimming. Several of her companions who had accompanied her had been sacrificed in blood rituals by him.
Mo Chuan nodded, thoughtful.
So, the elusive black-robed man he had pursued so relentlessly was also the perpetrator behind the southern Tian abductions. A curious if grim convergence. It followed then that his abduction of so many civilians served but one purpose: blood sacrifice, to dismantle the sealing formation imprisoning Ranyi.
That much Mo Chuan deduced readily.
With a faint smile he said to Zhou Mengmeng, "Fortunately I arrived just in time, otherwise I'd have failed old Master Zhou's charge to protect."
Grandfather tasked you with protecting me.
Zhou Mengmeng blinked, then puffed her cheeks indignantly.
How infuriating. He knew you were alive and yet never told me.
I'll make him pay when I return. Mo Chuan shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Old Master Zhou, you're doomed.
Your beloved granddaughter has declared war.
Then he shifted his gaze toward Ranyi lying nearby.
Ranyi now stood in utter humiliation, its 6 legs reduced to bare bone, rendering it immobile.
Neither attack nor escape remained possible. Mo Chuan chuckled softly, stepped forward and raised a hand, preparing to consume it. At that moment rapid footsteps echoed through the cavern, drawing ever closer. Simultaneously a sultry mellifluous voice cut through the silence. Wait.
Its tone carried a subtle undercurrent of threat and authority. Someone was approaching. Mo Chuan sneered inwardly. Whoever it was, they held no sway over him.
Ignoring the command entirely, he directed his palm toward Ranyi, black vortex swirling into existence at his palm.
Consume. Ranyi's colossal form was instantly drawn into the spiraling void. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have consumed a Ranyi, gaining 100 points of life essence.
The system chime rang out and his attribute panel updated instantly. Name: Mo Chuan. Life essence 150 points. Stage 4th mold serpent 0500. Cultivation realm 8th layer of chi refinement 41. Physical body bronze rank 1st tier 60.
Innate talents consumption: 1st serpent venom, phantom god venom, 2nd serpent venom, supreme sovereign venom, 3rd serpent venom, puppeteer venom, 4th serpent venom, corrosive light venom. Spatial capacity 10 cubic meters. 100 points of primordial life essence, a commendable harvest. Mo Chuan glanced at his attribute panel and nodded in quiet satisfaction. At that very moment the mellifluous alluring voice sounded once more.
Damn it, where have you hidden that Rani? I told you to wait, didn't you hear me?
Her tone carried a subtle undercurrent of fury.
Tap tap tap.
The footsteps drew steadily closer. Before long, a lithe curvaceous figure emerged at the far end of the cave. She was a breathtakingly enchanting woman, her delicate oval face exuding ethereal beauty captivating all who beheld her, her lips vivid as freshly plucked cherries, her eyes and brows imbued with an irresistible smoldering allure. Her figure was voluptuous beyond measure, pronounced curves front and back, yet her waist remained serpentine and slender.
Clad in a flowing crimson ancient robe, her innate seductiveness reached its zenith.
Now her lovely face flushed with ire as she glared fiercely at Chuan and demanded, "Boy, where have you taken the Rani?" With her cultivation strength she had instantly sensed the complete disappearance of the Rani's aura within the cave, leaving her deeply agitated. She had counted on devouring it to restore a portion of her lost power.
In the same instant. Do we know each other? Are we close enough for you to demand answers?
Chuan turned calmly toward her and spoke in a voice cool and detached.
How bold this insignificant human insect dares speak to me so insolently.
Her beautiful face hardened, her exquisite eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed him with a piercing gaze. Given her status and strength, condescending to speak so many words to a mere human was already an extraordinary concession, an act of grace. Yet he, utterly oblivious to the heavens above and earth below, dared posture before her, truly insufferable.
Poof. By what right do you say that? Chuan is no insect.
Beside him, Zhou Mengmeng's cheeks burned with indignation as she rushed to Chuan's defense, her voice bristling with resentment.
Oh little sister, your haste to contradict me, does that mean you fancy this boy Chuan? The cold smirk vanished from the enchantress's face. Instead she regarded Zhou Mengmeng with playful amusement, her gaze lingering with unmistakable mischief.
Hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. Observing her flustered reaction, the enchantress's eyes gleamed with even greater mirth as her scarlet lips parted. Pity little sister, for soon you shall witness the true nature of the one you admire.
With those words she turned to Chuan and asked, Chuan, am I beautiful?
Then slowly extending her tongue she traced her lips, her eyes and brow radiating intoxicating charm, her voice dripping with honeyed resonance stirring the soul itself. This was her innate art, mystic allure, a technique capable of effortlessly ensnaring a man's mind and bending his will.
She wielded it upon Chuan for two reasons. First, for sheer amusement.
She simply wished to let Zhou Mengmeng watch as Chuan succumbed helplessly to her charm, his composure crumbling into absurd, pitiful disarray.
Second, and more importantly, for practical ends.
Once his mind was subdued by her mystic allure, she would extract the truth. Where had he concealed the Rani?
After all, consuming it remained her ultimate objective.
Nearby, Zhou Mengmeng clenched her small fists, watching Chuan's reaction with bated breath.
Chuan, don't let this wicked woman bewitch you.
Her heart churned with anxious turmoil.
At that moment Chuan glanced at the enchantress, and his eyes flickered faintly.
Zhou Mengmeng saw it, and her face paled instantly.
It's over, it's over. Chuan has truly fallen under her spell.
Her heart sank, tears welling unbidden. Well then, little sister, behold the true face of your beloved, enslaved by beauty.
A mocking smile curled the enchantress's lips.
Indeed, no man had ever resisted her mystic allure. With it she turned again to Chuan, her expression dripping with seduction, her crimson lips parting once more. Now tell me, where have you hidden the Rani?
Are you ill? Chuan furrowed his brow. Didn't I just ask, do we know each other? Are we close enough for you to demand answers?
Her smile froze mid-expression, her exquisite eyes widened in disbelief.
You weren't affected by my mystic allure.
Impossible, she had clearly seen him falter if only for a heartbeat.
That hesitation was the unmistakable sign of succumbing.
Yet seeing this, Zhou Mengmeng, who had been utterly crestfallen, suddenly brightened, her face alight with quiet joy.
She muttered to herself, I knew it, Chuan is no shallow fool swayed by beauty.
You are indeed strikingly beautiful, Chuan observed, his voice calm and unwavering. But that does not grant you the power to enthrall me with your mystic allure. Even before embarking on the Tao of cultivation, back when he trained solely in martial arts, he had earned the epithet martial obsessive for his single-minded devotion to practice, a testament to the unparalleled fortitude of his mind.
How then could he possibly fall prey to the enchantress's mystic allure?
His brief lapse was not weakness, but perception. He had sensed something unique in her aura. An utterly singular presence, beyond precise description in words yet undeniably distinct. He had been ruminating, trying to decipher its nature. That was why he had paused for a moment.
You truly are different.
Hearing his words, the enchantress studied him closely, and saw with genuine astonishment that his gaze remained lucid, untouched by her art. A spark of intrigue flickered in her eyes. How had this youth resisted her mystic allure?
Still, you need not rejoice too soon. If persuasion fails, then force remains.
As she spoke, her beautiful eyes turned icy, and her aura erupted with sudden crushing intensity. Step by deliberate step she advanced toward Chuan, her oppressive presence bearing down like a storm. And with each step that singular aura grew stronger, denser, more palpable.
Until at last she stood only a few paces away and the aura reached its zenith. Ding! A Yao race cultivator detected.
As she drew near, the system's chime echoed in his mind, followed by a cascade of information.
Name Chang Ruyan. Race Yao clan serpent. Cultivation realm 1st tier 9 stars equivalent to 4th tier 1 star.
So her name is Ching Ruyan, rather elegant indeed. Mo Chuan nodded upon reading her name, then continued downward.
Yao clan. This.
He was utterly speechless, genuinely stunned.
This alluring woman before him was not human. But a Yao. Utterly unexpected.
System, what exactly is the Yao race?
How does it relate to Yaosho? Mo Chuan queried inwardly.
Instantly the system replied, ding. Both Yao and Yaosho belong to the Yao category, but Yaosho possess brute strength alone, lacking intelligence and incapable of assuming human form.
Yao however possess intellect rivaling that of humanity and can freely shift into human guise. I see. Mo Chuan understood at once.
Simultaneously he grasped the origin of that unique aura, the Yao energy emanating from Ching Ruyan herself.
System, I also transformed from a snake into a human. Does that mean I belong to the demon race like Ching Ruyan?
Mo Chuan felt a stir in his heart and asked again. Could it be that he and Ching Ruyan are of the same lineage, both being snake demons?
Ding.
The host is not of the demon race. The host carries the bloodline of a divine dragon belonging to the dragon race. In his mind the system's voice rang out once more.
I am of the dragon race. Mo Chuan was taken aback.
According to the system, it seems. Though both transformed from non-humans into human forms, Ching Ruyan belongs to the demon race while he belongs to the dragon race.
Indeed, dragons are extraordinary beings.
Other non-human beings that turn into human forms are all part of the demon race, whether they are snake demons, wolf demons, rabbit demons, or leopard demons. But dragons are not demons, they are unique and belong to the dragon race. Tap tap tap. At this moment footsteps drew closer and the enchanting woman Ching Ruyan had approached Mo Chuan.
Kid, before you make a move, I'll say this one last time. Where exactly did you take Ran-Yi?
Ching Ruyan said indifferently, her beautiful face though alluring bore a true killing intent at this moment.
If you tell me now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking your life.
As she spoke, Ching Ruyan extended her delicate tongue, licking her red lips, coldly staring at Mo Chuan, a glint of eagerness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Such a handsome youth consuming him must taste delightful, right?
Take my life. Mo Chuan glanced at Ching Ruyan and said calmly, if you escape now, I might consider sparing your life.
He looked once more at Ching Ruyan's information panel.
Name Chang Ruyan. Race demon, race snake. Realm 1st stage 9 stars, 4th stage 1 star.
Her peak strength is 4th stage 1 star, equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator, quite formidable. However, for some reason Ching Ruyan appeared very weak at the moment, only possessing the strength of 1st stage 9 stars.
He felt confident dealing with a 1st stage 9 stars demon. What did you say?
Ching Ruyan slightly furrowed her brows, her charming face filled with a cold expression.
Spare me.
A mere insect dares to speak such words, truly audacious. In the next moment Ching Ruyan made her move. She slightly raised her jade arm and a red ribbon flew out, heading straight for Mo Chuan. The killing intent was palpable. For this insect before her, she intended to kill him in one blow to vent her pent-up hatred. Soon the red ribbon entangled Mo Chuan, wrapping around him several times and binding him tightly.
Die.
Ching Ruyan's lips curled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, making her appear extraordinarily enchanting. The red ribbon began to tighten around Mo Chuan. It seemed she intended to strangle Mo Chuan directly. Facing such a perilous attack, Mo Chuan merely smiled faintly. Suddenly a raging fire ignited around him. It was the minor 5 elements technique, fireball technique. The entire red ribbon was ignited by the flames and began to burn. Even the flames surged along the ribbon, attacking Ching Ruyan. Ching Ruyan's beautiful face changed slightly and she immediately released the red ribbon. Soon the entire ribbon was burned to ashes. What kind of martial skill is this? Ching Ruyan stared at Mo Chuan, a hint of uncertainty flashing in her beautiful eyes. Such power was beyond what martial skills could possess. It could be said that Ching Ruyan had never seen such a powerful martial skill. Even a warrior couldn't possibly unleash such a formidable martial skill. Still, the same question remains: do we know each other? Are we close? Why should I tell you? Mo Chuan looked at Ching Ruyan expressionlessly and said coolly. As his words fell, he flicked his fingers and a golden radiant little sword appeared out of thin air. Go! The golden little sword flew rapidly through the air, slashing towards Ching Ruyan. Damn insect, such arrogance! Chang Ruyan's beautiful eyes glimmered with coldness, initially filled with fury, but in the next moment upon seeing Chuan summon the golden little sword and slash towards her, her charming face changed instantly.
Not good. Chang Ruyan sensed a terrifying force and killing intent from the golden little sword.
She quickly raised her jade arm and waved it lightly. Just as the golden little sword was only a few centimeters from her, several red ribbons shot out from her sleeve, entangling the golden little sword. The golden little sword faltered, shaking in the air as it attempted to break free from the entanglement of the red ribbons, but several ribbons tightly bound the golden little sword, preventing it from advancing another step.
Close call.
Chang Ruyan patted her heaving chest and exhaled softly. Then she looked at Chuan, the uncertainty in her beautiful eyes deepening. Originally Chang Ruyan had estimated that even if Chuan's strength was at the peak of the ninth heaven, she wouldn't be afraid.
However, she hadn't anticipated Chuan's peculiar martial skill. First summoning flames, then a golden sword.
Such martial skills are too strange and exceedingly powerful.
Perhaps I should abandon Ranyi and retreat first. Chang Ruyan thought to herself.
Though being forced back by an insect felt somewhat humiliating, she was currently very weak and not at her peak strength.
Retreating was understandable.
Better to be cautious. If she were to be slain by this insect, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? With that thought, Chang Ruyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Chuan, her red lips parting slightly.
I must admit, your strength as an insect is indeed surprising. But an insect is still an insect. You must recognize your identity and not misjudge yourself.
As she finished speaking, several more red ribbons floated from Chang Ruyan's sleeve, flying towards Chuan. Chuan raised an eyebrow, preparing to unleash the minor 5 elements technique, fireball technique again. But at that moment he saw Chang Ruyan retreating swiftly towards the cave's exit. As for the few red ribbons drifting toward him, they were soft and powerless, lacking any threat.
Chuan was taken aback, then quickly understood.
Chang Ruyan was feigning an attack to create an opportunity to escape.
Damn, this really is. Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Truly worthy of being a snake. So cunning. So cautious. You go back to Tiannan City, you'll chase after her. Chuan instructed Zhou Mengmeng beside him.
Then, without waiting for Zhou Mengmeng to say anything more, he moved and headed toward the cave's exit.
Chuan.
Zhou Mengmeng's charming face changed, preparing to say something, but at that moment Chuan's figure had already vanished from her sight.
Humph, it's all that bad woman's fault.
Zhou Mengmeng pouted, feeling dejected and stamping her feet in anger. She thought Chang Ruyan was too beautiful, too alluring, making it easy for men to be captivated. Thus such a woman was a bad woman who shouldn't exist in this world. She suspected that Chuan was chasing after her simply because Chang Ruyan was too beautiful. After all, she had just met Chuan not long ago and they hadn't exchanged more than a few words before he left again.
With a helpless sigh, Zhou Mengmeng could only walk out of the cave, returning to Tiannan City feeling gloomy.
In the forest, 2 figures darted through the trees, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. In front was Chang Ruyan and behind her was Chuan.
Damn it, Aunt. Don't follow me, get lost.
Chang Ruyan called out while running, turning her head to glare fiercely at Chuan, biting her crimson lips.
If you call me an ant, then why are you running away from this ant? Chuan continued his chase, a faint smile on his lips as he asked. That's because I'm not at my peak.
If I regain my strength, an ant like you could be crushed with a single hand. As Chang Ruyan fled, she glanced back at Chuan, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain.
Is that so? Chuan's gaze shifted as he lightly raised a hand. Small 5 elements technique, wood vine technique. Vines emerged from beneath Chang Ruyan's feet, binding her ankles tightly.
The escape was forcibly halted.
This is the summoned wood vines.
Chang Ruyan looked at the vines extending from beneath her, her delicate face changing.
Recalling the flames and golden sword summoned earlier, she finally confirmed that this was not merely martial arts but a technique.
A technique of a cultivator.
This ant is actually a cultivator.
Chang Ruyan bit her red lips and muttered to herself, damn it, in this era with the spiritual energy so thin, shouldn't there only be martial artists and no cultivators? 1,000 years ago she had fought multiple times against nascent soul cultivators and understood their terror well.
This ant has already caught up to you.
At this moment Chuan had caught up from behind, his face calm.
Shut up.
Chang Ruyan bit her lips tightly, a hint of blush appearing on her delicate face, feeling somewhat ashamed.
How could she be mocked by an ant?
You wait, once I regain my strength I will not let you off.
Chang Ruyan stared intensely at Chuan as if trying to imprint his face in her mind.
Then a terrifying aura erupted from Chang Ruyan. The strength of this aura caused Chuan's expression to change slightly, stepping back several paces.
The wooden vines binding Chang Ruyan instantly snapped.
Then she immediately escaped. In the blink of an eye she appeared 100 meters away.
In another blink Chang Ruyan's figure vanished completely. Watching this scene, Chuan pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. Just now Chang Ruyan must have unleashed her peak power. However, he was certain that this burst of power could not last long, perhaps only holding for a second. Otherwise, why would Cheng Ruoyan not use this power to kill him but instead choose to flee? With this thought, Mo Chuan shook his head and smiled faintly. Unfortunately, your escape is futile. For some unknown reason, perhaps because he bore the bloodline of the divine dragon, or perhaps because his current form was also a snake like Cheng Ruoyan, he could clearly sense the demonic energy emanating from her. Through the residual demonic energy in the air, he could track Cheng Ruoyan's position. She should have gone in this direction. Mo Chuan glanced towards a certain direction, his gaze shifting slightly. He stepped forward, heading in that direction. Cheng Ruoyan was continuously dashing through the downtown area of Tiannan City. Her delicate face appeared somewhat pale. After all, she had just unleashed her peak strength, which had taken a considerable toll on her. Amid her escape, Cheng Ruoyan soon spotted a luxurious villa. This villa was extravagantly built, covering a vast area, and its owner undoubtedly held an extraordinary status. Standing just outside the Iron Gate were more than 10 security guards. Moreover, these guards were all martial artists. At that moment, a luxury car happened to stop in front of the villa's Iron Gate. The door opened and a wealthy young man stepped out. Young master, the guards at the gate all bowed in greeting. The rich young man waved his hand and was about to enter the villa. Another human ant, Cheng Ruoyan remarked with a slight curl of her lips, revealing a hint of disdain. However, she quickly thought of something, her beautiful eyes brightening slightly. The demonic energy flowed across her face and Cheng Ruoyan instantly transformed from a mature and alluring woman into a youthful girl. Cheng Ruoyan touched her transformed face and nodded with satisfaction. Then she hurriedly approached. Little brother, save me. The wealthy young man, who had half his body inside the villa's Iron Gate, turned around in confusion upon hearing her voice. Upon seeing Cheng Ruoyan, his eyes lit up. Even though Cheng Ruoyan had transformed from a captivating and seductive mature woman into a youthful girl, she still counted as a great beauty. The wealthy young man nearly drooled at the sight and quickly said, "This beautiful little sister, is there something you need?" Cheng Ruoyan bit her red lips, putting on a tearful expression as she said, "Little brother, some bad people are trying to harm me. Can I stay at your house to hide from that bad person?" When she mentioned the bad person, Cheng Ruoyan gritted her teeth, harboring hatred for Mo Chuan. "No problem, stay as long as you want." The wealthy young man quickly replied, his heart filled with joy. "Thank you, little brother." Cheng Ruoyan smiled brightly, appearing very happy. "Please come in." The wealthy young man chuckled, leading Cheng Ruoyan into the villa. Along the way, he chattered incessantly. "Little sister, my name is Lu Yuansheng, you can call me Lu Gu. Where do you want to sleep? Who is the bad person trying to harm you? Tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson." As they spoke, Lu Yuansheng's body drew closer to Cheng Ruoyan, attempting to take advantage of her. His smile grew increasingly lewd, nearly drooling. Cheng Ruoyan halted, frowning as she distanced herself from Lu Yuansheng. "Little sister, hey, why did you stop?" Lu Yuansheng leered, reaching out toward Cheng Ruoyan. "Are you unable to walk? Do you want your brother to carry you?" Facing Lu Yuansheng's reaching hand, Cheng Ruoyan displayed a charming smile and then kicked out with her foot. "Ouch!" Lu Yuansheng cried out in pain, instantly sent flying to the ground. "You! Woman, don't be ungrateful." Lu Yuansheng's face turned furious as he got up from the ground, no longer pretending. He sneered, "That's right, I'm interested in you. This is your fortune. Behave yourself and—" Before he could finish, another kick came flying. "Ah!" Lu Yuansheng shouted in pain, once again being kicked to the ground. Before he could get back up, bang! 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 Several kicks landed on him. "Ah!" Lu Yuansheng cried out in agony. Finally, Cheng Ruoyan withdrew her foot and looked down at Lu Yuansheng from above, speaking indifferently, "Lift your head." "You!" Lu Yuansheng, lying on the ground, looked up in anger at Cheng Ruoyan. He was about to say something fierce, but the words caught in his throat. Cheng Ruoyan's gaze was too terrifying, filled with contempt, indifference, and disdain, as if she were a queen surveying him from above. "Look at me." Cheng Ruoyan's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Lu Yuansheng stared at Cheng Ruoyan, his expression momentarily frozen, becoming somewhat dazed. The charm technique took effect. "And find me a room to rest," Cheng Ruoyan said coolly, planning to stay with the Lu family for a day or two before leaving. "Yes." Under the influence of the charm technique, Lu Yuansheng got up from the ground, responding respectfully. Mo Chuan sensed the lingering aura of the demons in the air and followed its trail. Gradually, he stepped out of the forest, left the outskirts of Tiannan City, and arrived in the city center. To think he would escape to the bustling city, Cheng Ruoyan's audacity is truly remarkable. Mo Chuan stood on the street, gazing at the towering skyscrapers and the luxurious vehicles passing by, shaking his head in disbelief. He continued to follow the lingering demonic aura in the air. He traversed numerous streets and passed by many houses. Eventually, Mo Chuan halted in front of a luxurious villa.
This place has the strongest demonic aura. Qing Ruyun must have escaped here. Mo Chuan gazed at the opulent villa, pondering for a moment before reaching a conclusion. He stepped toward the villa's iron gate. In front of the gate over a dozen guards stood firm, each one a martial artist, vigorous and robust.
Seeing this, Mo Chuan let out a light sound of surprise.
With such a lavish array of guards, the owner of this villa must be extraordinary. Inside the villa, Qing Ruyun opened her beautiful eyes, a flicker of uncertainty flashing across her gaze. How did this brat find this place? She sensed Mo Chuan was very close to her, right in front of the villa's iron gate.
No, it must be a coincidence.
Qing Ruyun shook her head, repeatedly muttering to herself, he must have passed by the Lu family by chance, wanting to investigate a bit. He doesn't truly know I'm here. That's right, when she fled she had unleashed a moment of peak power. Even if she maintained that peak speed for just a second, she would have long vanished from sight.
In such circumstances, how could Mo Chuan pursue her?
He couldn't see her figure, nor did he have a target. Thinking of this, Qing Ruyun's crimson lips curved slightly as she coldly commanded, insect, come over here. Before long, Lu Yuanchang approached with a sycophantic smile.
Master, what are your orders? Under the spell of enchantment, he looked at Qing Ruyun like a devoted lapdog.
Keep an eye on that person outside the iron gate. No matter what he is here for, just delay him and do not let him come near me.
Qing Ruyun instructed calmly. Yes, master. Lu Yuanchang replied, full of eagerness, before retreating.
Qing Ruyun closed her beautiful eyes and continued to meditate. Having unleashed her peak power earlier had caused her considerable injury, now she needed to recuperate well.
Outside the villa, in front of the iron gate. Who are you? Do not loiter around Lu family territory stealthily.
At this moment, the guards on duty spotted Mo Chuan, and one of them frowned and questioned.
I am here to find someone. Mo Chuan looked at them and smiled nonchalantly. Finding someone and ending up at the Lu family, are you crazy? Hurry up and leave.
The guards were brimming with arrogance, their expressions hostile.
Mo Chuan remained unmoved. At that moment, Lu Yuanchang arrived at the iron gate. Young master. The guards all bowed in greeting. What is this person here for?
Lu Yuanchang asked the guard beside him, looking at Mo Chuan.
Young master, this person says he is here to find someone. The guards immediately relayed what had transpired to Lu Yuanchang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanchang's expression slightly changed. Find someone. Could it be that he is here to find the master?
This cannot happen, the master had just instructed him. He must delay this person and ensure he does not disturb the master.
Thinking of this, Lu Yuanchang's expression turned unfriendly as he looked at Mo Chuan and coldly said, Brat, hurry up and leave.
Do not cause trouble at the Lu family, otherwise the consequences will be beyond your bear.
Consequences beyond my bearing. Mo Chuan replied calmly, then I will not leave. I want to see how your Lu family will make me bear those consequences. You. Lu Yuanchang's face changed. To be honest, I am helping your Lu family. Mo Chuan assessed Lu Yuanchang and said flatly, there must be a 1,000-year-old serpent demon in your home.
Let me in and I will deal with the serpent demon, otherwise your entire Lu family will be plagued by it.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanchang's face turned furious as he exclaimed, nonsense.
He was deeply enchanted by the spell and obedient to Qing Ruyun. How could he take Mo Chuan's words to heart?
Someone throw this person out.
Do not let him disturb the tranquility of my Lu family. Lu Yuanchang waved his hand dismissively, speaking coldly.
Yes, young master.
The guards responded in unison. They surrounded Mo Chuan and continuously closed in on him, sneering.
Brat, obediently surrender.
Having provoked the Lu family, there will be no place for you in Tiannan City. Daring to cause trouble at the Lu family, you really are tired of living. Facing these guards who were constantly approaching, Mo Chuan smiled faintly, unleashing the pressure of his chi at the 8th level of refining chi, radiating it outward from his center.
Boom.
The guards were all sent flying in an instant. They fell dozens of meters away, sprawled on the ground, screaming in agony. In immense pain and unable to get up, their gazes toward Mo Chuan were filled with terror. This youth was terrifying, he had sent them all flying with just his aura. You. Lu Yuanchang looked at Mo Chuan in shock, his mind still in a daze as he wondered how his guards had been defeated so swiftly.
Mo Chuan's expression remained impassive.
Although the Lu family had over a dozen martial artist guards, it was surprising. However, those guards were all of low levels, primarily at the 1st and 2nd levels, and naturally could not withstand his pressure.
Step aside. Mo Chuan turned to Lu Yuanchang and said calmly. Lu Yuanchang quickly retreated a few steps, his face pale, his body trembling.
He was genuinely frightened by Mo Chuan's display of power.
Truly audacious.
My Lu family is the wealthiest family in Tiannan City. Who are you to dare cause trouble here? At that moment, another luxury car slowly drove up to the villa's iron gate. The door opened and a middle-aged man stepped out, squinting at Mo Chuan and coldly saying. Mo Chuan glanced at the middle-aged man with great interest. This man was actually the wealthiest in Tiannan City. No wonder the Lu family could afford so many martial artist guards.
Dad, you're finally back.
Lu Yuancheng exclaimed joyfully as the pallor on his face disappeared upon seeing the middle-aged man. Lu Jinrun looked at Lu Yuancheng with a stern expression and snorted, "Useless thing to think you were frightened by a young man, whereas your demeanor as the son of the wealthiest family." "Dad, it's just that this brat is too strong. The martial artist guards you hired were all defeated by him in an instant," Lu Yuancheng said with a hint of fear, glancing at Mo Chuan.
Lu Jinren frowned and said disapprovingly, "What are you panicking for?
I have told you that as a member of the wealthiest family you must be confident and maintain your presence. Thus I have already informed the Tiannan City Martial Artist Association. They will soon send someone to capture this brat." Upon hearing that, Lu Yuanchen's eyes brightened and he cried with delight, "Exactly.
Martial artists must not strike ordinary people, it's the rule.
The Tiannan Wuxia Association, as the guardian of martial order in Tiannan City, will surely step forward. Father, how clever of you to use the authority of the Tiannan Wuxia Association to put this brat in his place."
At those words Lu Jinren smiled faintly, self-satisfied.
"This is true wisdom, learn from me."
Yes, Father, age brings guile," Lu Yuanchen eagerly agreed.
Lu Yuanchen nodded repeatedly, looking as if he had received instruction.
Beside them Mo Chuan stiffened slightly, a curious smile touching his lips. Tiannan City Wuxia Association. The Lu family actually hired people from the association.
He could not hide a peculiar smile. Before long the Tiannan Wuxia Association arrived. An RV rolled up and stopped in front of the villa. Seeing this, a smug grin spread across Lu Yuanchen's face.
He looked at Mo Chuan with glee and taunted, "Kid, the association is here. Can you still swagger in front of the Wuxia Association?" Mo Chuan shrugged. "Is that so?" Lu Jinren adopted a lecturing tone as he regarded Mo Chuan, smiling blandly, "Young man, one must be modest.
Even if you become a martial artist while still young and impetuous, you must remember that martial artists follow rules."
Mo Chuan merely smiled and said nothing.
The RV door opened and two people stepped out. Leading them was Zhou Mengmeng, her face sullen and unhappy. She was still displeased over Mo Chuan's departure. They had only just met. Then she had received a report a martial artist was causing trouble among the mundane folk.
That news dampened her spirits further.
Under her watch, how could any martial artist in Tiannan City dare break the rules?
Zhou Mengmeng decided to come in person to apprehend the troublemaker and vent her annoyance. Trailing behind her was the expressionless robotic He Chang. When Mo Chuan had pursued Qing Ruyan, he had moved too quickly and not brought He Chang along.
He Chang followed in Zhou Mengmeng's wake.
"Can you contact your master?" Zhou Mengmeng asked softly. "No."
He Chang shook his head mechanically. Zhou Mengmeng sighed. She did not expect to glean any news from him. Along the way He Chang behaved like a machine, dull and vacant.
Perhaps his mind was damaged, perhaps that very vacancy was how Mo Chuan had persuaded him into servitude. "Father, it's Chairwoman Zhou."
"Chairwoman Zhou has come herself."
Lu Yuanchen's eyes widened with excitement upon seeing her. Lu Jinren brightened as well.
Zhou Mengmeng is the chairwoman of the Tiannan Wuxia Association, formidable in strength and listed among the Tianjia.
With her personal arrival, our Lu family is surely safe today. Then he added, "What are you waiting for? Go receive the chairwoman."
Father and son hurried to the RV, bowing respectfully. "Chairwoman Zhou, you have arrived."
Standing before Zhou Mengmeng, they inadvertently blocked her view and she did not immediately see Mo Chuan.
"So it is the Lu family that has been harassed by a martial artist?"
she asked. "Yes."
"A martial artist has no regard for the rules and is making a scene at our Lu residence," Lu Yuanchen replied. Lu Jinren, the seasoned man of the world, cast himself in the role of the aggrieved and implored, "Chairwoman Zhou, you must help our Lu family.
That martial artist is insolent, utterly contemptuous of us mortals running amok in the Lu household," he wailed.
"Though the Lu family employs a few low-level martial artists, we are after all a secular gentry. There is no way we can stand against a true martial expert."
Zhou Mengmeng's brows knit in displeasure. "Preposterous. I have repeatedly decreed that Tiannan's martial artists must not interfere with the mundane."
"Where exactly is this martial artist?"
Lu Jinren and Lu Yuanchen's faces brightened. They stepped aside and pointed at Mo Chuan.
"Chairwoman Zhou, it's this brat." Zhou Mengmeng cast her gaze in that direction, intending to put on a stern face and chastise him. But when she saw Mo Chuan, her small body trembled and her features flushed with excitement. "Chairwoman, what is?" Lu Jinren and his son were put on a stern face and chastise him. At that moment He Chang bent at the waist and bowed toward Mo Chuan, greeting him with master.
Lu Jinren and Lu Yuanchen stiffened.
Surely they had not heard wrong. Someone brought by the chairwoman was calling Mo Chuan master.
Before they could comprehend, Zhou Mengmeng cried out, "Mo Chuan, why are you here?"
And unable to contain her excitement, rushed forward and embraced him. Feeling the warmth and perfume against him, Mo Chuan smiled wryly. The Lu family had expected the Tiannan Wuxia Association, never that Zhou Mengmeng would come herself. Witnessing this, Lu Jinrun and Lu Yuanchen went pale, their minds reeled. Zhou Mengmeng, the lofty chairwoman of the Tiannan Wuxia Association, was now acting like a coquettish girl curled in Mo Chuan's arms.
This was not merely surprise, it was sheer shock.
After all, moments earlier they had publicly belittled and slandered Mo Chuan.
Mo Chuan shifted Zhou Mengmeng aside.
"All right, stop clinging to me, I'm running out of breath," he said dry. Zhou Mengmeng blinked, then pouted indignantly.
"You lie.
Martial artists transcend ordinary limits, they can hold their breath for 10 minutes and suffer no harm."
Mo Chuan changed the subject. "Enough, I've business to attend to." "Business?" Zhou Mengmeng was immediately intrigued, her face registering puzzlement. "Aren't you pursuing that woman?
How did you end up at the Lu residence?" "The woman I am chasing is hiding in the Lu house," Mo Chuan shrugged. Hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng glanced toward the villa and snorted softly. That wretched woman had taken refuge in the Lu family's villa.
At that moment, Lu Jinrun and Lu Yuanchen faces ashen trembled as they approached. Chairwoman. Lu Jinrun now felt only regret. He could not have imagined that Mo Chuan was a friend of Zhou Mengmeng.
Foolishly, he had reported the man to the Tiannan Wuxia Association, reporting the chairwoman's friend. No more needs to be said. Zhou Mengmeng waved her hand, her pretty face composed and expressionless.
Lu Jinrun's color drained further. It was over, the Lu family would surely have earned the chairwoman's ire.
"Let's go, it's time to enter," Mo Chuan said with a faint laugh to Zhou Mengmeng. Just as he prepared to step into the villa, Lu Yuanchen darted ahead shouting, "Master!" But before he could finish, a pulse of true qi struck the back of his head.
Lu Yuanchen's eyes slid shut and he crumpled to the ground. Lu Jinrun was nearly frightened to death, beads of sweat pouring from his brow.
"Your son talks too much, let him sleep for a while." Mo Chuan released his hand and said calmly.
"Yes, yes, yes." Lu Jinrun nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling, naturally not daring to voice any complaints.
Mo Chuan glanced at the fallen Lu Yuanchen, estimating that he had fallen victim to Qing Ruyan's seductive arts.
"Let's go."
Mo Chuan withdrew his gaze and entered the villa, beginning to sense the aura of the demons.
Zhou Mengmeng followed closely behind. He Chang the servant was no exception. Lu Jinrun turned pale and retreated.
He did not have the courage to pry into what these people were about to do.
Inside the villa. Based on the concentration of the demonic aura in the air.
Soon Mo Chuan found the location of Qing Ruyan.
In that room.
Mo Chuan's eyes brightened as he walked towards a certain room.
Zhou Mengmeng closely followed.
He Chang also kept pace. Inside the room, Qing Ruyan sat with her eyes closed, recovering from her injuries. Since she had previously judged that Mo Chuan was merely passing by and had not truly discovered her, she released her mind to heal her wounds and did not notice Mo Chuan's approach.
Just as she was at a crucial moment in her healing. Bang!
The door burst open. A figure rushed in first. It was Mo Chuan. Behind him were Zhou Mengmeng and He Chang.
Puff!
Qing Ruyan spat out a mouthful of blood, her healing interrupted at a critical moment, causing her breath to become chaotic, further worsening her injuries.
Who?
A hint of anger appeared on Qing Ruyan's beautiful face as she opened her eyes, and then she saw Mo Chuan.
"We meet again," Mo Chuan said with a smile.
Qing Ruyan's delicate face changed slightly.
It was Mo Chuan. Could it be that her whereabouts had truly been exposed?
However, she quickly assumed a wronged expression and with tears in her eyes said, "Little brother, who are you?"
"What do you mean we meet again?" Qing Ruyan was still somewhat skeptical and decided to probe further. Zhou Mengmeng furrowed her delicate brows and said to Mo Chuan, "Yes, could we have mistaken the person? That woman doesn't look like this." She had been deceived by Qing Ruyan's altered appearance. "There's